Chapter 1 The Radhof Dragon Kingies Beyond Your Endurance 1. Very well, the Shinfa Military Exels, to call off an engagement before so many witnesses. As Chankengrig in discomposure, an elderly voice Eden Hezers. His gaze sharpened, and Heffelt countels eye upon him, realizing he weighs an agrand hall surrounded by men and women in peculiar attire. Before him sate an elder liman with of white hair, glaring at them with palpable fury. Wily violet woman beside him bowed her head, her bowed trembling slightly, clearly in tears. The murmurs from Thekrodriche these ers, prompting him to furrow his brow. Young Mastershin Haskanita far tang fam lies so nafta for greet familia soft young non, and o public like a law feign engagement to sutter lit respectful. One cannot blame young Mastershin Mustangs, beauty has been irrevocably mored hakud berdo endure sight. Is the Shin family truly prepared to severtees with Tang family? Will this feud between Tetwa prominent familias incite economic turmoil? Upon piecing Tagather Thefragment's soft surrounding discussions, Hebigan Ta grasped Thena Cherif Tessin unfolding before him. The original Lonerof this bada wasn't the process off calling feign engagement. Although Hakud not yet discern with the original owner had chosen to address this matter publicly, have found himself rather pleased with the notion of feign engagement being ganyoled. Hadon's been a formidable monin theorem of cultivation, but during tribulations, he was beset by enemies, resulting in damage to his spirit. Thus, he accepteth the system's invitation to undertake tasks in various small worlds dorthral. Consequently, he was indifferent to a superficiality of beauty, he merely wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Resolute in his decision, has stepped forward. Mr. Tang, Miss Tang, matter soft marriage should be mutual agreement. My connection with Miss Tang is tenuous, and we have not met and decades there is truly no justification for compulsion. The Unman's countenance was striking, and his voice resonated clearly. Ash spoke, several individuals needed silent agreement. Indeed, the bond was fainiverse in Smistang's disfigurement. She had confined herself to her home, refusing to meet anyone. Without a foundation of affection, the situation was evident. Noticing the shift in public sentiment, old man Tangri Wangshus. Such a matter should not be dressed before so many people. But without her pretext off this business banquet, would there ever be an opportunity to broach the subject? At this moment, Chanking had managed Tagather the memorious off this body, and Heffelt na trepidation however. Mr. Tang, you were aware at that time left with Nicois. 3 years ago, my father broached this matter with a Watt then on an economic development conference, Beautyo declined. Over the years, he have sought a visit, yet you have remained inaccessible. Enough. Before a cold finish, old man Tanks lamed interrupting him with a loud voice. Fielder's beard trembled with fury. How to Thizziaungman? Wah. Overwhelmed by the atmosphere and the gazy soft tech road, Tangyo broke down in tears, covering her face with hair hands sassing upstairs. Yow yow. Fielder called out, receiving no response, and Thinterna this furious glare upon Chongqing. Very well, Shun Chongqing, the Tang family will remember these. Your note welcome me here be gone. Andy Owado addressed me as Grandfather Tang, not Mr. Tanghound Couth. He ground his teeth, his expression taken go, nemenacing gaspect. Yet Chanking remained composed, showing no inclination to retreat. Here it should into his breast pocket and retrieved an exquisite sandalwood box, taking a couple of steps forward to placitant exaltable. The entire process was fluid and calm, devoid of finessing anxiety under the Thoth Tang Famila Patriarch. This is the gift exchanged back the Nino return a tacit was. I canly request Mr. Tang to return me family gift. Thegus students done excellence. Incredible. This young man from Shin family is an ordinary individual. Faced with old man Tang's fury, Haramain done flinching, even appearing quidioties. These unman is destined for greatness. Several elderly attendees nodded in approval. Old man Tang, however, was seething, his facet turning a satyr reminiscent of liver. Hepointy day trembling fingray Chongqing, erupting into fataf coughs. Cough, 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 their relentless scoffing bent the mover, and bid soft sweat on his brow. Chanking furrow. Hezen said that the old man way, sexperensingery currency of his chronic helmet. Surely, Huden driven ta thebring cough death bethiesinkadent thought would sure like implicate matters as significantly. Just as she was about a step forward, Ironman sudden lie rushted in from a corner, hastening to old man Tang's side. He gent lipped dis back with on a hand while applying pressure to an acupoint with theater. Judging by his attire, he pared to be guard off Tang family. In a time, old man Tang scoffing subsid, and color returned to his face. Thank you. Heroicus gratitude, dismissing Thuman with a way vavationed before he could respond. A thismoment, the buttle renterthal, holding gasmal wooden box, which weighs indeed the betrothal gift from Shin family. Take your Shin families belonging San Leviatans. Fielder gestured dismissively, clearly no longer wishing to zi Chongqing. Chang King accepteth wooden box, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features. Hekud sensei atre suff spiritual energy. Suddenly, he turned the shade and observed them but he gardwa had just stated old man Tang, gazing intent lieth the objectin hishans. It seemed he was quit discerning gas well. With the matter resolved, Chanking had and went tension off flingering. He turned on his shielandexithethi hall. Asha stepped outside, the coalair enveloped him, prompting him to take a deep breath. These was clearly noth world he was familiar with. System. Heckle Duten hind. He. Host, your adaptability is quite impressive. The system's voice carried note of astonishment and admiration. A true powerhouse sane to respond so swiftly upon first crossing into and realm. The previous Shast had near lie soil distraussers during his first for into his malworld, and his cowardice had led to a lackluster performance in his tasks, resulting in numerous complaints against the system. This host, however, evidently possessed the capability to achieve great things, instilling newfound confidence in his system. Truly, he chose none as must endure trials before he encountering inevitable lost. Shown the plot. The host's voice interrupteth his system's musings. Certainly. These ways a world arrived from an urban novel. Themaleli led, Lu Yuan, is Theshanov la Familia in Jiangnan. 15-year spreer, a conspiracy against la Familia Letotheroin, and thyr ancestral homois reduced Ion girl, passing being her way who met from Shul, recklessly rescued Luan from the flames, suffering severburns that marred her beauty forever. This girl was known ether than the original Osfiance, Tang Yao, who, at the time, was Maryatin elementary school student. As the only daughter of Tang family, she was deeply cherished by her grandfather. Following the tragic plane accident that claimed her parents, had pinned thy hopes in her, envisioning Harris the successordo thefama libusinus, unaware of the calamity theta awaited. After her disfigurement, Tanya fell into state of deep-seated insecurity, sequestering herself within your home to avoid contact with the outside world. Despite her grandfather's numerous attempts to coexist out, non-approved effective. With the prospective his granddaughter taken govern the fam libusinus extinguished, old man Tang resolved to find her a husband, regardless of family background. Though her beauty had been ravaged, the Tang family still possessed substantial assets. Old man Tang was not overly concerned about Tangyo's prospects for marriage. After all, the engagement that long been established, and the Shin family was enough to four. Prominent familias of Jiangnan, possessing both prestige and standing how could these imply Initially, the Shin family refrained from mentioning themeter, maintaining normal interactions with Tang family. However, as the time for fulfilling the engagement drawn after more than a decade, the proposed to annulate. In truth, the Shin family had harbored these intention for 3 years, yet old man Tang had refused it. The originalis twice to celebrate Die Jungtal in Tinjiangnan province, having graduated from Hahu University with a degree in economic management, and had established a modest fortuna of his own. Such a person was not driven by greed for Tang family's wealth. Old man Tang recognized this. Thus, when Shin family up to meet with Fielder, he consistent lighter ned them way. However, he had misjudged Shin family's determination and that of the originalis, who publicly announced the annulment of the engagement during old man Tang's birthday banquet. Such an affront was unprecedented in Jiangnan province. Old man Tang was incensed, harboring deep resentment towards Shin family. Yet, he also understood that Thysapror would likely hinder his granddaughter's scant soft marrying into one their affluent family. Thus, he resolved to publicly seek suitors for his granddaughter, regardless of fearful backgrounds. In the end, Thekosin candidate was Luyuan, Thevri boy Wamtengo had saved from flames. After being grethed that, he had fled to the northern wilderness. There, he encountered life-changing mentor, Lin Buchuan, and ways exposed to a different face atop this world, acquiring power soon imaginable to ordinary individuals. Indeed, this realm was characterized below spiritual energy. While high-level legacy had been severed, remnants of fancient martial arts persisted, and Lin Buchan happened to be master of such arts. Under his tutelage Faradkid, Luyuan's abilities flourished, excelling not online combat butyl soy medicine, artifact appraisal, and more. Eventually, ventured abroad, becoming a mercenary and, within 3 years, rose to command a formidable force, earning Thetital Dragon King from his subordinates. He established thesis and organization Dark Dragon, gaining notoriety, sa powerful entity on the international stage. Irago, Heritor Nedto Jiangnan, seeking both vengeance and gratitude. Torpetangia Skyn Nisandavin Jethina Hylation Office Family. Hekazito Bekomi a bodyguard for the Tang family, gradually earning Old Man Tang's trust. And for him, Tang Yao washes Achilles' heel. Enio knew how to red to humiliate Tang Old faced Thrathof Dragon King. Hewald publicly ridiculed Tang Yao, casting her in the beggar's denying through a soft city, subjecting her to humiliation and making her the laughing stock of full. Hewed Brenai Theleg soft teen tight, Li Dayun master hamocked, Tang Yao's prospects for marriage, and Wu dismantle the enterprise office family. The originalis publica nulmin tof teen engagement thad tarnished Tang Yao's reputation, and retribution ways inevitable. Thoth Shin family was grand and prosperous, they were insignificant before a bango of extraordinary stature. In the narrative, I ear hay salapseed since at this pivotal moment when the venerable Tang patriarch announced a new candidate to his granddaughter Shuspend, coinciding with the catastrophic revelation from Shen family. Initially, a significant trialis day te projectioni are the denunciantum, leading to an enforced halt in operations. Subsequently, power struggles among shareholders resulted in fatalities, and scandalous news surfaced regarding the proprietor's exploitation of female university students. Within a month, the foundation crumbled, and chaos ensued. As Shin father and mother Chosito and their lives Zutofirov guilt and Thyrophis, the Shin family disintegrated. Strangely, after the demi-save parents, the original protagonist could not withstand the blow, succumbed to madness, recklessly driving through the streets until he was hot dead be arriving for police. Thus, the Jiangnan Shin family came to a close. Yet, these was moral Yamanor in the tumultuous path of Dragon King, Luyuan. After becoming Thesson in the Wolf Tang family, he healed Tang Aos burns, his remarkable medical skills earning him widespread acclaim. He forged alliances with influential figures and vindicate himself against adversaries. Be consolidating the 4 prominent familias of Jiangnan, he emerged as a formidable figure throughout Jiangnan of the Greater Xia dynasty. Chapter 2 The Rat Hoth Dragon King is under endurance 2. Upon reviewing Theplet, Chanking felt a wave of nausea. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners swallowed their power over mortals are profound life and their peers. Event those low-like cultivators, whose ability as shave stagnated, wu dre the rin du rin the cultivation world the neem pose a thire will in theorem of mortals. Luyuan, possessing extraordinary powers, chose instead to demean t common folk, a despicable coisy deed. His actions wooed havel to his immediate demisane t cultivation realm. Moreover, Chanking noted that in the final moment soft narrative, Luyuan discovered that the calamity befalling Flifamala was not linked to Jiangnan clans, since stated his master, Lin Buchuan. In a bid to seize Atrius Surid, here loometh Lufamali. In that moment, he opted for forgiveness, tearfully striking Lin Buchan 3 times before inheriting Sligashai and bidding him farewell and dead to the higher realm. My master granted me new life, and I owe Wimireberthai, Luyuan, can it be ungrateful? These 3 strikes were for my parents and elder brother, thus alluring the debts of gratitude and amity. We shall meet no more. The standards and limits soft Dragon King were indeed flexible. Chanking felt somewhat speechless. So, were Jiangnan clans merely victims of an unfounded disaster? Furthermore, the Shin family and Ulman toft engagement what was the significance of such a matter? Even marriage skin and din divorce suicide necessary to cause. Not to mention, the original protagonist had no genuine feelings for Tao. She, am a real elementary student, even rushed into a fira tosaviathers chanking found her actions rather lacking in rationality. Kuchin Othave behaved like a proper child dan called for help from Osafi distance. Had she considered how her actions would affect their grandfather's life? Moreover, the Shin family Iron Kedskind among the four great familias of Jiangnan, just behind Thuang family, will have Tang family occupied the last position. Over the Ursoft collaboration, the Tang family had more benefits it was perplexing to fathom the source of such resentment. If the original protagonists public annulment of the engagement twice a matter of face, wasted a consequence of previous lie-locking opportunities for proper discussion? If they had been able to negotiate effectively, would they have escalated to such a spectacle? Thought the original protagonist may have acted with the youthful impulsiveness, Chanking believed had done nothing wrong. Furthermore, Hebek Himiawara thought the original protagonist sought an the engagement for an authorizant Shin family, had also encountered extraordinary powers, and the original protagonist happened to possess the potential for cultivation, intending to seek a master at Qingqing Mountain. However, these endeavor was thwarted by Thephamalus crisis. Ultimately, the original protagonist acquasunable to embark on the path of cultivation, which was not without his regrets. Host, the Tim in your possession a sack at least for the Malayleads brain eye through in cultivation you must hinlight with care. Ashi seems to havial readest the sights in it. As Chanking settled in the vehicle, curiosity sparked within him, interrupted by the system's voice. What do I think he is, dreaming? Chanking's gaze sharpened. Hehe, caution is themothere of safety. By the way, host, we have a starter gift package forever and Navasi Tasker Wudio I like to claim it now? The system huckled awkwardly. Such a fortunate occurrence. Claim it. Chanking fell tight in his arm viral items materialized du to thin air. The lack of ceremony in receiving this gift was rather disappointing. Nonetheless, the Temsap here had plentiful upon closer inspection, Henot Davialoff Healing Elixir, Avialoff Spiritual Energy Elixir, 3 Soft Special Nutritional Solution, Aminal for a Pittraversal Tasks, an annual report of Terra Pittraversal Bureau, and a handbook of System Assessment Criteria. Chongqing. What do I need with so many books? Isn't the thin book of assessment meant for auto study? Heffelt semi what exasperated. Hehe, if the host reviews this system assessment manual, it will facilitate our collaboration. Irrefusitoke. Chanking firmly declined, feeling gagetate that the thought of, manual. Ha preferred tubes or veth world outside a instead. At that moment, the vehicle hadel re-entered the bustling streets, where towering skyscrapers shimmered with neon lights, carsapedby blow, and airplanes occasionally soared above. Had no expected of enemy no realm to develop such advancements. Although it could not compare to the high-level cultivators will could traverse distance in an instant, I undoubted lion hand set them an existence. Compared to cultivation, he now found the perspective learning that technology is off this world far more intriguing. On the other side, Lu Yuan watched Chanking depart, his eyes ablaze with fury. What waste Shin family worth? And what was Shin Chongqing? Yao Yao Awasha's savior. Shu was Thuman Hein Tin dead to marry. How could Hilo such trashas Shin familito and sulthur? Furthermore, Hezen said tear emanating from Fudenbox. It was like Cliv's spiritual object his master had mentioned encountering such a trias who soon doubted lie stroke off fortune for him. In the hands of those immortals, it was nothing but a waste. Hecklench this fist in secret, preparing to follow suit when Fielder Tangs worshipped him. I apologize for any discomfort caused dur Tang family has suffered misfortune, leaving gone lie Tissany granddaughter. A Sanaldman, I can help but worry for tis descendant. Fielder's voice was suave, his paternal affection palpable. Thegus felt a wave of sympathy wash over them, manisecret lie believing Shin family hagina tufer. Fielder's and the granddaughter, unwilling to brain the engagement, was understandable communication and negotiation were essential to avoid public spectacle. Thean Luker swayed with the wind Safa Pinyon, shifting Theer, sympathy is from on-sided to theater, showing Golakov conviction ein thirstance. Clearly, Fielder Tang understood this principle. Then, shifted the topic. The Tang family still possesses modesta sets providing for this skilled for a lifetime is no tanasu, but life is not really about sustenance my granddaughter deserves happiness. Thus, have decide dead to see chaos band for her, off similarage, regardless of background. Up in hearing this, many persifis lit up. The Tang family, own off to 4 great families, possessed wield exceeding hundreds soft millions. Ford host from lesser backgrounds, this was some meteoric rise. Lu Yuan Wazel se taken aback Bethilder's sudden declaration. His gazes swept across T hall, taking in the jubilant face soft host present, his fists tightening. How dareth he coveth his woman? Absolutal and not permitted. It simed would hava toppost pondialing with thought boy forth the timing. Leith him keep Thetria sur for a highletteth him, it wasmerl yad curative item. Fielder tang becken thestward. I welcome ever yontergister recommend talentodung individualese for specific matters, please second tack thestward. Immediately, several young people surged forward. In Thizera, relying on O'Neill suis not shameful true shamelayan being gunnable to Sikor's chaposition. Lu Yuan glare dagger sath the Fisezov tozy individuals, his silver needle glinting menacingly, yet restrained himself. The Tang family wasn't to place for violence. After Ados and or so individual should registered, has stepped forward to give his name. Finally, shanking Mathai's adoptive parent synthis life. Shin father had just returned from the company, still clad in a deep graced, wearing black frame-ed glasses, presenting a meticulous weight intimidating demeanor. Shin mother, thuff notiged, exuded tire a fast strong woman, being gone off te principal manager soft shin family company. At that moment, bot were a dint he living room, evidently waiting for theirson. How did it go? Did Hilder Tang agree? Shin Mothair inquired. Fielder Tank's repeat Davoy dance had left their semi weight irritated. These engagement thad been arraying guid during thelefetimiof Shenelder, and she had been semi watch reluctant now. Wyth Tangrel having suffered such burns, Asa mother, shedded notch wish for her Toinger situation. The Shin family had no need for a marriage alliance. Shin father'll soder nethersatin shin torture. He had no objections to the engagement, but waswoy e supportivio thierson saptitude for cultivation. The Shin family Hada Istriov practitioners, thus possess a greater insight in toth power soft cultivation. Thidability could transformon entire family. Had contemplate unilaterally announcing Thinyolmin toth teen engagement of Fielder Tank continued to refuse to meet, yet Erst insisted on going himself. Theirson ways independent minded, and they felt a teen appropriatito to fear Timok. He agreed. Chanking's response to a succinct. These was the naturifte relationship between the original protagonist and Sparent Chihadelways being strong willed and independent, never willing to concede before them. Conversations with his parents felt Marie Kinto business negotiations than through exchanges typical of a family. However, he understood that Shin father and mother were inherently warm individuals, especially Shin mother. Hohad banquet spirit in Harry Outh. Moreover, it was evident that his parents were concerned for their son. Even in themed stoft hestorm that beseth Shin family in the original narrative, they had left them with a significant sum of money and Devon arranged for overseas matters. However, they never anticipated that their seeming Lyle Lufsen was sorely ain't them. After their demise, he was profoundly shaken, ultimately digging his own grave. While Theruas soon doubted lies some influence from Lu Yuan, the original owner's disparity heart was still capable of resonating Chongqing. He held an immense admiration for independency and his parents. The original owner's aspiration was to safeguard Shin family and pursue the path of cultivation. Changqing felt Theruas no need to maintain distant relationship. In the original narrative, the swift downfall of Shin family was not sole Lijuatoluan's extraordinary ability as a twazel so be Sithburn Sharbardman pleasant tidings were reluctant to share with the original owner, wishing to shoulder the burden themselves. Otherwise, the original owner scumpin to possess a certain degree of strength, and a reinforcement swood noth able to collapse. Noten lidded old Master Tang agree, but he'll so retrievador family's gift, he declared, a hint off pride creeping into his voice yeshizadal donathy sofa, uncomfortably closeto his father. Shin father shifted uneasily, prompting Shin mother to press a smile. Old Shin, are you still afraid of Fio Yurson? Am I supposed to fear this literaskul? Shin father retorted emphatically, Heise's widening, and the previous slightened sa atmosphere into living reminiscent la relaxed. Since Sethison had grown aware, he had not been particularly closeto his parents, and now, sitting so near, Shin father found himself a button accustomed. Changqing produced Dasmalbox and placed a tauntable, eagerly opining Theli Dasif seeking recognition. Look, is this Natatria Sur passy down from Grandma? Inside the box lay a jade pendant, translucent and shimmering with a faint blue light. You little rascal, breaking off feign engagement and still wanting to reclaim gifts, doesn't that make you piercing your toe fast scoundrel? Aren't you worried won't find I find the future? Shin mother was thorough lie amused be her santics, her smile lebro further. When stern, chic dead the commanding, presentio fa quintessential strong woman, yet when she smiled, here is offended tangential crescents. Mother, I believe it would but better if I use mild more often. Don't like me father, how here's a stern face they live people line the company of in column shinyama. Ha 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 ha. Shun mother erupted to laughter. She felt that since Herson had called off his engagement, it was as if he had returned to his childhood when he was particularly clingy and vivacious, reminiscent of Feroniouth. Shin father, maintaining Iserious demeanor, gave Chanking a light pat on the back. Having called off the engagement, you feel liberated, do you? Yet, you are still to cultivate Qingqing Mountain, so you must present ourself more seriously. Shin mother's smile faltered momentarily. Ish'll have wuma bias amething, sin a few days, she stated. At this, Chanking straightened this expression. Father, mother, I believe if theorized no need to go to Qingqing Mountain. Fei said with puzzled expressions, he continued, isn't I true if they to ancestors produce said cultivators? Last night, Idriam to for ancestor, when for medmethat Qingqing Mountain is tribulation, a journey from which I cannot treadern. Therefore, hame parted a cultivation method tome, advising that I cultivatiathome. Chanking bald live fabricateth this stale, leaving Shin father and mother momentarily dumbfounded. Event the system was taken aback. Wow, the host has this Gindof appearation? Since a theorura cultivators with extraordinary powers, what said dream compared to thought? Chanking remained in phase. I sit true liposable thay to ancestor visit die you in a dream? How come he haven eva receiveds chavisitation? Shun father questioned incredulously. Thetis naturally becosio alak myson stalent. Shun mother shafte made a stain fogland say, but quickly accepteth thy's explanation. Given thitherson would be travellings, stincy to Qingqing Mountain, Sheffeltuniacy. Moreover, talk off tribulations, sounded dreadfully ominous remaining Gatham would all her to protect the extent. Shin father felt a momentary pang but soon regained discomposure. Such a significant matter, surely thereson would not speakedly. Besides, since the ancestor had transmit the cultivation technique, they would ascertain the truth. Ha 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 ha, heaven bless Shin family. It must go to the ancestral halto pay my respects to our ancestor. Chankin interjected, father, the ancestor mentioned that the mounta in behind Kyanbird, suitable for cultivation, so you must help me with that matter first. Very well, Ish'll arrange Fort Hatlet purchase Thought Mountain. No, let's buy theme tire park. Shin father readily agreed. Returning to his room, Chankingle tau tasayo for relief. Things were progressing farmeress with light hand ha Hayden anticipate he had no te expected disparant stoba so indulgent, readily acquiescing to Allah's requests. Chapter 3. The Wrath of the Dragon King is beyond your endurance. 3. Half a month later, when Old Master Tang announced that Lu Yuan would become the son-in-law of the Tang family, Chongqing had already commenced his cultivation. In truth, Old Master Tang found himself in a somewhat awkward position. Although many had registered, few actually attended, and those who did were rather unimpressive, with only Lu Yuan standing out as a suitable candidate. There was no choice but to accept him in that moment. Old Master Tang suddenly understood the Shun family's decision to break off the engagement. It appeared that even those from lesser families deemed themselves above the rest, proving that young men indeed favored beauty over power. Little did he know that all the competitive candidates had been dealt with by Lu Yuan. Old Master Tang was not one to mince words and, eager for grandchildren, immediately set about arranging the wedding details. This, however, ensnared Lu Yuan further, as Old Master Tang insisted he cultivate a relationship with Tang Yao, requiring him to take her shopping daily. Although he felt anxious, Lu Yuan, who had come to repay a debt of gratitude, could not refuse in the most luxurious bespoke dress shop in Jiangnan. He idly scrolled through his phone while Tang Yao tried on various outfits in the fitting room. Reflecting on the day of the fire, when the girl had anxiously grasped his hand and pulled him to safety, a tender expression flickered in his eyes. Yao Yao was truly a kind-hearted fairy. Those who bullied her were utterly unforgivable, and the instigator behind the Lu family tragedy, though he had yet to uncover any leads, It was evident that the interests of the Liu family had been thoroughly divided among several prominent clans. Whoever profited held the greatest suspicion, and he would not let a single one escape. Not to mention that Shan Chongqing had publicly broken the engagement, thus humiliating the Tang family and subjecting Yao Yao to gossip. He was contemptible. A palpable low pressure surrounded Lu Yuan, deterring even the sales staff from approaching. Suddenly, he felt a pang of anxiety. As if he had lost something of great importance, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Damn!" before sitting back down, his expression a tumult of emotions. That moment, Chongqing had already been cultivating for several days, having just absorbed a jade pendant, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement. In this world, ancient martial arts were divided into 4 stages: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. However, Chongqing did not practice ancient martial arts. In his view, they were merely incomplete methods of cultivation. His mind was filled with various cultivation techniques, rendering him unimpressed by the fragmented forms of ancient martial arts. To say nothing of it, ancient martial arts required reaching the heaven stage to fly, which meant that the yellow, profound, and earth stages were merely equivalent to the early, mid, and late stages of qi refinement in the world of cultivation. Only upon reaching the heaven stage could one establish a foundation and take to the skies. The era of the end of the law was indeed ruthless. Chongqing stood up and, with a light push off his toes, soared to the treetop. The park and the surrounding hills had all been purchased by his wealthy father, enclosed by a fence, rendering the area remarkably vast from afar. "Host, your cultivation speed is remarkable," the system chimed in, eager to flatter. The spiritual energy in this world was exceedingly sparse. Had it been in a realm of true cultivation, a foundation established in 10 days would have been considered genius. Chongqing replied. However, he still possessed spiritual energy pills from his gift pack, and achieving a complete mastery of qi refinement within a month was certainly feasible, which would place him at the equivalent of the earth stage in ancient martial arts, thus rendering him unafraid of Lu Yuan.as for establishing a foundation. Even Chongqing would likely require a year. The phone rang, displaying his mother's name. During this period, Chongqing had intentionally worked to harmonize their relationship, which had improved significantly. Furthermore, having revealed some of his cultivation achievements, both Shen father and mother were even more pleased, though tinged with concern, fearing he might encounter other high-level cultivators, prompting them to call him daily. "Mom, I'm about to head back." Chongqing leapt down from the tree, stirring a flurry of falling leaves. "Hey, come back early. We have guests today," Shen mother replied mysteriously, eliciting a light chuckle from Chongqing. Understood. Upon returning home, his gaze jolted at the sight of an elder and a young woman seated in the living room. An ancient martial artist, however, their aura was weak, likely only at the yellow level. Moreover, in the narrative, they were indeed associated with Lu Yuan. The Shen family had purchased the land containing an ancient tomb on the elder's recommendation, marking the first step in the Shen family's downfall. It appeared Lu Yuan could no longer contain himself. "Chongqing, this is Elder Zhang, Master Zhang. This is his granddaughter, Zhang Ruolin. Elder Zhang is our Jiangnan's most renowned expert in metaphysics." Shen father approached with a smile, winking at Chongqing. Shen mother pulled Zhang Ruolin over to chat. Her demeanor exceedingly affectionate. "It seems my dear parents are attempting to arrange a match for me." Chongqing mused in the original plot. This had not occurred. At that time, the original protagonist was preparing to head to Qingqing Mountain, and the atmosphere at home was rather heavy, with Shen father and mother maintaining a cold relationship with him, unlike typical parental matchmaking endeavors. Chongqing was once again grateful for the change in his interaction with his parents. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly fallen into this pitfall. "Master Zhang, how do you do?" Chongqing approached and shook hands with the elder, his gaze unwavering as a flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. The elder's expression suddenly contorted in struggle, yet, within mere seconds, the struggle morphed into a blank stare, the spark in his eyes extinguished, leaving only confusion. This was Chongqing's soul-capturing technique, which was not considered a high-level spell in the realm of cultivation but sufficed for dealing with a newly initiated yellow-level practitioner. Since his strength surpassed that of his opponent, Chongqing saw no need for subtleties. As the system had stated, when one is impoverished, they must resort to indirect methods. When one is affluent, they employ overwhelming force. Being direct was simply more efficient. Might I inquire what brings Master Zhang to the Shin family? Changqing plopped down, conveniently obstructing Zhang Ruolin's line of sight. His tone was casual, devoid of any semblance of respect. Provoking discontent from Shen Father. Hey, how can you speak to the master like that? Shen Father raised his hand to admonish him, only to be struck dumb by the elder's words. I have come to the Shen family at the behest of the Dragon King, to assist the Tang family in digging a pit for the Shin family, encouraging you to purchase the land in the western city that harbors an ancient tomb. The revelation stunned everyone present. Grandfather! Zhang Ruolin abruptly wrenched her hand free from Shan Mother and stood up. However, Changqing was swifter. As soon as she moved, his hand pressed down on her shoulder, and she felt a weight akin to a mountain pressing down, causing her to kneel on the ground instantly. Save your efforts. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. His voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth, causing Zhang Ruolin to shudder involuntarily. A yellow-level ancient martial artist was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, a tier below Changqing, thus lacking any capacity for resistance. At this moment, Shen Father also regained his composure, pointing at the elder, unable to restrain his ire. The Shen family has treated you well. Why would you conspire with that Dragon King to harm us? Given that the Shen family had once produced a cultivator, they held a particular reverence for experts, in making significant decisions like land purchases. They would not only conduct market research, but also seek the counsel of high-level individuals. The elder before them was an externally employed expert for the Shen family. Shen Father recalled the term ancient tomb, nearly fainting from shock. Just the previous year, an ancient tomb had been unearthed at a construction site in Shaanxi province, and it remained under protection, rendering construction impossible. Moreover, there was no room for negotiation. It was mandated by law, and they would have to swallow the bitter pill. Harm you? I am merely a servant of the Dragon King. Acting on his behalf, Master Zhang's response was calm, showing no hesitation. Who is the Dragon King? Why would he wish to harm the Shin family? Shin Mother interjected, her curiosity piqued. I do not know who the Dragon King is. I only know he possesses immeasurable strength, and you are not his match. The elder's tone was laced with arrogance, revealing his deep respect for the Dragon King. Grandfather, stop talking. Zhang Ruolin shrieked, only to be rendered unconscious by Changqing's swift action. Shin Father and Mother proceeded to inquire further about the land, exchanging glances before reaching a silent consensus. We should contact the authorities, Shin Father declared. Changqing promptly called the police and even accompanied them as they escorted Elder Zhang and his granddaughter to the station. Outside the police station, they unexpectedly encountered a swarm of reporters. Mr. Shun, may I ask what incident has occurred in the Shin family? Why have you come to the police station in person? The young man on screen appeared grave, nodding with disappointment. Master Zhang claims he was commissioned by the Tang family and the Dragon King to persuade the Shen family to purchase land in the western city that harbors an ancient tomb. He is currently undergoing interrogation, and further details will be released by official channels. With that, the young man turned and left, his silhouette desolate. As soon as the news hit the internet, it exploded in a frenzy. What? The Shin family? Is this the same Shin family that just ended an engagement? The power struggle among the wealthy is too exhilarating. Old Master Tang, at his age, is truly vengeful. He wasted no time in retaliating. Did anyone catch the information in Xin Shao's words? The Dragon King. This surely isn't the same Dragon King associated with the reign, but rather the kind found in son-in-law narratives, the one with immense power. Hey, did you just recall that old Master Tang recently took in a grandson-in-law? Could it be the Dragon King? Speculation ran rampant online. Chapter 4. The Wrath of the Dragon King is beyond your endurance. 4. Tang Family Villa. Tang Yao stared incredulously at the news online, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Could it really have been grandfather's doing? How could Yuan be the Dragon King? Her appearance had returned to its former glory. The face mask she had worn for decades discarded, revealing her fair and beautiful visage. Just then, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. No. In a panic, she dashed downstairs, only to find her grandfather seated on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Grandfather, was it you? She asked, her voice quaking. Old Master Tang's expression was devoid of emotion. It is merely normal business competition, nothing of great concern. I shall return shortly. However, when the police car arrived at the gate to take him away, he was unable to rise for a long while. Mr. Tang, we kindly ask for your cooperation with our investigation, the leading officer reiterated. Mr. Tang's complexion immediately turned ashen. He was acutely aware that this matter would not lead to a criminal conviction. Yet he was the head of the Tang family. To find himself in such a predicament, being taken away by the police, stripped of both his reputation and dignity. What about Lu Yuan? He too needed to cooperate with the inquiry. Although that celestial master was unaware of who the Dragon King was, the rampant discussions and speculations online warranted the police's need for clarification. The leading officer scanned the area but found no sign of him. Ah, Yuan, Tang Yao stammered, struggling to find her words. I was merely out shopping. If you need my cooperation, just let me know. I am more than willing. At that moment, Lu Yuan appeared at the entrance. Carrying 2 large bags, Ah Yuan, Tang Yao rushed towards him, only to be stopped by the police. I'm fine. Just stay at home and wait for me to return for dinner, Lu Yuan replied calmly, his composure gradually soothing Tang Yao's anxious heart. News of the old Tang patriarch being taken away alongside his grandson-in-law trended on social media. Ha ha ha, the head of the Tang family and his Dragon King grandson-in-law? Ha 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 ha. The official accounts of the Xia dynasty appeared to revel in the spectacle. In our great Xia, even dragons must bow down. Yet, no one had claimed to be the Dragon King. How could they so hastily conclude that he was? The comments online caused the system to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, host, you have indeed found a way to hire online influencers. Your adaptability is astonishing. Chongqing chimed in, amused. The netizens are genuinely talented. This money was well spent. Having wealth truly is splendid, however, from a legal standpoint, this incident was minor and unlikely to result in imprisonment. It seemed Lu Yuan would soon seek revenge, necessitating some preparatory measures. First and foremost, ensuring the safety of his parents was paramount, as it was the original host's primary concern. Yet, he could not be by their side at all times. Hiring bodyguards seemed futile. Perhaps I should draw some talismans, he contemplated. During dinner that evening, he distributed a large number of protective talismans to his parents, 50 each, to be carried on their persons. Mr. and Mrs. Shen were bewildered. Son, this really isn't necessary. Even if the Tang family is deranged, would they dare to harm our lives? Mr. Shen remarked, his expression darkening. He was accustomed to wearing a suit daily, and with a thick stack of talismans stuffed in his pocket, it appeared as though he was hiding something valuable. Should a reporter catch sight of him, it might even make the news. Mrs. Shen shared a similarly perplexed expression. Her pockets were primarily decorative, ill-suited for such a bulky collection. Can I just put them in my bag? She asked hesitantly. No, they must be carried on you, he insisted. The Tang family would not dare, but the Dragon King could command practitioners. Upon hearing this, the Shen couple fell silent, ultimately opting to attach small pouches to their belts, each filled with a thick stack of talismans. Strangely enough, once secured, they felt a bit more at ease. Dad, has anything unusual happened with Uncle Zhang or Uncle Wang recently? Chongqing shifted the topic. No, I'm keeping an eye on them, Mr. Shen replied, regaining his composure. Since the incident involving Master Zhang, he had been particularly attentive to his son's words. After all, his son was a practitioner, an exceptionally powerful one, at that, so his instincts were undoubtedly valid. Remembering his son's suggestion that the Zhang and Wang shareholders might have ties to the Dragon King, he remained vigilant. Uncle Zhang has 2 sons and 4 grandsons. Uncle Wang has 3 sons and 7 grandchildren. I've already advised them to distribute their shares to their descendants, which frightened them considerably. Mr. Shen noted, narrowing his eyes. The forebears of those 2 families had fought alongside Grandfather Shen, thus their holdings were substantial. However, should they betray him, Mr. Shen would not hesitate to take action. Indeed, at home you are my father, but in the company, you are the king of hell, Chongqing replied with a chuckle. They were all senior members of the company. Even if their shares were diluted, they posed little threat. Mr. Shen had warned them, and they would not dare to entertain any rebellious thoughts. Mrs. Shen added her agreement, understanding that Uncle Zhang and Uncle Wang's father had grown up alongside Grandfather Shen, their shares earned through hard toil. Mr. Shen, feeling sentimental, preferred not to escalate matters too drastically. Very well. Once the Dragon King resolves these issues, they will cease to exist. Meanwhile, the Dragon King, who had been on Chongqing's mind, was currently preoccupied. Ever since his return, Tang Yao had incessantly questioned whether he was truly the Dragon King. Yao Yao, does it really matter if I am the Dragon King? What matters is that we are about to marry. I am your husband, he replied, running a hand through his hair in frustration, his handsome face contorting. But you said you saved me, so did you help me heal because you saved me? Is that why you are marrying me? Tang Yao, like all brides-to-be, was plagued by insecurities, yearning to understand everything about him to feel at ease. Don't overthink it. I am marrying you solely out of love, he reassured her. But I was so ugly back then. My entire body was burned. Tang Yao pressed on, unwilling to relent. She was certain of her affection for the man before her. He was powerful and charismatic, especially since he had healed her burns. A feat that seemed almost supernatural. Yet, she worried about whether she could truly possess him, and the recent online discussions only added to her anxiety, making her somewhat obstinate. In that moment, Lu Yuan contemplated calling off the engagement. Women could be truly bothersome. He believed he was more suited for a life of conflict and strife. What must I do to put your mind at ease? The dignified Dragon King found himself at a loss. Tang Yao then flitted into his embrace like a delicate butterfly, burying her head deeply against his chest. Her muffled voice emerged, Ah Yuan, let us live a good life together, manage the Tang family well, and we can have a wonderful life with many children. He caught the plea in her tone, and for a fleeting moment, he hesitated. However, the weight of his past grievances and the memory of that blazing inferno prevented his heart from settling. Moreover, with his formidable abilities, he was destined to conquer the world. How could he allow himself to falter for a woman? Stiffly, he pushed Tang Yao away. Yao Yao, we can elevate the Tang family to greater heights and have many children. I will ensure you become the most esteemed woman in this realm. Tang Yao, tears streaming down her face, simply shook her head. She did not harbor such grand ambitions. She merely wished for a simple, unadorned life. Lu Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. This woman was kind-hearted and harmless, yet she could not walk alongside him. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Lu Yuan turned and departed, leaving Tang Yao, tearful and alone, standing in place. After boarding a black business vehicle, his phone rang. Dragon Commander. The Dark Dragons have all assembled in Jiangnan. Please give your orders. The voice on the other end was deep and somewhat awkwardly articulated in the Xia dialect, adding an odd touch. Leave no one from the Shin family in Jiangnan? The cold voice responded, provoking a burst of laughter from the other end. Ha 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 ha. I have been eagerly awaiting the chance to unleash my full might. The following day, news of the Shin couple's car accident spread, drawing widespread attention from the public. What the hell? Another incident with the Shin family, was the immediate reaction of most netizens to in recent times. The Shin family had been trending several times, garnering significant public interest. Thus, when the news broke, numerous reporters and netizens rushed to the scene. This was bound to attract considerable attention. Greetings, everyone. This is X Live on the scene. Just 20 minutes ago, the head of the Shin family and the CEO of Shin Enterprises were involved in a serious car accident, with their luxury sedan colliding with a trailer. From the rear, the vehicle appears severely damaged. An anchor excitedly raised her phone, dramatically recounting the events to her viewers. Living nearby, she had rushed over upon hearing the news. She noticed the viewer count soaring and the chat exploding with gifs. Her excitement grew, and she moved forward to capture the scene. We can see that rescuers have already extracted the vehicle. Wow, the car is completely crumpled. Let's take a closer look at the situation. Although a cordon had been established, unscrupulous media outlets would stop at nothing for views, pushing forward to capture the scene. Hey, anchor, squeeze forward a bit. This is the front line. I just sent a bunch of gifts. With the car so mangled, it was assumed the occupants must have perished. The Tang family was truly ruthless. Hold on, don't jump to conclusions. The police haven't released any statements yet. How can you declare a verdict? The chat exploded once more, fueling speculation that the Shun couple had likely met with tragedy. The anchor, brimming with excitement, mustered all her strength to inch forward. Finally, she reached the forefront of the scene. Dear viewers, the rescue team has opened the car door, and we can see, at that moment, the anchor's voice trembled. The Shin couple appear to be unharmed. The camera captured rescuers carefully assisting the two from the driver's seat. It was indeed the Shin couple from the accident. Though they wore expressions of shock, they seemed entirely unscathed. The internet erupted in disbelief. What kind of luck is this? Surviving such a serious car crash unscathed? I'm in awe. Are they divine beings? Don't you think it's a bit too coincidental that the Shin family had an accident? Recently, the Tang family and their Dragon King son-in-law were taken into police custody. Could it be that the Dragon King has taken action? My goodness, do not scare me like that. Who claims that in our Grand Xia, the dragon must be coiled? This ignited a fervent discussion online and propelled the matter into trending topics. Naturally, the police commenced their investigation, and Chongqing swiftly arrived at the scene. Although father and mother Shin had encountered grand spectacles before, they were nonetheless thoroughly shaken this time, gripping Chongqing's hand and refusing to let go. It's all right now, Mom and Dad. What about your 50-plus talismans? 50-plus lives. Even if you were to leap from the Shin Corporation building a dozen times, I assure you, you would still return home for dinner. Chongqing's words elicited laughter from Mother Shin. You seem to be getting a bit cheeky, she retorted, delivering a playful slap to his back, while Father Shin held both of them tightly, remaining silent for a long while. This incident served as a stark wake-up call for the Shin couple. They now carried talisman pouches even while dining or visiting the restroom. Meanwhile, the police, aided by information from an unknown benefactor, finally uncovered leads on the Dark Dragon mercenary organization. Jiangnan began to buzz with tension. Not only were numerous police officers patrolling the streets, but the military had also been deployed. Chongqing was unaware if there was an official cultivator organization, but having witnessed the power of firearms, he felt entirely at ease. Ancient martial artists below the ground tier would be injured or possibly even killed when facing firearms. Even those at the ground tier would fare poorly against large-caliber weapons. This compelled him to once again marvel at the might of technology. Chapter 5. The Wrath of the Dragon King You Cannot Endure. 5. After a gust of wind, 4 or 5 members of the Dark Dragon organization were apprehended, while others retreated into the shadows. This news sent shockwaves through the community. What? The Dark Dragon organization? Could there truly be a Dragon King? It was merely a foreign mercenary group, and the members had been captured. What Dragon King nonsense is this? Do not frighten yourselves. The Dark Dragon organization targeting the Shin family indeed raised suspicions. Not only did netizens doubt it, but the authorities began to harbor doubts as well. Consequently, Lu Yuan found himself under surveillance, and no matter where he went, he was followed by plainclothes officers, which left him feeling somewhat restrained. His lack of strength was evident, with his complete mastery of the Shin tier. He was no match for the authorities. He decided to keep a low profile, intending to seize the opportunity to marry, but Tang Yao appeared to be frightened by the recent major actions taken by the Jiangnan authorities and had been admitted to the hospital. Moreover, she seemed terrified upon seeing him, which left Lu Yuan feeling helpless. Better to retreat into seclusion and cultivate. Strength is everything. In the luxurious VIP room of Jiangnan's largest private hospital, old Master Tang sat by the bedside, gazing affectionately at his tearful granddaughter. After a long pause, he sighed. Yao Yao, if you do not wish to marry that young man, then we shall not proceed. Old Master Tang had indeed received a mysterious phone call recently, offering assistance to frame the Shin family, but he had no inkling that it was the Dragon King behind it all. Observing the current turmoil in Jiangnan, he was filled with trepidation. However, he did not believe that Lu Yuan was the Dragon King. Would the leader of the Dark Dragon Assassin Organization really serve as a bodyguard for the Tang family? That would be utterly ludicrous. He was merely a young man skilled in medicine. Tang Yao simply shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Woo-woo, Grandpa, I am so frightened. I am very worried. Although Lu Yuan had not confessed to Tang Yao that he was the Dragon King, he also did not deny it. This left her with a vague suspicion. The car accident involving the Shin couple, followed by the subsequent actions taken by the authorities, further terrified her. Murder. That was something she could scarcely dare to contemplate. Having long hidden away at home had rendered her mind exceedingly sensitive. Although the restoration of her appearance had brought some confidence, she ultimately was not a dauntless person, burdened with excessive thoughts and utterly exhausted. She was admitted to the hospital for recuperation. She thought it might be best to hide away like this, just as before, to think of nothing and worry about nothing. Old Master Tang patted her hand. Grandpa will not allow you to come to harm. Meanwhile, Chongqing had begun to immerse himself in various modern subjects. He even acquired the status of an audit student at the city university, frequently attending lectures. His favorite was still computer science, although he also held a budding interest in literature and mathematics. With his striking appearance and not particularly secretive identity, he drew considerable attention each time he arrived on campus. In just 2 months, he received over 100 love letters. He graciously accepted them but never replied. The human courtship method was indeed rather simplistic. He couldn't help but complain to the system. As a great demon, he was well acquainted with the courting rituals of demon beasts, which typically involved displaying beautiful feathers and performing dances. Humans simply sent letters. How straightforward. The system rolled its eyes at his remarks. My esteemed host, that is because you are handsome and wealthy. Otherwise, give it a try, and it would be far more complicated. Even dancing until your feet are sore would be futile. Really? Chongqing expressed skepticism. Indeed, as true as pearls. The system presented him with numerous online cases of human romantic failures. See, host, this person rode alone for miles, only to find that the other party had already fallen for 5 other men. The system even showed him a video capturing that scene. Thus, it is indeed very complex. Fortunate for me that I am not human. The system side at IT seemed genuinely complicated. Nevertheless, Chongqing persisted in his studies daily. With an extraordinary memory and remarkably sharp intellect, he gradually garnered the favor of many professors who wished to take him under their wing. I am also quite interested in literature, but I already possess a doctorate in economic management. Chongqing sighed, frowning. The elderly professor across from him, whose hair was somewhat grayed, also sighed in response. If only we had met in our youth. One cannot compel someone to pursue another doctoral degree, after all. At that moment, Chongqing felt immensely grateful that the original owner had obtained such a degree, saving him the trouble of concocting excuses. Life proceeded smoothly for 6 months until one day, the system suddenly appeared. Host, Lu Yuan has broken through to the ground tier. Oh? Chongqing closed the book in his hands. He packed his bag and left, prompting the girl sitting across from him to hurriedly gather her things and follow him out of the library. Classmate, are you going to the cafeteria for a meal? We could go together. I noticed you were reading Freud. I'm quite interested too. No, I'm not going for a meal. I probably won't be coming back. Here, take this. He handed his meal card to the girl, turned, and walked away, leaving her holding the pristine meal card, utterly bewildered in the wind. Soon, Chongqing encountered Lu Yuan. He emanated a significantly more formidable aura. Clad in black, exuding a rebellious spirit. Look, look, the Dragon King's classic crooked smile, the system exclaimed. Chongqing felt a wave of annoyance. What is so remarkable about that? It's not even as charming as my cat at home. Lu Yuan's calm demeanor provoked him. He shoved his hands into his pockets, leaning against the wall. Shun Chongqing, are you prepared to face the consequences? From the moment you called off the engagement, you have been a dead man walking. Chongqing momentarily looked bewildered. But I seem to be breathing just fine. Ultimately, Lu Yuan could no longer contain himself. He straightened his posture and suddenly opened his eyes wide. The powerful aura of the ground tier radiated outward, startling countless birds in the nearby park. Prepare to bear the wrath of the Dragon King. He leaped forward, fingers curled like claws, aiming directly for Chongqing's face. Dragon Elephant Palm. This was his most prized technique, through which he had once claimed the heads of enemy generals amidst thousands of troops. He was filled with confidence. Lu Yuan moved with remarkable speed. A gust of wind ruffling Chongqing's hair. Seeing that Chongqing was unable to dodge, Lu Yuan grinned savagely. He had thought this young man possessed some skill, but it appeared he was merely ordinary. However, the gap between ambition and reality was as vast as a chasm. The moment he launched his attack, Chongqing had already discerned his intentions. With a swift motion, Chongqing vanished from his original position. Leaving Lu Yuan wide-eyed and shocked, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, and before he could cry out, a jolt coursed through his neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. You? are at the celestial tier," exclaimed Lu Yuan before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Chongqing calmly retrieved his phone and dialed the police. "Hello, I am an innocent citizen. I have been ambushed in the small park beside Day Road. Yes, I am fine. The assailant has been knocked unconscious. Please come quickly. It is quite frightening." The officer on the line was momentarily bewildered. Someone had been knocked out yet still called for help. Suddenly, she realized it was the assailant who had been subdued. Goodness, what a fierce individual. Thus, Lu Yuan was taken back to the police station, this time with surveillance cameras capturing the entire altercation. Upon viewing the footage, Lu Yuan was left dumbfounded. Hadn't he already used spiritual energy to disable the cameras prior to his attack? Upon seeing Chongqing's enigmatic smile, he suddenly understood it was you. He sprang to his feet. Chongqing paid him no mind. If he could use spiritual energy to destroy, he could also use it to protect. He had long been aware of the surveillance cameras and had enveloped them in spiritual energy to prevent damage, never anticipating it would actually come in handy. "What are you doing? Cooperate with the police." A group of police officers swiftly subdued Lu Yuan. Even after arriving at the station, his defiance persisted. Indeed, he was nothing but a troublemaker. The officers could hardly conceal their disdain. However, once they reviewed the surveillance footage, their composure shattered. Goodness, this was no mere thug brawling with citizens. This was evidently a master of martial arts. The footage, while incapable of revealing supernatural abilities, clearly demonstrated the remarkable skills and incredible speed of the two individuals. The officers' gazes towards Chongqing shifted dramatically. "I trained at Shaolin for several years during my youth," Chongqing remarked with a shrug. The original owner of this body, due to health issues as a child, had indeed been sent to Shaolin to learn martial arts. With this convenient explanation at hand, Chongqing silently expressed gratitude for the original owner's sacrifices. I also trained at Shaolin for a few years." Lu Yuan chimed in when the police turned their attention to him. "Haha, are you surprised? I genuinely studied there and even have a certificate to prove it." Naturally, the police would conduct an investigation. And it didn't take long for them to uncover Lu Yuan's true identity. He hailed from the Lu family of Jiangnan. Many of the older officers still vividly remembered the devastating fire from years ago. And now, with the sole survivor back in their midst, they couldn't help but revisit the cold case from that time. Lu Yuan, too, came across the police files detailing the incident, so the surveillance cameras surrounding the Lu estate were all destroyed in an instant? He furrowed his brow tightly as he examined the documents. Lu Yuan was not detained. Given that he had been attacked and the other party retaliated, the police classified the incident as a brawl. However, Lu Yuan's identity piqued their curiosity, prompting them to keep him for further questioning. Indeed, an elder officer affirmed solemnly. Lu Yuan fell deep into thought. The extensive destruction of surveillance cameras must have required extraordinary power. It was beyond the realm of what he could currently achieve, so could it be a celestial level master? In an instant, confusion washed over him. If M or Lu has any leads, please do share with us. We have been diligently pursuing this case. The elder officer said as they bid farewell to Lu Yuan. "I will," Lu Yuan replied, turning towards his vehicle, his gaze flickering and his hands trembling slightly. The ability to obliterate so many cameras in an instant could only belong to a celestial-level practitioner. Yet, the only celestial-level practitioner he had known over the years was Lin Buchuan. No, there must be other celestial beings, he told himself. However, once a seed of doubt is sown, it is not so easily uprooted. That very night, he found himself unable to sleep. His mind was flooded with images of a harmonious family life from his childhood, juxtaposed with scenes of training under his master after the upheaval. At that moment, he no longer had the inclination to concern himself with the Shin family. The following morning, he once again dialed the number for the Dark Dragon organization. "Find me information on a person named Lin Buchuan. I want all data from the past 30 years. The intelligence network of the Dark Dragon organization was extensive, filled with experts from various fields, so locating an individual was certainly within their capabilities. Yet this time, they found little information. Half a month later, Lu Yuan received an email. The contents pertained to Lin Buchuan, but the details were unexpectedly sparse. There was no information regarding his family, birth, or even age. Merely a few records of times and places where he had made public appearances. Liu Yuan scrolled back to 20 years prior. Fixing his gaze upon the screen, his breathing grew labored, at that particular moment 2 decades ago. He had been in Jiangnan, and he had attended a significant auction. What a cruel twist of fate! He clenched his fists in frustration. However, this did not definitively prove that his master was the killer. He mused, in this world, celestial-level masters are rare, but they are not limited to just one. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door, only to be struck by a sudden shock. Seated on the living room sofa was an elderly man with white hair. His visage marked by an aura of death, his very presence seemingly fading away. Master! Liu Yuan had never experienced such panic before. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the window. A gust of wind swept through, causing the open window to close on its own. Dear disciple, have you uncovered any useful information in your investigation? Frankly, I'm rather disappointed that you couldn't even handle the Shen family. The old man rose, a glimmer of light flickering in his murky eyes, akin to a hawk spotting its prey. Since you cannot manage it, let me take care of it for you. The old man suddenly approached, his withered hands pressing down on Liu Yuan's head. Liu Yuan attempted to mobilize his spiritual energy to resist, only to discover that his meridians felt as though they were sealed, leaving him utterly powerless. You? Despair washed over him, and amidst a cacophony of sinister laughter, he fell silent. Chapter 6. The fury of the Dragon King is beyond your endurance. 6. Chongqing found himself once again interrupted by Liu Yuan, who now exuded an even more formidable aura. Celestial level. Chongqing furrowed his brow. You are not Liu Yuan. Ha. Young Master Shen, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable. I had intended to wait for him to finish off the 4 great families before making my move. But alas, that brat proved to be utterly useless. The Liu Yuan across from him suddenly erupted into laughter, summoning a tempest around him. Abruptly, his laughter ceased. However, dying at my hands would be a privilege for you. Consider it my revenge for that disciple. Lin Buchuan moved with a leisurely grace, his expression one of arrogance, as if he had everything under control. A moment of clarity struck Chongqing. System, in the original plot. Liu Yuan ultimately ends up being possessed, doesn't he? The system stammered. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but Liu Yuan does undergo a significant personality change in the latter half, even altering his stance towards the Tang family and Tang Yao. Could it be that he was truly possessed? This made sense. Now it all clicked for Chongqing. Lin Buchuan, a celestial-level master, must have been collecting ancient martial arts from around the world to solve the issue of age limits. Perhaps he saw potential in Liu Yuan's talents or found their souls to be compatible, thus choosing Liu Yuan as the vessel. What a clever scheme! This way, he would inherit Liu Yuan's woman and career. Enjoying the fruits of his labor effortlessly, unfortunately for him, he had encountered Chongqing. How can you be so sure of your victory? Chongqing chuckled, a gust of wind swirling around his robes as his aura surged like a tempest. Yellow tier, Shin tier, Earth tier, and still climbing, he ascended to a new level before finally pausing at the Celestial tier. Another Celestial tier? Lin Buchuan across from him burst into raucous laughter. Ha. Who would have thought I would encounter yet another Celestial tier in my lifetime? Come. Amidst the laughter, an aura belonging to a Celestial tier began to radiate. Chongqing soared into the air, with Lin Buchuan closely following, and they arrived at the back mountain of Qian Bird Lake. Who would have thought that young Master Shen would display such compassion? He scoffed derisively, harboring disdain within. Mere mortals are nothing but ants. They are hardly worth my concern. The Liu family was once like this, and now Liu Yuan is the same. The current Shen Chongqing and the Shen family shall meet the same fate. Unexpectedly, the Chongqing opposite him chuckled. Compassion? I assure you, I am anything but. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he summoned a formation. 4 faint blue light barriers rose from the ground. Instantly enveloping the entire hill, Lin Buchuan's figure darted forward, crashing into the blue light barrier. Not good. He sensed his spiritual energy being continuously siphoned away. This was a soul-siphoning formation. He had encountered a fragmented version of this formation in ancient texts. It could drain the spiritual energy of everything and everyone within its confines until complete exhaustion. Have you lost your mind? His eyes reddened as he glared at Chongqing, who was also ensnared in the formation. Withdraw the formation. Together we can dominate the world. All the beauties, resources, and wealth in this realm will be ours, Lin Buchuan shouted desperately. Ha ha ha. I suggest you conserve your strength. The more frantic you become, the faster your spiritual energy will dissipate. Chongqing alighted upon the ground, leisurely retrieving a bag of seeds from his pocket and munching on them. As for world domination, I have no such aspirations. You would do well not to entertain them either. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed with delight, while Lin Buchuan's expression grew increasingly grim. At this moment, he had realized that Chongqing was not a genuine celestial-level master. The aura he had sensed earlier had been conjured through some artifact or potion. He had been deceived. No, it wasn't merely deception. He had never anticipated that Chongqing could forego his entire cultivation. Could a mortal truly relinquish a lifespan measured in decades as if it were mere grains of sand? Lin Buchuan yearned to charge forward, but with every step he took, his spiritual energy continued to drain at an alarming rate. He slumped down to the ground in despair. Meanwhile, the police dispatcher received yet another call. Hello. I am an innocent bystander. I have been attacked again. This time, it's south at the small park behind Day Road. The assailant has already fainted, hasn't he? No, he hasn't fainted, but he seems to be dazed. You all should hurry. The two returned to the police station, and this time, there were no surveillance cameras in the mountainous area. Lu Yuan, what on earth is going on? You keep ambushing others, and you can't even win. The elder officer scolded him right off the bat. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, lowered his head, his face pale. His cultivation had been crippled, his spirit unstable, and this body could not endure for much longer. All that awaited him was death. What further justifications could there be? What more could one possibly say? He stood there, silent as a wooden chicken. Being a habitual offender, the police sentenced him to 5 days of detention to instill a sense of caution. That night, Chongqing returned home. He paid no mind to Lu Yuan's affairs, for the system had already deemed his task complete. Now, he lived his own life. The Shin family was safe, and both Shin father and mother were thriving. He relished such a life. However, after 6 months, the system suddenly announced, Lu Yuan has died. But wasn't he supposed to be dead already? Chongqing inquired. Indeed, the system replied that it should be stated that Lin Buchuan could not accept the mundane existence and committed suicide. Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. His life should have been better. The Tang family is not short of money. Tang Yao seemed to have developed some memories from a previous life and was utterly terrified of him. How could the Tang family possibly continue to assist him? Ha ha ha, the system laughed like a villain. Who could blame Lin Buchuan for seizing Lu Yuan's body and amassing a harem? In the end, both Tang Yao and the Tang family were ruined by him. Chongqing speculated that the system might have intervened to help Tang Yao recall fragments of her past life, but he shrugged it off. After all, he was now merely a mortal, living life to the fullest. He was in no hurry to venture into the next world. Here, he had parents and was not lacking in wealth, so he intended to enjoy himself thoroughly. He preferred to live a methodical life, without the complications of marriage and children. However, Shin father and mother were quite anxious, and despite their repeated entreaties, they could not persuade him, ultimately even having a second child themselves. Chongqing was naturally pleased to witness such scenes. He had merged the original owner's company into the Shin family enterprise, intending to live as a freeloader for life. Now that his parents were still young, it was perfect for his younger brother to take over the Shin family business later, allowing him to continue his leisurely existence. The little infant was blissfully unaware that the burden would eventually fall upon him. He adored this much older brother, who had always enjoyed following him around like a little tail. Even as he grew up to become Xiao Shun, he remained very close to this brother, teaching his own son to be dutiful to his uncle. Chongqing was thoroughly satisfied with this life. After bidding farewell to Shin father and mother, he chose to depart from this world, on to the next realm. Chapter 7. The second-generation male supporting character in the cultivation world. 1. As soon as Chongqing arrived in the new realm, he was met with a blinding white light, and a long sword came charging at him with unmatched force. System, Couldn't you have chosen a more opportune moment for the transfer? Before the sword could reach him, a chilling aura had already enveloped him. With no time to summon the system for questions, he deftly propelled himself backward with a light touch of his toes. A chorus of astonished exclamations filled his ears. A swift glance revealed he was standing on a circular platform surrounded by a throng of people. He instantly comprehended his predicament. He was engaged in a duel on the martial arts stage. "Oh dear, I slipped." The system offered a half-hearted apology. Chongqing frowned. This was truly not an ideal moment. He had no time to meticulously organize his memories and could not match the individuals around him with any clarity. At that moment, he had retreated to the edge of the martial arts platform, with no avenue left for escape. Given the ferocity of the sword's momentum, even if he were to immediately concede, he would likely sustain grave injuries. He had no desire to be struck down upon his arrival. His mind raced through fragments of the original owner's memories as he performed a hand seal, channeling spiritual energy that surged around him. Vines of emerald green erupted from the ground, swiftly forming a verdant wall to shield him. Clang! The sword collided with the vines, producing a sound akin to weapons clashing. Wonderful! The flora has proven as resilient as steel. Cousin Xian's cultivation is truly remarkable, deserving of the title of the foremost genius of this generation. An elder in the front row exclaimed, clapping in delight. Next to him sat a slender, bearded middle-aged man who appeared inscrutable, commenting, "Brother Gong, you flatter me. My son's cultivation is hardly noteworthy. The foundation of the Wanxiang sect is indeed profound. And this Xiao Han, at such a young age, exhibits such proficiency in the sword. He is truly worthy of being a major sect of the righteous path. Why should Brother Gu be so modest? Your nephew has already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and is but a step away from foundation establishment, effortlessly defeating several of our younger disciples. Father, you speak so highly of Brother Gu. I believe Brother Xiao is hardly inferior." A young girl standing beside the elder interjected, seemingly unable to tolerate her father's praise of Chongqing. "Schwerer, do not speak so recklessly." The elder shot a glare at the girl. Yet his expression softened, lacking any intent to reprimand. This elder was Gong Sangqiang, the sect leader of Wanxiang sect, renowned throughout the cultivation world as a powerful nascent soul cultivator. Given the difficulties faced by cultivators in having offspring, Gong Sangqiang was over 1,000 years old before he finally had a daughter, showering her with affection and having no intention of taking offense at such a remark. "I merely speak the truth." Despite the glare from her father, Gong Schwerer was unafraid, muttering softly. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened. This man was none other than the original owner's father, Gu Yuanji, the sect leader of the Xinxia sect. The Xinxia sect and Wanxiang sect had always maintained a cordial relationship, with frequent exchanges between the two sections. On this occasion, he brought his young disciples to visit Wanxiang sect to discuss the joint development of the spiritual vein at their border. However, with the young disciples from both sects finally meeting, it was inevitable that discussions and competitions would ensue. Bringing along his son, who had recently reached the later stages of qi refinement, he intended to use this opportunity to enhance his son's reputation. At that moment, witnessing his son cornered by an outer sect disciple on the martial arts stage, his mood was understandably soured. The conversations among the front-row individuals were hardly discreet, especially with Gong Schwerer's comment deliberately raised in volume, igniting a flurry of whispers among the crowd. Brother Gu is hailed as the foremost genius of this generation. Having achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement at 17, how could he possibly trade blows with Brother Xiao, who is merely at the 10th level of qi refinement? It's likely that the Xinxia sect has relied on spirit stones and elixirs to hasten their cultivation speed, merely seeking a reputation for genius. If he were to lose to Brother Xiao, who has only been in the sect for 3 years, that would indeed be quite the spectacle. Brother Gu is also betrothed to Sister Gong. Losing face in front of his beloved would surely leave a lingering shadow on his heart. Cultivators are keenly perceptive, and Chongqing heard every word of the crowd's discourse. However, he had no time to concern himself with such matters. He was busy absorbing the original owner's memories that the system had transmitted to him. This was a lower-tier cultivation realm, divided between the righteous and demonic paths. The righteous path was primarily represented by 6 major sects. Categorized into 3 upper sects and 3 lower sections, the upper sects wielded immense power, while the lower sects, though somewhat weaker, possessed their own specialties. The demonic path, on the other hand, was dominated by a single sect, boasting formidable strength. The original owner, Gu Chongqing, belonged to the Xianxia sect, which was classified among the lower 3 sects, while the protagonist resided in the Wanxiang sect, one of the upper 3 sections. The male protagonist, Xiao Han, appeared to possess ordinary talent, but, through a series of fortuitous events, became an outer disciple of the prestigious Wanxiang sect. Yet, how could the male protagonist be truly ordinary? Upon beginning his cultivation, he discovered that while he exhibited average performance in other techniques, he made remarkable progress with the 10,000 swords technique. However, the male protagonist possessed an extraordinary mindset. He did not let this inflate his ego, but rather chose to cultivate discreetly, leading a steady life as an outer disciple. One day, while returning from the market, he fortuitously encountered the female protagonist, Gong Shuer, who had been ensnared by a malevolent cultivator. After rescuing her, he vanished without a trace. Gong Shuer, the daughter of the Wanxiang sect's leader and the original owner's fiancée, had been cherished by her father since childhood. Proud and willful, she had secretly slipped out of the sect to experience the wonders of the outside world, only to find herself targeted by an evil cultivator. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized she had been rescued and, after a moment of contemplation, quietly returned to the sect. Curiosity about her savior burgeoned within her heart, and through various encounters, she eventually discovered that it was the outer disciple, Xiao Han, who had saved her. From that point on, Xiao Han's cultivation resources surged, and he gradually distanced himself from other outer disciples, while a budding romance blossomed between them through frequent interactions. What truly elevated Xiao Han's reputation was his victory over Gu Chongqing, who was hailed as the foremost genius of his generation. During the Xianxia sect's visit, this battle enabled Xiao Han to gain entry into the inner sect of Wanxiang, significantly enhancing his cultivation platform. The original owner, Gu Chongqing, was a pivotal male supporting character in the early stages of the narrative. The son of the Xianxia sect's leader, esteemed as the foremost genius of his generation and the betrothed of Gong Shuer. From a young age, he demonstrated exceptional talent in cultivation, and under the auspices of the sect leader's promotion, he garnered some fame throughout the cultivation realm. Although the Xianxia sect could not rival the Wanxiang sect, it was still a significant faction. The two families were well matched, and the elders were pleased with the engagement arrangement. The original owner had met Gong Shuer before and naturally harbored affection for the beautiful and proud girl. Upon learning of the betrothal between their families, he was overjoyed, as a youth experiencing the stirrings of first love. He was deeply attentive to his fiancée, frequently sending messages, yet receiving few replies, which caused him some distress. In an effort to win Gong Shuer's favor, he lavishly bestowed his cultivation resources, magical artifacts, and elixirs upon the Wanxiang sect. Indeed, this has proven effective. Gong Shuer's responses have finally increased. This time, accompanying the crowd on their visit, he harbored not just the desire to meet his fiancée, but also sought a washing marrow pill from his father, intending to personally present it to Gong Shuer. Upon witnessing this, Chongqing could not help but let out a cold laugh. The original owner likely never anticipated that most of the resources he gifted to Gong Shuer would be transferred to Xiao Han, and this washing marrow pill would elevate the male protagonist from a 4-spirit root to a dual spirit root, significantly enhancing his cultivation talent. He was essentially a golden thigh, bestowing both reputation and resources. With a sigh, Chongqing continued to observe the unfolding plot. Following a defeat in battle, the original owner experienced a drastic decline in reputation. However, given his innate talent and status as the sect leader's only son, coupled with ample resources, he still managed to establish his foundation smoothly. Having reached adulthood post-foundation establishment, he was officially on the path of immortality, and the elders aspired for the two young individuals to fulfill their marital contract. Yet, the wedding procession turned the original owner into a laughingstock within the cultivation world. Gong Shuer harbored no feelings for her betrothed, especially after he had been bested by Xiao Han during the competition. However, as her relationship with Xiao Han was still in its nascent stages, she refrained from expressing any reluctance about the marriage. opting instead to comply with the wishes of the elders and prepare for her wedding. Just as the wedding procession was about to depart, Xiao Han appeared, his eyes burning with determination. He publicly declared that he had finally recognized his feelings and earnestly confessed to Gong Shuer, expressing his willingness to engage in a fair duel with Gu Chongqing on the martial stage, where the victor would claim the fair maiden, and the loser would automatically retreat in future encounters. Provoked by the male protagonist's words, the original owner recklessly accepted the challenge. The outcome, of course, was that Chongqing lost, utterly. Returning to the sect in a state of despair, the original owner found it difficult to recover. With his father's assistance, he barely reached the core formation stage but made no further progress. Consequently, when the demon sect launched an attack on the sect, he could only watch helplessly as it fell. Meanwhile, the male and female protagonists experienced myriad fortuitous encounters, advancing their cultivation at an astonishing pace, achieving remarkable feats during the righteous and demonic conflict, and gaining immense fame within the cultivation world. Eventually, the male protagonist became the sect leader of Wanxiang sect, and the two held a grand dual cultivation ceremony, becoming an enviable immortal couple. Why this time? The grass on the original owner's grave had grown taller than a person, and the once celebrated prodigy of the younger generation had long been forgotten. In summary, it is a tale of a wasteful spiritual root gradually rising, while the original owner merely serves as an early experience package. At this moment, Chongqing was engaged in that pivotal battle against the male protagonist. In no wonder the opposing sword intent surged. It turned out that Xiao Han was determined to make a name for himself by stepping on the first talent of the cultivation world. Reflecting on this, Chongqing clenched his fists. Jiyu Shixiang is merely hiding truly the combat style of Xinxia sect? Xiao Han's voice rang out, accompanied by laughter from the Wanxiang sect disciples below. Chongqing had already defeated several Wanxiang sect disciples in succession, naturally drawing some enmity. The disciples of Xinxia sect were flushed with indignation. The original owner had a reputation, and naturally had some admirers within Xinxia sect. At this moment, someone retorted, Gu Shixiang merely doesn't wish for you to lose too disgracefully. What are you so proud of? Another shouted, Shixiang, show him what for. Don't let anyone underestimate our Xinxia sect. Humph. The first talent is nothing but a turtle hiding its head, too afraid to confront directly. Immediately rebutted a Wanxiang disciple. Weren't those you defeated just now your Wanxiang disciples? You lost in the wheel battle, didn't you? The argument below escalated. Sitting in the front row, Gu Yuanji's expression grew increasingly grim. On stage, noticing that Chongqing showed no intention of emerging from the tangled vines, Xiao Han's demeanor turned solemn. He extended his hand, and the sword returned with a clang. The long sword flew out from the vines and returned to him. He formed a sword seal, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, instantly surging with sword intent, causing a fierce sword wind to rage across the martial platform, rustling the vines. Although the audience was shielded by a barrier from the sword chi, they could still feel the tumultuous sword intent, rendering them momentarily silent. My heart is my sword. One sword commands 1,000 swords. A low chant echoed. The long sword before Xiao Han trembled, splitting into 2, then 4, and soon forming hundreds of sword shadows. The 10,000 sword technique? The crowd was astounded. The 10,000 sword technique was one of the fundamental skills of Wanxiang sect. Practiced by nearly all entry-level disciples in the common understanding, it was merely an auxiliary technique for practicing artifact control, and no one had ever used it in combat. At this moment, people recalled the legend that everyone spoke of but few believed. It was said that this technique was created by a certain ascended master of Wanxiang sect, and when perfected, it could transform one sword into a myriad, striking down enemies from 1,000 miles away. However, legends remained legends. All disciples of Wanxiang sect trained in the 10,000 sword technique, and those who had practiced it for years knew that the legend was not real, as many had spent over a decade honing their skills without any significant progress. Even the founder began to believe that the technique merely enhanced artifact control for ordinary individuals. Yet now, an outer sect disciple had utilized it in battle. How could this not astonish everyone? Although it had yet to reach the level of one sword transforming into 10,000, the mere possibility was enough to evoke surprise. The disciples of Wanxiang's sect were engulfed in a tidal wave of emotions. They had never imagined that the legend was indeed true. The familiar 10,000 sword technique could not only be used in combat, but could genuinely transform one sword into 10,000. Striking down enemies from afar. The disciples of Xinxia sect were witnessing the 10,000 sword technique used in battle for the first time. Despite the barrier, the overwhelming presence and might were enough to instill fear. And beyond that, the disciples were filled with deep concern for their brother battling on stage. Jiu Yuanji also furrowed his brow, worry etched on his face. He understood Chongqing's temperament. He was exceptionally talented and proud. Having navigated life without major obstacles, was he truly going to stumble today? Injury was secondary. What concerned him more was the potential for lingering psychological scars that could hinder future progress. Is this really the 10,000 sword technique? Finally, a disciple of Wanxiang's sect could no longer contain himself. Like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, this revelation sparked a massive commotion among the crowd. I've practiced the 10,000 sword technique for 20 years. Believing it to be merely an auxiliary technique for artifact control, I never imagined that the legend of transforming one sword into 10,000 was indeed true. Someone exclaimed, "That disciple is fortunate." Remarked another, their tone tinged with envy. Indeed, the crowd suddenly recalled. Xiao Han was merely a new disciple of 3 years. Under normal circumstances, he would have to participate in the sect's grand competition after establishing his foundation to gain entry into the inner sect. A process that typically took decades from chi refinement to foundation establishment. Now, showcasing such talent in the 10,000 sword technique, he was likely to ascend to the inner sect immediately, if not be taken as a disciple by the sect leader or elders. No wonder he dared to challenge Gu Shixiao. He sought to make a name for himself in one fell swoop. After all, defeating an ordinary disciple could not compare to defeating the first talent of the younger generation in terms of gaining fame. At this point, the murmurs from the audience were drowned out by the howling sword wind. Xiao Han, unable to see Chongqing's expression through the vines, felt his confidence swell as his sword intent solidified. His arm gradually lifted, and he shouted, "Go!" Hundreds of sword lights coalesced into a sword net, exuding a menacing killing intent as it surged forth. Clang! The sword net collided with the green barrier, the violent sword chi exploding in all directions. Producing a cacophony of sounds, the previously impenetrable wall of vines began to shatter, layer by layer, under the relentless assault of the sword chi. Xiao Han's face lit up with joy as he continuously infused spiritual power. Intensifying the destruction of the vine barrier, Shidi about to win. Gong Shuer, whose palms were nearly sweating, also broke into a smile. The disciples of Xinxia sect were exceptionally tense. Even Gu Yuanji in the front row could not help but rise. His gaze fixed intently on the stage. Jiu Laodi, don't panic. This martial platform was set up by our sect's ancestor, and the surrounding barrier has an automatic protective function capable of blocking lethal attacks at critical moments. Our disciples have never faced death during sparring, an elderly man from the Gong family said, stroking his beard with a calm smile. The middle-aged man understood the implication of his words, but blocking lethal attacks did not guarantee protection from severe injury. He felt anxious, yet there was nothing more to be done, so he reluctantly sat back down on stage. The wall of vines gradually collapsed under the onslaught of sword chi. Xiao Han's heart soared with joy as he moved. Appearing before the sword light, surrounded by a shimmering blue aura, he evidently pushed his cultivation to the limit. With a sudden shout, the sword light surged dramatically, a brilliant white beam breaking through the vines and hurtling toward the young man across from him. Boom! A tremendous crashing sound reverberated, causing the eardrums of those present to tingle even through the barrier. The platform was enveloped in a thick cloud of dust, with green leaves, stones, and debris flying in all directions. The onlookers below could not discern the specifics of the situation atop the stage, their hearts filled with anxiety. With such a commotion, surely there won't be any serious injuries, someone cautiously remarked, having just suffered defeat at the hands of an outer sect disciple on the very first day. The thought of this news spreading was disconcerting. It was likely no one would believe it, and some might even take pleasure in his misfortune. But Brother Xiao isn't just any outer sect disciple. Another person lamented in stark contrast to the lively scene at the Wanxiang sect. The atmosphere at the Xinxia sect was tense, with all eyes glued to the platform, some female disciples even having reddened eyes. The two sect leaders seated in the front row stood up, eager to grasp the situation at hand. Guang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the stage, his face betraying a furious frustration at the circumstances. Has he won? Xiao Han staggered, collapsing onto the ground. The prolonged high-intensity combat had taken a significant toll. The myriad sword technique transformed one sword into 100, and the consumption of spiritual energy increased exponentially. Even with his solid foundation and steadfast will, he now felt his dantian empty, as if all strength had evaporated. After a while, the dust began to settle, gradually revealing the scene atop the platform. Look, what is that? Someone could not help but exclaim loudly. Everyone turned their gazes. Surrounding Chongqing was utter chaos. The stone slabs beneath had been shredded by the sword energy. Amidst the disorder, Chongqing's figure was nowhere to be found. Only an oval-shaped sphere woven from emerald vines stood at the center, continuously growing despite the relentless onslaught of sword energy. This was a battle between destruction and vitality. Cough, cough. Xiao Han stumbled and rose again from the ground. It appeared the battle had not yet concluded, much to the realization of the crowd. On the platform, Xiao Han's long hair cascaded, his face pale. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood. In an instant, the sword light atop the stage blazed brightly, momentarily blinding everyone. Then came the sound of explosive sword energy, as the swirling sword intent accelerated its assault on the vine defenses. This must be the final wave of attacks, someone sighed. Such brutal destructive power. The myriad sword technique was indeed fearsome. The defense summoned by the wood's spiritual root was comparable to blades. It was hard to believe. Wood represented vitality and extension, capable of continuous growth. Its defensive capabilities were unquestionable. However, if this continued, it would ultimately come down to a battle of spiritual energy, a senior disciple explained. Gong Shuer, feeling anxious due to her limited cultivation, could no longer contain herself. Father, will they be injured? She blurted out. Gong Tsangtian, fixated on the platform, did not respond. He could not help but reflect on the remarkable talents of the younger generation. Xiao Han had managed to cultivate the myriad sword technique to such a level in a short time. Showcasing his innate talent in swordsmanship, on the opposing side, Gu Chongqing was no slouch either. Pulling his defenses close, wrapping himself like an eggshell certainly reduced spiritual energy consumption, but manipulating vines to form an oval shell was far more complex than erecting a wall. Moreover, he had to continuously replenish spiritual energy and repair the damaged points. This required not only a robust reserve of spiritual energy but also exquisite control over it. The youth of today are truly remarkable. He mused out on the platform, as Xiao Han infused each drop of essence blood into the sword light. The vine-woven protective barrier began to teeter, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Xiao Han's expression was grim. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, sustained solely by sheer determination. As he saw the final step approaching, he gritted his teeth, his toes touching the ground, and he began to spin rapidly, generating powerful winds. Crack! With a sharp sound of clapping, a visible radiance enveloped him. His spinning accelerated, and the luminous energy flowed into the sword web ahead. The frequency of collisions between the sword energy and the vines intensified, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. Just as everyone believed the vines were on the brink of destruction, a clear voice resonated from within. All things awaken to spring, grow. The emerald radiance surged, and the previously damaged vines grew at an astonishing rate, recovering in mere seconds as if they had never been in battle. Yet, the growth of the vines did not cease there. Countless tendrils sprouted like branches from the protective barrier, thick and intertwined, writhing like a mass of serpents, rustling as they moved. These offshoots quickly ensnared the advancing swords, tightening their grip until, with a resounding crack, the swords shattered into motes of spiritual energy, vanishing without a trace. What manner of technique is this? The crowd was astonished as they witnessed the vine's growth rate suddenly accelerate several-fold. This is a spell from the grass and wood technique. Brother Gu is about to claim victory. A disciple from the Xinxia sect exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement. Gu, you have a wonderful son. Gong Sangtian could not help but remark. With his profound cultivation, he could see that Xiao Han was now at his last gasp, while Chongqing, though shrouded in vines, showed no signs of waning spiritual energy. Victory was merely a matter of time. As Xiao Han observed his transformed spiritual swords dwindling, panic surged within him in a frantic attempt to channel his spiritual energy to free the swords from their binding. He found himself utterly drained. Despite exerting all his strength, the remaining swords merely quivered, unable to move an inch. Crack! With the last of his spiritual swords dissolving into stardust, the tension snapped in his mind, and he staggered before finally collapsing to the ground. At this moment, only Xiao Han's life-bound treasure remained on the stage, but even that was ensnared by the vines, unable to budge. The vines finally unfurled, revealing the figure within. Xiao Han strained to lift his head, searching for any sign of disarray on his opponent's face. However, he was met with disappointment. The young man opposite him stood tall and elegant. Clad in pristine white, his silver crown binding his hair, his complexion slightly pale, yet a serene smile graced his lips, as if he had just emerged from a retreat. "Brother Xiao, I concede," Chongqing said, disregarding the icy hatred in Xiao Han's eyes as he controlled a vine to retrieve Xiao Han's long sword. Placing it before him, the battle had finally come to a close, though it ended in an unremarkable manner, devoid of serious injuries or violent fatalities. The shock within the hearts of the onlookers remained undiminished. Not only did the myriad sword technique once again showcase its unparalleled lethality, but the exquisite defensive tactics and the inexhaustible vitality of the grass and wood technique also garnered immense admiration. Chongqing paid no heed to Gong Shui's questioning gaze, calmly descending from the martial stage. Meanwhile, Xiao Han was assisted by 2 disciples from the Wanxiang sect to the Dan Peak for treatment. Despite his defeat at the hands of Chongqing, the potential he displayed had caught the attention of the elders, and the disciples' attitudes toward him were undoubtedly different. As Chongqing stepped off the martial stage, he was immediately surrounded by disciples from the Xinxia sect. "Senior brother, could I have your autograph?" "Junior brother, you fought splendidly. This Yuan Dan was concocted by my master, and it's highly effective for recovering spiritual energy." "Senior brother, I too possess a wood spiritual root. Could you teach me?" "Senior brother." Most of the disciples from the Xinxia sect were young, and seeing their side victorious filled them with pride, leading to a flurry of excited chatter. Chongqing smiled and responded to each inquiry, mentally matching each individual with characters from the storyline. The tall figure in white was senior brother Tang Yu, whose cultivation had already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, having perished alongside a demonic sect cultivator during the sect's annihilation battle. The short, plump, jovial figure was 6th junior brother Li Tuxiu, who had narrowly escaped the sect's demise by descending the mountain for an adventure. The girl in the emerald green skirt was junior sister Li Wanqing, who secretly harbored feelings for the original host and had sacrificed herself to save him during the sect's extinction, perishing in the process. Reflecting on the tragic fate that befell nearly all disciples of the sect, Chongqing could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Though he was not the original host, seeing the survivors of the tragic tale standing before him brought him a sense of joy. Raising his head, he spotted Gu Yuanji beckoning him, prompting him to part the crowd and approach. "Father, sect leader Gong Shui," Chongqing greeted as he stood before them. Gong Sangtian beamed, producing a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills and handing it to Chongqing. "Young nephew, with your exceptional talents, you must be nearing Foundation Establishment. This bottle of pills was gifted by an old friend of mine. Today, I present it to you, as we will need your assistance in looking after Shui in the future." Gong Shui huffed, turning her head away. Chongqing paid her no mind, accepting the pills and placing them in his storage bag. Foundation Establishment pills were a coveted resource across various sects, and for large sects with numerous disciples, they were exceedingly difficult to obtain. The Xinxia sect had limited resources, and even a prodigy like Chongqing could only receive 2 Foundation Establishment pills, while Elder Gong's bottle contained at least 5. Ensuring a high likelihood of successful Foundation establishment for those of reasonable aptitude. This timely gift was one that Chongqing would certainly not refuse. Subsequently, Gu Yuanji also presented a high-grade magical artifact to Gong Shui. Finally, Gong Sangtian invited Gu Yuanji to sample some spiritual tea, after which Chongqing took his leave and returned to his guest room. The guest rooms of the Wanxiang sect were situated halfway up the mountain, rich in spiritual energy, and each room was thoughtfully equipped with a gathering array. Upon entering his room, Chongqing was immediately enveloped by the rich spiritual energy, compelling him to sit down and cultivate. However, he did not forget that there was still an important matter at hand. System, come forth. Here I come. Here I come. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the first battle. A radiant beam of white light materialized before Chongqing. Why not choose a safer moment for the teleportation? Why arrive directly on the battlefield? Are you trying to endanger my growth? Chongqing's expression was one of a sardonic smile. The system trembled slightly. Well, it seems we have arrived at an inopportune time. Next time, I assure you we will choose a more favorable moment. It patted its chest in assurance. Chongqing labeled the system as unreliable. So, what is our mission? After a moment of silence, he inquired again. The greatest regret of the original body was witnessing the destruction of the sect while feeling powerless, hence his wish was to protect it, the system stated with utmost seriousness. Chongqing had initially thought he was meant to seek revenge against the male and female leads. Fortunately, that was not the case. In his view, the original body was simply reaping the consequences of his own actions. Although he possessed talent, his will was not steadfast enough. He clearly saw how indifferent the female lead was, yet he still insisted on getting close to her, offering his life and resources. Wasn't that a form of self-deprecation? He could not accept that the consequences of one's own self-deprecation should be avenged upon others. However, protecting the sect was indeed a much more manageable task. Host, what do you intend to do? Seeing Chongqing remain silent for an extended period, the system could not help but ask. First, I shall cultivate. Chongqing recalled that in the original storyline, despite the original body's defeat, he had received 2 foundation establishment pills gifted by Gong Tsangqiang. However, the very next day, they were given to Gong Shuer along with the cleansing marrow pills, ultimately falling into the hands of the male lead. Chongqing had no inclination to play the fool and make others rich at his own expense. He would certainly use them for himself first. He was already at the peak of qi refinement, and with the right mindset, establishing a foundation would be a mere formality. Now that he had the soul of a formidable demon, his mental state was undoubtedly incomparable. Chongqing settled on the white jade bed, consumed 1 foundation establishment pill, and formed hand seals to enter a meditative state. The spiritual energy within the room surged, transforming into sparkling starlight that flowed into his body. In less than half an hour, Chongqing opened his eyes, having become a foundation establishment cultivator. Chongqing was not a cultivation fanatic. After performing a cleansing spell, he simply lay down in his robes. The next morning, Chongqing was awakened by the system's call. Host, the female lead has come to see you. Where? Chongqing quickly sat up. She will arrive shortly. Dio, you want to give her all the pills? The system smirked mischievously. Dream on. Chongqing spat. Just as the words left his mouth, he felt a fluctuation in the formation, followed by a cool voice. Brother Gu, my father sent me to check on you. Just look at that. It was as if she was saying, I didn't want to come, but my father insisted. Chongqing scoffed inwardly. Only the original body could be so naive as to think she was genuinely concerned for him. The restriction was lifted, and a young man clad in indigo robes slowly emerged. He was tall and elegant, with his black hair neatly tied up, his complexion slightly pale, yet his eyes shone brightly like stars. Gong Shuer was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that today's Chongqing was different from yesterday's, though she could not quite pinpoint how. Junior sister Shuer, please convey my gratitude to Elder Gong. Chongqing said with a perfectly timed smile. Gong Shuer snapped back to reality, realizing that Chongqing had already established his foundation. Why you've established your foundation? She stammered in disbelief. I must also thank Elder Gong for the foundation establishment pills. Did you use them all? Gong Shuer asked, her expression faltering. She had come specifically to inquire about obtaining several foundation establishment pills for Xiao Han. Although Xiao Han possessed exceptional talent in swordsmanship, his spiritual root was severely lacking, which concerned her greatly. She saw nothing wrong with her intentions. After all, Chongqing had a singular spiritual root and could establish his foundation even without the pills. Moreover, her father had given Chongqing 5 foundation establishment pills at once. Surely, He wouldn't need them all, of course not. I only used one to successfully establish my foundation, Chongqing replied candidly. Could you sell me the remaining pills? Gong Shuer, still young, found it difficult to directly ask for them. The original body would have willingly offered the pills, but Chongqing was not inclined to do so. Sure, how many would you like to purchase? Junior sister? He grinned like a sly merchant. This was not the outcome she had envisioned. Gong Shuer was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Junior sister Shuer? Chongqing gently prompted. How much for each pill? Even a discount would be acceptable, she added. The latter half of her sentence left unspoken. 100,000 spirit stones. Chongqing held up a finger. 100,000 spirit stones? Gong Shuer nearly gasped. What's wrong? Junior sister? Do you find it too expensive? Chongqing's expression turned solemn. These foundation establishment pills are of a higher quality than those available in the market. Thus, a higher price is justified. It is reasonable. But these were given to you by my father, after all, she stuttered, unable to finish her thought. Junior sister Shuer, if you don't wish to purchase them, I shall return to my cultivation. Chongqing feigned a desire to leave. Seeing her inner turmoil, I'll buy them. Gong Shuer bit her lip and declared. All four? Yes, all of them. She fished out a storage bag, counted out the spirit stones, and tossed the bag to Chongqing. It was exactly 40,000. The pills, please, she extended her hand. All right, Chongqing elongated his tone, waving his hand, and a vial of pills appeared in her grasp. Hadn't he expected Gong Shuer to be so willing to spend? But with 40,000 spirit stones gone, her little treasury would likely be running low. Gong Shuer stowed the pills and was about to leave when Chongqing spoke up again. I also have a cleansing marrow pill. Would you like it? 100,000 spirit stones. A cleansing marrow pill? 100,000 spirit stones? Gong Shuer stumbled slightly. The cleansing marrow pill had the potential to alter a cultivator's qualifications, transforming lower-tier spiritual roots into higher-tier ones, which was precisely what Xiao Han needed. If it could improve his qualifications, his future cultivation journey would be much smoother. But 100,000 spirit stones? She had little left after buying the foundation establishment pills. And although there were some valuable magical tools bestowed by her elders, it felt wrong to exchange them for spirit stones. Yet, Xiao Shixiang was her savior. How could she bear to watch him suffer due to his spiritual root? Noticing her shifting expressions, Chongqing understood her internal struggle. The cleansing marrow pill was indeed priceless. He retrieved a pill bottle from his storage bag, uncorked it, and waved it in front of her. A rich aura of spiritual energy wafted forth. Although Gong Shuer was not particularly adept at alchemy, she could easily discern that this was a high-quality cleansing marrow pill. What to do? She was torn, her mind battling between two voices, one urging her to buy it at all costs, even if it meant selling magical tools, while the other warned of the consequences of selling gifts from her elders. Ultimately, the urge to buy it prevailed. Hold it for me. I will gather the spirit stones. She rushed out, almost like a gust of wind. Host, are you truly going to sell her the cleansing marrow pill? The system asked, materializing. If she can gather the spirit stones, I wouldn't mind. Chongqing replied as he walked back. By selling it to her, won't the male lead's strength increase significantly? The system sounded anxious. Rest assured. She has already drained most of her spirit stones purchasing the foundation establishment pills. Gathering 100,000 won't be easy. He paused before continuing. Although Xiao Han has begun to show his worth, he has only just stepped into the limelight, and his spirit stones are scarce. Besides, with Gong Shuer being so infatuated, she likely wouldn't dare to ask him for help. So, you intend to push her to sell her magical tools? The system seemed to catch on. Exactly. Moreover, our time as guests here is nearing its end. If she wishes to obtain the pills before our departure, she must act swiftly. Who else could she sell her magical tools to? The disciples of our sect. The system answered without hesitation. Then tell me, if she sells a large number of magical tools to the sect's disciples, will the elders not notice? Chongqing continued to inquire. Considering the time constraints, it is highly probable they would notice. The system's gaze flickered. I see. You aim to expose the closeness between the male and female leads. The system finally understood. Precisely. Now that the male lead has been defeated, I am eager to see how the Wanxiang sect will respond. A glint of cunning flashed in Chongqing's eyes. The system, taken aback by the depth of its host's consideration, could only silently sweat for the pair. Chapter 10. The second-generation cultivator male supporting character. 4. The following day, news arrived. Gong Shuer had not managed to gather the spirit stones. After selling a few magical tools, she was informed by a disciple that the sect leader had been notified. How could his precious daughter be reduced to selling magical tools? Gong Sangqiong was understandably baffled. Upon investigation, he discovered it was for Xiao Han. This was utterly unacceptable. Furious, the sect leader smashed the ancient wooden table before him. "Do you realize you are already betrothed?" He sternly questioned Gong Shuer for the first time. While he was pleased that Xiao Han could cultivate the 10,000 sword technique, his family background could not hold a candle to Chongqing Est. Moreover, even with the 10,000 sword technique, he had still been defeated by Chongqing. It was uncertain who would ultimately traverse further on the path of cultivation. He could not comprehend why Gong Shuer was so invested in Xiao Han. This was the first time Gong Shuer had witnessed her father speak to her with such severity, causing her heart to tighten. I know, but," she hesitated, recalling the image of Chongqing demanding 100,000 spirit stones for the Foundation establishment pill. "But I do not like him at all. I hold a fondness for senior brother Xiao. What is wrong with me assisting him in acquiring some elixirs? Oh dear, it seems the little cotton-padded jacket has sprung a leak." Although Gong Sangqiong dotes on his daughter, matters of great significance involving two sects will not be dictated by her whims. Moreover, with Xianxia sect currently hosting guests within its precincts, should news of this emerge, it could not only jeopardize the relationship between the two sects, but also adversely affect their collaborative efforts in developing the spiritual or veins. Consequently, Gong Shuer has been placed in seclusion, with no definite time for her release. Upon hearing from the system that Gong Shuer had been summoned by the sect leader for selling magical artifacts, only to subsequently announce her seclusion, Zhang Qing deduced that her relationship with Xiao Han had come to the attention of sect leader Gong. Why is Gong Shuer being punished while Xiao Han remains in the inner sect? The system found this perplexing. Zhang Qing couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Although Xiao Han lost in the competition, he demonstrated his talent. Furthermore, he had saved Gong Shuer, and their interactions had always been initiated by her. Thus, even if sect leader Gong wished to take out her anger on someone, she lacked sufficient justification. However, in the original plot, Xiao Han had indeed become a disciple under the leader, with resources being vigorously safeguarded, making it evident that his defeat to Zhang Qing, coupled with the exposure of his relationship with Gong Shuer, had not gone without consequence. Zhang Qing mused to himself, "Isn't this what one would call a green tea?" The system clicked its tongue. Green tea? Zhang Qing was somewhat unaccustomed to the system occasionally spouting new terminology. Is this what you learn in your system training? I picked this up from the experience posts of seniors on the system work forum. The system said, somewhat bashfully scratching its head. As a system with aspirations, it couldn't lag behind its host. Yet, when it came to explaining the term, it found itself at a loss, so it could only respond with a stiff neck, saying, in any case, green tea refers to someone like Xiao Han. Fortunately, Zhang Qing did not dwell on this, nor did he inquire deeply about the protagonist's circumstances, instead choosing to follow the main group back to the sect. Zhang Qing was not particularly worried about any complications between the protagonists. The original character's misfortunes in the plot were largely self-inflicted. In the system's words, it was somewhat infatuated and overly sensitive. Now, Zhang Qing naturally harbored no lingering feelings for the female protagonist. Rather, he had already outsmarted her once, while the male protagonist had also failed to gain fame as expected. Well, this can be considered a relatively good start. Zhang Qing nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the sect, Zhang Qing took the time to thoroughly understand Xianxia sect. Like Wanxiang sect, Xianxia sect was also built upon a mountain, sprawling over hundreds of kilometers. Although it did not possess as many disciples as Wanxiang sect, the combined total of inner and outer sect members still numbered in the thousands. The highest combat power resided in the ancestor who had been in seclusion in the back mountains cave. Having reached the transformation stage, below him were the sect leader and the heads of various peaks, most of whom were at the nascent soul stage. The leaders of institutions such as the Transmission Hall and Spirit Beast Garden were also primarily Golden Core stage cultivators. This implies that Xianxia sect possesses considerable combat prowess, How could it have been so swiftly obliterated during the demonic sect's assault? Zhang Qing furrowed his brow. The plot did not provide specific details regarding the battle scenes. Zhang Qing sifted through his memories, which only mentioned that the demonic sect dispatched 3 transformation stage powerhouses along with countless demonic cultivators, with 2 of the powerhouses intercepting the righteous support team while one led the demonic cultivators to annihilate Xinxia sect. The ancestor of Xinxia sect was also a transformation stage cultivator. Even if he ultimately could not win, he shouldn't have been deprived of the chance to escape. Could it be? Zhang Qing contemplated a possibility that the ancestor had already lost his combat ability before the battle commenced. It should be noted that in the cultivation world, the disparity in levels is exceedingly severe. Defeating foes of higher tiers is an exceedingly rare occurrence, in the face of a transformation stage cultivator's pressure. A late-stage nascent soul might still hold their ground, while an early-stage nascent soul would often be heavily injured after just one encounter. If the ancestor had lost that transformation stage prowess, it would explain why the sect fell so rapidly. It seems this matter must be investigated starting with the ancestor. However, as he had only just begun his foundation establishment, gaining access to the ancestor was improbable. This matter would require careful deliberation, he sighed inwardly, in the original plot. After the original character established his foundation, the elders began making arrangements for marriage. But now that Zhang Qing had established his foundation several years ahead of schedule, coupled with Gong Shuer entering seclusion, no one had brought up the topic of marriage. Zhang Qing was naturally pleased with this turn of events. With over 100 years remaining until the battle with the demonic sect, he resolved to enter seclusion for cultivation. After all, in the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Nonetheless, before entering seclusion, there was one matter to attend to. Zhang Qing retrieved a cleansing marrow pill from his storage bag. Deep in thought, cleansing marrow pill? For me? Li Wanqing gazed incredulously at the small vial before her. Even through the cork, she could sense a faint aura of spiritual energy. This was likely a high-grade elixir. Such a precious item, I cannot accept. She waved her hands repeatedly. Zhang Qing regarded the girl who had died for the original character, his gaze softening. Junior sister, you are the only one in the sect with 3 spiritual roots and the slowest cultivation speed. Look at me. I am not much older than you, yet I have already established my foundation. If this continues, by the time I achieve the golden core stage, you may only be establishing your foundation. His countenance was handsome, and his voice gentle. Li Wanqing's face flushed crimson. Senior brother seemed to have never spoken so tenderly to anyone before. She then recalled the issue of cultivation. Indeed, the disparity in cultivation signifies a difference in lifespan. Perhaps by the time senior brother undergoes another seclusion, she would already be dust. Contemplating this, her expression turned somewhat despondent. Take it, Zhang Qing pressed the elixir into her hands. Cultivate diligently, and we shall achieve the transformation stage together. Yes, together to the transformation stage. Transformation stage cultivators enjoy lifespans of several millennia. She wished to accompany senior brother for as many years as possible. Seeing her accept the elixir, she hurriedly departed. Zhang Qing then began preparing for his seclusion. Host, you won't have developed feelings, will you? The system interjected, sporting a look of yearning. The mission is paramount. I shall not engage in unnecessary emotional entanglements, Zhang Qing replied with utmost seriousness. All right then, the system's tone carried a hint of regret. Zhang Qing ignored the system's little mood and, after ensuring all was in order, directly entered seclusion. Time ceased to exist in cultivation. When Zhang Qing emerged from seclusion, 60 years had already passed. His emergence from seclusion caused a tremendous stir within the cultivation world. As he had ascended directly from the foundation establishment stage to the late nascent soul stage, a mere step away from the transformation stage. While prodigies could be understood, and single spiritual root cultivators below the golden core stage without tribulation could also be comprehended. It was not unheard of for nascent soul prodigies to arise within a century. However, that was merely at the early nascent soul stage. Tio leap directly to the late nascent soul stage after 60 years of seclusion signified what? It indicated a high probability of achieving the transformation stage within a century. Moreover, the extraordinary phenomenon of a nascent soul without tribulation. In an instant, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. Yet, The most elated of all was undoubtedly Xinxia sect. Jiu Yuanji was particularly overjoyed, unable to contain his delight. He had been encumbered by sect affairs for years and had only attained mid-nascent soul cultivation. But now his son had surpassed him. This elicited within him a sense of finally being able to retire in peace. Had Zhang Qing been aware of such thoughts from his less than favorable father, he would have likely retreated into seclusion once more. Nonetheless, at this moment, he was preoccupied with receiving the congratulatory visits from the heads of various peaks and the ancestor who had emerged from seclusion. Indeed, upon learning of the sect's prodigy's leap from foundation establishment to late nascent soul stage after 60 years of seclusion, even the ancestor could no longer remain in seclusion. Stopping to offer his congratulations, after everyone exchanged pleasantries and flattery, the conversation inevitably shifted to the matter of why the nascent soul did not undergo tribulation. It appeared that the curiosity of cultivators was no less than that of ordinary people. Zhang Qing mused. However, Zhang Qing himself was not entirely certain about the tribulation. It could be due to being a visitor from another world, or perhaps due to the inherent strength of his soul. Any number of reasons could apply. Nevertheless, he shared some insights from his cultivation experience with the others. In truth, from the moment the ancestor entered, Zhang Qing comprehended the reason behind the ancestor's inability to turn the tide during the sect's fall, which was due to soul damage. Although the ancestor's cultivation remained at the transformation stage, his realm was extremely unstable, even at risk of falling to the nascent soul stage. It is known that the connection between the primordial spirit and mental strength is profound. Damage to the primordial spirit may lead to a decline in cultivation or, in severe cases, result in mental chaos, causing one to lose their reason. Given the ancestor's cultivation level, it would likely be improbable for other cultivators to harm his primordial spirit. Zhang Qing speculated that the ancestor might have been practicing an exceedingly powerful technique related to the primordial spirit, but a mishap had led to the damage. In a wonder, the sect was unable to withstand the demonic sect's invasion. At the time of the demonic sect's assault, the ancestor's cultivation would likely have diminished to the mid-nascent soul stage, leaving him unable to resist the fierce onslaught of the demonic sect's transformation stage powerhouses. Thus, during their exchange, Zhang Qing emphasized sharing his insights on primordial spirit cultivation, which were derived from his integration of memories from a great demon and his own cultivation experience in this world, proving to be remarkably profound and insightful. The others did not question him, as each cultivator has different focal points in their cultivation. Perhaps Zhang Qing was particularly adept in the area of primordial spirit. Moreover, he was a super prodigy who had ascended from foundation establishment to late nascent soul stage within 60 years. The assembly found value in what Zhang Qing had shared, validating their own insights in the process. Observing the ancestor hastily take his leave, Zhang Qing realized he too had garnered some understanding. Ultimately, someone proposed to hold a grand ceremony to celebrate the elevation to the nascent soul stage. To everyone's astonishment, there was unanimous support. Changqing initially had no intention of organizing this event, but considering it to be a tradition within the realm of cultivation, and recognizing it as a means for the Xinxia sect to expand its influence, he ultimately acquiesced. "Host, do you wish to meet the male and female protagonists once more?" The system inquired abruptly after the gathering had concluded. "You brought it up, and I almost forgot. Why are you so concerned about them?" Changqing glanced at the system. "For the sake of the mission, of course," the system replied, a hint of embarrassment in its tone. After a brief pause, it added, "The male protagonist has already reached the late stage of the golden core, while the female protagonist is at the mid-stage. Is their progress really so slow?" Changqing asked incredulously. "Oh, my dear host," the system exclaimed, its voice cracking. "Please don't use your own standards as a benchmark. You must understand that the male and female protagonists are cultivating at a prodigious rate, especially the male lead, who, with several fortuitous encounters, has achieved the late golden core stage in just 60 years despite his 4 spiritual roots. Who wouldn't call him a youthful genius?" Changqing felt a bit shy as he rubbed his nose. "Your junior sister is currently undergoing her golden core tribulation. Would you like to take a look?" The system suggested mischievously. Li Wonking has also reached the golden core stage. Changqing recalled that, in the original narrative, she was merely at the foundation establishment stage during the invasion of the demon sect. Seems the plot has indeed shifted significantly, he thought as he stood up. Chapter 11. The second generation of cultivators in the cultivation world, 5, on Yinxiao Peak. Dark clouds surged ominously. Countless bolts of lightning roared down. Li Wonking stood resolutely amidst the tempest, her expression unwavering. Senior brother, is junior sister in any danger? Li Tuxiu, the sixth junior brother, inquired, his round face filled with concern. Having just reached the golden core stage himself, he was acutely aware of the perils associated with the tribulation. Junior sister has dual spiritual roots, and her diligent training has established a solid foundation. She should be able to navigate through the tribulation without issue, senior brother Tangyu replied, who had reached the late golden core stage and was only a step away from the nascent soul. Do you think that person will come? A disciple asked softly, leaning in. The expressions of the two conversing changed immediately. They knew all too well that the person in question was Chongqing. However, given that he was now a true nascent soul, engaging in philosophical discussions with the various peak leaders and venerable elders, it was unlikely he would attend a mere golden core tribulation. Shoo, focus on the tribulation and don't cause trouble. Li Tuxiu chided, exasperated, as he waved the disciple away. At this moment, the tribulation had reached its climax. Li Wonking realized that this was the final wave of lightning. Surmounting it would lead to enlightenment, while failure would result in death. She gazed into the distance, catching sight of her senior brother and sixth senior brother's concerned glances, and a warm current surged within her. However, she quickly withdrew her gaze, feeling a pang of despondency. What am I even anticipating? He has already reached the late nascent soul stage. Lost in thought, countless bolts of lightning descended upon her. Li Wonking hastily summoned her magical artifact. But it was already too late, junior sister, Li Tuxiu exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Tangyu. You must pass through the tribulation on your own. Do you not understand? Your intervention would not only be futile but could also endanger your life, Tangyu admonished sternly. However, his words caught in his throat as he realized the lightning was not strikingly Wonking. Instead, it appeared to be halted as if blocked by a cloud, suspended in midair. The onlookers were astounded. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon, Li Wonking herself was equally astonished. Yet, she did not falter, casting intricate spells as streams of radiant light formed above her. With a roar, the lightning seemed to have found a new target, suddenly crashing down upon the layers of radiant light above her. The light did not withstand for long before being shattered. With a thunderous boom, a massive cloud of dust rose from the mountaintop. She made it. Tangyu's face lit up with joy. Was she really struck? How did she succeed? A nearby junior disciple could not help but ask. You wouldn't understand, Li Tuxiu replied, his expression relaxing as he began to exhibit his loquacious nature. The final wave of the tribulation must be endured physically, cleansing the marrow to ascend. However, since cultivators are but flesh and blood, they must first weaken the impact before receiving the lightning. Junior sister S spells have succeeded, absorbing a significant portion of the tribulation's energy. She will only sustain minor injuries at most. Just as he finished speaking, the storm clouds parted and a gentle, spirit-infused rain fell from the heavens, nourishing all of creation. Li Wonking emerged from the dust, the spirit rain cascading over her, instantly healing all her wounds. Congratulations, junior sister. Congratulations, senior sister. The crowd surged forward to extend their well wishes. She expressed her gratitude to each one, though her gaze frequently drifted toward the distant mountaintop. She vaguely recalled seeing a white figure on the distant peak just as the final wave of lightning descended, after which the tribulation seemed to lose its target and halt midair. Senior brother Chongqing, could it be you? She silently pondered. Host, why do you not go meet him? As soon as he returned to his cave dwelling, the system could no longer contain its curiosity. What difference does it make whether I meet him or not? Chongqing replied, unwilling to take responsibility for another's life. Host, you are truly dull, the system remarked. On the day of the Golden Core ceremony, the Xinxia sect was adorned in festive decorations, radiating joyous energy. Inside the sect's grand hall, a cacophony of voices filled the air. All disciples, except those tasked with missions, were present. The younger disciples assisted in welcoming guests, while the elder disciples, peak leaders, and elders prepared gifts to congratulate the occasion. Gradually, guests from other sects began to arrive. The 10,000 Buddha sect presented 2 top-tier detoxification pearls. The 100 Flower Valley gifted a vial of blood essence pills, and the Sacred Fire Hall offered a premium long sword. The officiating disciple announced each visiting sect along with their gifts. Master Gu exchanged pleasantries with each visitor, who were soon escorted to their seats by the younger disciples. The Golden Core ceremony involved numerous proceedings, and initially, Chongqing was not required to participate. Afternoon. The time finally arrived for the main event, Chongqing, the protagonist, to deliver a discourse. Let us invite true monarch Chongqing to impart his teachings. As the officiating disciple's voice faded, Chongqing's figure appeared on stage without warning. His presence commanding the entire hall with the pressure befitting a late-stage nascent soul. This the art of spatial compression? Master Chingku of the 10,000 Buddha sect was taken aback. Spatial compression is a spatial transportation technique exclusive to transformation stage cultivators. Nascent soul cultivators should not be able to withstand the chaotic flow of space. Some express skepticism. This must be a weakened version of spatial compression. A transformation stage cultivator can use it without releasing spiritual pressure upon arrival. True monarch Chongqing's sudden appearance was accompanied by immense pressure, suggesting he employed a special method to withstand the spatial turbulence. The 100 Flower Valley's leader explained. The 100 Flower Valley has a long history with traversal techniques, and upon hearing her explanation, the crowd nodded in understanding. Chongqing observed the situation below. This was his first encounter with the prominent figures of the various sects in this realm. Most of the guests were nascent soul cultivators, but there were also numerous elite disciples from each faction. He spotted the master of the Wanxiang sect, as well as the male and female protagonists mingling among the crowd. Though he paid them little heed, the hall fell silent. It was a rare occasion to hear a true monarch speak, especially one hailed as a prodigy capable of transcending to the transformation stage within a century. Everyone strained to listen, fearful of missing even a single word. Chongqing's discourse was not filled with esoteric principles, but rather intertwined with his experiences from the foundation establishment stage onward, rendered in an accessible manner that even foundation establishment cultivators could comprehend. Many took out jade slips and recording stones to document his words. After concluding his teachings, Chongqing spent an additional half-hour answering questions before rising to leave. He had no intention of participating in the subsequent disciple competitions. Gong Shuer, observing Chongqing on stage, felt as though she were witnessing a figure from another era. A minor prodigy in cultivation herself, she had always been somewhat indifferent to the title of genius. Previously, when she heard others speak of Chongqing as the foremost prodigy of his generation, she would scoff, deeming him no more than someone with decent talent and ample resources. In contrast, individuals like Xiao Han, who possessed ordinary talent yet strove diligently, truly inspired her. Now, both she and Xiao Han were nearly 2 realms below Chongqing in cultivation. After listening to his teachings, she felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy wash over her. Casting a glance at Xiao Han, who sat beside her, his expression twisted in disdain and radiating frigid energy, she instinctively shifted her seat away from him. Haha. It seems the bond between the male and female protagonists is not as unbreakable as one might think. The system chuckled as it relayed its observations to Chongqing. Could it be that my absence as a supporting character has diminished the catalyst for their relationship? Or perhaps the defeat in that competition has left the male protagonist too preoccupied with cultivation to indulge in romantic pursuits with the female protagonist? Or could it be that the exposure of their relationship and the opposition from the elders of the Wanxiang sect has had a detrimental effect? Chongqing mused, considering that perhaps all these factors had played a role. However, none of these were of particular concern to him. At this moment, he was more focused on the faint trace of demonic energy he sensed emanating from Xiao Han during the discourse. This demonic aura was exceedingly subtle, not appearing to be deliberately sealed, but rather resembling something yet to awaken. Had it not been for Chongqing's profound cultivation and the extraordinary soul of his true form, he would not have been able to detect such a faint trace. Could Xiao Han be connected to the demon sect? Might the demon sect's assault on the Xinxia sect be linked to him? Chongqing quickly dismissed this notion. Xiao Han seemed utterly unaware of the demonic energy within him. Furthermore, in the narrative, he had actively participated in the righteous demon conflict and ultimately became the leader of the Wanqiang sect. Have you noticed any interactions between those from the demon sect and Xiao Han? Chongqing inquired of the system. The demon sect? No. Ever since the male protagonist was defeated by you, he has been fervently cultivating every day. The system seemed somewhat perplexed. I sense a demonic aura emanating from him. However, according to your words, he himself should be unaware of this. Chongqing casually explained. Demonic aura? The system found it hard to believe. I will investigate further. It vanished from its spot with remarkable speed. Chapter 12. The second generation cultivator in the cultivation world. 6. Chongqing initially thought the day's matters had concluded, only to receive a message from Master Gu in the evening, requesting him to convene in the discussion hall. Upon arriving, he discovered several elders from the sect, as well as some seniors from the Wanqiang sect and Gong Shuer present. Gong Zhangqiang, with a beaming smile, stood up and clasped his hands in greeting. True monarch Chongqing, your cultivation has advanced remarkably. It is indeed a cause for celebration. Chongqing promptly bowed in return. According to the customs of the cultivation world, Chongqing's current level of cultivation had surpassed that of Gong Zhangqiang, thus he was not obliged to perform such a grand gesture of respect. Nevertheless, as he held no ill feelings towards him and acknowledged his seniority, he chose to show deference as a younger generation disciple. Observing Chongqing's humility and respect, Gong Zhangqiang's smile widened further. He continued, we have come not only to offer our congratulations, but also to discuss a significant matter. We have already conferred with a few members of the Xinxia sect regarding this, but we would like to hear your opinion. Chongqing glanced at his father, Gu Yuanji, who nodded and said, Master Gong just mentioned your engagement, but this ultimately depends on your own sentiments. Realizing that his father had indicated there was no insistence on marrying Gong Shuer, Chongqing felt a surge of joy and was about to speak when Gong Zhangqiang interjected. Chongqing, you and Shuer have been betrothed since childhood, and now that Shuer has successfully condensed her Dan, we, the elders, naturally hope for your joy to be multiplied. Chongqing listened quietly to Gong Zhangqiang's words, feeling no surprise. After all, he was vastly different from the original self who wallowed in despair and was plagued by inner demons. Furthermore, the romantic trajectory of the male and female protagonists was not as smooth as in the original plot. Cultivators pursue the path of longevity, and the concept of a partner is more akin to a cultivation companion. Various dual cultivation techniques exist in this realm to assist in breaking through bottlenecks and enhancing cultivation. However, Chongqing had no need for any of this. His cultivation had already established a significant lead over his peers, and while he bore no animosity towards the female protagonist, the idea of becoming her partner after witnessing the original storyline was utterly unacceptable. He turned to Gong Shuer. What say you? All eyes suddenly focused on her. At that moment, Gong Shuer felt a whirlwind of thoughts. She had known since childhood that her elders had arranged this marriage, yet she held little affection for her betrothed, who was hailed as the foremost cultivation genius of the younger generation. In the intervening time, after being saved by Xiao Han, their interactions had increased, leading her to feel more like a partner when with him. However, after Xiao Han's defeat and subsequent obsession with cultivation, and with her own elders imposing restrictions, they had gradually drifted apart over the years. Yet, she could not help but think of Chongqing's burgeoning prowess, having heard the elders say he would likely become the unrivaled figure in the cultivation world in the future, which left her feeling conflicted. Noticing her shifting expressions, Chongqing surmised her thoughts and, before she could speak, preemptively declared, esteemed seniors, it appears that Shuer has many concerns. Thus, it would be best not to mention the matter of a partner again. Gong Shuer stood up, about to speak, only to be interrupted by Chongqing. Those who cultivate must seek the righteous path to longevity. I have just emerged from seclusion and will soon descend the mountain to hone my state of mind. If my junior sister has reservations, I share similar sentiments. Therefore, let us leave this matter here. With that, Chongqing elegantly waved his sleeve and departed, seemingly indifferent to Gong Shuer's pale face behind him. Gu Yuanji remained unperturbed and stepped forward, saying, Master Gong, since the two children harbor concerns, we as their elders should not impose, should we? Gong Zhangqiang wore a wry smile, of course. He inwardly lamented that his granddaughter's previous actions were unseemly, causing Chongqing to feel hurt. He was aware of how much Chongqing cared for his granddaughter during the qi refinement stage. Yet since that visit, he had not sent any gifts to the Wanxiang sect. Fortunately, the two sects had not turned hostile over this, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Meanwhile, Chongqing was oblivious to Gong Sangqiong's thoughts as he faced a certain individual, the male protagonist. Xiao Han. Xiao Han had specifically waited at Chongqing's cave dwelling. At this moment, he radiated a chilling aura, brimming with battle intent. "You Chongqing, let us duel once more." He summoned his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that reverberated through the surrounding trees, causing them to rustle. Sensing the overwhelming sword intent, numerous figures soared into the air, hastening towards the scene. "What are you doing, Xiao Han?" Gong Sangqiong inquired anxiously. "I merely wish to spar with Senior Gu." Xiao Han replied, his tone inscrutable. Gong Sangqiong wanted to express that they were at vastly different levels of cultivation, but upon seeing Xiao Han's resolute sword intent, he refrained from speaking further. After all, it might be beneficial for him to face some challenges, and he was also curious about Chongqing's current combat prowess. Upon hearing Xiao Han's name, the crowd awakened to the realization he was one of the genius disciples of the Wanxiang sect, a practitioner of the 10,000 sword technique, who had previously suffered defeat at the hands of true monarch Chongqing during the qi refinement stage. Was he here to reclaim his honor? The 10,000 sword technique was indeed formidable, yet he was merely at the late golden core stage, daring to challenge a nascent soul cultivator across a significant realm. The crowd could not help but admire his courage. "Very well, then let the contest commence." Chongqing's voice remained languid. As soon as he spoke, Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, and he soared into the air. With a low shout, the sword shadows before him flickered, instantly enveloping half the sky. "Go!" Thousands of sword shadows surged downward, stirring up a tempest. The cultivators quickly ascended, fearing they would be caught in the onslaught. The sword energy filled the sky, a force to be reckoned with. Although no one believed it could harm a late, nascent soul Chongqing, their perception of Xiao Han transformed significantly. Many early nascent soul cultivators felt trepidation, realizing that countering such a strike would not be an easy feat. Xiao Han was indeed no simple character. 10,000 sword technique. What a magnificent technique! Observing the situation, the crowd speculated that Xiao Han's challenge across realms might not be impossible after all. All eyes turned to Chongqing, curious to see how this young nascent soul true monarch, who had achieved miraculous cultivation speed, would respond. In the eye of the storm, Chongqing discerned Xiao Han's intent. Aware of the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he knew that a prolonged battle would be inadvisable. He aimed to resolve the conflict swiftly, with a single decisive strike. "Very well, I shall grant you your wish." Chongqing snorted coldly, and starlight shimmered around him as he stood proudly amidst it, exuding a tangible pressure that radiated outward. The pressure of a late nascent soul cultivator. Crack! A nearby tree could not withstand the immense weight of the pressure and snapped in two. Following suit, surrounding trees toppled like a row of dominoes. He lifted his head nonchalantly to gaze at the sky, as if the myriad flying swords were non-existent. To everyone's astonishment, once the flying swords approached the area of pressure, they shattered like trees, clattering to the ground like hail. Just as Xiao Han attempted to retract his flying swords, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force locking onto him, his outstretched hand freezing in midair. "Save your effort." Chongqing's voice echoed from above. "Shrink the earth to an inch." Before a bead of cold sweat could form on Xiao Han's brow, the overwhelming pressure descended upon him like a mountain, rendering him unable to react. As if he had been petrified, crashing to the ground, boom, debris and soil flew in all directions. The crowd focused intently, witnessing the ground being smashed into a colossal pit where Xiao Han's figure had vanished. Was that a one-hit kill? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Brother Xiao!" Gong Shuer rushed forward with reddened eyes. The crowd regained their senses and hurried to assist. "I am unscathed." A dirt-covered hand emerged from the pit. The crowd quickly rushed forward to extricate Xiao Han. He appeared disheveled, his cultivation robes tattered, caked in dirt and blood, a pitiful sight. Tears immediately streamed down Gong Shuer's face as she turned to point at Chongqing, shouting, "Why did you engage in a duel when your cultivation is so much higher than Brother Xiao's?" Her outburst was sudden, and Gong Sangqiang, intending to intervene, found that the words had already escaped her lips. Can I be blamed for this? Chongqing was bewildered. Did Gong Shuer not understand that in the cultivation world, cultivation level reigns supreme? Or had he simply been too accommodating all along? With a wave of his sleeve, Gong Shuer suddenly felt as though her breath had been stifled. Sensing the impending danger, Gong Sangqiang swiftly intervened, striking out with both palms. True monarch, show mercy. As soon as he spoke, he felt a tremendous force collide with his palms, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward several steps. The crowd was astonished. Gong Sangqiang was also a late nascent soul cultivator, having remained at this level for quite some time, yet he was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Xiao Han seemed to regain his composure and stepped forward to assist the fallen Gong Shuer. With a respectful gesture towards Chongqing, I concede my defeat and express my gratitude for the mercy shown by the esteemed true monarch. Thus concludes the battle among the most gifted young cultivators of this generation. Although this confrontation was brief, it has afforded everyone a newfound understanding of Chongqing's formidable strength, which rivals that of the transformation stage. Following this battle, the cultivation world has reassessed Chongqing's power. Many formidable beings have analyzed his teachings and scrutinized the recorded moments of the fight, concluding that true monarch Chongqing is indeed unfathomable. With combat prowess that has reached the transformation stage level, Chongqing, however, paid little heed to the myriad analyses circulating in the world beyond. He retreated into seclusion once more, for the number of visitors had become overwhelming and bothersome. The system confirmed the presence of demonic energy within Xiao Han, yet it could not articulate the reasons behind it. Chongqing found himself at a loss regarding this matter. He promised to allocate a portion of his soul power to the system, instructing it to vigilantly monitor external circumstances to avoid missing any critical events. The system, elated at the prospect of receiving soul power, vowed to keep a watchful eye, determined not to overlook even the slightest disturbance. However, instead of receiving news of an invasion of Xinxia sect, Chongqing was met with a distress signal from Wanxiang sect. Thus, the demon sect chose not to attack Xinxia sect, but rather to target Wanxiang sect instead. The system found this perplexing. The annihilation of Xinxia sect was a pivotal plot point, so how could it simply be disregarded? Was this not tantamount to completing our mission? The system scratched its head in uncertainty. At that moment, the bell of the sect's grand hall tolled thrice in quick succession. It seemed discussions regarding support for Wanxiang's sect were imminent, Chongqing remarked as he rose to his feet. Upon his arrival at the grand hall, he found it already filled with individuals. Seeing Chongqing approach, they all stood and bowed in respect. True monarch Chongqing, they greeted in unison, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the ancestor also arrived. Once everyone took their seats, Gu Yuanji cut straight to the point. We have received word from Wanxiang sect that the demon sect is launching a massive assault and is requesting support from all sections. As a righteous sect bound by shared ties, we cannot remain idle. Thus, various sects are preparing to dispatch teams to aid Wanxiang sect. Indeed, as righteous sects united by common purpose, such action is only fitting. The ancestor concurred. The demon sect is far too arrogant. If we allow them to prevail, we cannot predict which sect may fall victim next. We must strike at their pride before it becomes too inflated. The master of Sword Peak expressed indignantly. The assembly voiced their agreement, with the Sword Peak master insisting on leading all the elite disciples of Sword Peak in the endeavor. However, this proposal did not receive unanimous consent. The sect required strength to guard its own domain. It could not afford to deplete all its combat power. Ultimately, it was decided that the three peak leaders, Sword Peak, Beast Master Peak, and Array Peak, would lead several hundred disciples in support. Compared to Pill Peak and Artifact Refining Peak, these three peaks boasted a greater number of disciples and formidable strength, making them well suited for such a mobile support mission. Observing the situation, Chongqing surmised that the various sects were likely led by several nascent soul cultivators. Consistent with the original plot, where the highest-ranking transformation stage cultivators remained to protect their sects, dispatching only nascent soul cultivators as their most formidable force. The demon sect indeed had two transformation stage cultivators leading countless nascent soul cultivators to intercept. Moreover, the righteous cultivators providing support mostly lacked the resolve for a desperate, all-out offensive. while the demon sect adopted a strategy of obstruction without extermination, further nurturing a sense of complacency among the righteous cultivators. The end result was that the volunteer forces suffered minimal losses but failed to provide effective assistance. Chongqing anticipated that this support would unfold similarly, and thus, he resolved to venture out himself, although he indicated he would not accompany the main force. With the ancestor and the sect master present, there was no cause for concern, and consequently, no dissent arose. Thus, the matter was settled. Chongqing disregarded the others, stepping outside and taking to the skies, his form vanishing in an instant, already 100 miles away. "Host, shall we go save the male and female leads?" The system inquired eagerly. "No, we are heading to the demon sect." Chongqing replied decisively. What will happen to Wanxiang sect then?" The system fretted. "My mission is to protect Xinxia sect. The fall of Wanxiang sect is of no concern to me," Chongqing stated, unperturbed. "Ah, quite right," the system conceded. But then added, "But wait, what about the male and female leads? Won't they also be in peril?" "Have no fear. The male and female leads are favored by the heavens. They are not so easily vanquished." Furthermore, in the narrative, the ancestor of Wanxiang sect has consistently demonstrated formidable strength, and absent the heart demon issues faced by Xinxia sect's ancestor, it is implausible for a single transformation stage cultivator to annihilate Wanxiang sect. Even with 2 transformation stage cultivators, they could hold out for quite some time, allowing the sect's disciples to evacuate, Chongqing elucidated. Chongqing reflected that the greatest threat to Xinxia sect lay in the original plot's demon sect, which had destroyed the sect. Although the demon sect was currently attacking Wanxiang sect, there was no guarantee they would not turn their sights on Xinxia sect in the future. Moreover, based on the information provided by the system, the demon sect only possessed 4 transformation stage cultivators, which rendered them inferior in overall strength compared to the righteous side. After all, the 3 righteous sects boasted 7 transformation stage cultivators among them. This was also why, despite the eventual destruction of Xinxia sect in the original narrative, the righteous forces swiftly banded together to repel the demon sect. Initially, the righteous factions had been divided, with many sects harboring the notion of gaining resources by eliminating one less rival, resulting in significant losses. Therefore, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to eradicate the demon sect, the true and pressing threat. A glint of determination sparkled in Chongqing's eyes. "Oh my, host, are you finally prepared to unleash your wrath?" The system eagerly rubbed its hands together. "Lead the way," Chongqing commanded. Right away. Chapter 13. The second generation of cultivators in the cultivation world, 7. In less than a day, Chongqing arrived at a desolate marshland, pungent with the stench of decay. "Is the demon sect's stronghold truly located within this mire?" Chongqing mused, having anticipated that all cultivation sects would be established on spiritually rich mountains. Of course, the noxious miasma and the marsh beasts surrounding it served as a natural barrier, making it challenging for cultivators below the golden core stage to venture inside. The system had investigated the area thoroughly, having frequented it on numerous occasions, and was well acquainted with the local environment. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, while the Righteous Alliance managed to defeat the demon sect, they did not entirely eliminate the lingering threats. It appeared that, aside from internal issues within the righteous sects, the unique terrain and environment of the demon sect played a significant role as well. However, Chongqing, being at the late nascent soul stage, found the miasma inconsequential. Upon entering the marshland, the stench intensified. Even flying in midair, he found it somewhat unbearable, unable to resist covering his nose with his sleeve. As he flew and observed, his pace naturally slowed. After traversing several hundred miles, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air. "Host, be cautious. These are fire ants. Although they are merely third-tier magical beasts, their collective action can be quite lethal," the system promptly warned. Just as the system finished speaking, a swarm of fire ants zipped past Chongqing, seemingly avoiding him deliberately. "What is going on here?" the system questioned, baffled. Though third-tier magical beasts lacked intelligence, they possessed an instinct to seek out benefits and evade danger. Without external control, they would not attack an opponent they deemed unbeatable. Chongqing explained. As he continued onward, he encountered several other magical beasts, all of which instinctively steered clear, resulting in an absence of conflict. "Host, This is far too easy. The system marveled. That is because I am well aware that in the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Indeed, although the dimensionality of the cultivation world in this lesser realm differs from that of the greater world, the fundamental rules are derived from the latter. Chongqing has thrived in the higher cultivation realm precisely because he is familiar with these principles. This is also why he chose to cultivate to the late nascent soul stage before emerging from seclusion. Before long, Chongqing traversed the marshland. However, the sight that met his eyes left him utterly astonished. Before him stood an imposing complex of palaces nestled among the mountains. The scene was alive with phoenixes and cheilants, surrounded by vibrant clouds, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, a sight of unparalleled beauty. This is even more ethereal than a celestial mountain. Chongqing gasped in disbelief. Indeed. Must the demonic cultivators dwell perpetually in darkness? The system replied, somewhat smug at Chongqing's astonished expression. It had refrained from disclosing the specifics of the marsh's conditions. Relishing in his surprise enough, I am here to annihilate, not to admire. Chongqing retorted, ignoring the system. He revealed his presence, unleashing a tremendous aura that cascaded downwards. The once tranquil palaces of the demon sect erupted into chaos. With countless figures rising from various corners, a sweep of Chongqing's divine sense revealed over 10 nascent soul cultivators. Wait, shouldn't there be transformation stage cultivators stationed here? Has the system's intelligence failed? A sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Chongqing. With a mere thought, he vanished from his position, a black serpent, exuding a corrosive scent, coiled in the air below. Drip, drip, corrosive liquid continuously dripped from it. How brazen for a transformation stage cultivator to employ such a covert attack. Is this the demon sect's hospitality? Chongqing's voice held no discernible emotion. The figure enveloped in black mist across from him, realizing the ambush had failed, extended a hand, and the water serpent returned to his side. Swirling around him, hee, a sound akin to a wheezing wind echoed from within the black mist. A late nascent soul cultivator, yet capable of traversing space with such ease. What brings true monarch Chongqing to my demon sect? It appeared the demon sect was keenly aware of the righteous sect's affairs. If they could attack my righteous sect, it would be only fair for the righteous side to retaliate against the demon sect. Chongqing leisurely observed the scene. The laughter erupted not only from the demon sect's transformation cultivators, but also from the dozens of nascent soul cultivators nearby. As the righteous path truly left with only the true monarch Chongqing? The mocking tone of the demon sect's transformation cultivator was evident, yet the water dragons swirling around him stood erect, emitting low and ominous dragon roars. One person is sufficient. As soon as Chongqing's voice fell, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing above the demon sect's nascent soul cultivator. The onlookers were struck with terror and attempted to flee, only to find themselves ensnared by an overwhelming pressure that rendered them immobile. Countless vines erupted beneath their feet, growing with the wind and swiftly enveloping them. Bloodthirsty vines. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, these demonic plants pierced their skin, causing blood to pour forth rapidly. Cries of anguish filled the air, mingled with the incessant sucking sounds of the bloodthirsty vines, sending shivers down the spines of the lower-ranked demon sect cultivators who arrived later, leaving them paralyzed with fear and unable to assist. Form the formation, the resounding command echoed once more. Several formidable forces surged around Chongqing, encircling him tightly. This 9 dragons slaying immortals formation can eradicate transformation cultivators. True monarch Chongqing, you are merely at the late stage of nascent soul. No matter how strong your combat power, you cannot escape the demon sect's grasp. The demon sect's transformation cultivator could not help but laugh heartily. Sacrificing a dozen nascent soul cultivators to slay a righteous path quasi-transformation cultivator is hardly a loss. The 9 dragons slaying immortals formation? Chongqing fixed his gaze and saw 9 black water dragons arranged in the positions of the 8 trigrams, forming a circle around him. Is this not the 9 palaces formation? Such an imposing name exists in this realm. He could not help but chuckle in disbelief. This 9 palaces formation is one of the foundational formations of his realm. Based on the Qian, Kan, Jin, Zhan, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui palaces, designed to encircle and annihilate opponents in the center, boasting doubled lethality that can amplify a single force up to 8-fold, making its destructive power formidable, if executed by a transformation cultivator. It would be akin to 8 transformation cultivators attacking simultaneously, rendering the claim of being able to slay a transformation cultivator not merely a boast. However, the formation's attack points would shift with the center's movement, ensuring that all attacks land on the center as long as a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Changqing's eyes. With a resounding dragon roar, the 9 enhanced dragons twisted their bodies, charging directly at Changqing. Even before their arrival, a nauseating stench of blood pervaded the air. The demon sect's transformation cultivators' triumphant laughter rang out again. True monarch Changqing, even if you possess extraordinary talent, before the words could finish, they choked in his throat, transforming into a shrill scream. Impossible. How did you accomplish this? Changqing, with a hand forming a seal and reciting incantations, moved through the formation as if strolling through a leisurely garden. Each step precisely timed to evade the oncoming attacks. This is absolutely impossible. The demon sect's transformation cultivator struck with both palms, his entire being merging into a mass of black mist within the formation. Instantly, the black mist surged, and the 9 black water dragons roared in unison. In the next moment, the entire formation surged with spiritual energy, and malevolent aura filled the skies. Die! Disjointed voices echoed from all directions within the formation. The lower-ranked demon sect cultivators outside could no longer discern the situation within. All they could hear was a cacophony of dragon roars and billowing black mist, occasionally punctuated by eerie cries. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the black mist began to dissipate, and the dragon roars faded to a whisper. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a resounding crack sounded like thunder from a clear sky, and a dark figure was sent hurtling out, crashing into the crowd. It was none other than the demon sect transformation cultivator. As the crowd focused, there was no longer a trace of the 9 dragons. Only a towering tree remained, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Cough, cough. Is this the Kangwu divine tree? The demon sect transformation cultivator staggered to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. At this moment, the black mist enveloping him had dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was short and emaciated, his face gaunt, hunched over, with blood at the corner of his mouth, resembling a frail old man nearing death. Utterly devoid of the presence of a transformation cultivator. Who are you? He gasped hoarsely. Changqing leapt down from the tree. Who am I? The dead have no need for such knowledge. Ha 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 ha. The demon sect transformation cultivator suddenly erupted into wild laughter. You wish to kill me? Not so easily. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the black mist that had vanished around him reappeared, but instead of attacking Changqing directly, it swiftly spread to envelop the nearby lower-ranked demon cultivators. A chorus of wails arose as he transformed into a cloud of black mist, merging into the throng. The lower-ranked demon cultivators were struck with terror, hastily attempting to flee on their flying devices. Creating chaos. You wish to absorb cultivation and recover your injuries? These low-ranked cultivators likely won't suffice. Changqing snorted coldly, and countless vines sprouted from beneath his feet. Under his spiritual influence, these vines coiled like ethereal serpents, piercing through the fleeing demon disciples. In an instant, the skies above the demon sect were drenched in blood, with screams rising in a chorus. The demon sect transformation cultivator had absorbed considerable cultivation and was about to exploit the chaos to escape when he was caught off guard by Changqing's unwavering gaze. With a swift motion, a vine pierced through his chest, leading to the demise of the transformation cultivator. I merely requested your assistance in eliminating some low-ranked demon disciples. Did you think you could escape in your injured state? Not a chance. With the battle in the skies concluded, scarcely 1 in 10 of the demon sect disciples survived. After tidying up the battlefield, Changqing entered the demon sect's inner sanctum, only to find it utterly deserted. He. The demon sect has committed numerous heinous acts. Seeing their ancestor defeated, the low-ranked cultivators had long since fled. The system interjected. Host, shall we pursue them? I know their direction. They are merely low-ranked cultivators at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. They pose no threat. Let them go. Chongqing replied nonchalantly. Host, let us hurry to the Wanxiang sect to see the male and female leads. The system urged again. In a rush, Chongqing began examining the demon sect's protective formation with great care. Given the recent battle, the demon sect's ancestor likely never anticipated being defeated by a late-stage nascent soul like Chongqing. Hence, the protective formation had not been activated. Had they activated it earlier, this battle would have required much more effort. However, it's understandable. Who would activate a protective formation for a single incoming enemy? The protective formation relies on the sect's spiritual veins to function, and activating it incurs significant costs. With Chongqing's initial assault leading to the deaths of numerous nascent soul cultivators and entangling the transformation cultivator, the lower-ranked cultivators would be powerless to initiate the formation. Though Chongqing did not specialize in formations during his time as a great demon, he had some understanding. The formations in lower realms were markedly inferior, and thus he made modifications to the demon sect's protective formation. After half an hour, the formation appeared unchanged, yet it had transformed from a defensive array into a lethal trap. Host, this is too sinister. The system, having observed the entire process, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Is it only permissible for the demon sect to annihilate, while I cannot eradicate the demon sect? Chongqing clapped his hands leisurely. The demon sect's battle with the Wanxiang sect and the righteous path will ultimately return to this stronghold. When that time comes, this formation will be activated to absorb the entire demon sect's spiritual veins as offensive power. Even a transformation cultivator would find it hard to resist. At that point, the demon sect will be annihilated, and the Xinxia sect will no longer have to worry about extermination. Can we leave now? The system inquired cautiously. In a rush, I must first endure a tribulation. Chongqing gazed upward at the gathering thunderclouds. System. I have never been so speechless. Chapter 14. The second-generation cultivator male supporting role in the cultivation world. 8. Chongqing summoned the Kangwu divine tree once more, his figure dimming as he transformed into specks of starlight, merging within. The spiritual energy of the entire demon sect began to surge rapidly toward the divine tree. At this moment, the swirling tribulation clouds in the sky accelerated and stratified, forming a massive inverted funnel-shaped vortex. The outer rim of the vortex was darkening black clouds, gradually lightening as it approached the center, where a range of several dozen feet was devoid of any black clouds, revealing a brilliant white lightning, with deep red arcs flashing through, heralding the cataclysmic power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Countless purple lightning bolts finally coalesced, twisting down the swirling tribulation clouds like a blood-soaked spear racing toward the divine tree. A series of formidable thunderbolts struck down incessantly, yet the divine tree remained unyielding, with only its leaves falling and regrowing. When the thunder tribulation finally subsided, the entire divine tree had grown significantly sturdier. A flash of white light revealed Chongqing's form. The aura belonging to a transformation cultivator enveloped him entirely as he closed his eyes, absorbing the spiritual rain descending from the sky. His cultivation had long since reached the peak of the nascent soul, with only a single opportunity separating him from the transformation stage. Since summoning the Kangwu divine tree during the battle with the demon sect cultivators, he had sensed that this opportunity had arrived. And indeed, just as he completed the modifications to the formation, the thunder tribulation appeared. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Kangwu divine tree back. Let us go to the Wanxiang sect. Chongqing said as he rose. The system leaped 3 feet into the air. Host, are you finally going to rescue the male and female leads? Why are you so concerned about the male and female leads? Chongqing found himself somewhat perplexed. The life and death of the male and female protagonists were not the wishes of their original selves. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, the system resolutely stated, the male and female leads are individuals who embody great fortune, favored by the heavens. Should they perish before their fortune is exhausted, chaos will ensue in the world, adversely affecting my assessment. Chongqing retorted, why not be straightforward? Since the male and female protagonists are indeed the bearers of great fortune, their demise would not come so easily. With a fleeting motion, Chongqing vanished, appearing 1,000 miles away. Upon arriving at Wanxiang sect, he witnessed a fierce battle unfolding. He concealed himself, observing intently. The sect's grand formation had sustained numerous breaches. It was unclear whether an insider had betrayed them or if they had been forcefully attacked. The aerial combat unfolded in multiple layers, with the highest level shrouded in tumultuous winds and sword energies, rendering the figures nearly invisible, save for the occasional sound of magical artifacts clashing. To his astonishment, Chongqing discovered that the male and female protagonists were engaged in combat at this very level, standing alongside the sect's elder against two formidable demonic cultivators in the transformation stage. The male protagonist had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Though his cultivation was evidently unstable, likely having just broken through in the midst of battle. The female protagonist, on the other hand, was in the early stage of nascent soul, with the male employing the 10,000 sword technique as the primary assault, while the female appeared to have cultivated a complementary method, enabling their combined strength to contend with the transformation cultivators. However, despite their synergy, they were still outmatched, necessitating the elder's occasional assistance. Consequently, the upper battlefield of Wanxiang's sect was at a disadvantage. Should their top-tier combatants be eradicated, the sect's downfall would be merely a matter of time. It seemed that Wanxiang's sect was holding out tenaciously, prompting the demonic sect to dispatch another transformation cultivator for reinforcement. Chongqing mused. With two demonic transformation cultivators present, it meant that there was only one obstructing the righteous force's reinforcements. Chongqing lamented the disunity among the righteous sects. It was worth noting that several late-stage nascent soul cultivators were part of the support teams. If they united, breaking through a single transformation cultivator's blockade should not be impossible. Yet, the reinforcements had yet to arrive, casting doubt on their ability to shatter the obstruction. Chongqing's gaze shifted to the middle layer of the battlefield, where nascent soul cultivators were engaged in a seemingly evenly matched conflict. He spotted Sect Master Gong in this layer, locked in a fierce struggle against a mid-stage demonic cultivator. The lowest layer was a chaotic battleground of Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators, marked by the highest number of participants and casualties. Various magical artifacts flew about chaotically, with injuries and fatalities occurring frequently. Rough estimates suggested that every breath claimed 2 or 3 cultivators, rendering it a scene of utter carnage. "Host, do you wish to intervene?" the system inquired, unable to contain itself. Chongqing furrowed his brow. Both sides were suffering losses, yet the demonic sect held the upper hand in high-tier strength. Moreover, could the male protagonist's internal demonic energy be a reason for the demonic sect's aggressive assault on Wanxiang's sect? The battle had not yet reached its most critical juncture, and Chongqing was curious to see what other trump cards the demonic sect might possess. "Perhaps I should head to support the reinforcements," Chongqing declared as he stood. He recalled that during the discussions regarding support, the sects had decided to gather before acting, to avoid being picked off individually. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they had indeed been stalled by the demonic transformation cultivators along the way. At that moment, atop the mountains approximately 2,000 kilometers from Wanxiang's sect, a scholar-like figure, holding a feather fan and wearing a silk cap, effortlessly repelled several advancing cultivators with a mere flick of his wrist. A benign smile adorned his face as he addressed the assembly. "Everyone, please rest here. There is no need to wade into the murky waters between the demonic sect and Wanxiang's sect." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with the might of a transformation cultivator, echoing directly in the ears of the righteous cultivators before him. The furious leader of the Xinxia sect, Master Jian Feng, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Everyone, charge together. We have so many nascent soul cultivators, including several at the late stage. I refuse to believe he can fend us all off. Xin Yuan, your words are too simplistic. They have a mid-stage transformation cultivator on the opposing side." Someone promptly countered, "Indeed, we have worked hard to reach our current levels. Why should we risk our lives against higher-tier cultivators?" Another chimed in. The assembly erupted into a cacophony of dissenting voices. "A bunch of cowards. This is not merely a matter between the demonic sect and Wanxiang sect. It is a battle between the demonic sect and the righteous path. Do you not understand the concept of mutual destruction?" Master Xin Yuan lamented, exasperated. "Better to remain alive than to perish now," someone retorted. Seeing the righteous cultivators squabbling among themselves, The scholar-like demonic transformation cultivator's smile widened, and with a wave of his hand, he produced an opulent, shimmering golden bed, reclining upon it as if wholly unconcerned. This. Many righteous cultivators could no longer endure the sight. Under Master Xian Yuan's leadership, over a dozen cultivators surged forward. The white-faced scholar furrowed his brow, and from the bed, dozens of silken curtains shot forth like swords, clashing with the advancing righteous cultivators. Although the righteous side held a numerical advantage, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The foremost few, wielding magical artifacts, collided with the silken curtains, producing the sound of clashing metal. Though their shock, the force caused their weapons to nearly slip from their grasp, as fear gripped their hearts. The righteous cultivators unleashed their magical artifacts and talismans, yet they paled in comparison to the abilities of the transformation cultivator, struggling to breach the defense of the silken curtains, let alone close the distance. After a fierce entanglement, the righteous cultivators were compelled to retreat. Faces pale, they exchanged glances filled with despair. Among them were those who understood the situation. They realized that the enemy's restraint was intended to avoid provoking the masses. Knowing that if they charged together, even a transformation cultivator could not hope to fully obstruct them. The crux lay in the unwillingness of most to risk their lives when they could preserve their own. The demonic sect had keenly seized upon this weakness, daring to obstruct the righteous reinforcements with a single transformation cultivator. Seeing the righteous forces falter, the white-faced scholar leisurely rose, gesturing for them to retreat. He altered his previously gentle demeanor, adopting a tone of haughty superiority. "Everyone, please return, as long as I am here. You shall never pass." And no sooner had he spoken than a chilling voice echoed from the horizon. "Is that so?" Even before the figure arrived, the presence of another transformation cultivator permeated the air. Another transformation cultivator? The hearts of the righteous cultivators leapt in alarm. As the final syllable fell, Chongqing's figure materialized before them. Chongqing Zhanjuan? The righteous cultivators collectively experienced a moment of disorientation. Many had attended the nascent soul ceremony hosted by Chongqing at the Xinxia sect. Although they had anticipated his swift ascension to transformation, witnessing a genuine transformation cultivator before them was a shocking reality. He truly achieved transformation so swiftly. The gazes of the onlookers toward Chongqing were tinged with newfound reverence. Regardless, the arrival of their own transformation cultivator instilled a newfound confidence in the assembly. Master Xian Yuan and the others hastily approached to pay their respects. Chongqing waved dismissively, turning to confront the demonic transformation cultivator. "Make your move." Without awaiting a response, thorns erupted into the air, howling as they surged forth. Chongqing had no desire to engage in a prolonged verbal exchange. He channeled his spiritual energy, causing the thorns to grow and multiply until, within a breath, they enveloped nearly half the sky. What immense power! It was rare to witness a battle between transformation cultivators, and the onlookers fell silent, keenly observing the battlefield. However, the opposing demonic cultivator showed no intention of fighting. He formed a seal with his hands, and a visible crimson radiance enveloped him, causing him to vanish from sight. Only a voice echoed from the distance, "Chongqing Zhanjuan, this place is unsuitable for battle. Until we meet again." Chongqing made no attempt to pursue. Transformation cultivators could traverse vast distances, and even days of chase might yield no results unless a decisive blow were struck in combat or a serious injury sustained. Thus, there was little merit in a chase right from the outset. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew his powers. "Fellow cultivators, the battle at Wanxiang's sect rages on. With the obstruction lifted, I urge you all to hasten to provide support." Everyone nodded in agreement. There was nothing more to be said, for they had come to aid Wanxiang's sect. Thus, the assembly set forth, a grand procession toward Wanxiang's sect. Initially concerned that the demonic transformation cultivator might return, Chongqing intended to act alongside them. However, upon learning from the system that the demonic cultivator seemed to have sensed the situation at the sect and was hastening back to the demonic stronghold, he quickened his pace, swiftly outdistancing the group behind him. Chapter 15. The second generation of cultivators in the immortal world. Male supporting character, 9. At this moment, the battle above Wanxiang's sect had transformed dramatically from earlier. The lowest layer, comprising Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators, had lost nearly half its numbers, suffering a grievous casualty rate. Yet their overall strength remained relatively balanced, trading blows back and forth in the middle layer. However, the demonic sect held a definitive advantage, with Wanxiang sect reportedly having lost 3 or 4 cultivators. Sect Master Gong was bloodied but still battling valiantly against 2 opponents. Yet, the shift in his aura suggested he had employed some forbidden technique to enhance his combat prowess. Most astonishingly, at the highest layer, the male protagonist, Xiao Han, appeared utterly transformed, enveloped in swirling black energy, exuding an unearthly aura. His gaze was vacant, and the surrounding sword energies whirled chaotically, indicating he had lost his senses. Meanwhile, Gong Shuer, her eyes aflame with determination, unleashed a barrage of talismans and magical artifacts, assaulting the opposing demonic cultivator, yet they were effortlessly evaded. The venerable ancestor of the Wanxiang sect had made several attempts to project his consciousness and rescue his disciples, only to be ensnared by the opposing cultivators. Indeed, such was the case. The malevolent energy within him surged forth, a little more, just a little more. Didn't it feel far more pleasurable? The dark cultivator from the demon sect effortlessly deflected Gong Shuer's assault. His voice sharp and grating, akin to the sound of metal scraping together, imbued with a hint of spiritual power that possessed an enchanting allure. Hee 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 hee. A peculiar laughter emanated from Xiao Han's throat, his body contorting in an unnatural manner, as tendrils of black mist erupted from his skin, soon enveloping his entire form. Xiao Han, regain your senses. Gong Shuer cried desperately. Initially, she and Xiao Han had joined forces against a single transformation stage cultivator but found themselves at a disadvantage. Although their cooperation was seamless and the 10,000 swords technique formidable, their cultivation levels were still inferior, and prolonged engagement had led to a depletion of spiritual energy, fraught with peril. Xiao Han had resorted to forbidden techniques multiple times merely to hold on until now. Little did anyone anticipate that Xiao Han would unleash a torrent of demonic energy at such a critical moment, much to the delight of the opposing transformation stage cultivator. Under his deliberate guidance, Xiao Han, as if possessed, lost his wits and his combat prowess evaporated. Gong Shuer understood that, at this juncture, it was utterly impossible for her to defeat a transformation stage cultivator alone. Thus, she unleashed all her hidden cards, hoping to delay for even a moment and praying that Xiao Han would awaken in time. The ancestor of the Wanxiang sect felt a profound despair. He knew all too well that regaining consciousness after succumbing to madness was nearly impossible. Though Xiao Han had lost his mind, the madness continued to escalate, and indiscriminate attacks were a looming threat. Realizing that Gong Shuer was now in peril, he recognized the dire consequences of this battle. Having lived for thousands of years, he valued his own life even more than the sect, and the reconstruction of a sect by a transformation stage cultivator was not an insurmountable task. With this thought, his resolve solidified. Upon observing his erratic gaze, Chongqing launched a series of fierce assaults, discerning his intentions. However, facing 2 transformation stage cultivators, extricating oneself would not be so simple, as expected. Although the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect managed to repel the demon sect cultivators momentarily, as he attempted to withdraw, another transformation stage demon cultivator disregarded Gong Shuer and blocked his path. "Old ghost, we're right here. Think you can leave?" he cackled, his laughter grating like a broken gong. At this point, Gong Shuer, realizing the ancestor was contemplating retreat, felt an even deeper sense of despair. She watched as Xiao Han began to slash wildly at the air, fear gripping her heart, rendering her hesitant to approach. She instinctively recalled Gu Chongqing, the man who always wore an expression of calm indifference, no matter the circumstances. What would he do if he were here? At a loss for what to do. She was caught in uncertainty. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect found himself in grave danger as he faced 2 transformation stage demons. In less than a moment, he had sustained numerous new injuries. He understood that reinforcements from various factions had surely been obstructed, and now, the battle at the transformation stage was a complete failure, with the entire sect facing annihilation. Was he truly destined to resort to self-detonation of his cultivation? He couldn't help but feel despondent. No, it was not yet time for that. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching at lightning speed. Chongqing was racing towards them, showing no sign of concealing his presence. At this moment, not only the transformation stage cultivators sensed it, but even Gong Shuer felt someone was arriving. Could it be that help had finally arrived? This thought resonated in the minds of both the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect and Gong Shuer. The expressions of the two transformation stage demon cultivators also shifted. The demon sect had dispatched 3 transformation stage cultivators for this operation, and since 2 were present here, the third must be obstructing the righteous reinforcements. Thus, the newcomer could not possibly be a demon cultivator. The righteous path had actually sent a transformation stage cultivator to their aid. They exchanged knowing glances. One of them suddenly charged towards Gong Shuer. A massive hand formed from dark energy reaching out like an eagle's claw, intent on eliminating an opponent first. At that moment, Gong Shuer spied a glimmer of hope and would not resign herself to inaction. With a swift motion, she retrieved a violet umbrella from her storage ring, performing a hand seal to instantly unfurl it. The umbrella, radiating a soft violet glow, enveloped her entirely, creating a separate space. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Umbrella. This was a magical artifact gifted by her father upon her birth, capable of withstanding an attack from a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. This was her last line of defense. She pressed her hands together, channeling her spiritual energy into it. 7 Treasures Exquisite Umbrella, you must protect me from this blow, she silently prayed. Yet, before her stood a transformation stage cultivator. With a sharp crack, the umbrella that could withstand a late-stage nascent soul attack shattered into fragments. The massive demonic hand hesitated only slightly before continuing its descent. Under the immense pressure, Gong Shuer found herself utterly immobilized. In her peripheral vision, she saw the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect entangled with the demon cultivators. Unable to break free, in despair, she shut her eyes. However, instead of the anticipated agony of flesh tearing and bone shattering, she was met with only the sensation of sharp spikes grazing her scalp. Feeling the oppressive force dissipate, she opened her eyes. Countless emerald thorn swords had engaged the transformation stage demon cultivator in combat. These thorn swords gleamed with a verdant light, each adorned with numerous long spikes. Strangely, these thorn swords, along with their spikes, seemed to possess a life of their own, their lengths adjusting freely, greatly enhancing their attack agility. The demon cultivator, caught off guard, found himself with several gashes across his body. A voice rang out from behind. Shuer, go tend to your senior brother Shao. Do not linger here and impede my battle. Though the latter part of the sentence went unspoken, Gong Shuer understood the implication in his tone. Turning around, she beheld Chongqing standing leisurely behind her, his gaze calm as he regarded her, as if looking through her to the demon cultivators ahead. You? Gong Shuer was taken aback to see that it was Chongqing, and even more so that he had already reached the transformation stage. Meeting his indifferent gaze, she absent-mindedly touched the large patch of hair that had been scraped off her head, swallowing her words. What is so impressive about being a transformation stage cultivator? With a toss of her head, she dashed towards Xiao Han. Yet, in the next instant, she was hurled backward. Xiao Han's eyes were bloodshot, and the sword energy before him danced wildly. Though he had lost his mind, he still retained the instinctual vigilance of a cultivator. At this moment, he recognized no one. As soon as Gong Shuer approached, he sent her flying with a single strike. Chongqing ignored Gong Shuer, commanding the thorn swords to engage the demon cultivators in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect, revitalized by the arrival of reinforcements, unleashed various magical artifacts with vigor, momentarily suppressing the demon cultivators, rendering them powerless to retaliate. Careful, senior brother Gu. Gong Shuer's voice rang out. It turned out that Xiao Han was launching a frenzied assault towards Chongqing, enveloped in a storm of sword energy. This male protagonist still appears to harbor considerable hostility towards me, even in a state of madness, Chongqing noted coldly. System, would eliminating the male protagonist affect the small world? Well, I'm not entirely sure, the system replied nervously. Beads of sweat forming. What use are you? Chongqing could not help but retort, "Then let us bind him for now. After all, the mission is paramount. If the small world were to collapse, all our efforts would be in vain." With a wave of his hand, countless vines sprang forth, ensnaring Xiao Han before he could react. Chongqing tossed Xiao Han beside Gong Shuer and instructed, "Take him away from here." Naturally, Gong Shuer complied without hesitation. Lifting the incapacitated Xiao Han and turning to flee the battlefield, this moment, the reinforcements from the righteous path had also arrived, joining the fray. The situation at the mid and lower levels shifted dramatically in favor of the righteous side. Exchanging glances, the two transformation stage demon cultivators, who had been battling the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect, suddenly turned their attention towards Chongqing. Did they think they could treat him like a soft persimmon? Indeed, the two demon cultivators had such thoughts. Though they were somewhat worn, they were still mid-stage transformation cultivators. Seeing Chongqing was a newly ascended transformation cultivator, they naturally felt a sense of disdain and sought to eliminate him first to secure an advantage on the battlefield. However, in the next moment, they would regret their underestimation. As Chongqing unleashed his hand seal, a colossal divine tree descended, its vast canopy obscuring the sky, enveloping the entire upper battlefield within its embrace. One tree becomes a forest. The two demon cultivators felt the sky darken abruptly, and before they could react, they found themselves ensnared within the verdant expanse. Realizing the peril, they attempted to withdraw, but a torrent of attacks surged towards them from all directions, forcing them to expend their energy to defend themselves. At this juncture, the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect also arrived, seemingly unaffected by the forest. Thus, the fierce battle continued. This conflict raged on for an entire day. The towering trees concealed the entire battlefield, leaving no one aware of the specific circumstances within. Once the battles at the mid and lower levels had determined a victor, and the fleeing demon cultivators had been thoroughly pursued, only then did the clash at the upper echelon conclude. Without warning, the forest that had shrouded the battlefield vanished. Chongqing and the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect emerged, while the transformation stage demon cultivators had completely vanished. Victory! Though it came at a heavy cost, the righteous path had finally triumphed. The crowd could not help but burst into cheers before the grand hall of the Wanxiang sect. Countless medical practitioners moved back and forth, tending to the injured. Although they had emerged victorious, a somber atmosphere still enveloped the Wanxiang sect. Half of their yuan and cultivators had perished, and innumerable disciples of the Jin Dan rank and below had also fallen, leaving most of the surviving students mourning the loss of close friends in this battle. It would likely take a century or more for them to regain their vitality. This thought lingered in the hearts of all. Some cast their gaze toward the young Huashan, who was conversing with the members of the Xinxia sect, and could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. The celestial landscape of the cultivation world had changed. This battle had severely weakened the demonic sect, while the Wanxiang sect had also suffered greatly. Yet, the Xinxia sect had produced a formidable young Huashan, disrupting the balance and likely expanding their influence for centuries to come. Fellow cultivators, in this time of peril, your willingness to lend a helping hand has saved the Wanxiang sect from despair, and we are eternally grateful, the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect stated, bowing deeply in appreciation to everyone who had extended their assistance. You honor us too much, ancestor. The righteous path is interconnected, and it is only fitting that we act in such a manner, came the collective reply of the crowd, with a face etched with sorrow and a resolute voice. He continued, for nearly a century, the demonic sect has grown increasingly rampant, and now they have committed the heinous act of ambushing our righteous sections. Today it is the Wanxiang sect, but which sect will be next? He surveyed the room, noting the thoughtful expressions of those present, before adding, in the wake of this battle, 2 Huashan of the demonic sect have fallen, significantly diminishing their strength. This presents a golden opportunity for our righteous path. Therefore, I propose that the 3 righteous sects and 5 factions unite to issue a decree of extermination, decisively constricting the demonic sect space for survival to prevent a recurrence of such tragedy. What do you all think? Given the immense losses suffered by the Wanxiang sect, it was only natural that they sought retribution. The supporting cultivators from various sects were typically leaders of their respective peaks and wielded substantial authority. Witnessing the devastation of the Wanxiang sect, they felt a deep sense of empathy. However, Issuing a decree of extermination was not a decision they could make unilaterally. It required deliberation among their sects, with the approval of their Huashan ancestors. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. A cool voice broke the silence. I support the Wanxiang sect's proposal. The cultivators of the world have long suffered under the tyranny of the demonic sect. With their current defeat, they may attempt revenge. We must take advantage of this momentum to eliminate this persistent bane of the cultivation world once and for all. That I, representing the Xinxia sect, agree to this proposal. Longqing stood, eager to take the lead in striking against the demonic sect. Although the demonic sect was currently weakened, no one could predict if they would rise again. The best course of action was to maintain relentless pressure to eradicate the conditions for their resurgence. With the Wanxiang sect seeking vengeance and aiming to crush the demonic sect, Longqing was more than willing to fuel the fire. Indeed, the demonic sect has gone too far, exclaimed Peak Master Xinyuan, stepping forward. Furthermore, I have good news to share with everyone. He paused, noticing the attention of the crowd before continuing. Before aiding the Wanxiang sect, true monarch Longqing ventured into the heart of the demonic sect and eliminated their remaining Huashan. Now, the demonic sect is like a dog with no home. As long as the righteous path stands united, we shall no longer fear the demonic sect. At this declaration, a stir of astonishment spread through the assembly. To venture alone into the lair of the demonic sect was no ordinary feat, especially to have vanquished a Huashan cultivator. It was known that all 4 Huashan of the demonic sect were at least mid-stage in cultivation. Did this not imply that Longqing's might had surpassed that of an ordinary Huashan? The crowd was left in awe. Only the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect remained unfazed, having jointly slain 2 Huashan of the demonic sect alongside Longqing. He possessed a more direct understanding of Longqing's prowess and thus was not surprised by his ability to single-handedly vanquish a Huashan cultivator. He was well aware that the others lacked the authority to make a definitive decision at that moment. Their suggestions were merely preliminary expressions of intent. To his surprise, Longqing and the Xinxia sect had swiftly agreed. He held no doubts about the weight Longqing and Peak Master Xinyuan carried in the Xinxia sect. After all, the words of a Huashan cultivator could almost be seen as the voice of their sect. Moreover, the Xinxia sect had always been a staunch advocate for a proactive stance against the demonic sect. Thus, he seized the opportunity to speak again. True monarch Longqing's actions are commendable, I ask you. Over the years, which sect has not suffered losses at the hands of the demonic sect? Their hostility towards us has never waned. I have decided to send out invitations to all sects in a month's time, to convene a council and discuss a grand strategy to eliminate the demonic threat. I hope for your support in this endeavor. The demonic sect has wrought havoc upon the lives of many. I will relay the ancestors' sentiments to my sect, came the chorus of agreement from the assembly. Following this, they were guided by the disciples of the Wanxiang sect to rest at the guest quarters. Longqing, however, declined the Wanxiang sect's repeated invitations to stay, opting instead to return directly to the Xinxia sect. In this battle, the supporting forces had suffered minimal losses, while the demonic sect had sustained significant damage, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to the Xinxia sect for the next century. Moreover, the Wanxiang sect had now firmly set their sights on the demonic sect, and with the righteous path united in their efforts. Any potential resurgence of the demonic sect would likely be fraught with difficulty, especially after the system informed Longqing that many demonic cultivators had triggered the Great Formation upon returning to their sect, leading to their immediate demise. He felt a sense of reassurance. As for the male protagonist, he believed that the Wanxiang sect's foundations would suffice to purge the demonic energy from him, though it might take some time. Thus, after reporting all matters to his sect, Longqing chose to enter seclusion once more. He had no intentions of involving himself in subsequent events. When the system informed him several centuries later that Xiao Han had become the leader of the Wanxiang sect, he was not at all surprised. So, Xiao Han has indeed become the sect leader as per the storyline? Indeed. The demonic energy within Xiao Han was painstakingly eradicated by the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect. Over the years, his cultivation has advanced significantly, and he has actively participated in the extermination of the remnants of the demonic sect, consistently topping the extermination rankings. It is said that the last remaining Huashan of the demonic sect fell at his hands. The system frequently ventured out and was quite well informed about the cultivation world. What of Gong Shuer? Did she, as per the original narrative, become the male protagonist's Tao partner? Not quite. Following the great battle, Gong Shuer, like the male protagonist, became a fervent cultivator and a key force in the eradication of the demonic sect. She has now reached the pinnacle of Yuan Ying and inherited the position of peak master of the Bixia peak of the Wanxiang sect. Thus, my arrival has indeed altered certain events, Longqing mused. Has the mission been completed now? He inquired again. Hold on, let me check the progress bar. Yes, it is complete. Host, shall we depart? Yes, let us leave. After all, it is not unusual for a Huashan cultivator to remain in seclusion for a millennium. Longqing responded without hesitation. With a flash of white light, Longqing departed from this world. Chapter 16. The second generation of cultivators in the cultivation world, little junior sister's side story. Li Wanqing was an orphan. When her master picked her up from the mountain, he told her that she was the youngest and that she had 6 senior brothers. Gradually, she got to know 5 of her senior brothers, all of whom treated her kindly. She thought, this is what it feels like to have a family. She loved the Xinxia sect. However, after 2 years of joining, she had yet to see her 5th senior brother. Out of curiosity, she asked her 6th senior brother about him. The 6th senior brother shared many things, including the fact that the 5th senior brother was the most talented youth in the cultivation world. The only son of the sect leader, a fervent cultivator, and even had a fiancé. She was intrigued by how much her 6th senior brother seemed to know about the 5th senior brother. Even the rumors surrounding him. She couldn't help but wonder if the 6th senior brother had feelings for the 5th senior brother. Yet, her curiosity about the 5th senior brother grew immensely, and her desire to know more became insatiable. Finally, when she reached the 8th layer of qi refining, she encountered her 5th senior brother at the sect's small competition conference. She beheld the tall, elegant youth who fought with the ease of a stroll. He appeared to be only a few years older than her, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of qi refining. He seemed affable yet distant, when he smiled and called her little junior sister. She felt her heart skip a beat. However, his gaze did not linger. He quickly turned to greet others with a smile. Subsequently, she began to focus on the 5th senior brother. She observed him delivering elixirs and magical artifacts to the Wanxiang sect. Though she was aware these were intended for his fiancé, a pang of discomfort still enveloped her. Later, she witnessed the 5th senior brother's defeat at the hands of a disciple from the Wanxiang sect. And a mix of sorrow and slight joy washed over her. She felt their distance had narrowed, realizing that he too could experience failure. Eventually, he went to propose, but returned in a state of despair. Upon hearing of the events that transpired, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront the Wanxiang sect. For the first time, she was engulfed in profound rage, more intense than the indignation she felt during her orphan days of being bullied. Yet, alongside that fury, a sense of helplessness settled in, stemming from her inadequate cultivation. Thus, she embarked on a frenzied path of cultivation, even attempting multiple times to train alongside the disheartened 5th senior brother. Alas, all her efforts bore no fruit. After all, she was merely a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots and had yet to penetrate the depths of his heart. At long last, after much struggle, she successfully laid her foundation. While the 5th senior brother, with the help of the sect leader, also achieved the golden core stage. She believed that everything was finally turning in their favor. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. The demonic sect launched an assault on their sect. Despite her low cultivation level, this was still her home. She witnessed the 5th senior brother drawing his sword and joining the fray, which instilled in her a profound sense of camaraderie. She charged into battle, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. She witnessed the fall of several senior brothers. An overwhelming dread gripped her. She feared losing her home once more. Thus, when a massive sword, brimming with murderous intent, descended upon the 5th senior brother, she leapt forward without hesitation. She could not bear the thought of becoming an orphan again. She felt the agonizing pain of being crushed, yet at that moment, her heart was tranquil. She hoped the 5th senior brother would survive, even though she knew the odds were slim. In the next instant, she awoke back at the scene of the 5th senior brother's duel with the disciple of the Wanxiang sect. Upon seeing the spirited 5th senior brother once more, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. But alas, this was a battle destined for defeat. She wished to dissuade him from continuing, yet found herself at a loss for words. As the events unfolded again, she realized she was still powerless to change anything. Frustration consumed her. However, the outcome diverged from her memories. The fifth senior brother triumphed, and it was a resounding victory. She sensed a subtle difference in him compared to her recollections. Yet she could not pinpoint what had changed. She longed to share the memories of her past with him, but opportunity eluded her. Therefore, when she received an invitation from the fifth senior brother to visit him, she resolved to inform him of the sect's impending crisis. Yet, she never anticipated that he would present her with a marrow-cleansing pill or that he would gently propose they cultivate together towards the God transformation stage. Overwhelmed, she fled in disarray. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, she felt her cheeks ablaze. Eventually, she succeeded in cleansing her marrow, and her cultivation progressed rapidly, surpassing even her previously highest achievements. However, when the fifth senior brother emerged from his retreat, he had reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Anger surged within her, feeling deceived by the fifth senior brother. Yet, she consoled herself, believing that with diligence, she could catch up. She thought that the fifth senior brother still cared for her. After all, he had appeared at her golden core tribulation scene. Indeed, she was certain that the fleeting figure in the distant mountains was none other than the fifth senior brother, for only he had the power to mislead the lightning tribulation. She redoubled her efforts in cultivation, not only to achieve the God transformation stage alongside the fifth senior brother, but also to lend her strength to the sect in overcoming its trials. However, the demonic sect launched an assault on the Wanxiang sect, resulting in a calamitous defeat, nearly wiping them out. She understood that the fifth senior brother played a significant role in this ordeal. She suspected he might also possess memories of the past. Regardless, her home remained intact, and her family was safe. This brought her joy. The only regret was that the fifth senior brother had once again entered seclusion. Years passed, and she finally attained the God transformation stage. Yet, the fifth senior brother remained in seclusion. She paid it no mind. After all, it was not uncommon for cultivators at this stage to seclude themselves for thousands of years. She began to travel across the continent, even bringing back several exceptionally talented disciples for the sect. Although these children were quickly claimed by several senior brothers upon their arrival, she harbored no resentment. In fact, she felt a swell of happiness. After all, her home was still standing, and her loved ones remained by her side. He inquired of the system. "Host, you should take a closer look at the part of the plot where the male lead establishes his base." The system reminded. Thus, Chongqing turned back to search, eventually locating the storyline relevant to the original host. The original host, young Chongqing, was merely an inconspicuous pawn in the narrative. The Yang family was one of the wealthiest in Nanxing, having started from a modest clothing business and rapidly amassed a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Riding the wave of reform, Yang's parents, having endured hardships together, forged a deep bond while building their empire. And as they had only one son, young Chongqing, they lavished him with affection, resulting in a harmonious family dynamic. However, due to their demanding careers and unrestricted financial support, the original host developed some undesirable traits. He spent money lavishly and surrounded himself with a group of aimless rich kids, frequently skipping classes, playing video games, and racing cars, causing considerable distress for his parents. Unsurprisingly, he did not achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination, prompting Yang's father to donate a building to secure his admission into a preparatory program at Nanxing University. They had contemplated sending him abroad, but due to the frequent occurrences of extreme weather and various epidemics in recent years, coupled with the original host's lack of self-reliance, his parents were understandably apprehensive. Once in university, the original host continued his hedonistic lifestyle, disappointing his parents further. Consequently, they arranged a marriage for him with Su Kaiwei, the daughter of the Su family. The Su family, having risen from real estate, was also among the affluent in Nanxing. However, Su's father faced a critical misstep in company restructuring, compounded by others' betrayal, which led to financial entrapment and impending bankruptcy. In such dire circumstances, securing support proved exceedingly challenging, as assistance is often more readily given in times of prosperity rather than adversity. Thus, Su's father contemplated a union. Su Kaiwei was a meticulously nurtured daughter. not only possessing beauty but also excelling academically, having gained admission to the business administration program at Nanjing University with high scores. Both Yang's parents were thoroughly satisfied, and the original host found himself quite taken with her. Before long, they held a betrothal ceremony, alleviating the Su family's crisis. In the narrative of the apocalypse, the original host appeared to be a minor character. Could it be that Su Kaiwei is the frosty school beauty who becomes one of the male lead's harem members? At this realization, Chongqing began to comprehend that, as the female lead's fiancé, his fate was likely to be bleak. The system remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Chongqing's conclusion. Consequently, Chongqing continued to peruse the plot, as the two navigated their lives. The original host naturally sought to grow closer to his fiancée. However, Su Kaiwei consistently maintained a cold demeanor, often only agreeing to meet him after numerous invitations. Her aloofness only served to pique the original host's interest further, prompting him to resort to various means to cheer her up. He frequently rose early to drive to the west of the city to procure her favorite fried dumplings and would deliver them to her dormitory. When he learned of her admiration for a particular young idol, he arranged for that idol to endorse his family's products, creating opportunities for her to dine with her idol. He also paid meticulous attention to the rituals that young women cherish, organizing celebrations for her birthday and other special occasions. Yet, the more he invested, the more he felt diminished, ultimately leading Su's parents to privately criticize him for being uneducated and lacking ambition. When the apocalypse struck, chaos engulfed the school, and Su Kaiwei and her roommates were too frightened to venture outside. Thus, the original host took it upon himself to search for food, scouring the school cafeteria and surrounding supermarkets and shops. A month later, the authorities announced the establishment of the first human base in the north, prompting the group to return home and gather their parents for the journey to the base. After picking up Su's parents and younger brother, they arrived at the Yang residence, only to find that Yang's parents were absent. The original host initially intended to stay a few days in search of his parents, but Su's family and others disagreed, suggesting that Yang's parents might have already joined the authorities in their exodus to the base. Without much thought, the group set off together. Throughout their journey, the Su family encountered various challenges. Su's mother suffered from diabetes, necessitating visits to urban hospitals for insulin and other medications. Su's father had high blood pressure, requiring similar care. Su's younger brother, Su Zhou, was a troublesome child, demanding various snacks and throwing tantrums, which placed the group in precarious situations. While Su Kaiwei fared somewhat better, she was still a sheltered young lady unaccustomed to hardship and unable to contribute meaningfully. Although the original host struggled academically, he was resourceful and agile. His skills in racing and fighting proved invaluable in the apocalypse, thus making him the group's protector. Whether it was charting safe routes, battling zombies, or foraging for food and water, he emerged as the team's cornerstone. 2 months after the emergence of zombies, humanity began to witness the awakening of supernatural abilities. Some awakened naturally, while a rare few did so after being bitten by zombies. The original host awakened a wood-based ability, while Su Kaiwei manifested a water-based power. Initially, the authorities categorized these abilities into 3 types: enhancement abilities, which primarily included enhancements to the senses, speed, and strength; elemental abilities, encompassing wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, and ice; and special abilities, including spatial and X-ray vision. After awakening their abilities, the team's lives became somewhat easier. The wood-based power could stimulate plant growth, providing the group with vegetables, while the water-based ability could generate water for drinking. In a world where vegetables were exceedingly scarce, with supermarkets only stocking long-lasting items like biscuits and noodles, the original host found himself tirelessly driving, foraging, and cultivating vegetables day in and day out. In their relationship, he perpetually occupied the subordinate role, thus feeling compelled to double his efforts in treating Su Kaiwei and her family well, hoping to bind her to him through kindness. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. The more he sacrificed, the more others took it for granted. Su Kaiwei remained perpetually indifferent, and Su's parents continually criticized the quantity and quality of food he procured, deeming the taste of the vegetables he grew lacking compared to what they had previously enjoyed. Su's younger brother lamented the absence of toys and snacks he desired. Eventually, they encountered the male lead's team during an outing and accepted an invitation to join his base. The base functioned as a small society with a complete operational system. All items required points for exchange, which could be obtained through the crystals garnered from defeating zombies or through participation in base labor. As an ability user, the original host was reluctant to engage in manual labor like ordinary people, as the points earned through such means were meager, barely sufficient for his survival needs. Su Caiwei's water-based ability lacked offensive capability. Her daily water output only sufficed for their household, insufficient for point exchange. Su's parents, citing their health issues, were unwilling to work, and Su Zhou, being only 8 years old, was not expected to contribute, thus placing the burden of providing for the family squarely on the original host's shoulders. By day, he accompanied the group in fighting zombies to earn points, and by night, he cultivated vegetables, leading to an exceedingly arduous existence. During this period, he proposed marriage to Su's family multiple times, only to be rebuffed each time. The Su family's rationale was that they needed further evaluation of his character. He also attempted to contact other bases in search of his parents, but all efforts ultimately proved futile. Thus, 3 years passed. Due to his relentless toil, he found himself devoid of time or crystals for training. While the majority of ability users in the base had reached levels above 3, Su Zhou even awakened a fire-based ability, whereas the original host's abilities stagnated at level 2. At this juncture, forming a team became increasingly difficult, as venturing out alone significantly elevated the risks, and his yields were often disappointing. Finally, one day, Su's parents proposed the dissolution of the engagement, citing that the Su family was progressing while he was unable to keep pace. What recourse did the original host have? One could only grit their teeth and endure. Subsequently, the original host's life became significantly more manageable, and his ability level advanced at an accelerated pace. He even devised a plan to seek out his parents at other bases once his powers reached level 4. However, before he could embark on this journey, he encountered his parents, now transformed into zombies, during a zombie horde. He utilized his powers to confine his zombified parents, hoping to keep them for future research to develop a cure. After all, in this era where both humans and zombies could mutate, anything was possible. Moreover, the base had introduced a freezing service for zombified family members, albeit at a steep maintenance cost. He approached the Su family, hoping they would lend him some points out of past camaraderie. Yet, no one consented. They stood on their moral high ground, condemning him as selfish, disregarding public safety, and proclaimed that once the zombie virus invaded the brain, even if the body remained intact, the individual could no longer be considered human, rendering the expenditure of points unnecessary. This infuriated the original host. During the crisis faced by Su's company, it was Yang's parents who had financially assisted them. After the outbreak, it was he who led his entire family north in search of refuge. And once stability returned to the base, he worked tirelessly to ensure the survival of his extended family. Now, simply requesting a few points resulted in such heartless responses. Consequently, he departed the base with his parents. Intending to continue north to the official base on the way, they were besieged by ability users, and the entire family was reduced to ashes in the inferno. After death, the original host learned that his parents perished while en route to South City University in search of him, and that the authorities had never dispatched anyone to South City for retrieval. Su Caiwei had become one of Chun Jin's concubines shortly after arriving at the base, and the ability users who attacked him were also sent by Chun Jin. Chun Jin's actions were merely fueled by jealousy towards the original host. The Chun family was considered wealthy in South City, yet they paled in comparison to the original host's social circle, merely being the subordinates of his subordinates. Witnessing the original host surrounded by admirers during their school days, as if he were the center of the universe, caused Chun Jin great discomfort, leading him to yearn for the day when he could trample the original host underfoot. Even after bringing Su Caiwei into his harem, during their clandestine romantic escapades, the male lead would refer to her as sister-in-law, exclaiming that nothing was more delectable than dumplings, nor more entertaining than a sister-in-law. One must admit, the male lead had quite the flair. Upon completing the narrative, Chongqing couldn't help but sigh in his view. The original host's fate was wholly self-inflicted. Go love others, one must first love oneself. Such unbounded self-sacrifice not only lacks significance but also brings calamity to oneself and those who genuinely care. Ultimately, the tragedy befalling the original host's family was of his own making. The system lamented. A devoted dog will not find a house, Chongqing. The system, upon entering each new world, delighted in acquiring new vocabulary, believing it showcased its adaptability, cultural integration, and professionalism. Having arrived in this world not long ago, it even connected to several operational server hosts, gleaning insights from various websites and forums, occasionally spouting half-understood phrases. Chongqing paid it no heed, instead meticulously searched the shop, discovering some instant noodles, water, biscuits, cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, and snacks in a corner storage area. This was a convenience store within the campus, primarily catering to students, hence it lacked household staples like rice, oil, or salt, focusing instead on easily consumable products. Chongqing, not one to be picky, took half of the instant noodles, water, and biscuits, filling the trunk and back seat of the small car to the brim. His intention was not out of benevolence to leave a lifeline for others searching for supplies, but rather to adhere to the principle of not exhausting resources in the cultivation world, thus avoiding the heart demon of overexploitation. During this time, several zombies approached upon hearing the noise, all of which he dispatching swiftly and efficiently. Once he started the car and hit the road, he pondered the original host's wishes. He hoped to live with dignity and for his parents to thrive. This was not a difficult aspiration. Chongqing pressed the accelerator, executing a sharp turn that left the zombies trailing far behind. As the original host was a prominent scion of South City, it was only natural that the car was of high quality. At this moment, with the window partially open, Chongqing relished the slightly warm autumn breeze, akin to the exhilarating sensation of riding a sword through the skies for the very first time. Before long, the car came to a stop beneath Dormitory Building 19. The engine's roar echoed, provoking a cacophony of scratching at the doors of the entire dormitory, creating an eerily unsettling ambience. At South City University, students typically locked their doors at night, as one person's mutation often led to another's bite. Thus, the current situation was that either an entire dormitory had succumbed to zombification, or none had been infected. Fortunately, in the early stages, zombies exhibited limited mobility and acted purely on instinct, making it challenging for them to burst through doors. This accounted for why many uninfected students could still maintain safety within their dormitories. Chongqing exited the vehicle, retrieving a steel pipe from the trunk, and made his way toward the dormitory. The electronic door was ajar, and a few meters ahead lay a security guard clad in a uniform, his head marred by a gaping wound, with a large pool of thick, dark blood already congealed on the ground. Chongqing recalled that this was the first zombie he had dispatched during his initial venture outside. However, he did not linger, opting instead to head for the stairs. Although the dormitory elevator was still operational, who could predict whether opening the door would unleash a throng of zombies? He dared not take that risk. This was a 9-story building. Floors 1 of 5 housed female students, while floors 6 to 9 were designated for male students. Su Kaiwei resided in room 301, the first room adjacent to the elevator, while the original host occupied room 507 on the 5th floor. On the second day of the apocalypse, students venturing outside sensed something amiss. After encountering a wave of zombies, they hurriedly retreated to their dormitories. At that time, communication signals had not yet been severed, and through the internet, everyone learned of similar occurrences nationwide, prompting the authorities to advise everyone to remain home temporarily to avoid perilous encounters. However, households typically stocked some food supplies, whereas student dormitories were likely devoid of such resources, possessing at most some instant noodles and snacks. After enduring a few days, survivors were compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. A daunting task for students lacking societal experience. Most preferred to remain in their dorms, subsisting on water rather than risk going outside. The original host had only been motivated to frequently seek food due to his desire to please his fiancée. However, Chongqing's return this time was not to deliver provisions to Su Kaiwei. He intended to pick up her roommate. Li Jiu and Li Jun, an orphan, had formed a decent rapport with the original host after becoming roommates. Often being hired to help with signing in and completing assignments in the original narrative, he accompanied the original host northward, serving as a key member of their group. However, his fate was not particularly bright. During one night of rest, Su's younger brother's incessant wailing for fried chicken attracted a horde of zombies, leading him to sacrifice himself, disappearing amidst the undead. This was one of the original host's regrets. Chongqing did not mind taking a detour to bring someone along. Originally, the two would often venture out together in search of food, But today, Li Jun was resting in the dormitory due to a severe cold. Throughout the journey, Changqing treaded lightly, but as he passed by the doors of other dormitories, he triggered a series of disturbances, with the sounds of scratching and hissing echoing around him. Arriving at room 507, Changqing first knocked on the door, executing a rapid 3 knocks, followed by 2 slower ones, and concluding with 5 quick knocks. Shortly after, a heavy object began to move behind the door. This was their agreed-upon knocking pattern. As dormitory doors were typically locked from the inside and reinforced with boxes, chairs, or other heavy items, merely using a key would not suffice to open them as soon as the door creaked open. Changqing swiftly slipped inside. "We need to gather our belongings and prepare to leave," he stated directly. Li Jun, slender and dark-skinned, likely due to his illness, bore an unwholesome flush on his face. "What is wrong?" "Qingge, didn't the authorities advise against going outside?" he asked, surprised, recalling that just recently, Qinggu had insisted on adhering to the official recommendation of staying indoors. "The campus supermarket has been thoroughly raided. If we continue to hide, we'll starve," Changqing replied, pouring himself a glass of water. "Besides, the large supermarkets outside have likely been cleaned out by the male lead. The convenience stores and small markets have probably been stripped bare by survivors over the past few days. If we wait any longer, even expired bread will be gone." Upon hearing this, Li Jun furrowed his brow. Understanding his concerns, Changqing elaborated, "Didn't the radio mention yesterday that the authorities were preparing to clear zombies in the north and establish a base for human activity? Thus, I plan to bring my parents along to that location." "Oh, I see." Li Jun began to comprehend. It had been 6 days since the zombies appeared, yet there had been no word from official rescue efforts. Deep down, he sensed that lingering would likely lead to a dead end. Consequently, the two began to pack their belongings. The original host's possessions in the dormitory were minimal, requiring little preparation, while Li Jun managed to gather a large box and bag of items. "By the way, did sister-in-law mention anything about packing?" Li Jun asked, zipping up the box and weighing it in his hands. "Forget her. Bro can't handle that anymore. Let it go." Changqing waved his hand nonchalantly. Displaying an air of indifference, Li Jun's face revealed a look of shock, but he quickly broke into a smile. "Qinggu, as long as you've come to terms with it, that's what matters." Li Jun felt a sense of injustice for Changqing. Throughout the year, he had witnessed Qingji's unwavering devotion to Su Kaiwei, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as heartfelt, not to mention the extravagant gifts and ceremonial gestures. He even acted like a servant, running errands to buy breakfast, and during the apocalypse, he disregarded his own safety to help find food. Yet Su Kaiwei remained cold and unresponsive. It was truly a considerable grievance for Qinggu. After all, Qinggu was a handsome and affluent young man, surrounded by admirers. Why was he so fixated on Su Kaiwei? Li Jun could never wrap his head around it. Su Kaiwei was indeed beautiful. But in the vibrant university setting, there were countless attractive girls. So why did she maintain such an icy demeanor? There was even an instance when he delivered a gift on behalf of Qinggu, only for it to be passed on to her roommate in front of many people. It was a blatant slap in the face to Qinggu if such treatment were directed at an unyielding suitor. It would be one thing, but they were already an engaged couple. Li Jun felt indignant on behalf of Qinggu. Fortunately, Qinggu had come to a realization. "Yes, I've come to understand that one must live with a degree of dignity," Changqing replied. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Changqing picked up a steel pipe and leaned close to the peephole. The visitor was Zhang Yingsha, Su Kaiwei's roommate. Dressed in athletic attire with long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with oversized hoop earrings, she appeared somewhat rebellious. Just as they say, mention someone and they appear. When he opened the door, Zhang Yingsha, upon seeing the steel pipe in Changqing's hand, stepped back, lacking the previously ingratiating smile. "Young Changqing, what are you trying to do?" she asked, her bravado faltering. "Sure, do you want to attract zombies?" Changqing whispered, stepping aside to gesture her in. As she spoke, Changqing distinctly heard a commotion from the adjacent dormitory. Noticing she had no intention of leaving immediately, he reluctantly allowed her entry. Upon entering, Zhang Yingsha spotted the neatly packed boxes and bags. "Are you guys leaving?" she asked, surprised. "There are plenty of zombies outside." The authorities recommend staying home and waiting for rescue. That's the safest option. The authorities merely suggest that, and we do not intend to heed it. Changqing said, pulling out a chair for himself. He held a rather unfavorable impression of Zheng Yingxia in the narrative. She was Su Caiwei's roommate and confidant, with Su Caiwei striving to maintain an image of independence and strength, conveying all her requests through this friend. How convenient, self-reliant when it suits you, yet seeking help from your brother when needed, all without uttering a word of request. Is that character really sustainable? Moreover, Su Caiwei had introduced this friend to the male lead, integrating her into his harem. Noticing Changqing's sarcastic tone, Zhang Yingxia frowned. Young Changqing, if you're leaving, you ought to consult with us first. Caiwei dislikes those who act unilaterally. Glancing around but seeing no food, she continued. Weren't you supposed to be out gathering food? Still in the car. Go grab some food for 301. Caiwei is hungry, by the way. Did you find the milk you mentioned? Bring up plenty. Her brazen attitude nearly amused Changqing. Was this not merely the few days into the apocalypse? Such blatant exploitation? Finding food outside was becoming increasingly difficult. Their campus was crowded, and the few supermarkets had been thoroughly ransacked. Moreover, many students venturing out for supplies had fallen victim to zombie attacks. Now roaming the campus in greater numbers than before, as you can see, our dormitory lacks any stored supplies. If we remain here, we might starve to death before rescue arrives. Changqing sighed dramatically, feigning distress. So, you didn't find any food today? Zhang Yingxia's focus remained on the food issue. Indeed, perhaps there are still some supplies in the stores outside. However, I didn't venture out due to the heightened danger. Changqing replied, his face contorted in a grimace. It is precisely because of the lack of provisions that I decided to risk returning home. There might still be some supplies left there. He elucidated his reasons for departing. Zhang Yingxia sensed a change in young Changqing today, yet accepted his rationale for leaving, considering the dwindling food supplies he had been gathering, most of which he had shared with them, leaving them nearly empty-handed. However, she was reluctant to agree to leave now. Firstly, the authorities recommended staying put, and she wished to await official rescue, as traveling with a larger group would be safer. Secondly, her home was not in the city, and with the transport system in disarray, returning was not an option. I'll go back and discuss it with Caiwei. She opened the door quietly and stepped outside. Chapter 21. The minor cannon fodder in the Apocalypse Harem novel, 5, Qinggu. Do you truly wish to give up? After Zhang Yingxia had walked away, Li Jun suddenly spoke up. Seeing Qinggu chatting with Zhang Yingxia left him somewhat baffled regarding Qingji's stance. Changqing, I truly have given up. My youth is precious and not worth wasting on endeavors devoid of outcome. Changqing resolved to speak more and act less, opting to coast through life in this apocalypse. All right, since the weather is still fine, let us depart directly. He patted Li Jun on the shoulder. Yes, they reached the bottom of the dormitory and placed their luggage in the car. The decision at dorm 301 had been made. They would wait for rescue. When the system informed Changqing of this outcome, he was unsurprised. In the narrative, Zhang Yingxia was a part-time live-streaming seller, hoarding a substantial amount of snacks in the dormitory, sufficient for the two to last a week. During this period, they had relied entirely on the provisions sourced by the original protagonist, leaving their food reserves untouched in the original world. It was only when the protagonist could no longer find food nearby that Zhang Yingxia finally revealed the stored supplies. Even subtly mocking the protagonist for being unreliable and unable to support his fiancée in times of crisis. Eventually, it was only when food became utterly scarce that they resolved to return home. With so much food still available, Changqing was certain that, given their personalities, they would be unwilling to take risks. If you wish to wait for rescue, then do so. I shall not accompany you. Changqing pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life as it sped away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingxia had just pulled out snacks to prepare a meal when she heard the sound of an engine starting downstairs. Oh no, she rushed to the window, only to see a glimpse of a car's rear vanishing around the corner. That person is utterly unreliable. To leave without discussing it is one thing, but to not even bid farewell while departing is another. Turning back, she resumed administering eye drops to Su Caiwei. Su Caiwei, with her slightly curled dark hair and dressed in a cool gray long dress, exuded an air of aloof elegance, sitting by the table engrossed in her book, seemingly unfazed by the apocalypse. When she heard that young Changqing had left, she looked up in surprise, glancing outside before quickly returning to her reading as if nothing had happened. Neither Chongqing nor the system paid any further attention to the events in dorm 301. They had already exited the school gates and were now on the main thoroughfare of the city. The Yang residence was located in a villa district in the northern suburbs of the southern city. Over 50 kilometers away from Southern City University, at this point, still in the early days of the apocalypse, most zombies had mutated at home during the night, and there were no large hordes roaming the streets. Moreover, due to the authorities' recommendation to stay home and wait for rescue, there were not many survivors attempting to flee in their vehicles. Scattered vehicles lined the streets, with occasional sounds of struggle and strange hissing emanating from within. Chongqing understood that these were the drivers who had transformed into zombies, attempting to free themselves from their seatbelts and escape the confines of their cars. However, successful attempts were rare, as zombies at this stage still lacked intelligence and mobility. Whenever they encountered a solitary zombie obstructing their path, he simply rammed into it, wasting little time. After traveling over 20 kilometers, they arrived at a gas station. The two alighted with their steel pipes. Preparing to fill the tanked it was not that they were unwilling to switch weapons. Rather, due to stringent restrictions on weaponry in the United States, even knives were difficult to procure, and the only options available in supermarkets were various kitchen knives, which were too short for effectively combating zombies, making them extremely dangerous. Hence, they had consistently relied on the steel pipes dismantled from their bed frames as weapons. Li Jun kept watch while Chongqing inserted the card and began refueling. Fortunately, the power system had not yet collapsed, allowing for self-service refueling. Otherwise, they would have had to dismantle the fuel pump to procure gasoline. Just as they finished filling up and were preparing to leave, a flashy red sports car sped in and directly parked in front of the pump. "Hey, you two up front, let us borrow your gas card," came a haughty voice as a young woman with dreadlocks and bright red lipstick stepped out of the car. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the female lead of the harem, the streetwise heiress. Could it be her? Indeed, the system confirmed affirmatively. What a little delinquent! Chongqing stifled a laugh. The author had depicted her as a mafia heiress. However, in the United States, organized crime was severely cracked down upon, leading to an automatic rationalization when the narrative transformed into a small world. Chongqing. Thus, the male protagonist's mafia princess transforms into a rebellious girl. This spoiled temperament aligns well with the male protagonist's domineering aura. However, he is not the male protagonist and will certainly not indulge the whims of a complete stranger. "The fuel card is mine. While you may wish to use it, you must offer something in exchange." His fuel card boasts a balance of several thousand, and he doesn't mind trading it for some goods. After all, using the card for fuel was merely convenient in the early days of the apocalypse. As the power system collapsed, refueling became a matter of zero-cost buying, rendering any balance in the card utterly useless. The young woman raised an eyebrow, seemingly about to speak, but a young man with tousled blonde hair in the passenger seat interjected, proposing that they could exchange cash. "Brother, you might as well dismantle the fuel pump for zero-cost buying. What is the current situation? Cash is merely worthless paper." Li Jun struck the steel pipe against the ground, producing a resounding clang. "We need food and weapons," Chongqing stated without further ado. When they set off again, the vehicle was laden with 3 watermelon knives, 2 hammers, and 3 axes. It was unexpected to find such an arsenal in the trunk of these 2 individuals. As the car sped down the road, Li Jun felt a twinge of fear. Earlier, when the blonde agreed to the trade and opened the trunk, they were met with the sight of over a dozen various weapons, watermelon knives, hammers, and axes. Perhaps they specialized in this trade. After all, who ventures outside without weapons these days? Chongqing remained composed. At the very least, the other party was a gang member with an organization, and while they lacked firearms, they certainly possessed some cold weapons. In the apocalypse, weapons and food became almost a universal currency, making exchanges far more convenient. Li Jun accepted this explanation. Chapter 22. A minor character in apocalypse romance. 6. By the time the two arrived at the villa district in the northern suburbs of the city, it was already past 5 p.m. Throughout the journey, Chongqing drove recklessly, and the front of the car was now splattered with a dark brown liquid. Even the windshield was dotted with it. He dared not use the wipers, fearing it would smear the view entirely. The villa district featured individual gated homes, and even if other families had turned into zombies, leaving the villa was no easy task, making it relatively safe overall. Chongqing drove directly to his doorstep, and before he could knock, the door swung open. He felt a sudden tightness in his body as he was enveloped in an embrace. "Mom, my classmate is still behind." "I'm fine, really," he stammered, somewhat unaccustomed to such warmth, but he patted Yang's mother on the back, softening his voice. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back," Yang's mother replied, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Through the doorway, Chongqing spotted his father sitting on the sofa, surrounded by several packed boxes. It seemed that Yang's parents had already begun planning to search for their son. The timing was perfect. Yang's mother held him for quite some time before releasing him, her eyes red as she ushered them into the house. "Dad, Mom, this is my roommate Li Jun. Greetings, Uncle and Aunt." Yang's father and mother never interfered with their son's friendships. Various acquaintances had frequented their home, so they naturally welcomed Li Jun with open arms. The Yang household seldom cooked. Yang's father and mother typically dined at the company. When Chongqing was younger and lived at home, they had hired a chef, but as he grew older and stayed in school, meals were usually taken at the school cafeteria or nearby restaurants, leaving the house devoid of a chef. Dinner consisted of a large bowl of noodles cooked for each person, with Yang's mother adding 2 eggs for everyone. Although simple, the meal was devoured with enthusiasm, as Chongqing and Li Jun slurped down every drop of broth. After all, in the dormitory, they had subsisted on instant noodles and snacks. A bowl of egg noodles was the most delectable food they had encountered in days. Once they finished their meal, Chongqing learned that their household supplies were also quite limited, primarily consisting of rice, flour, and oil. With a severe shortage of vegetables and meat, it was understandable. In a highly developed modern society, who would stockpile food at home? When the apocalypse struck suddenly, and the supply chain broke, perishables like vegetables and meat quickly spoiled and became inedible. Regardless of the quantity of supplies, they could not remain at home. Thus, he voiced his intention to head north to the official base. To his surprise, Yang's father and mother were fully supportive. "Are you really so willing to abandon the family business in South City for a stranger's territory?" Li Jun queried, intrigued. Yang's father waved his hand dismissively. "In this day and age, wealth is mere waste paper. What is a family's fortune compared to life?" Old Yang was correct. The base may very well become humanity's primary refuge, and arriving early might provide an opportunity to rebuild a new enterprise. Yang's mother chimed in with her agreement. Chongqing couldn't help but commend his parents internally while also chastising the original owner for not appreciating such wonderful parents. Yang's father and mother had built their lives from the ground up. They possessed vision and capability. If they successfully reached the human base, perhaps they could indeed establish a new foundation. "Mom and Dad, I support your venture. I want to continue being a slacker," Chongqing joked. "You need to be more responsible. You are engaged after all," Yang's mother admonished, playfully tapping his back. Since Su Kaiwei was mentioned, Chongqing decided to clarify everything at once. "Mom, Su Kaiwei simply doesn't see me that way. Let's call off the engagement," he stated bluntly. "What happened?" She didn't oppose the engagement. "Did you do something?" Yang's father and mother's first reaction was disbelief, followed by suspicion that their reckless son had committed some transgression. The original owner had spent over a year trying to please Su Kaiwei, but out of pride, he had not confided in his parents. Chongqing had no intention of hiding the truth. He recounted the original owner's every effort, delivering breakfast, inviting her to dinner with a handsome boy, and creating elaborate gestures of affection. Li Jun can attest to my honesty. Su Kaiwei even shared the gifts I gave her with her roommates, which clearly indicates she has no interest in me, he said, a mix of sadness and indignation on his face. Li Jun had no choice but to nod in agreement, confirming Chongqing's account. "Naturally, my son is the best," Yang's mother sighed, her heart aching at Chongqing's expression. Initially, it was the Su family that sought the union, and now they were displaying such an attitude. She wondered what the Su family was thinking. She turned to Yang's father and continued to comfort Chongqing, urging him not to be disheartened, for he was still young, talented, and attractive, surely capable of finding someone better. Yang's father remained silent, contemplating more deeply. In this new world, where all assets had been reduced to nothing, everyone was back to square one. The Yang family no longer held an advantage over the Su family. Moreover, their son had not built a good reputation outside, making it understandable for others to look down on him. Yet, seeing his wife's indignation, he took out his phone and attempted to contact Sue's father multiple times, only to find the calls unanswered. Chapter 23. A minor character in Apocalypse Romance. 7. The next morning, as the sun rose, a pickup truck laden with goods and a small RV departed from the Villa district. The Young family's underground garage housed dozens of various vehicles, many of which the original owner had impulsively purchased after seeing recommendations from bloggers online. After a few days of use, they were left to gather dust. Little did he know, they would prove useful in the apocalypse. For instance, the RV was bought after watching a self-media influencer traveling the world, yet it had only been used for a couple of outings before being abandoned. Chongqing considered taking several vehicles, but weighing the increased fuel consumption, he decided to have himself and Li Jun drive the pickup while his parents followed in the RV. He felt relatively secure. In the early stages, zombies moved slowly and were intellectually deficient, making them no match for humans 1-on-1. As they traveled, he felt a sense of relief. After all, his parents had perished in South City, and leaving that place meant stepping away from the fate of death. For several consecutive days, they traveled over 60 kilometers each day. Unfortunately, zombies frequently obstructed their path, necessitating disembarking to clear the way, which limited their speed. Thus, they proceeded with this stop-and-go rhythm, searching for supplies in towns and seeking obscure shelters to rest each night. A week passed relatively smoothly. Meanwhile, South City University was far from tranquil. The apocalypse had engulfed the world for over 10 days, and the campus shops had long been stripped bare. Even expired bread was a rarity. Consequently, students were compelled to organize into teams to scavenge for food outside the campus. The farther they ventured, the greater the risks, and many students perished at the hands of zombies during their searches. Su Kaiwei and Li Yingxiao were not faring well either. After 5 or 6 days of rationed snacks, both had developed painful sores on their mouths. Should we join a team to find food? Zhang Yingxia suggested, swallowing a piece of jerky with lukewarm water. The rations were simply unbearable. Su Kaiwei nodded in agreement. In recent days, after consuming a variety of dry rations, she felt as though her stomach were ablaze. Now, even a packet of the cheapest instant noodles seemed like it could be devoured in one gulp, broth and all. However, finding food outside proved to be quite a challenge. Over the past few days, they had observed many people venturing out from the window, yet upon their return, there appeared to be little in the way of substantial gains. Perhaps it was indeed the right decision for young Chongqing to leave early. Su Kaiwei remarked, furrowing her brow as she watched her roommate change her shoes. The mere mention of young Chongqing ignited even more ire in Zhang Yingxia. Had he not chosen to depart prematurely, they would not be in such dire straits searching for food, nor would they have to endure daily rations of dry provisions. I believe young Chongqing's previous kindness was merely an act, Zhang Yingxia declared, stepping forward to poke Su Kaiwei on the forehead. He left without so much as a discussion, and now we are left wondering if anyone will come to retrieve us. What a selfish scoundrel. At that moment, Zhang Yingxia completely disregarded their prior agreement to remain and await rescued. It is curious how human nature works. While young Chongqing was indulging in a self-heating hot pot, he was informed by the system that he had been labeled a selfish scoundrel. It seemed that consistently treating others well garnered no gratitude or appreciation. Such kindness was taken for granted, and once assistance was withdrawn, one would be met with blame and insults. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients rings true. A grain of rice repaid with of enmity. Young Chongqing, however, was unconcerned with how Su Kaiwei and her companion sought sustenance because he was already sensing a remarkable force manifesting within him. Yes, he had awakened his abilities ahead of time. Still possessing wood-type powers, he felt that this energy differed significantly from the wood's spiritual roots of the cultivation world, stirring within him an eagerness to explore. In truth, he was not the earliest to awaken. Just days prior, the authorities had made an announcement via broadcast, although they had not yet categorized this phenomenon as abilities. They merely stated that special mutations might occur among survivors, granting them unique powers, and encouraged the populace to maintain their faith in humanity's ability to conquer the undead. At the time, few believed it, for the term mutation carried an ominous connotation, as these mindless zombies were indeed the result of such transformations. leading many to subconsciously regard mutations as unfavorable. When they saw Yang Chongqing bury several cabbage seeds in the soil, a verdant glow emanated from his hands, causing the seeds to sprout rapidly. Akin to a time-lapse documentary, soon growing into a full cabbage. Everyone's mouths fell agape in astonishment. This could lead to our prosperity? Yang's father exclaimed, trembling as he reminisced about the days when a large cabbage could be purchased for merely 2 yuan at the supermarket before the apocalypse. Vegetables were the most scarce resource in this world, and with this ability, opening a vegetable supply business would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Qinggu, you are truly remarkable, Li Jun expressed his envy. Please teach me how to awaken my powers. Yang's mother retrieved a box of milk from the vehicle, inquiring how it felt to use such extraordinary abilities. Yes, Yang's father added, do you feel hungry? Should we cook another pack of instant noodles? I feel perfectly normal, Yang Chongqing replied, rising to his feet. However, I do not quite understand how this ability manifested. It seems to have appeared within me suddenly. I suspect many others will experience such mutations soon. So pay attention to your own changes. I anticipate the authorities will release a more detailed announcement shortly. After taking a sip of milk and stretching his limbs, he was not particularly worried about survivors mutating into zombies. According to the narrative, survivors could only transform into zombies if bitten or scratched by one. Thus, the current mutations among survivors were predominantly beneficial. Although some abilities might seem less advantageous, overall, the physical qualities and senses of the mutated individuals were superior to those of ordinary people. Within a few days, as Li Jun also sensed new energies coursing through him, the official broadcast further elaborated on the mutations among survivors. They now referred to these individuals as ability users, categorizing the abilities into enhancement types, primarily augmenting senses, speed, and strength, elemental types, encompassing metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, ice, etc., and unique types, such as space manipulation and X-ray vision. Regarding the origins of these abilities, the authorities summarized them into 2 categories: naturally occurring and those resulting from being bitten by a zombie and surviving the mutation phase. However, they cautioned that both instances were rare occurrences and advised the public against deliberately seeking out zombie bites for the sake of obtaining powers. Furthermore, preliminary research indicated that the use of abilities consumed significant energy, potentially affecting one's lifespan. This announcement was rich with information, so, I have awakened fire abilities? Li Jun gazed in disbelief at the flickering flames dancing at his fingertips, initially envious of the 2 young men gaining powers. Yang's parents were filled with concern upon learning that using these abilities might shorten one's lifespan. Xiao Jun, extinguish that flame quickly. It could affect your longevity, Yang's mother urged, noticing Li Jun's incessant fidgeting with the fire. Chongqing, you must also exercise caution. Avoid using that ability unless absolutely necessary, she admonished her own son. The authorities merely stated it was a possibility. Do not be overly anxious, Yang Chongqing reassured her, plucking a ripened tomato from the plants he had nurtured. Planning to make a tomato soup for dinner, as for the notion that using abilities might impact lifespan, he remained unconcerned. While employing powers indeed drained considerable energy, as these abilities progressed, they would also enhance his physical condition, achieving a form of equilibrium. Moreover, in this chaotic world, with the increasing threats posed by zombies, it would be challenging to confront higher-level zombies without utilizing one's abilities. Indeed, just days later, the authorities reported the emergence of advanced zombies, which moved with greater speed and strength than their ordinary counterparts, forecasting further mutations as time progressed. Upon hearing this news, worry etched itself onto the faces of all present. Chapter 24. The little pawn in the apocalypse harem narrative. 8. On this day, they took a respite at a gas station in a small town. After venturing out to scavenge for supplies, they returned to find their meticulously cleaned room occupied by a group of people. Upon entering, Yang Chongqing spotted familiar faces among the crowd. The yellow-haired man and the woman with dreadlocks from the gas station in Nanjing where they had exchanged fuel cards. Additionally, he noticed a policewoman in uniform with a sidearm and a tall woman with chestnut-brown hair cascading down her shoulders. Is this the harem of the male lead gathered here? Yang Chongqing mused, scanning the room for Su Kaiwei and her family, but they were nowhere to be found, nor was Zhang Yingsha. The yellow-haired man appeared intent on greeting them but was halted by the woman with dreadlocks. "Who are you people?" A burly man with a bushy beard, cigarette dangling from his mouth, stepped forward. "This is our territory. You'd best clear out." "Oh, how intriguing. We merely stepped out to gather supplies. It has only been 2 hours. And you've claimed this is yours? We built that fire, and those items in the corner belong to us. You know full well who should be leaving," Li Jun retorted defiantly. "You really don't know your place. Do you?" The bearded man, irate, dismissed them, striding towards Li Jun with an air of intimidation. "I'll teach you a lesson about humility." However, after just a few steps, flames erupted before him, igniting his hair in an instant. "Ah!" he screamed, hurriedly attempting to pat out the flames. Fortunately, someone nearby reacted quickly, dousing him with a bucket of water, extinguishing the fire. An ability user. The opposing group felt a chill run down their spines. The bearded man, caught in the chaos, likely lacked clarity, but the others clearly witnessed how the young man's slight motion caused the cigarette in the man's mouth to ignite as if doused in gasoline. Now seeing the bearded man cowering in a state of panic, drenched and disheveled, a profound silence enveloped the scene, akin to a chick with its neck grasped. "My brother has made it quite clear. This is the area we've cleared. Kindly relocate." Yang Chongqing indicated toward the adjacent room. The gas station's building was designated for employee rest, comprising 3 spacious rooms. Yang and his companions had already cleaned the leftmost room, placing several items inside. Did they think they could claim it simply because they outnumbered them? Absolutely not. My, you've quite the temper, young brother." The chestnut-haired woman rose, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Ice abilities. Yang Chongqing recognized her as by being one of the male lead-S harem members, known for her ice powers, which could rival the protagonist's combat prowess. Her emergence prompted the bearded man to show a glimmer of hope. As those who had intended to vacate their seats quickly settled back down, it appeared by Bing was at least one of the leaders of this small group. Yang Chongqing realized, however, it was fortuitous. This spared them from a drawn-out battle. "Young brother, your abilities are impressive. Would you care to join my team?" Bai Bing's voice was somewhat hoarse as she slowly approached Li Jun with each step she took. The temperature in the room continued to plummet, and where her feet landed, delicate frost began to form. She was a remarkably self-assured woman, confident not only in her beauty but also in her capabilities. However, this confidence proved futile in the presence of Chongqing. After taking just a few steps, she stumbled, and before she could react, her entire body was ensnared by the emerging vines. The ends of the vines coiled around her neck like a rattlesnake, gradually tightening their grip. Several men rushed forward in an attempt to rescue her, but were swiftly entangled by the branches of the vines, rendered completely immobile. A profound silence enveloped the room. Even the hand of the female officer that rested on her gun fell limply to her side. "We need to move quickly. We have to prepare dinner," Chongqing commanded with a wave of his hand. Releasing the vine's hold, the group hurried to assist Bai Bing to her feet, and within 5 minutes, the area was cleared entirely. "Qinggu, that move was incredibly impressive." Once the threat had departed, Li Jun could not help but commend Chongqing. "You did quite well yourself." Li Jun's performance was somewhat surprising. In just a few days, he had become quite adept at utilizing his abilities. Reflecting on the original plot, where he had perished in the hospital while still unaware of his own powers, Chongqing could not help but let out a quiet sigh. "Mom, Dad, I hope we didn't frighten you." Yang's parents, who often lectured them about the impact of their abilities on their lifespan, surprisingly remained silent this time, which left Chongqing feeling a bit anxious. Yang's mother tossed the hot pot ingredients into the oil pot. "Your father and I have seen far worse. The world has been turned upside down in the past few weeks. What's there to be frightened of? I just worry about you facing zombies and people alike, while we are powerless to assist." Yang's father, washing cabbage nearby, spoke with a hint of melancholy. Chongqing understood their concerns all too well. Like many elderly individuals in modern society, they yearn to contribute to their children's well-being, and when they realized their inability to do so, they often fell into despondency or even depression. "Mom and Dad, you are indispensable members of our team. Our daily meals, clothing, and necessities are all arranged by you. We rely on you to remind us of what we lack. Otherwise, with just Li Jun and me. We might not only be bitten by zombies, but also starve from malnutrition along the way. Chingu is right. Uncle and Aunt, you are the chief caretakers and nutritionists of our team? Li Jun readily chimed in. Indeed, in warfare, there are distinctions among combat personnel, technical staff, and logistics. Dad, aren't you a military enthusiast? Without combatants, how could a war be fought? You little rascal. Always so glib, Yang's father chuckled, seeing their conversation drift further away. However, both he and Yang's mother were cheerful individuals and quickly moved past the matter. As the hot pot broth began to bubble, Li Jun tore open the dried meat he had found, tossing a generous handful into the pot, releasing a delightful aroma that wafted through the air. Coupled with a large basin of cabbage on a nearby stool, this meal was a rare delicacy in such an environment. As Su Kaiwei and her companions reached the entrance, they were met with the enticing scent of hot pot. These people are outrageous. We went out searching for food, and they are here feasting on hot pot. Zhang Yingsha complained, clutching a box of milk in one hand. Not long ago, they had encountered Bai Bing's group, hoping to join for protection, only to discover they had to provide a substantial amount of food as a form of membership fee. Consequently, once they arrived in this small town, several of them set out to find food. Upon entering, they were taken aback when they saw Chongqing and the others. What are you doing here, young Chongqing? You re still alive? Zhang Yingsha exclaimed, dripping with sarcasm in her eyes. Chongqing and Li Jun's stubbornness would surely lead to their demise outside. To her surprise, they appeared to be thriving, even enjoying hot pot. Seeing the bubbling pot filled with meat and cabbage, Su Kaiwei could not help but lick her lips. Uncle Annie, hello? She greeted Young's parents, recognizing them immediately. Kaiwei, where are your parents? Aren't they with you? Yang's father inquired, curious about what the Su family was up to and whether they looked down on his son. They might also be on their way to the base, Su Kaiwei replied, her expression dimming as she lowered her head. Chongqing was not surprised to encounter Su Kaiwei. Their journey had involved several stops, and they had lingered for days at a time. However, upon hearing her mention that her parents were likely on their way to the base, he realized that Su Kaiwei had not returned to reunite with her family but had instead embarked northward with her classmates. System, what's the situation with the Su family? The system had previously ventured to South City, likely gathering some information. The Su family? They were long ago transformed into zombies. Their food reserves were low, and after enduring for over 10 days, they had no choice but to venture out for sustenance. Unfortunately, the children caused a scene, attracting a horde of zombies, and the entire family was lost. The system succinctly relayed the details in the original plot. Su's younger brother had been a constant source of trouble for the protagonist, demanding this and that along their journey north, often throwing tantrums that attracted zombies. In fact, it was due to his recklessness that Li Jun ultimately lost his life. It was astonishing that simply deciding to part ways with Su Kaiwei had led to the downfall of the entire Su family. It seemed that as long as one did not meddle and provoke trouble, the protagonist's halo could not guarantee their safety. Chongqing found himself secretly amused. Still trying to play the acquaintance card for a free meal? Sorry, but we aren't that familiar. He pointed towards the adjacent room where they had just experienced a minor conflict. You should head over there quickly, lest they misunderstand your presence. His words were a polite dismissal. Yet the two understood the underlying message. Their faces turned pale as they said nothing and retreated into the neighboring room. Time to eat. Yang's mother beckoned everyone to sit down, serving each person a generous bowl of rice. It smells so good, Li Jun marveled. If it weren't for the other ability users next door, I would think we were camping in the wild. As the saying goes, when hungry, anything tastes good. I feel this hot pot is even more delicious than the exquisite delicacies we had at Yupin Pavilion. Yang's father remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The changes wrought by this apocalypse were truly profound. Who would have fought over a spot in line for food in the past? Now, people were willing to fight over a single bucket of water. As they shared their sentiments, they indulged in the spicy feast before them. Meanwhile, the atmosphere next door was far from harmonious. Their group consisted of over 10 individuals, and although they had gathered a decent amount of food, it was barely enough when divided among them. At tea that moment, each person received a single loaf of bread and a piece of beef jerky, chewing listlessly while the enticing aroma from next door wafted over, causing many stomachs to growl. Damn it, Life is so unfair. We're stuck eating this hard, dry food while they're enjoying hot pot. One man slammed his thigh, voicing his frustration. We can't afford to provoke those ability users. Another man beside him sighed, recognizing that even Bai Bing had been defeated. What hope did they have? At that moment, Bai Bing was quietly nibbling on her bread, her demeanor calm and collected, entirely unbothered by her recent defeat. Even the marks on her neck were left deliberately exposed. Her fair skin contrasted sharply with the vivid red marks, making them quite conspicuous. "Do you know the people next door?" she suddenly asked. Turning her gaze towards Su Kaiwei opened her mouth, unsure of where to begin. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Yang Chongqing and Li Jun are students from South City University, and we are classmates. The older couple are Yang Chongqing's parents. Is that so?" Bai Bing's voice carried a hint of amusement. "I recall that the Yang and Su families had a marital alliance. It seems that you, Miss Su, and Yang Chongqing were intended to be together. Yet, you don't appear to be on particularly good terms. In university, he was nothing more than Cai Wei's shadow. She has no affection for him at all." Zhang Yingsha interjected. She deeply disliked Yang Chongqing's earlier attitude, believing that his past kindness towards Cai Wei was merely an act. After all, the deep affections displayed by prominent figures online lasted decades, even a lifetime. While Yang Chongqing's pursuit had only spanned a year, and his current demeanor was utterly disappointing. Sha, Su Kaiwei tugged at her sleeve, urging her to cease her comments. "Our families did indeed have such an agreement. But now, my parents and younger brother are missing. Any agreement is likely void. If Chongqing were to witness her current demeanor, he would undoubtedly feel nauseated." Her words implied that she was being looked down upon due to her family's decline, when in reality, it was the Yang family's investment that had rescued the nearly bankrupt Su family. The union had only benefited the Su family. However, Chongqing was unconcerned with how the female lead portrayed the situation. As long as he did not interfere or offer his assistance, he was content at that moment. They had finished dinner and were gathered around the fire enjoying watermelon, which he had hastened to grow using his abilities. It was during this time that Su Kaiwei knocked and entered, completely disregarding Chongqing's displeased expression. "Uncle, Auntie, I am a water ability user. If you need a water supply, I can assist," she stated directly to Yang's parents. Chongqing suddenly remembered that Su Kaiwei was also an ability user. In the original plot, she had awakened her water abilities as well, but early on, it took her several hours to fill a single bucket. Was she hoping to take advantage of the situation? He wondered if she intended to provide a small bottle of water to showcase her effort, only to return with an armful of supplies. Chongqing expressed that such a loss-making business was not viable. "To Su Kaiwei, you belong to another team. We cannot take advantage of you," he said with an air of professionalism. He produced a water cooler and proposed, "How about this? I will exchange 2 packets of instant noodles for a barrel of water. Before the apocalypse, their prices were roughly equivalent, so it will be easier for you to explain to your teammates." Li Jun chuckled, recalling how Qinggu had always been servile in the past, and now he was finally showing some backbone. Indeed. Although we are classmates, we should not let your team suffer a loss." Su Caiwei's expression was somewhat difficult to read. Must assistance between individuals always escalate to a matter of teams and formalities? She could not comprehend this, so she turned her gaze toward Yang Fu and Yang Mu. "Kaiwei, what Chongqing and Li Jun say is correct. In these trying times, everyone is struggling. Your team is larger, so it is best to stick to an equitable exchange," Yang Fu stated, clearing his throat. He shared the same sentiment as the 2 young men. Water is the essence of life, and it is prudent to stockpile as much as possible, but establishing a pre-agreed equal exchange is the wisest choice, preventing debts of gratitude or personal loss. Seeing that the other party was adamant, Su Kaiwei had no choice but to concede. After all, she had always maintained an independent and aloof persona. She accepted the water cooler and began to use her abilities to fill it. After half an hour, her powers were exhausted, and she had only managed to fill it halfway. Noticing Chongqing frowning in dissatisfaction, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Half a barrel of water equated to 1 packet of instant noodles. A pleasant collaboration, Chongqing's words reminded her of the miserly character Grelet. It was only then that she realized the young Chongqing who had once gone to great lengths to please her was no longer present. She accepted the instant noodles and hurriedly returned. Chongqing thought the day's events were concluded and sent Yang Fu and Yang Mu to rest while he and Li Jun stood guard. But unexpectedly, Zheng Yingsha rushed over. With a loud bang, the door swung open. "Yang Chongqing, what have you done to Kaiwei?" She's in tears. Her righteous accusation nearly made Chongqing laugh. "Zheng, can't you just ask her directly what I did? Must you come to me seeking discord?" She simply exchanged half a barrel of water for a packet of instant noodles. An equitable exchange, fair and square. A packet of instant noodles. Zheng Yingsha's voice turned sharp. "You used to." Before she could finish, Chongqing coldly interrupted. "That was then. The young Chongqing of old is long gone, and stop acting like a parental figure admonishing me. One might think you're her mother." Zheng Yingsha opened her mouth to retort, but was abruptly ensnared by a vine and flung outside. Chongqing grew weary of engaging in verbal sparring with her. In the narrative, she always positioned herself as Su Kaiwei's ally, often pushing the original owner around. Now that the original owner was absent, who was she putting on this act for? Ultimately, it was merely a case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The original owner's desperate attempts to please had only emboldened her. In contrast, the male lead, Chen Jin, did not possess such a temperament, and after facing a few setbacks, he had become quite subdued. Li Jun had grown accustomed to Chongqing's recent changes as the apocalypse had altered everyone beyond recognition. He never anticipated that the core had shifted. "Qingge, I'll keep watch tonight. You should get some rest." He was concerned that someone from the neighboring group might disturb Chongqing again. Chongqing understood his intentions, yet tonight, this small gas station was filled with over a dozen people. Besides guarding against zombies, everyone needed to remain vigilant. The societal rules that once governed their lives had disintegrated, and conscience was the most unreliable guide. Chongqing instructed Li Jun to observe from the rooftop while he patrolled the vicinity. The autumn nights had begun to bring a chill to the air. Their gas station was situated beside a main road, approximately 2 kilometers from the town. During his search for supplies, Chongqing had encountered several local survivors from the town. Most of them chose to remain at home, partly due to official advice and partly because the town's economy was underdeveloped, with most residents lacking vehicles, making travel exceedingly inconvenient. Moreover, after the initial panic, they discovered that the zombies moved slowly and posed a minimal threat. While patrolling, Chongqing encountered Shengli, the young man from the town who had previously offered to guide him in his search for supplies. "Qingge," Shengli said, pulling a bottle of water from his backpack and handing it to Chongqing. "The zombies wandering the town have been cleared by me and a few friends. It's quite safe." He lit a cigarette, his tone tinged with pride. "You all did remarkably well," Chongqing said, taking a swig of water. "Most zombies are still confined to their homes. True safety requires clearing each house and confirming its status." He cautioned. The confined spaces inside those homes present a far greater danger when attempting to eliminate zombies. Shengli appeared somewhat disheartened. They had also organized the clearing of 2 houses, but the confined spaces made it challenging to escape, leading to injuries and bites. After several hours, they lost 2 brothers. Consequently, many opposed further incursions into houses, leading to heated disputes, and the matter was left unresolved. "Qinggu, why not stay with us? With an ability user leading, we could swiftly clear the remaining zombies in the houses, and the town could return to normal life." His voice held a note of hope, envisioning a future of normalcy. When he first witnessed Chongqing using his abilities to clear zombies, he had extended an invitation. Being a child raised in this town, he lacked the courage and capability to venture to the northern base. Thus he yearned to clear the zombies and continue living here. However, eliminating zombies was undoubtedly dangerous, and he possessed no leadership skills. After a couple of mishaps, the group had nearly disbanded. Hence, he was desperate for Chongqing to stay. Chongqing contemplated the possibility of remaining seriously. The town was nestled within mountains, resembling a small basin, and it had a national highway passing through, ensuring convenient transportation. There were also ample fields surrounding it, allowing for self-sufficiency. Currently, with many individuals turned into zombies, the population had significantly declined, rendering land and housing abundant. However, zombies would eventually evolve. Ordinary people stood little chance against advanced zombies. Furthermore, advanced zombies could control lower-level ones, leading to zombie hordes, something a defenseless little town could hardly withstand. He had no desire to become a savior, rescuing the needy. It was better to seek refuge in an official base. Official reports suggested that zombies would evolve, becoming comparable to ability users, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to resist. It is advisable for you to seek a base for shelter, he explained, rarely offering such an elaboration. Chongqing understood the fear people felt towards unfamiliar environments and their deep attachment to their hometown. Perhaps after humanity had thoroughly triumphed over the zombies, they could return to rebuild. After speaking, he heard Li Jun's voice crackling through the walkie-talkie. Qinggu, there's a situation. Chapter 27. The minor cannon fodder in the Apocalypse harem novel, 11. Think it over, he said to Shengli before turning and sprinting back to the gas station. The situation that had caught Li Jun's attention was certainly not an ordinary zombie. Upon Chongqing's arrival at the scene, he saw several gas pumps toppled, with a towering zombie nearly 3 meters tall encircled by several individuals. On the ground lay a person in a pool of blood, uncertain of their fate. Wasn't that the bearded man from the neighboring team? What terrible luck he had. Unbeknownst to Chongqing, the giant zombie had discovered a gathering of many people in a nearby room. When it burst through the door, everyone scattered in panic. The bearded man, injured and feverish, had mistakenly thought someone was causing trouble and intended to teach them a lesson, only to be seized by the zombie, which promptly snapped his neck. At that moment, 4 ability users were assaulting the zombie, including the blonde man, the dreadlocked woman, the policewoman, and an elderly man resembling a butler. Noticing that Li Jun, along with Yang Fu and Yang Mu, were at a safe distance from the battlefield, Chongqing felt reassured and began to carefully observe the combat situation. The blonde man was clearly a metal ability user, his skin having taken on the same golden hue as his hair. Engaging in close combat with the giant zombie, the dreadlocked woman possessed the ability to transform her hair into whips, currently wielding dozens of long braids to strike. The policewoman continued using her firearm, moving swiftly and changing angles to shoot, seemingly attempting to identify the giant zombie's weak points. Meanwhile, the butler-like elder had transformed his arms into sharp blades, joining the blonde man in close quarters. Chongqing discerned that their teamwork was quite coordinated, indicating that they were not strangers to joint operations. Bai Bing stood by, her expression grave, and when she saw Chongqing approach, she managed a strained smile. Since Chongqing had arrived, he had no intention of standing idle. With a thought, thorny vines burst forth from the ground, quickly ensnaring the giant's legs and bringing it crashing down. Roar! The giant emitted a piercing scream. Struggling to rise, but the vines rapidly extended, binding its arms and body tightly. A cloud of white mist wafted out. The thorns had pierced the giant's skin, causing dark brown blood to seep out and corrode the ground and vines. Everyone was taken aback. The earlier assault by several people had failed to draw blood from the giant, yet these thorns appeared sharper than knives. Even Bai Bing, who was overseeing the situation, could not help but touch her neck in disbelief. Aim for its eyes. The voice of Bai Bing resonated through the AI. An elderly man, resembling a butler, leaned in closer, his arms transforming into 2 steel blades that plunged directly into the giant's eye. With a thunderous roar, the giant zombie finally succumbed to its demise. The butler-like elder pried open the giant's skull, deftly extracting a spherical object the size of a walnut, which he meticulously cleaned with a handkerchief before presenting it to Bai Bing. Upon receiving it, Bai Bing nonchalantly tossed it to Chongqing, declaring, "This belongs to you." Chongqing recalled hearing on the radio a few days prior that high-level zombies produced crystal cores, which could be utilized to enhance one's abilities. And he had no intention of refusing it now. As he grasped the crystal core, he felt a surge of energy emanating from it, resonating with the powers within him. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the crystal cores produced by demonic beasts in the realm of cultivation. Thanking him, he casually tucked the crystal core into his pocket. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Bing called out to him. "You are heading to the northern base, are you not? Perhaps we should team up for the journey?" Chongqing paused, turning to face Bai Bing. She casually flicked her hair back, adding, "We have 6 ability users, and our combat prowess is commendable, as you have just witnessed." After a brief moment, she continued, "Zombies are exhibiting mutations now, and the path ahead will only grow more arduous. We may even face hordes of mutated zombies led by their kind. We can set out together, but we shall remain as 2 separate teams." Chongqing remarked after some contemplation. He was more than willing to travel alongside them and was intrigued to see how the male protagonist, Qin Jin, would make his entrance this time. However, he would not take on the role of a caretaker for others, insisting that each team manage their own supplies. Bai Bing, being astute, understood his stance and realized he was only willing to collaborate in confronting adversaries, as long as they could unite against threats. That sufficed for her. She valued the formidable abilities of her companions. Thus, the following day, the two teams set off together. In the morning, Sheng Li approached, expressing that everyone was reluctant to leave, and it was decided they would continue to stay in their homeland. Chongqing said nothing. Everyone had their choices to make, and the journey to the base was fraught with peril in its own right. "Qinggu, catch!" Li Jun exclaimed, tossing a crystal core shimmering with a bluish glow towards Chongqing, who was seated atop the vehicle, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, they were over 30 kilometers away from Jiqing, initially hoping to pass through swiftly, only to find themselves ambushed here. Indeed, Level 3 zombies had begun to exhibit basic intelligence. Although they could not yet employ complex tactics, the emergence of ambush strategies was evident, complicating the battlefield significantly. Observing a zombie mutilated by sharp wooden stakes a few meters ahead, Li Jun could not help but shake his head. Why attack anyone at all, yet choose to assault the elderly couple in their vehicle? They had barely had time to escape before being skewered. With a flick of his hand, he ignited the zombie's head, reducing it to ashes in moments. He retrieved the crystal core from the remains, pocketing it before proceeding to incinerate the next head. Chongqing watched the scattered zombies and the busy figures collecting crystal cores, subtly furrowing his brow. The authorities had confirmed that crystal cores could enhance the ranks of ability users, and the higher the zombie's level, the more potent the core within its brain, further aiding the enhancement of abilities. Consequently, crystal cores became a form of hard currency among ability users, not only for exchanging supplies but also for procuring services, even becoming a primary cause of conflict akin to oil. This arrangement proved advantageous for Chongqing and his team, as they could trade crystal cores for food, thus saving time on foraging. The two teams adopted the simplest method for distributing crystal cores. Whoever dispatched the zombie claimed the core within its brain. Throughout their journey, Chongqing primarily targeted high-level zombies that posed challenges for others, and the cores from these formidable foes were equivalent to hundreds of low-level cores, yielding significantly greater rewards. "Mom, Dad, take a breather," Chongqing said as he hopped out of the vehicle, handing 2 bottles of water to Yang Fu and Yang Mu. Understanding their desire to contribute, he did not deter them from collecting crystal cores. After all, cleaning the battlefield carried minimal risk. Yang Mu took a sip of water, exclaiming, "This is akin to currency. We will need it at the base, so the more, the better. Indeed, we will likely use it for purchases and property in the future. And it can aid in your cultivation as well," Yang Fu said cheerfully, resembling a contented farmer anticipating a bountiful harvest. "You have just begun utilizing your abilities. You must recuperate well and not stand about." Chongqing had expended considerable energy during a recent zombie siege using a large-scale attack skill, leaving him drained for several days, which had alarmed Yang Fu and Yang Mu, prompting them to insist he rest after each battle. Seeing his father urging him to rest once more, Chongqing smiled helplessly and found a clean spot to sit. "Tell me, if zombies were to evolve to possess human-like intelligence, would they still be considered zombies?" Bai Bing inquired casually as she joined him. Their collaboration during this time had shifted Chongqing's perspective on her. Not only did she possess formidable abilities, but she also had a knack for management, treating both ordinary individuals and ability users equally, garnering respect from all. The notion that such a career-driven woman would become one of the male protagonist's love interests puzzled Chongqing. However, being familiar with the story, he had some understanding of the ultimate direction of zombie evolution. Even if they were to achieve higher intelligence, their primal instincts would remain unchanged, and their dietary preferences likely would not alter. Chongqing replied in the narrative, the emergence of level 5 zombies, possessing intelligence akin to humans and even learning human language and culture, did not lead them to adopt human lifestyles. Instead, they cultivated humans as livestock for sustenance. Becoming the ultimate bosses. Do you believe humanity can ultimately triumph over zombies? She pressed further. Who knows? Chongqing admitted, as the storyline concluded without the defeat of the zombie boss. However, after a moment's thought, he added. Since heaven has bestowed upon humanity the means to combat zombies, it stands to reason that humans will not be extinguished by them. Having encountered humanity in other realms, Chongqing noted that while individual lifespans were fleeting, as a collective, humans possessed boundless vitality. I never expected someone as powerful as you to believe in fate, Bai Bing remarked, somewhat astonished. Chongqing chuckled, gesturing toward the ability users ahead and the strewn zombies. I believe these phenomena are difficult to explicate through science. Bai Bing laughed in response to that moment, the battlefield cleanup neared completion. The two concluded their conversation and rose to their feet, preparing to head toward Jiqing. During this period, both Chongqing and Li Jun had showcased their prowess, earning considerable respect within the group. Su Kaiwei occasionally approached to barter water for food, yet the two did not engage in extensive conversation. Since their last encounter, Zhang Yingsha had been avoiding Chongqing, which, to his relief, eased his discomfort. This apocalypse, much like the realm of cultivation, speaks the language of strength. Chongqing mused, I am the vehicle. Li Jun remained brimming with excitement. Qing Gu, I feel that once I exhaust these crystal cores, my abilities will break through. He hefted a small bag filled to the brim with crystal cores, his face aglow with enthusiasm. I in this apocalypse. Who wouldn't desire immense power? It was not only a necessity for survival, but also a source of respect. As Chongqing drove, he smiled at Li Jun's words. As your strength grows, our team will be all the safer. Speaking of strength, Li Jun continued, I've recently developed a new skill called fire handgun. He extended his finger, conjuring a small flame at its tip, which he deftly condensed into a tiny point of light. With a flick of his finger, the fiery orbs shot out of the vehicle's window in an instant. Be careful. Don't set our vehicle ablaze, Chongqing cautioned. Understood. Li Jun shook his hand, extinguishing the flame. Be the way. Qinggu, I seldom see you practicing diligently. How is your power so formidable? Li Jun finally posed the question that had been on everyone's mind. Perhaps I am simply gifted, Chongqing replied, veering the vehicle to collide with a zombie in the road. Li Jun. The two continued their conversation, and before long, Jiqing came into view. As they approached, Chongqing could not help but curse. The entrance to the highway, dozens of vehicles had come to a halt, completely blocking the entrance. From a distance, the sounds of shouting echoed. This city is not yours to govern. Why deny us entry? Exactly. What right do you have to do this? Amidst the commotion were the cries of children and the pleas of the elderly. Two brothers, please, have a heart. The child is unwell and needs medicine from the hospital. As Chongqing and the others drew nearer, they could hardly believe their eyes. At the entrance stood a throng of at least 100 people. It seems a faction has taken control of this city and is charging a toll, Bai Bing murmured. Let us assess the situation. Chongqing noted the energy fluctuations emanating from two individuals at the forefront. They were not ordinary people but rather ability users. Sure enough, as the crowd continued to swell, a tall, thin man on the left cleared his throat and announced, We are the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. Jiqing is now under our control. Entry requires each person to pay 10 low-level crystal cores or equivalent supplies. Otherwise, please take an alternate route. As soon as he finished speaking, the stout man on the right raised his hand. And without any warning, a massive fireball materialized in his grasp. With a gust of wind, the fireball crackled and popped. An ability user. No wonder he was so arrogant, the crowd inhaled sharply. Chongqing had some recollection of this mercenary group. In the narrative, it was the team where the male lead, Chen Jin, had initially belonged. He hadn't anticipated that they would be so ostentatious at this moment, and he wondered if Chen Jin had already joined their ranks. For an ability user, 10 crystal cores posed little challenge. However, for an ordinary person, it was quite a daunting task. The crystal cores were crucial for enhancing abilities, and who would willingly part with their own? The crowd hesitated. Had the zombies in the city been cleared? Were there any corresponding supplies available for purchase? Bai Bing stepped forward to inquire. This question struck at the heart of the matter. Since there was a fee to enter the city, there must be corresponding services, at the very least, a guarantee of safety. Upon hearing her words, the crowd turned their attention to the two individuals at the front. Awaiting their response, the two, noticing that Bai Bing and her accompanying young ladies were all exceptionally beautiful and possessed unique charms, were taken aback by the incisiveness of her question. The cold energy emanating from her indicated that she was also an ability user. Consequently, they retracted their teasing demeanor. The tall, thin man regarded her solemnly and replied, "The zombies have not been completely eradicated, but we have cleared a portion to establish a safe zone. We do not provide supplies. But everyone is welcome to trade amongst themselves." This was a statement that was not entirely unacceptable. Immediately, several ability users began to produce crystal cores to pay for entry into the city. With one taking the lead, others quickly followed suit, and the flow of people at the front gradually diminished. Ordinary individuals, witnessing the ability users paying and recognizing that their counterparts were also ability users, felt no inclination to rebel and thus began to gather crystal cores and supplies as well. That, of course, there were those who simply could not muster the entry fee and chose to turn back. Preparing to continue to the next location, Chapter 29, the minor foil in the apocalypse romance novel, 13, Chongqing and his companions were not lacking in crystal cores, so they decided to proceed with the payment to enter the city. However, just as he turned around, a little girl tugged at his clothing. "You little rascal, why are you pulling on someone else's clothes? If we don't have any crystal cores, we won't enter the city. We might as well die at the hands of zombies." A woman rushed over, her tone exaggerated. Upon getting closer, she did not pull the girl's hand away. Instead, she slapped the little girl on her backside, causing her to burst into tears. "I want to enter the city. I want to enter the city, brother. Take me in," she cried, shaking Chongqing's hem. The crowd's gaze turned towards them. "I'm so sorry. So sorry, dear sir. My daughter just desperately wants to enter the city." The woman fumbled to apologize. Then she turned to scold the little girl, insisting she let go of her brother's clothing and not delay his entry. Chongqing was no naive youth. He could see through their charade immediately. However, he was somewhat intrigued to discover that the little girl possessed a faint aura of ability energy, indicating she was an ability user herself. He crouched down and gently patted the top of her head. "Little sister, entering the city isn't difficult, but could you first tell me what your ability is?" His voice was soft, audible only to those nearby. The little girl stopped crying abruptly, glancing at the woman beside her, unsure of how to respond. The woman seemed startled as well, taking a moment before stammering, I have perception-type abilities. Not particularly useful," he replied to Li Jun. "Give them 20 crystal cores. We're preparing to enter the city." Upon the mention of perception-type abilities, Chongqing recalled that in the original plot, there had been a perception-type ability user in Chan Jin's team, capable of sensing the levels of zombies and ability users, which had helped the male lead avert numerous dangers. However, this ability was of little use to him, although he was unaware of his own ability level. Having absorbed third-level crystal cores without any enhancement indicated that he was at least a third-level ability user. If not more, he believed there was no danger in this world that required him to evade. After paying 40 crystal cores, the group successfully entered the city. Behind them, Tang Yun and her daughter Tang Xiaodong also paid their crystal cores to gain entry. Lacking abilities, and with her daughter not possessing combat-type powers, collecting crystal cores proved to be exceedingly challenging for them. Fortunately, the perception-type ability allowed them to sense the presence of zombies and ability users over a considerable distance, enabling them to reach this point safely. At the entrance, Tang Xiaodong mentioned sensing a powerful ability user. She had intended to curry favor, but was promptly seen through and not invited to join the team. How infuriating! Chongqing was unaware of the woman's thoughts as they stood at the hotel reception. Registering, Dongpu District was one of the 10 safe zones in Jiqing. It appeared little different from the world before the apocalypse, with hotels, restaurants, supermarkets, parks, and even a bustling pedestrian street lined with street vendors. Yet, the crystal cores used for transactions and the occasional passing ability user served as reminders of the apocalypse's existence. It was merely a 2-day journey to the northern base, but much like a game. The closer one got to the final circle, the greater the danger became. Thus, many chose to rest for a few days here, gathering their spirits and supplies before continuing their journey. Given that it was a safe zone, everyone relaxed. After dinner, Chongqing strolled along the street with Yang's father and mother, enjoying the gentle breeze and the lively atmosphere, which brought smiles of comfort to their faces. "This feels just like normal life. Free from fear," Yang's mother remarked. "Indeed, once we reach the northern base, We should buy a house close to the administrative district, just for safety's sake, Yang's father added. And it must be near a school district. Yang's mother quickly interjected, to facilitate our future grandchild's education. Changqing refrained from interrupting their aspirations for the future. Upon seeing a child selling flowers by the roadside, he purchased 2 carnations and handed them to his parents. Mom and Dad, safety will come, bread will come, milk will come, everything will come, he declared with certainty. Yang's mother cheerfully accepted the flowers but chided. You're wasting money, dear. Back when we had a home and a business. You were always causing trouble, never at ease. Now you're finally understanding. Yang's father patted his son's back, filled with emotion. In the past, you were always busy. How could you accompany me like this now? Changqing smiled in response. This statement was one he voiced on behalf of the original owner. The original owner had been an exceptionally bright and clever child, excelling academically, but later fell in with the wrong crowd, causing trouble everywhere, likely in an attempt to attract his parents' attention. Unfortunately, once one strayed too far down the wrong path, returning to the right one became exceedingly difficult. Changqing's words ushered in a prolonged silence. Yang's mother couldn't help but press her hand against her eye. Son, it was our neglect. Please don't hold it against us. Yang's father quickly took hold of Yang's mother's hand to comfort her. Changqing hadn't anticipated that a simple remark would lead Yang's mother to reflect upon so much, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Parents often tread carefully around their adult children, fearful of being criticized for past shortcomings, which is a natural phenomenon. Suddenly, the system's voice emerged in Changqing's mind. Changqing, I find it hard to believe, after all, you're merely a soulless system. Fortunately, this awkward moment was swiftly interrupted by a voice. Grandpa, Grandma, want some pancakes? Upon turning, Changqing recognized the little girl from the entrance. She was holding 2 paper bags filled with pancakes in one hand while grasping Yang's mother's hand with the other. Mommy says that being full makes you happy. Changqing glanced over and indeed saw the girl's mother nearby, setting up a stove to sell pancakes from an old pickup truck. Yang's father and mother had not previously encountered Tang Yun and her daughter. Upon seeing the little girl's delicate beauty and hearing her call them Grandpa and Grandma, they immediately beamed with delight. Oh dear, little girl, why are you all alone by the roadside? Yang's mother took the pancakes and fished a crystal core from her pocket to place in the girl's hand. My mommy is over there, the little girl replied, stuffing the crystal core into her pocket and pointing to the side. It's good to see you again, little friend, Changqing said with a smirk. Upon seeing his expression, Tang Xiaoting leaped up as if someone had stepped on her tail, quickly running back to her mother. Look at you. You frightened the little girl, Yang's mother reproached. But this is just any little girl. She is an ability user, Changqing explained with a smile. He didn't mind the single crystal core. He would gladly have traded 10 to break the awkward atmosphere. An ability user? Yang's father and mother were taken aback but quickly remarked that ability users, even as children, needed to be cherished. Changqing. He could see that Yang's father and mother genuinely loved children. They avoided adult ability users but were completely unperturbed by a little one. Thus, he stepped forward and addressed Tang Yun. If you plan to head to the northern base, you are welcome to join our team. He recalled that even upon reaching the northern base, the team might still be required to undertake missions to combat zombies. Although he possessed formidable strength, the same could not be said for the others. Fortunately, there was a perception-type ability user within the group who could assist in enhancing the survival rate of the team members. Naturally, Tang Yun would not decline his invitation and promptly gathered her stall. We, the mother and daughter, still have no place to stay. Since he had invited them to join the team, Changqing generously handed them a small pouch of crystal cores, informing them of a hotel where they could check in. The young girl had a sweet tongue and seemed somewhat intimidated by Changqing, hesitating to converse with him. Turning to Yang's parents, she waved and called out, Grandpa and Grandma, we are heading to the hotel now. From now on, we will be together. Her voice was soft and melodious, further stirring the affectionate hearts of Yang's parents. They immediately lost interest in further exploring and decided to accompany Tang Yun and her daughter back to the hotel. Changqing, of course, did not hinder them. This was a safe zone, and there were patrolling guards ensuring security along the way, so he had no concerns about their safety. After the group departed, Changqing donned a cap and made his way to a building situated deep within an alley. System, is there no mistake? This is a trading venue for ability users? Gazing at the unassuming four-story building, Chongqing found it hard to believe. Host, do not doubt my operational capabilities, the system retorted. Somewhat vexed, IT was not merely a keyboard strategist but a practical, business-savvy entity. IT had personally verified that this was indeed a legitimate trading ground for ability users. Amused by the system's flustered state, Chongqing chuckled to himself. All right, our system is indeed the most impressive. He offered a light compliment, but the system replied, that is too dismissive. I am not comforted at all. After exchanging 5 crystal cores, a server at the entrance handed Chongqing a mask, and he was escorted to the hall on the 4th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, he was met with a cacophony of noise. What is going on here? He scanned the room and discovered that it was filled to capacity with people, each seated at tables laden with various items, while others meandered about inspecting the goods. This is no different from a market. Chongqing couldn't resist voicing his thoughts. Indeed, it is a market for ability users. The system corrected him. Ignoring the system, Chongqing surveyed the area, noting that it was indeed somewhat distinct from an ordinary market. Everyone wore masks, but he could sense the ebb and flow of ability energy from each individual, confirming that only ability users could participate here. The items being traded were not the commonplace food or supplies found on the streets, but rather goods associated with zombies and abilities. He observed many tables adorned with crystal cores, primarily of the 2nd tier, indicating their low quality. Some tables displayed firearms, evidently scavenged from a weapons cache. A particular stall drew a large crowd, and upon closer inspection, Chongqing discovered that it was selling pills, which intriguingly emanated a slight aura of ability energy. Can these pills really treat zombie bites and scratches? Someone inquired. They can enhance survival rates, replied the individual behind the table, his voice deliberately subdued to mask his true identity. The attendees, being ability users themselves, could sense the energy within the pills, which piqued their interest. Naturally, some were more intrigued by the seller. Are you a healing type ability user? How is the energy infused into the pills? Came the question. Inquiring about personal information is against the rules here. The seller coldly responded. 100 crystal cores for a single pill is exorbitant, another remarked, focusing on the price. Ability users typically required crystal cores to enhance their abilities, and most would not possess a significant reserve, making it difficult to part with such a sum. This large box contains at least 40 to 50 pills. Is it truly necessary to charge so much? Everyone is struggling to survive. Can't we lend each other a hand? Someone attempted to invoke a sense of moral obligation. However, the seller remained unfazed, even reaching for the lid to close the box. I'll take 5, Chongqing interjected as he noticed the seller preparing to leave. All eyes turned to him, some astonished by his boldness, while others were irate that he disrupted the balance of pricing. Yet, he remained indifferent, retrieving 5 glowing blue 3rd-tier crystal cores from his pocket and placing them on the table. 3rd-tier crystal cores could be exchanged for 100 low-tier cores and were even more effective for cultivation. So the seller would surely not mind, he mused, speaking in a calm and unruffled manner as if shopping at a market. Witnessing Chongqing produce such a substantial number of 3rd-tier cores left the crowd in awe, and the seller nearly dropped the lid from his trembling hand. Of course, this is acceptable. I can even throw in an extra pill, he replied, his tone finally revealing a hint of excitement. It was worth noting that 3rd-tier crystal cores could only be obtained from the brains of 3rd-tier zombies, which were currently recognized as the highest mutation level, often requiring multiple ability users to team up for eradication, thus explaining their scarcity. The crowd's perception of Chongqing shifted dramatically as they began to regard him as a significant figure from a large mercenary group. Someone stepped forward to clasp their fists in greeting. Are you from the Dragon Blood mercenary group? They inquired, as it was common knowledge that G-City was under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Blood mercenary group. Chongqing accepted the bag of pills and placed it into his pocket, adhering to the rule against inquiring about personal information. The crowd fell silent. Regardless, Chongqing had showcased his financial prowess, leading to many eager individuals seeking to trade with him thereafter. He selectively exchanged for 3 handguns and a quantity of ammunition before being guided out through a side door. It was noteworthy that the organizing party had established multiple exits to prevent robbery incidents after transactions, with only one person permitted to exit at a time. which, while time-consuming, effectively mitigated potential conflicts. Upon returning to the hotel, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and Chongqing was surprised to discover a throng of ability users gathered in the lobby. Upon inquiry, he learned that the Dragon Blood mercenary group was hosting a competition for ability users, with reportedly generous rewards. Moreover, simply signing up for the event would grant participants a discount card for 10% off all expenditures in G-City, with the discount increasing with each victory. Are you planning to participate? Chongqing asked as he spotted Li Jun filling out a form that a 10% discount on all expenses, Li Jun whispered excitedly. Moreover, the first prize is a jade pendant akin to space abilities, the second prize is a medicine for treating zombie infections, and even the third prize offers a free mission from the Dragon Blood mercenary group. Other ranks also come with corresponding rewards. Is such a good fortune truly available? Chongqing mused as he examined the registration form. It required extensive details, including name, gender, photo, team affiliation, type of ability, and even a record of combat encounters and the levels of zombies slain. This is a thorough invasion of one's privacy, he thought to himself. It seemed that through this process, a basic database of ability users could be established. After all, as signing up would allow for discounts, most individuals would not mind spending a few minutes completing the form. He also picked up a flyer detailing the competition. The competition format was straightforward, a defensive battle system, where each of the 10 safe zones would determine their top 10 strongest contenders on the first day. Another 10 on the second, culminating in a bloody clash among the top 10 on the third day, with a public challenge on the fourth. All matches would follow a win-or-lose format, and those with lower ability levels challenging higher-level opponents would need to pay a substantial number of crystal cores. In the public challenge on the fourth day, any ability user who had not registered could challenge any of the top 10 contenders, but would need to forfeit 5 third-tier crystal cores to participate. He noted that there was only a 20-minute interval between each match, indicating that crystal cores would be required to restore abilities. This was not merely a contest of strength, it was also a test of financial resources. Qinggu, are you considering participating? Your strength could surely secure first place, Li Jun urged, handing him a form. I have little interest in those rewards. Chongqing began, but was abruptly interrupted by the system's frantic voice in his mind. Host, quickly register. That space jade pendant is a time-space item that can accompany us through our journeys. It will surely be useful later. Is that so? Then I might as well just enter the public challenge. He decided, not particularly concerned about crystal cores. The system conceded, all right, perhaps I was thinking too small. Thus, Chongqing set the registration form down and patted Li Jun on the shoulder. I'll assess the situation before deciding whether to participate. He provided a rather ambiguous statement. In the following 2 days, Chongqing did not specifically pay attention to the match situation. Instead, he seized the opportunity to teach Yang's father, Yang's mother, and Tang Yun how to use a handgun. In this world, firearms are gradually becoming less effective against advanced zombies and supernatural beings. However, they still possess considerable lethality against ordinary zombies and nefarious humans. Stand firm and ensure your arms form an isosceles triangle with your body. Tang Yun, with such a ladle-like posture, how can you withstand the recoil? He instructed. Grip it steadily, mother. Your hold is far too low. Once you fire, the gun will undoubtedly fly from your grasp. Father's stance was relatively decent. But he must not hold his breath. A little relaxation is necessary. After 2 days, the three of them felt as if they were attending a stern class taught by a head teacher. Not daring to let their minds wander, son, I never imagined you could shoot, Yang's mother remarked, rubbing her sore wrist. Of course. Your son is a senior member of numerous clubs, including shooting, boxing, and equestrian clubs, Chongqing replied with conviction. The original self was quite adept at indulgence, indeed having secured senior memberships in many clubs. However, he had merely skimmed the surface of each. Upon inheriting the memories of the original, Chongqing had integrated the skills learned, leading to his current proficiency. The trio was keenly aware of the importance of firearms for non-superpowered individuals, hence they approached their training with utmost seriousness. By the end of the 3 days, they had progressed from complete novices to having a basic familiarity with the operations, achieving a certain degree of accuracy in close-range shooting. All right, let us conclude today's practice, Chongqing declared, noticing that they had nearly exhausted their supply of prepared ammunition. They had been coming and going early and late, Neglecting to check on the arena matches, he still wished to discuss the battle situation with Li Junso. The top 10 in Jiqing have already been determined, correct? Chongqing inquired, peering through the steaming haze of the hot pot at the spirited youth across from him. Indeed, and I am one of them, Li Jun responded, his expression brimming with pride. It turned out that after 3 days of preliminary matches, combined trials, and fierce battles, both Li Jun and Bai Bing had secured their places in the overall top 10. Li Jun ranked 7th, while Bai Bing claimed the 2nd position. Who holds the 1st place? Chongqing asked. He was well aware of Bai Bing's capabilities. After a period of training, she should have reached level 3, and her ice abilities were formidable, making her 2nd place unsurprising. First is Huyanzan, a magma ability user from the Dragonblood Mercenary Corps, and third is Chen Jin, a lightning ability user, Li Jun reported in one breath, naming the top 3 contenders. Chen Jin isn't first? What happened to the domineering male lead? Chongqing mused. In the original storyline, Chen Jin was not the top contender either, as the system had previously explained. However, in the narrative, he had defeated Bai Bing to secure the 2nd position, after a moment of contemplation. Chongqing grasped the situation. In the original plot, Bai Bing had led her team single-handedly, which naturally resulted in her bearing the brunt of both mental and physical labor, leaving her with fewer resources and time for training. Moreover, she had hardly encountered peers of equal caliber along her journey, lacking a control group to motivate her diligence in training. Now, facing Chongqing in combat had instilled a sense of urgency in her. Subsequently, teaming up with others provided her with more time and resources to hone her skills, thus significantly enhancing her strength compared to before. However, it remained uncertain whether Bai Bing would be willing to become one of the male lead's harem members. Given that her strength was still inferior to his, Chongqing found himself quite curious. The next day, Chongqing finally encountered Chen Jin at the site of the pedestrian challenge, dressed in a deep blue suit. With a light blue plaid tie and impeccably styled hair, he sat in the 3rd seat on stage, his expression rather grim. The host ascended the stage to reiterate the rules outlined in the promotional material, emphasizing once more that any pedestrian could participate in the challenge, provided they submitted 5 level 3 crystal cores. Chongqing observed the others. The 1st place was held by a towering behemoth who, even while seated, towered over Bai Bing by a head and was currently dozing with narrowed eyes. Li Jun occupied the 7th seat, appearing composed and dignified, resembling a true expert despite his earlier excitement during their conversation. 5 level 3 crystal cores were certainly not a trifling sum, yet not everyone was incapable of procuring them. Before long, a middle-aged man with a goatee approached, presenting his crystal cores as he stepped onto the stage. "Sir, please introduce yourself," the host requested, unfazed by the presence of a challenger willing to present crystal cores at this moment. Over the past few days, numerous teams had arrived, and while 5 crystal cores were daunting for an ordinary person, they posed little challenge for the leaders of powerful teams. The goateed man clasped his fists together, declaring, "I am Wu Shan'ai, from Kuancheng, captain of the Dust Wolf team. I arrived in the city yesterday and missed the registration." He was tall and slender, with dark skin, but his voice boomed like thunder, resonating in the ears of the audience. "Then, Mr. Mu, which seat do you wish to challenge?" The host's words prompted a hush to fall over the audience. A challenger presenting crystal cores was bound to be formidable, and regardless of whom they selected, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. Many in the audience were friends and family of the top 10 contestants, and as they noticed Mu Shanya's gaze scanning the stage, they couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. Ultimately, Mu Shanya's eyes locked onto the 3rd seat. "I wish to challenge him." Having taken the stage, he undoubtedly aimed for a significant reward. Selecting a lower-ranked opponent would be an insult to his 5 crystal cores. After much deliberation, he decided to challenge one of the top 3, albeit making the most conservative choice among them. Chen Jin's expression darkened, and he abruptly stood up. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" he thought, feeling as though they had chosen him as an easy target after scrutinizing the top 3. "The 3rd seat belongs to Chen Jin, captain of the Thunder team from Nancheng," the host announced with fervor. Chen Jin stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the audience. He spotted his team and noticed the worried expressions of the girls in his group. His eyes lingered momentarily on Chongqing before darting to the diverse array of women beside him, a barely perceptible flicker of hatred crossing his face. "Chongqing, being astutely observant, quickly caught on to the animosity in Chan Jin's gaze. Initially taken aback, he soon realized that sitting alongside Bai Bing's team made the male lead likely assume that those beautiful women were associated with him. Amused by this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The male lead's jealousy was rather excessive. Unbeknownst to him, the original self had always been the object of Chan Jin's envy, coming from a well-off family and mingling in circles that Chan Jin longed to join but had yet to penetrate. After the cataclysmic rebirth, Chan Jin had yearned to see the once flamboyant Yang Chongqing, hoping to elicit awe at his current stature. Little did he anticipate encountering Yang Chongqing here, finding himself on stage but not in first place while Chongqing remained the focal point of the crowd. Still commanding attention as before, this ignited a fresh wave of envy within him. Even amidst the apocalypse, why did Chongqing still bask in the adoration that had surrounded him prior to the cataclysm? However, Chan Jin soon found himself with no time to dwell on Chongqing as the battle commenced. The combat between supernatural beings was naturally spectacular. Their speed was astonishing, and their abilities rendered it difficult to discern the flow of the fight. Yet Chongqing observed everything with clarity. The lightning ability was a potent offensive power, while Mu Shanye's earth abilities provided both offense and defense. The two battled back and forth, making it challenging to determine a clear victor. Boom! As the tremendous bolt of lightning collided with the earthen wall, a vast cloud of dust erupted. With a sweeping motion, Mu Xianyi summoned the swirling earth and dust, which rapidly coalesced into elongated, sharp needles. With a decisive shout, countless needles surged forth like a flurry of snowflakes, hurtling toward Chen Jin. The audience gasped in unison, their hearts racing for Chen Jin, as the offensive range nearly enveloped the entire arena. Evasion was impossible. Defense was the only option. Chen Jin's expression turned grave as he bent down, palms pressed against the ground, enveloped by a shimmering azure shield of lightning. In the next moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosive impacts mingled with the hissing of electricity, leaving the spectators momentarily dizzy. Those seated further back on the platform silently rejoiced at not being chosen. Facing such a widespread area of effect attack was daunting. Only Huyin Zan, seated in the first position, and Bai Bing, in the second, remained unperturbed. Bai Bing's gaze frequently swept over the audience, keenly observing potential challengers, while Huyin Zan closed his eyes, seemingly impervious to the chaos around him. Chongqing sensed Bai Bing's occasional glances directed at him, understanding that she regarded him as a prospective rival, yet he remained unfazed, keeping his focus on the battle unfolding on the stage. At that moment, Mu Xianye's assault approached its conclusion. Merely a handful of needles remained from the barrage that had nearly saturated the arena. The lightning shield that enveloped Chen Jin was on the verge of collapse under the relentless onslaught. Gritting his teeth, Mu Xianyi commenced a rapid spin, radiant like Saturn's rings, causing the remaining needles to rotate and, in a short while, merge into a nearly 2-meter-long spear, its tip glowing with an emerald luminescence, no longer resembling mere earth. The audience held their breath, eyes riveted on the stage, as this confrontation proved to be more intense than many prior battles among the top 10 contenders. Chongqing nodded inwardly, recognizing Mu Xianye's clever tactic of transforming earth into stone, thereby enhancing the spear's durability and offensive power. Meanwhile, Chen Jin, panting heavily, concentrated the lightning shield into a sphere no larger than a fist, pulsating at his fingertips. Suddenly, both combatants let out a fierce roar, and the spear collided with the lightning sphere in an instant. Boom! Dust and debris exploded, engulfing the entire arena, obscuring the view for the spectators. In the following moment, a flash of fire illuminated the dust, followed by a tremendous roar. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a figure was seen hurtling from the stage, crashing onto the ground not far away. It was Mu Xianyi. Several members of the Earth Wolf team rushed to assist him as a doctor-like figure approached. Coughing violently, Mu Xianyi winced, his clothing tattered and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine," he asserted, though the doctor nodded after a brief examination. "However, I contest this match," Mu Xianyi declared, his face a mask of indignation. As the dust settled on the stage, the audience gasped in disbelief. For Chen Jin was seen hoisting a rocket launcher upon his shoulder. Realization dawned upon the crowd. The earlier flash and thunderous sound must have been the rocket's launch. Yet, to produce such an imposing weapon on the stage, did he possess a spatial storage ability? Or was he perhaps a space-based ability user? Since the apocalypse, the authorities had never confirmed the existence of dual ability users, leading the audience to speculate that he indeed possessed a spatial capability. Did the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps lend him a spatial reward? A young man beside Mu Xinyi exclaimed. What fairness is there in a competition where one acts as both judge and athlete? If you contest, you can wager 5 crystal cores to fight. Qian Jin retorted, causing the rocket launcher to vanish with a flick of his wrist, replaced by an M16 automatic rifle. Mu Xinyi spat in frustration. With his abilities depleted and injuries sustained, to re-enter the fray would be tantamount to seeking death, especially when his opponent wielded an arsenal of firearms. What is the nature of that spatial storage? He pondered. Could the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps genuinely be allowing contestants to cheat by providing them with spatial advantages? Seeing the audience murmur amongst themselves, Huyen Zhan slammed his hand on the table and rose, his imposing figure radiating authority. The Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps would never condone cheating, he asserted. Furthermore, the spatial jade pendant is my prize. I will not permit anyone else to claim it. Pausing, he added, since the apocalypse, extraordinary items have emerged. It is not surprising that others possess spatial capabilities. His words served as both a firm declaration and an explanation, prompting the audience to nod in agreement. Perceiving Huyen Zhan's intervention, Mu Xinyi dared not voice further objections, supported by his teammates as he exited the stage. The host took the platform, announcing that Chen Jin had secured the 3rd position in the first round of the challenger competition and would be protected from further challenges, inviting others to step forward. Subsequently, several challengers appeared, yet after the recent fierce battle, the spectators had gained a more rational appraisal of the strength among the top 10, leading them to challenge those ranked lower. After a series of skirmishes, the 10th position was claimed by a challenger, while the other rankings remained intact. Observing the proceedings, Chongqing broadened his horizons, marveling at the diverse abilities in this world. From those who could transform into swamps to others who could morph their bodies into weapons. Moreover, it appeared that combat styles could be developed according to personal preference. Sometimes, the same ability could manifest in completely opposite ways during battle. Congratulations to the 7th position, Li Jun, for maintaining his rank. The next match will be protected from challenges. Are there any challengers? The host's voice resonated once more, prompting Chongqing to step forward. Bai Bing's expression shifted. Li Jun, having just defended his position, expressed his excitement. Qinggo, you're finally going to make your move, he exclaimed. His voice loud enough for all to hear. It appeared that he was part of Li Jun's team, perhaps even its leader, and the audience buzzed with anticipation for the ensuing spectacle. Uncertain of whom he would challenge, many speculated whether it would be one of the top 3. As Chongqing ascended the stage, the crowd erupted in whispers. Mr. Yang, from which team do you hail? The host inquired, filled with anticipation, as today's battles had been thrilling, and the young man before him seemed to be a leader, likely to challenge one of the top 3. Team? Nameless, Chongqing replied after contemplation. They were merely a close-knit group of 5 or 6 friends, lacking the cohesion of a true team, and his collaboration with Bai Bing was merely temporary, not indicative of a formal group. Very well, this contestant hailing from the nameless team. Which position do you wish to challenge? The 1st position, Chongqing declared, eliciting an uproar from the crowd. Those who had been observing knew that Huyen Zhan had not suffered a defeat since the competition began. Even formidable opponents like Bai Bing and Chen Jin had met their downfall at his hands, rendering his prowess evident to all. Moreover, everyone was aware of the convenience offered by the spatial jade pendant in the post-apocalyptic world, leading them to believe that the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps was merely using it as a ruse to attract participants, ensuring that their own elite would retain the top position. The 1st position belongs to the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. Huyen Zhan. As the host announced, Huyen Zhan rose, deliberately stomping heavily on the stone arena, producing a resounding thud. However, this attempt to intimidate had no effect on Chongqing, who stood calmly, as if merely a spectator admiring the scenery. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the 2 figures in the center of the stage. Seeing Chongqing finally take the stage, Li Jun relaxed, reclining in his seat. leisurely cracking open a packet of sunflower seeds. Bai Bing, witnessing Changqing's choice of the first position, let out a breath of relief, yet could not suppress her disdain for herself. Despite having set defeating him as her goal, she felt a sense of ease when he chose another opponent. Chun Jin glanced at Bai Bing beside him, noticing her tense expression, a stark contrast to her previous composure. Assuming she was concerned for young Changqing, his gaze toward Changqing grew increasingly envious. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Bai Bing for the first time. Yet she had shown him nothing but disdain, mercilessly defeating him on the stage. It was utterly infuriating. At that moment, Chun Jin silently prayed for Hu Yanzhan to deliver a powerful performance, hoping he would leave his opponent humiliated and in disarray. As Hu Yanzhan stepped forward, the audience could not help but feel a wave of apprehension wash over them. With a gust of warm wind sweeping through, the two figures sprang into action. Changqing, eager to test the extent of his abilities, pushed his speed to its limits, wielding the thorn sword and conjuring a whirlwind upon the stage. In an instant, the spectators were taken aback, witnessing the seemingly frail youth disintegrate into dozens of phantoms, encircling Hu Yanzhan with relentless strikes, akin to a cinematic spectacle. Momentarily stunned, Hu Yanzhan watched as the figure before him vanished, only to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder, swiftly followed by a wave of stinging sensations coursing through his body. This is bad. He is a speed-type supernatural being. However, this minor injury is inconsequential to him. The key lies in withstanding the initial wave of attacks. A tremendous roar reverberates from the stage, and the temperature in the venue surges instantaneously, leaving the spectators feeling as if they were suddenly placed beside a volcano. "It is lava!" someone shouted. At this moment, Changqing ceased his assault and retreated to the side, the thorn sword in his hand emitting wisps of white smoke due to the extreme heat. Only then did the crowd realize that Hu Yanzhan was entirely enveloped in molten rock. Rather, one could say he had transformed into a being of lava. The onlookers were palpably tense. Bai Bing clenched her fists, fully aware of the formidable nature of the lava being. It emanated a heat so intense that even glaciers could not freeze it, rendering her utterly helpless. She was curious, however, about how Changqing would respond to this dire scenario. Changqing showed no signs of action. As the lava being charged towards him, he merely stepped back while counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Just as he reached the count of 5, the lava being's pace began to falter. Before he could utter the number 4, Hu Yanzhan collapsed with a thunderous crash. The scattered lava was shielded by a wave of azure light emitted by Changqing, subsequently descending to the ground with a hissing sound. The molten rock on Hu Yanzhan's body gradually dissipated, revealing his true form, it poisonous. His voice emerged, strained and weak, reminiscent of an old man. The rules did not state that poison was prohibited. Changqing sheathed the thorn sword and directed his gaze towards the host. Only then did the host regain his composure and ascend the stage, declaring, "Mr. Yang Changqing has successfully challenged seat number 1. At this moment, the crowd finally comprehended that the battle had concluded. After a brief silence, applause erupted, quickly spreading throughout the assembly. Li Jun rushed forward to embrace Changqing, exclaiming, "I knew you would secure the top position." Bai Bing and others approached to offer their congratulations, and Changqing found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers. Chun Jin sat in his seat, astonished, and upon witnessing Changqing encircled by the crowd, his expression darkened with resentment. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Being second would hardly be memorable to the audience, let alone his third-place finish. Changqing paid him no mind, expressing his gratitude to each person before following the established procedures to collect his reward and returning to the hotel. After all, dealing with the male protagonist was not his task. He had little regard for Chan Jin's thoughts. Upon returning to the hotel, the atmosphere was lively once more. After finally extricating himself from the crowd, he examined the reward he had received. It was a simple jade pendant shaped like a droplet, with some imperfections that belied a sense of flawless beauty. With a mere thought, he entered the pendant's space. "Do I not need to drop blood to acknowledge ownership?" he pondered, suspecting that it might be a damaged spatial item. The system seemed somewhat speechless. The space appeared to be roughly the size of a small room, about 20 square meters, sufficient to store some items. No wonder the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps was willing to present it as a reward. Without the requirement for blood acknowledgement, it could easily be seized. Although the space was inadequate for storing supplies for a team of dozens, it was certainly better than nothing, prompting Chongqing to wear it around his neck. At least the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps had presented something tangible as a reward. What, then, could they gain from such a tournament? This was a question Chongqing contemplated. In the world of cultivation, events akin to sect competitions existed, clearly intended to select and motivate outstanding disciples. However, this arena was not limited to internal competition within a mercenary corps, as anyone passing by could participate. It was undoubtedly a means to recruit new talent. The system considered this to be quite apparent. For a mercenary corps to grow, it needed a substantial number of supernatural beings. Such competitions would not only allow them to gather information about these beings, but also target and recruit powerful ones. Chongqing believed the matter might not be so straightforward. Supernatural beings were easily identifiable, and none would deliberately conceal their identities if they aimed to recruit. Wouldn't it be more convenient to discuss terms privately? Why go to such lengths to organize a competition? Whatever, the system reassured him, you are leaving tomorrow. After all, that was true. As long as no world-ending schemes interfered with the completion of his tasks. It was of little concern. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Thus, when he received an invitation from the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps to attend a banquet the following morning, Chongqing was not at all surprised. However, he did not dwell on it, instead helping everyone load their luggage onto the vehicle. To his surprise, he noticed Bai Bing directing her team in packing their belongings. I thought you were planning to stay for the banquet? Chongqing remarked, placing a large bag of clothing into the cart. We agreed to depart this morning, she replied logically. Upon noticing the jade pendant hanging around Chongqing's neck, she added, Don't you have space? Why use a vehicle for luggage? Just as she finished speaking, a rather unattractive delivery truck pulled up. Mr. Yang, your order has arrived, the driver exclaimed, alighting from the vehicle and opening the temperature-controlled compartment at the back, releasing a delightful aroma. The crowd's eyes widened as they beheld an assortment of roasted chickens, ducks, spicy rabbit heads, fried fish, and even frozen hot pot and ice-cold beer. Thank you, Chongqing said, tossing a small pouch of crystal cores to the driver. With a wave of his hand, an entire truckload of food was stored within the spatial compartment. This space has limited capacity, but it seems time stands still inside, making it ideal for preserving food, he explained with a smile. The crowd was momentarily speechless. However, they quickly realized that while Chongqing was indeed powerful, he was also quite amiable. They could always barter with crystal cores for delicious food later. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Tang Xiaotang. After spending several days together, Yang's parents treated her with more affection than their own son. Just last night, they had bought her a plethora of snacks and candies, including her favorite candied hawthorn, all now stored in the space. Grandpa, Grandma, I'll ride with you. Upon seeing Yang's parents approaching with their luggage, Tang Xiaotang bounced over to take Yang's mother by the hand. Goodness, Yang's mother beamed, her face crinkling with joy's not safe without a child seat in your car. Chongqing interjected with a chuckle, oh right, I forgot about that. We should have installed it yesterday. Yang's father slapped his forehead. This journey was not merely for leisure. Unexpected situations were bound to arise, and the absence of a child seat was indeed a safety concern. Little Tang should sit in the same car as her mother. Yang's mother remarked, gently patting Tang Xiaotang's head, glancing regretfully at the approaching Tang Yun. Chapter 35. The minor cannon fodder in Apocalypse Stallion Literature, 19, however. Before they could exit the hotel parking lot, a group of individuals intercepted them. The hotel's plump manager donned a beaming smile. Dear esteemed guests, are you in such a hurry to leave that we have neglected our hospitality? Without waiting for a response, he turned to reprimand several hotel staff behind him. It is our honor to host esteemed guests. How have you been serving them? You're all docked half a month's salary. The staff members turned pale, rushing forward to apologize. What is the meaning of this? Bai Bing stepped forward, her voice stern and laced with frost, causing several staff members to retreat in fright. We booked these rooms for several days upon our arrival. We are simply departing as planned. This has nothing to do with hotel service. In just a few sentences, She clarified the situation. Seeing the hotel manager rendered speechless, a young man stepped forward. I am Fu Chun from the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. You must have received the invitation to the banquet this morning, correct? Mr. Yang and Miss Bai are both among the top 3 seats. If you two do not attend, how can the banquet possibly proceed? His words carried a certain logic. Bai Bing fell silent, realizing that both of them had won valuable prizes through the arena competition. Thus, leaving now would seem to undermine the event. Why not stay for another night? We shall cover all hotel expenses, the young man proposed. It appeared that declining the banquet was no longer an option, and Chongqing reluctantly acquiesced. Since they were not allowing them to leave, he was curious to discern what the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps was truly up to. Additionally, he sensed a familiar energy emanating from the young man, one that seemed to resonate with the substances he had purchased at the trading post, piquing his interest. Upon arriving at the banquet, Chongqing discovered that Fu Chun was actually the second in command of the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps, while Hu Yinzan, whom he had defeated in the arena, held the position of third in command. The banquet featured an extraordinary array of dishes, rivaling those of opulent pre-apocalypse feasts, and even introduced innovative new dishes crafted from crystal cores. With delectable food and fine wine, the attendees indulged heartily. After a few rounds of drinks, the leader of the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps, Long Bei, took to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps has transformed this place into a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, and our strength is undoubtedly beyond question. The crowd halted their revelry, their gazes converging upon the stage. They were not oblivious. Most had surmised that the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps' considerable efforts in organizing this event were aimed at attracting talent. As the proceedings turned to serious matters, a palpable sense of anticipation filled the air. We not only boast formidable abilities among our extraordinary personnel, but we also possess our own research team. This not only enhances our survival capabilities in this apocalyptic world, but also significantly elevates our quality of life. He gestured toward the array of dishes adorning the banquet tables, many of which were innovative culinary creations specifically designed for the extraordinary beings among them. Not only were they delectable, but they also contributed greatly to the enhancement of their powers. Moreover, he pointed to a young man beside him. Our second in command, Fu Chun, possesses the rare healing ability. Even if one were to be bitten by a zombie, prompt medical intervention can prevent transformation. This revelation sent a ripple of astonishment through the audience. The notion of possessing an ability that could counteract zombie bites implied that as long as an injury was not fatal, survival was a possibility. This was undoubtedly a tremendous allure. Many fatalities in humanity's struggle against the undead were not immediately lethal, often stemming from minor injuries that, if left untreated, led inexorably to transformation. Will the mercenaries have access to healing services? Someone inquired, echoing the concerns of many. It was common knowledge that prior to the apocalypse, even during significant pandemics, medical resources had been stretched thin. With only one healer available now, how could the needs of the team be adequately met? Indeed, but it requires a corresponding amount of crystal cores. Additionally, we have developed a medication utilizing the healing ability that effectively counters the zombie virus, proving quite beneficial for treating zombie-inflicted injuries. As his words concluded, a group of attendants entered, placing exquisite little boxes before each guest, containing the aforementioned medication. Chongqing opened his box and found the contents indistinguishable from the pills purchased at the trading post. Other guests followed suit, and as they examined their boxes, the extraordinary among them could sense a unique aura, causing many to breathe more rapidly. Pills for treating zombie-inflicted wounds. Did this not equate to an extra life? Seeing the nods of approval from the crowd, Long Bei continued, "Thus, I extend a sincere invitation for all to join us." As the guests made their way northward in search of safety, they felt a stirring of interest upon hearing the impassioned introduction from the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. At that moment, another group of attendants entered, presenting a specially crafted insignia before each guest. What is this? The audience scrutinized the items, unable to discern any peculiar features, and thus turned their attention back to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the identification badge of our mercenary members. Simply drop a drop of blood to acknowledge your allegiance to the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. Long Bei's tone was as casual as if discussing the weather, while Fuqin and Hu Yanzan displayed identical badges to the audience. How remarkable! Though some found it hard to believe, the existence of extraordinary abilities in this apocalyptic realm rendered the emergence of other marvels somewhat understandable. Chongqing toyed with the identification badge, crafted from an unknown material, its jade-white hue both delicate and surprisingly weighty in his hand. As he spread his consciousness, a faint sense of foreboding emanated from the badge. "Host, halt immediately!" The system's voice pierced through his thoughts. "Your current body cannot withstand the power of your soul, I am aware," Chongqing replied, retracting his touch. This body, enhanced by extraordinary abilities, was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, which is why he dared to use a sliver of his true soul's power. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that some individuals had already pricked their fingers, allowing their blood to touch the badge, which absorbed the liquid with an eerie silence, as if a droplet of water had merged seamlessly into the ocean. Chapter 36. The Minor Cannon Fodder in the Apocalypse Stallion Literature. 20. Brother Qing. "Should we join the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps?" Li Jun inquired, holding the badge and leaning closer. Bai Bing also cast a curious glance in his direction. "I find this somewhat peculiar. Not joining," Chongqing asserted firmly. He sensed that this method bore a resemblance to the coercive tactics employed by demonic cultivators in the realm of immortal cultivation. Blood contained a wealth of personal biological information, potentially even details about one's abilities, an aspect of utmost importance to any individual. While it was reasonable to conclude that a single drop of blood held little value, in a world where extraordinary powers abounded, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that there existed abilities capable of exploiting such a drop. Most attendees had already proceeded with the blood oath, rendering Chongqing and his companions particularly conspicuous. Noticing this, Long Bei's expression soured as he exchanged glances with Hu Yanzan. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Yan approached Chongqing, his voice low and gravelly. "Mr. Yang, do you harbor any doubts regarding joining the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps?" "Doubts? I have none," Chongqing replied. "Then you?" "I merely believe that the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps is too weak to accommodate a figure of my stature," Chongqing said, narrowing his eyes as he toyed with the badge. "You?" Hu Yanzan appeared ready to retort but was quickly halted by a surge of pain from his injuries, causing his face to contort. Calm yourself. This toxin requires a tranquil mind." Chongqing's tone was that of a seasoned physician. Hu Yanzan nearly fled in distress. Chongqing anticipated further developments, but to his surprise, Hu Yan whispered something to Long Bei and subsequently withdrew without further ado. Long Bei merely instructed everyone to enjoy their meal and drink, announcing that new recruits should report to Hall 1 to receive their joining rewards before the group dispersed. Once the main party departed, the banquet hall buzzed with excitement as many guests approached Chongqing. Inquiring why he chose not to join the mercenary corps, "I sensed a foreboding aura from that badge," Chongqing replied truthfully. "Haha, you can sense an ominous presence? None of the perceptive abilities in my team detected anything." "Do not feign the supernatural," Chen Jian guffawed from across the table, unable to contain his amusement. "You only ranked third in the arena. It's understandable that someone of your limited strength would be oblivious." Chongqing shot him a sidelong glance. The original host's demise was intricately linked to Chen Jin, and while his mission did not require vengeance, he had no qualms about defending himself if provoked. "You?" Chen Jin rose indignantly but faltered under Chongqing's icy stare, a chill running down his spine, prompting him to sit back down. "The banquet has concluded. Let us depart," Chongqing declared, rising to leave with Li Jun and the others. The following day, their departure went smoothly, and they encountered no obstacles until they reached the city limits. Chongqing remained at the forefront of their convoy, and with only 2 days' journey to the northern base, the group, having enjoyed ample rest, was in high spirits. Uncertain who initiated it, someone began singing, a hymn celebrating the future that inspired many to join in, instilling confidence in the journey ahead. Chongqing did not intervene despite the potential risk of attracting zombies, for the road was desolate, and the likelihood of encountering the undead was slim. Furthermore, he sensed the collective emotion of hope emanating from the group. However, the song did not summon zombies. Instead, it attracted extraordinary beings. Just as the convoy approached a dense thicket, Chongqing sensed an unusual energy fluctuation surrounding them. He did not halt, but communicated the situation via radio to each vehicle. Xiao Tang, how many extraordinary beings can you sense in the surrounding woods? His voice remained steady. 15, including 5 level 3 extraordinary beings. Tang Xiaotong's voice quivered with tension. Typically, a small team captain would be a level 3 extraordinary being. This was indeed an impressive force. It appears they are preparing to attack. Tang Xiaotong's trembling voice relayed. Everyone, brace yourselves. As a multitude of fireballs surged towards them, Chongqing had already ascended to the roof of his vehicle. Watching the fiery projectiles and molten masses, he was reminded of the original host's tragic demise amidst flames. A chilling gust enveloped them, the clash of cold and heat in the sky creating a thick mist that engulfed the entire convoy. With a piercing whistle, countless figures erupted from the thicket. However, before they could close the distance to the convoy, they were swiftly repelled by the extraordinary beings on their side. Amidst the swirling mist, the sounds of clashing weapons and the reverberation of extraordinary abilities filled the air. Those remaining in the vehicles were primarily non-abilities users, and although they had encountered conflicts with extraordinary beings on their journey, being ambushed by such a formidable number was a first, stirring apprehension within them. Yang Fu and Yang Mu were equally anxious about the unfolding situation outside. Heeding Chongqing's warning, they retrieved their handguns, their expressions tense as they fixated on the view outside. Tang Xiaotang clung tightly to Tang Yun. Her voice quavering, "Mom, there are so many bad people outside. I'm so scared." Tears brimmed in her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. It was Tang Yun's first encounter with such chaos. Sweat beaded on her palms gripping the gun. She gazed out, only to be met with a shroud of mist, the sounds around them confirming the ferocity of the battle outside. "Oh, not fear. My dear, that I am here. Our team is strong, and the villains will soon be driven away." She reached out to caress her daughter's back, soothing her in gentle tones. Suddenly, Tang Xiaotang screamed as someone approached. Though fear gripped her, her abilities became increasingly acute. Upon turning her head, Tang Yun saw a figure hurtling down from the dense foliage above. Wielding a weapon that glimmered coldly even amidst the swirling white mist, in haste, Tang Yun fired her gun. Bang, bang, bang. The attacker was momentarily halted, yet did not fall. Instead, they continued their relentless advance. Closing her eyes, she tightened her embrace around her daughter. In the next instant, a heavy thud echoed from outside, as if something had crashed to the ground. "Mother, there are so many vines." When she opened her eyes, she beheld the entire vehicle ensnared in a dense web of vines, resembling a verdant shield wrapped around them. Through the gaps, she glimpsed the assailant, now ensnared by the vines, lying motionless on the ground. They were saved. Chongqing had used his powers to entangle the entire convoy in vines before meticulously surveying the battlefield. Although the attackers wore masks, Chongqing still perceived familiar energy fluctuations emanating from them. Participants of the banquet. It was undoubtedly the Dragon Blood mercenaries. He spotted Huiyenzan, transformed into a being of molten lava, but his aura was significantly diminished compared to their previous encounter in the arena. Opposing him was Bai Bing, wielding ice powers, who was clearly at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. Chongqing also caught sight of the lightning-wielding adversary engaged with Li Jun. Their battle was a spectacle, sparks flying and thunder crashing. Surely, this was the male protagonist, Qian Jin. Was this his declaration of allegiance to the Dragon Blood Legion? However, Chongqing refrained from intervening, sensing he had become the target of scrutiny. Deep within the thicket, 3 pairs of eyes were fixated on the young man atop the vehicle. They crouched among the trees, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Their energy signatures were faint, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. "Host, those 3 are Eastern ninja, all possessing agility-based abilities." The system interjected, unable to contain itself. "Ninja? They must be the additional Tier 3 abilities that Tang Xiaotang mentioned." Yet, their ability to mask their energy signatures was indeed intriguing. One must understand that the higher the ability level, the more pronounced the energy fluctuations tend to be. The energy signatures of these 3 were even weaker than those of recently awakened ability users. How curious. Chapter 37. The Minor Cannon Fodder in Apocalypse Stallion Literature, 21. Why have they yet to launch an attack? After waiting for a moment in silence, Chongqing grew impatient. For goodness sake, ninjas excel in assassination. They must await the opportune moment, the system remarked, exasperated. I have exhausted my abilities to envelop the entire convoy. This is the moment of vulnerability. System, you hardly appear vulnerable. Just then, a brilliant flash of light erupted, followed by a resounding explosion. Chongqing turned to see that Li Jun and Chen Jin had each unleashed their ultimate moves. However, it was evident that Li Jun was at a disadvantage from the collision of their powers. A fiery path extended outward, igniting the surrounding trees, as Li Jun struggled to rise at the end of the path. On the other side, Chen Jin was also gasping for breath, clearly drained. Chongqing took a couple of steps forward, preparing to act, when he suddenly heard the sound of slicing air from 3 directions. Shuriken! With a swift motion of his right foot, Chongqing propelled himself into the air using his vine powers. Clang! The 3 shuriken collided beneath him, scattering sparks in all directions. Unexpectedly, these shuriken did not fall to the ground as anticipated. Instead, they reversed direction and surged upward. At this moment, suspended in midair, Chongqing had no way to evade. Yet, this challenge was no match for him. He extended a vine, swiftly coiling around a towering tree, using its momentum to launch himself onto the treetops. As twilight descended, illuminated by the moonlight, he discerned that the shuriken were tethered to transparent threads, allowing for controlled attacks. Before he could ponder further, the shuriken came at him once more. Since evasion was impossible, he would have to defend. With a swift turn, countless vines sprang forth, winding towards the incoming shuriken like cobras striking. Boom! Upon contact, a tremendous explosion erupted, revealing that the shuriken were affixed with explosives. It was fortunate he had not attempted to catch them bare-handed. However, the next moment, Chongqing felt darkness enveloping him. In the moonlight, 3 figures suddenly appeared above him, their kunai gleaming ominously. The 3 ninjas, cloaked in stealth, had awaited this precise moment. They struck with unparalleled speed, and in a flash, their blades found their mark in the young man's body. The writhing vines fell limp, as if drenched in water, entangling together. Got him! A flicker of relief crossed the faces of the 3 yet, as they attempted to withdraw their kunai. They found them inexplicably stuck, refusing to budge. Clap, clap! The sound of applause echoed nearby. I never expected the Dragon Blood mercenaries to include Eastern ninjas. Chongqing's voice rang clear, sending chills down the spines of the 3 ninjas. Their expressions shifted drastically. As they prepared to flee, they discovered that the vines had ensnared their ankles without their realization. Upon closer inspection, the target they had struck was not the intended victim, but rather a wooden decoy. You are not a Tier 3 ability user, the leading ninja exclaimed in disbelief. He realized that his abilities were rendered ineffective before Chongqing, whose power evidently surpassed his own. The other 2 shared the same sense of despair. Despite the difference of one ability tier, the disparity in combat prowess felt insurmountable, making escape virtually impossible in their ensnared state. A Tier 3 ability user? Certainly not, Chongqing mused. Taking his time, he reached for one of the shuriken, which resembled a short sword with a long, thin, razor-sharp blade. The wooden hilt bore intricate carvings, with a circular hole at the base for the connecting thread. Just as he prepared to interrogate them, a sudden loud explosion reverberated below. Chongqing hurriedly descended to investigate. The situation was far better than he anticipated. The assailants were in disarray, fleeing the scene. The earlier explosion had been triggered by Chen Jin, who had fired a rocket-propelled grenade at an ice barrier. It seemed the attackers had a unique communication method, realizing that the Tier 3 ability user's ambush had failed, and thus decided to retreat. Chen Jin, frustrated that his projectile had been thwarted, had previously maintained an advantageous position in battle against Li Jun. Naturally, he felt reluctant to withdraw. As he departed, he unleashed a barrage from his arsenal of firearms. Just as Li Jun was on the verge of sustaining serious injury, he was unexpectedly shielded by Bing. However, with his comrades retreating, Chen Jin dared not linger, and with a flash of lightning, he too plunged into the depths of the thicket. Accelerated by his abilities, he moved swiftly and soon caught sight of his former teammates. Just as he was about to rush forward, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, nearly collapsing to the ground. The figure ahead was a member of his original squad. Upon hearing the commotion, They turned to see their former captain and hurried over to assist him, the two quickly vanishing into the forest. "Host, you utilized a mental attack," the system exclaimed in a flurry. Chongqing's complexion paled slightly as he sat atop the vehicle. Yet, he bore no regret for using a mental attack against Chen Jin. After all, Chen Jin was implicated in the original host's demise. This was an opportunity he could not let slip by. Moreover, Chen Jin's earlier attack on the exhausted Li Jun had been malicious, indicating that while such individuals might thrive in an apocalyptic world, they were hardly pleasant adversaries. Chongqing harbored intentions of retribution. At this moment, the others gathered around. Despite most sustaining injuries, they were fortunate that there were no casualties. "Brother Qing, are you all right?" Li Jun asked with concern, noticing Chongqing's pale face. Chongqing had not only safeguarded the non-ability users within the group, but had also confronted 3 Tier 3 ability users, leading to significant energy depletion. Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Everyone check your injuries." Among the group, aside from Bai Bing who remained unscathed, others were battered and bruised, with Li Jun's clothing torn and bloodied. The team lacked a healer, but fortunately, there was a doctor among the non-ability users. Chongqing dispelled the vines enveloping the vehicle, allowing the doctor to conduct a brief examination. Although the others had not witnessed the battle directly, stepping outside revealed a battlefield in utter disarray, leaving them with a sense of dread. Tang Xiaotang clutched her mother's hand tightly, still feeling anxious. Yang Mu approached and offered her a candy. "Don't be afraid, sweetie. The bad guys have already been chased away." "Yes, the bad guys are gone. We are safe now," Bai Bing reassured, gently patting Tang Xiaotang's head. "How despicable! The dragon blood mercenaries, unable to recruit us, sought our lives instead." A blond man kicked at a black-clad assailant bound by vines, seething with anger. Yet, the figure remained utterly still. A chill ran through Chongqing as he drew closer to the ensnared ability users. Discovering that they had all perished, Chapter 38. The minor cannon fodder in Apocalypse Stallion Literature, 22. The blond man examined one of the bodies, confirming that it was not poisoned. There were no toxins concealed within. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by the ruthlessness of the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. Could it be possible that there exists a means to remotely manipulate life and death? Chongqing recalled the enigmatic identity tokens. He leapt from the vehicle, retrieving the tokens from several individuals and handing them to the nearby Esper. The onlookers noticed a shocking crack on the identity token, causing their hearts to race. Could there truly be an ability to control a person's life and death through such tokens? Bai Bing's expression also soured. If that were indeed the case, then those who had pledged their allegiance at the banquet must have already fallen under the control of the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. Who could say for certain? Chongqing himself was unsure. The realm of cultivation did harbor sinister arts capable of exerting control through a single drop of blood, and it was not uncommon for highly skilled practitioners to be reborn through blood. However, whether such feats could be achieved in this world remained uncertain. Espers were considered the strong of the apocalypse, who would willingly allow their life and death to be dictated by another. Though the information was not yet confirmed, the peculiar identity tokens and the unsettling cracks on them instilled a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster among the crowd. Meanwhile, the doctor's examination had concluded, revealing no fatal injuries among them, and they decided to rest for the night. After all, the recent battle had not attracted any zombies, and this desolate wilderness felt more reassuring than the bustling city. Chongqing retrieved 3 frozen hot pots, 5 roasted chickens, and a case of beer from his storage, arranging them across 3 tables under the moonlight filtering through the leaves, creating a uniquely delightful dinner. As everyone gathered to eat and converse, Chongqing noticed that Su Kaiwei and Zheng Yingsha from Bai Bing's team were absent. He approached to inquire. Bai Bing, having enjoyed a couple of beers, blushed slightly and paused, momentarily forgetting Su Kaiwei's name before recalling, "Some of us chose to remain in Jiqing. They are likely among them." Her voice carried a hint of curiosity and teasing. "What, are you missing your fiancé?" The crowd immediately turned their inquisitive gazes upon him. "What? The esteemed one has a fiancé and she is in the same team." Some recalled Su Kaiwei but hadn't realized her connection to young Chongqing. "That was all before the apocalypse. As you can see, there is nothing between us," Chongqing explained casually. "Since we're here, let us sit for a while." Someone pulled out a stool. Chongqing rarely interacted with Bai Bing's team. giving an impression of aloofness, and due to his formidable strength, others hesitated to engage him. However, the atmosphere was pleasant, and everyone was eager to converse with the esteemed one. He took a seat without reservation. Feeling a shift in the team's dynamics following the recent battle, they discussed their abilities, shared experiences from the apocalypse, and exchanged information about the official bases. Everything flowed naturally, reminiscent of a reunion dinner before the world fell into chaos. Meanwhile, in a high-end treatment room of the first safe zone in Jiqing, Fu Chun, clad in a white lab coat, focused intently on the intricate data displayed on the computer. Tianjin lay on the treatment table, his face contorted in pain. After a considerable duration, Fu Chen's cool voice finally broke the silence. "It appears you have suffered a severe psychic attack. You must ease my pain first." Tianjin's voice trembled. He was genuinely distressed. Upon realizing he bore no wounds, he had assumed the pain would subside with time, only to find it worsening upon his return to unbearable levels. Had he known the injury would be so grave, he would never have participated in this hunting mission. He even regretted joining the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps, initially thinking he would enjoy the company of several beautiful women, only to be injured before he could truly indulge. Fu Chun administered a vial of medication into his system, placing a hand on his head. A wave of white light enveloped him. The pain in his mind finally began to alleviate, and Tianjin gradually drifted into slumber. Subsequently, Fu Chun pressed the call button at the bedside, and shortly after, four other men in white lab coats entered. "Transfer him to another room." The overhead lights were dimmed, casting an eerie shadow over Fu Chen's face, which was obscured behind the lamp. The newcomers remained silent as they wheeled the treatment bed out. The next day, as Chongqing was driving, the system's voice interrupted him. "Oh no! Oh no! The male lead is dead." Chongqing halted abruptly. "Chunjin is dead. I wondered why I couldn't find you after dinner. Turns out you went off to Jiqing for gossip." "What happened?" It was revealed that Long Bei was a wealthy tycoon in Jiqing. He had been diagnosed with a terminal illness, but unexpectedly awakened powerful abilities after the apocalypse, enabling him to control other espers and ordinary individuals with a drop of blood, and, under specific circumstances, to entirely occupy another's body. He leveraged his wealth and abilities to dominate the city, establishing a formidable mercenary group. However, his powers could not cure his illness, leaving him in search of a suitable body to replace his own. Since he was uncertain whether the new body would retain his original abilities, he sought a powerful esper, believing that only such a host could safeguard his empire and wealth. "Originally, you were also on his list of candidates." "My host," the system remarked cautiously, casting a glance at Chongqing. Chongqing was not surprised. After all, his performance on the arena had been unparalleled, but he was more concerned about Chunjin's current state. "That so? You're saying that Chunjin's body is now essentially occupied by Long Bei?" Chongqing pondered aloud. "Indeed," the system confirmed. "But, ha 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 ha." The system suddenly erupted into laughter. They never anticipated that even after swapping souls, they would still suffer from excruciating headaches. Ha 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 ha. They thought it was a psychic attack, the system added. Realization dawned on Chongqing. Psychic attacks could indeed inflict not only mental anguish but also physical damage to the body. Even if the original body had its core replaced, the underlying damage would persist, inevitably causing continued pain. So, Long Bei is now residing in the treatment room. Chongqing had not anticipated such a turn of events, which serendipitously aligned with his interests. Long Bei likely had no inclination to deal with anyone else at that moment. Chapter 39. The minor cannon fodder in the Apocalypse Stallion novel, 23. This made Chongqing reflect on certain incongruities in the male lead's behavior from the original storyline, such as his preference for spicy food despite being from the southern city, his sudden proficiency in management despite lacking prior experience, and his shift from exclusively admiring beautiful women to an indiscriminate attraction to both genders. Previously, everyone had believed these changes were merely the result of newfound power. Now it seemed that perhaps a different individual had taken residence beneath that skin. However, his mental assault is not so easily remedied. Thus, in a way, it serves as retribution for the original owner. The journey thereafter was remarkably smooth. After a day's travel, the group finally arrived at the northern base. At this juncture, the northern base was still in its nascent stages of construction, making it an opportune time for manpower recruitment. allowing them to enter the city without any fees. The base had established a comprehensive system, enabling anyone to seek employment and settle down here. For those with supernatural abilities, the options were even more abundant. They could enlist in the official supernatural military, reaping the benefits and privileges provided by the state. Or they could form their own teams or mercenary groups, earning rewards through the completion of official or civilian bounty tasks. Furthermore, crystal cores remained the hard currency of the base, allowing powerful supernatural beings to thrive by venturing out to eliminate zombies and collect cores. Naturally, when the city faced a zombie siege, all supernatural beings were required to respond to the official summons to safeguard the base's security. With stipends provided as incentives, by being shown brightly here, establishing a formidable mercenary group and collaborating with the authorities multiple times to tackle the zombie crisis, Li Jun opted to join the official supernatural military. Rapidly rising to prominence as a new star within the ranks after enduring countless battles, Yang's parents, meanwhile, chose to embark on a new entrepreneurial venture, returning to the clothing business. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qing did not form a team or build a faction, but rather engaged in business alongside his parents like an ordinary individual. Within a few years, the Yang family's business flourished, leading to the establishment of the Yang Group through the consolidation of their operations. During the unveiling ceremony of the Yang Group, Bai Bing, the leader of the Ice and Snow Mercenary Corps, was present, as was the youngest military leader, Li Jun, along with numerous level 4 and 5 supernatural beings who came to show their support. It was then that people recalled that the heir of the Yang Group was also a powerful supernatural being. To Zhang Qing's surprise, he encountered a familiar face at the banquet, Su Kaiwei. As the Yang Group primarily engaged in civilian commerce, the post-unveiling banquet was held in the square, open to all. When Zhang Qing spotted Su Kaiwei, she appeared disheveled, with a gaunt complexion, seated at a side table, dining heartily with the group. However, he chose not to greet her and instead turned to call over his friends. Later, he learned from Li Jun that the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps had recently announced its dissolution. Years prior, following Long Bei's declaration to pass on the leadership to Chen Jin, he had vanished, and over the years, Chen Jin's temperament had grown increasingly tyrannical, causing distress among his subordinates. Moreover, it seemed that Chen Jin had not inherited Long Bei's ability to control supernatural beings. After an incident where some supernatural beings escaped without any apparent mishap, rumors began to circulate that Long Bei had been harmed by Chen Jin, leading to a disintegration of morale within the mercenary group. Subsequently, several rebellions ensued, and Chen Jin himself perished amidst the turmoil. Thus, the entire mercenary group fell apart, with some forming small teams while others relocated to different bases. It is worth noting that, over the years, the authorities had gradually established bases in various regions, consolidating human forces to resist the zombie invasion. However, Zhang Qing had little interest in these developments. He now lived like an ordinary son, assisting his parents in their endeavors, the bloodshed from his journey north having completely dissipated. Anyone who saw him would assume he was merely a diligent son striving to please his parents. In recent years, he had not maintained much contact with his former friends. So when Bai Bing approached him at the banquet to toast and express her gratitude, he was somewhat taken aback, yet he engaged in polite conversation. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Bing had recently experienced a vivid dream. In the dream, she too led a team northward, yet she did not encounter Zhang Qing along the way. Instead, she guided her team to Ji City. There, a supernatural arena competition was being held, and she participated in it, only to be defeated not only by Hu Yinzan but also by Chen Jing. Later, Chen Jin took the initiative to befriend her, and the two established a relationship, choosing to join the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. Eventually, she discovered that Chen Jin had numerous romantic entanglements. When she attempted to leave, she found herself bound by her identity card, unable to escape. As Chen Jin gradually earned the trust of the mercenary group's leadership, he ultimately became the controller of the Dragon Blood Mercenary Corps. After that, her chances of leaving diminished further. Chen Jin's influence and power grew, and he established the strongest base in the apocalypse in Ji City, becoming a revered leader. Meanwhile, she, like a caged bird, gradually lost her vitality and ability to soar, becoming a true vassal. The dream felt so real, as if it had just transpired. Upon waking, she dared not recall the days depicted in her dream and meticulously reflected on the differences in her journey northward. discovering that the most significant distinction was the encounter with Yang Zhongqing at the gas station in that small town. Throughout the remainder of the journey, although he seemingly did nothing, he consistently intervened at crucial moments, profoundly impacting those around him. Seeing his seemingly unchanged visage at today's banquet brought her dream vividly back to mind. It turned out that in her dream, he was merely a pitiable figure, betrayed and abandoned, with an uncertain fate. Hence, she approached him specifically to express her gratitude, thankful that the events of her dream had not materialized into reality. Su Kaiwei had just arrived at the northern base today, and many events had transpired along the short journey. By the time she reached there, she was nearly famished, and upon seeing the banquet in the square, she immediately sat down and indulged in a feast. She did not expect to encounter Yang Zhongqing here, nor did she anticipate that this was the unveiling ceremony of the Yang Group. The Yang Group? Upon hearing that name, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, as if she were transported back to the time before the apocalypse. Back then, her parents and younger brother were still alive, but now, though there was no definitive news, she had come to accept the grim reality of her family's demise. Reflecting on her time in G-City, she was uncertain why she had impulsively heeded Zhang Yingsha's advice to stay behind. Although that man had initially provided her solace and even promised to help her find her parents, he later ascended to power, and his temperament grew increasingly volatile, leading to difficult times. Yet, she never anticipated that even worse tribulations lay ahead. Countless rebellions plunged G-City into chaos, resulting in both Zhang Yingsha and Qian Jian perishing in the turmoil. Eventually, unable to endure the conditions in G-City any longer, she followed a group of individuals to this place in this life. Yang's parents enjoyed long lives. Yang's father passed away at the age of 90, while Yang's mother lived to be 103. By the time Yang's father passed, the Yang Group had expanded its operations into various sectors, including lifestyle, entertainment, and real estate, establishing subsidiaries in human bases worldwide, with a workforce numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Although Yang's parents longed for grandchildren, regrettably, Zhongqing never embarked on the path of marriage and parenthood. At a few years after his mother's passing, he chose to withdraw from this world. Chapter 40. The Minor Role in Campus Romance. 1. As Zhongqing had just arrived, he overheard a woman softly sobbing, "Fang Zhongqing, I like you." Just as he entered the new world, a resounding confession echoed around him. Oh! Immediately, a chorus of cheering erupted from nearby. What is happening? He glanced around, realizing he was standing beneath a tall building, a basketball in hand, with the words "Boys' Dormitory" prominently displayed at the entrance. Numerous students, both male and female, surrounded him, and the girl before him sported a stylish student haircut. Her cheeks flushed. She extended her hand, holding a love letter. "Let's be together. Let's be together." Before Zhongqing could fully process the situation, the surrounding cheers grew louder. Such scenarios tend to heighten the crowd's curiosity. If one could partake in the drama, it would only make the story more intriguing. Although he had yet to sort out his memories, he instinctively disliked this somewhat coercive scene. "I'm sorry, but I currently have no intentions of dating." Zhongqing opened his mouth to deliver his refusal. "Sure." A collective sound of disapproval rang out, and Tang Xian's face visibly paled. Her body swayed as though she might faint, prompting Zhongqing to take a couple of steps back. "Hey, Fang Zhongqing, are you even a man?" A fiery young woman darted out from the side, supporting the wobbling Tang Xian with an expression of fury directed at Zhongqing. This comment nearly amused Zhongqing. He simply rejected a confession, so how did that equate to his masculinity? He was disinclined to engage with these individuals and turned to leave. "Fang Zhongqing, stop right there. Xian likes you." She mustered the courage to confess her feelings. "What kind of attitude is that? Do you have no gentlemanly demeanor?" Tang Xian's friend, Li Tong, was infuriated by the boy's demeanor, her eyes wide as she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhongqing. The young man halted mid-step. He turned back, a smile gracing his face. "What should I do then?" Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, slapping his forehead. "Was it my loud voice? Let me say it again. I'm sorry, classmate Tang, I appreciate your affection, but I'm not interested in dating. Perhaps you should consider someone else." His attitude completely enraged Li Tong. "Fang Zhongqing, can you stop speaking so sarcastically? Xin is such a delightful girl. and those who admire her have lined up all the way to France. What are you pretending for? Tong Tong, cease your words. Tang Exine steadied herself and tugged at Li Tong's sleeve. I must speak. Fong Chongqing, you rejected even Xin Xin. Could it be that you truly prefer men? At the utterance of this remark, the expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically. Well, now it has turned into slander. Chongqing let out a cold laugh and slammed the ball heavily onto the ground. Tiske, your coercion knows no bounds, does it? Stepping forward, his towering figure cast a shadow over the two, causing Tang Exine and Li Tong to instinctively retreat a step. I may not have discerned how wonderful she is, but I can certainly see how vile you are. The tall boy's smile vanished, and his voice turned icy. Tang Exine, I recall you turned down 2 suitors yesterday. Did they mock your peculiarities? You hide behind the scenes in silence while allowing others to bear the brunt of the villainy. Is this truly amusing? Tang Exine's delicate face paled, and tears she had long held back cascaded down. I did not mean it that way. She genuinely did not harbor such thoughts. It was her best friend who felt pity for her and came to her defense. I simply cannot tolerate others bullying Xin Xin. Fong Chongqing, you scoundrel. If there's an issue, confront me. Witnessing Tang Exine in tears, Li Tong was even more incensed, her finger nearly jabbing at Chongqing's face. Fine, fine. You share a deep bond as best friends. But what does that have to do with me? I have no interest in your romantic games. Moreover, his voice faltered, you do not genuinely harbor feelings for me. You merely lost a game and are using me as a source of amusement. He turned his head, facing a growing crowd of onlookers. Everyone knows that I have barely crossed paths with this Tang classmate. We are from different departments with little intersection. How could such a sudden commotion not annoy you? With that, he paid no heed to the whispers erupting behind him and strode directly into the dormitory building. This was a 4-person dormitory, with upper bunks for sleeping and desks below. Upon Chongqing's return, the dorm was empty, and he promptly pulled out a chair to sit down, taking a hearty gulp of water. Host, your reaction was quite swift just now. The system appeared, perched on his shoulder. Let them taste the bitterness of public opinion. Chongqing grinned. The plot was simple. The original character, Fong Chongqing, was a student of computer science at Lianqing University. He excelled academically, had a passion for basketball, and was somewhat well known throughout the school, akin to a campus heartthrob. Naturally, such a person attracted attention from girls and frequently received love letters, with direct confessions happening from time to time. However, he had no intentions of dating while in school, as he found campus romances to be juvenile and utterly uninteresting. Thus, he politely declined all confessions he received. This was nothing out of the ordinary, as there is no obligation to accept every confession one receives. Yet, to his astonishment, by rejecting Tang Exine's confession, he inadvertently invited calamity upon himself. In contrast to the original character's modest background, the Tang family was considered a prestigious lineage in Lianqing, with parents running a substantial business. Tang Exine was not only beautiful but had also been crowned the campus belle. Such a girl naturally had no shortage of admirers, yet for reasons unknown, she had set her sights on the original character and orchestrated a grand confession beneath the male dormitory. Unsurprisingly, the original character rejected her once more. However, this time, the refusal had unforeseen consequences. On sight, Tang Exine's best friend, Li Tong, vehemently accused the original character, even speculating about his sexual orientation. That very night, a post emerged on the campus forum, analyzing the entire incident from an observer's perspective and listing the number of girls the original character had turned down, which included many outstanding individuals. Ultimately, the post posed the question, how could a spirited young man refuse so many beautiful and accomplished girls? While there was no outright slander, every statement hinted at it. Moreover, Tang Exine's acquaintances continuously harassed the original character, fanning the flames and causing his reputation to plummet. Some claimed he feigned superiority to catch a bigger fish. Others suggested he was unwell and incapable of conventional relationships. The most rampant rumor, however, was that he was homosexual. Initially, the original character paid little heed to it, but as the gossip persisted, gradually, people began to believe it. His basketball companions distanced themselves, and classmates were reluctant to associate with him. Eventually, even his roommates politely suggested he consider moving out, as his presence was causing them to be scrutinized. What on earth was happening? Naturally, the original character could not accept this. He approached Tang Xian. But she feigned innocence, claiming she had forgotten about the incident since that confession and that she was now dating someone else, a young master from Qinxing Group, Zhao Yinshan. He sought the counsel of his teachers. But when asked why he had rejected her, he merely stated he had no interest in relationships, which only fueled further speculation. Reporting to the authorities yielded no results, as he could find no evidence. He even contemplated finding a girlfriend to prove himself, yet no one was willing to oblige, with the pervasive belief that the more one lacked something, the more desperate they were to prove it. The original character was bewildered. He had done nothing wrong. How had it come to this? He began to doubt himself and fell into despair, unable to concentrate on his studies. His parents visited the school. Yet they too were powerless in the face of this situation. In the span of a single semester, the original character transformed from a model student to one on academic leave. However, this was not the end of his troubles. No matter what he attempted, it always ended in failure. Helping his parents at their shop resulted in disturbances. A desire to travel led him to encounter thugs who assaulted him. He felt ensnared in a web. His fate beyond his control, each breath a struggle. Eventually, this turmoil affected his family, leading to the collapse of their small shop, and the family was forced to relocate to the outskirts. The original character wished to alleviate his family's burden. Yet he struggled to find work. He felt like a mere joke, and his health deteriorated significantly. At this juncture, someone informed him that his fate was cursed, bringing misfortune to himself and his family, and that only death could grant him release. Thus, on the brink of collapse, he took a leap from a tall building. This occurred merely a year after his academic leave and death. He learned that all of this had been orchestrated by Tang Xian's friends and her later boyfriend. They derived pleasure from watching him descend into despair. Remarkably, after his demise, they even covertly assisted his parents, making their lives somewhat easier. This undoubtedly led his parents to question whether the original character was truly cursed, bringing ruin to himself and their circumstances. Is this not akin to murder? Upon reviewing the narrative, Chongqing's expression hardened. Rumors are fierce as a tiger. It takes but a mouth to spread them, while dispelling them requires a marathon. These destructive individuals, devoid of self-control, truly deserve a harsh lesson. He clenched his fists tightly. Creak. The dormitory door swung open, and 3 young men entered in succession. Chongqing's roommates, Li Zhan, Lu Ming, and Zhao Ping. What's wrong with Chongqing? Why does he look so grim? Upon seeing Chongqing's solemn face, Li Zhan inquired with surprise. Haha, I heard you turned down the campus belle's confession. You wouldn't be regretting it, would you? Lu Ming chuckled, his curiosity piqued. That's certainly not the case. Brother Chongqing has turned down numerous admirers. He is solely focused on his studies, uninterested in romance. Zhao Ping remarked. Chongqing's gaze swept over the group. They were all casually dressed, radiating the vitality typical of youth. It's nothing serious, just a bit bothersome. Heh, it's merely a rejection of a confession. Yet they even slander me as homosexual. The moment the young man voiced his annoyance, his roommates erupted into laughter. Now that is genuinely amusing. Ha ha ha, do you need us to testify on your behalf? They chortled, tears of laughter streaming down their faces. Go away, go away. Chongqing waved his hand in exasperation. You all just relish my misfortune, at least. For now, his roommates seem to be normal, and their relationships appear to be in good standing. Yet, the attitudes of the roommates in the original narrative were rather intriguing. Had they received benefits? Were they coerced? Or could it be a combination of both? For the original character, the ostracism from his roommates marked the beginning of a shattered resolve, as betrayal by those who shared daily life was particularly heart-wrenching. As night fell, Chongqing lay in bed, browsing the campus forum. According to the plot, a post would explode that very evening, at this time. Several threads discussing the matter had already surfaced, given that confrontations arising from confessions were a rarity. Chongqing quickly located the most popular thread. Shocking. The campus belle's confession was rejected. Moral decay or an aberration of sexual orientation. The content within is quite instructive, not only detailing the progression of events with remarkable thoroughness, but also summarizing his previous experiences of rejecting confessions. It even reveals photos of him frolicking with friends on the basketball court, captured from rather ambiguous angles. The comments section has reached into the hundreds. marking it as a post of considerable discussion. Heh, I've always thought that fellow was a bit odd. How could he reject such a wonderful girl like Xine? Viewing these photographs, it's evident that something is amiss. Indeed, such scoundrels are the most detestable. My sisters must keep their eyes wide open to avoid inadvertently becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Zhang Qing noted several malicious slanders and quickly took screenshots to preserve the evidence. It is essential to have solid proof. However, amidst the comments, there was one that garnered a significant number of likes. Heh, did those young masters and ladies think they could play games with reckless abandon? Expecting no one to refuse, at the scene, others remarked how someone would confess to a complete stranger whom they had barely met. This comment too attracted numerous replies, most of which expressed agreement. It is true. There are countless suitors vying for Tang Xine's affection, many far more handsome and affluent than this individual. Surely, he must have lost a bet and is now attempting to save face. Can such behavior truly be called love? It's utterly revolting. Heh, I was present at the scene, and I can distinctly recall the overpowering scent of tea. Upstairs, elaborating. It appears that my previous fabrication of a storyline proved somewhat effective. Zhang Qing curled his lip eye. In truth, there was no bet involved in the confession, yet as for how much Tang Xian truly liked the original protagonist, Zhang Qing remained skeptical. It likely stemmed from a fleeting impulse. Perhaps fueled by the knowledge that the original protagonist had rejected many suitors, wishing to demonstrate his own allure. After all, shortly after this incident in the original plot, Tang Xian ended up with Zhao Yanshan. At this moment, within a spacious flat in a high-end community outside the school, Tang Xian gazed at the post displayed on her phone, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tong, please delete this. We never made any bets or played any dares. Why would he say such a thing? Her face was pale, and she cried as if struggling to breathe. In the room, Li Tong and two other young individuals sat, their expressions grim as they stared at the post on their phones. Damn it, that kid has gone too far. I want to let him off easily. Jiang Kaiding, unable to contain his anger, slammed his phone onto the sofa and stood up. Kaiding, thank you, but please don't go looking for trouble. It was my fault to begin with, Tang Xian said, wiping her tears and lifting her misty eyes. This only deepened Jiang Kaiding's sense of heartache. The woman he held dear was subjected to such humiliation by another. He must avenge this slight. Kaiding, don't act impulsively. It's unreasonable to seek trouble without cause, interjected another tall, slender youth. Jiang Kaiding's expression darkened. Mo Lingyu, you coward, weren't you the one who said to treat Xine like a sister? She has been wronged, and you expect her to just let it go? He pointed at the youth who had just spoken, his finger trembling in anger. Did I say not to teach that person a lesson? I merely suggested you avoid acting rashly, or you'll end up the one suffering in the end. Our bond has endured since childhood. Could I truly be so unprincipled? Mo Lingyu maintained his calm demeanor. A smile still on his face. Hemph, that's more like it. Jiang Kaiding sat down, his expression slightly easing. Oh, what do you propose we do about this post? Many are spreading rumors about us betting and playing dares. It's entirely unfounded. It's all that guy's fault for making such wild claims in front of so many people, Li Tong said, fuming. Her family background was not as affluent as the Tang, Mo, or Zhang families, so she could only vent her frustrations online. Truly seeking to delete the post or comments would be quite challenging for her. Perhaps it would be best to delete the entire post, Mo Lingyu suggested, glancing at the now tear-free Tang Xian, contemplating for a moment. Given the current tumultuous public opinion, this direction seems inappropriate. The following day, as Zhang Qing prepared to report the incident to the police, he discovered that the related posts on the forum had mysteriously vanished. All comments and discussions had been thoroughly erased. They certainly moved quickly. He scoffed softly and proceeded to attend his classes as usual. They seem intent on dealing with you directly. Host, you must exercise caution, the system reminded him. This was evident. Zhang Qing remained vigilant, aware that those individuals were not lacking in funds and were adept at causing trouble. Sure enough, within a few days, he found himself cornered by several scruffy youths in an alley outside the school. Hey, brother, could you lend me some cash? The leading youth, thin and lanky, wore flip-flops and strutted about with an air of misplaced confidence. Zhang Qing remained silent, stepping forward to deliver a punch to each, swiftly and decisively bringing them all to the ground, then promptly calling the police. When escorted to the precinct, the youths were still in a daze, unable to comprehend what had transpired before they were knocked down. "Officer, these individuals were commissioned to take me out," he stated calmly. "What?" The officer, currently attending to the victim, was taken aback. The next moment, he witnessed the composed youth hand over a stack of documents. The two officers exchanged dubious glances before examining the materials, their expressions turning serious. Within were detailed chat records of the hired thugs. Even the transaction records laid bare $100,000, quite a substantial sum. Moreover, it was evident that this was not merely a simple beating. The situation warranted serious attention. However, the youth before them was equally astonishing. One person took down 4 thugs and managed to obtain such evidence. Are young people nowadays truly this formidable? I frequently play basketball, have good stamina, and I'm studying computer science. Zhang Qing discerned the officer's skepticism and preempted their inquiries with an explanation. Well, that makes some sense. The officers did not dwell on this. The priority was to address the perpetrators. With the evidence presented, the thugs soon confessed. The one at the center of this was, indeed, Jiang Kai-ding. They were all students. He, along with his department's counselor and parents, were summoned to the police station. Upon seeing Zhang Qing, Jiang Kai-ding immediately grasped the situation. He felt a surge of frustration. This teacher and parent, Jiang Kai-ding's actions in hiring someone to harm a fellow student have had a severely negative impact. This requires criminal accountability, the officer stated solemnly. Although no serious consequences had arisen, such matters must be taken seriously. Jiang's father wore a grim expression, glaring at Jiang Kai-ding before turning to Zhang Qing. "Since you were not injured, we can compensate you for your emotional distress. We hope you can be understanding. Children can be mischievous, but if one goes to prison, that would have significant repercussions. Indeed, classmate Fong, you see, you weren't hurt. This would also tarnish the school's reputation. I suggest you accept Jiang's offer. It would be beneficial for everyone." The counselor quickly chimed in. As long as the victim is willing to forgive, this matter could be resolved without imprisonment, which would be advantageous for all parties. Would Zhang Qing agree to forgive? Of course, he would. $5 million. I want to pursue this further. He extended 5 fingers. What? Zhang's mother, who had been silent until now, shrieked, her expression sour. Zhang Qing shot her a glance, utterly devoid of expression. He was well aware that this woman was not actually Jiang Kai-ding's mother. Rather, she was the result of Jiang's father's affair, with his biological mother having passed away over a decade ago. Now they had their own child. Jiang Kai-ding was no longer of paramount importance. If not for the concern for their family's reputation, they likely wouldn't have even shown up. I agree. Jiang's father seethed inwardly at the woman's inability to maintain composure. 5 million was an outrageous sum, and others might think the Jiang family was struggling. He quickly produced a check, filled it out, and tossed it into Zhang Qing's hands. Get the letter of understanding done promptly. His tone dripped with arrogance. However, Zhang Qing was unconcerned. A settlement was merely a formality, and this was just the beginning. Money made things easier. After processing the letter of understanding according to procedures, he returned to school. Hey, Zhang Qing, did Jiang Kai-ding really try to hire someone to take you out? As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, several roommates gathered around him. Yes, but unfortunately for him, he almost ended up in jail himself. In the end, his father handed over 5 million, and I forgave him. Zhang Qing nonchalantly displayed the check for his friends to see, eliciting a collective gasp. I wish someone would try to take me out too. His roommates lamented dramatically. This incident quickly spread, igniting speculation across the school forum. After all, there was no real connection between Jiang Kai-ding and Zhang Qing, let alone any animosity. If anything, Jiang Kai-ding was closer to Tang Xian, while Zhang Qing had publicly rejected her. Jiang Kai-ding's audacity in directly hiring someone was utterly uncharacteristic of a student. It was rumored that Jiang Kai-ding had feelings for Tang Xian, and he likely believed she had been wronged, wanting to take revenge. With wealth comes the ability to act without restraint. However, Zhang Qing was no pushover, and the rumored settlement fee of 5 million was quite the sumis that true, rich guy. Please beat me up. I want to buy a car. The school forum buzzed with fervent discussions, effectively suppressing any lingering speculations regarding homosexuality. In light of this situation, Chongqing naturally found it quite delightful. In fact, he even went so far as to purchase a splendid sports car, parading it around campus daily, which undoubtedly served to validate the forum's conjectures about his newfound wealth. When queried by someone in his vicinity, he responded with a cheerful demeanor, clarifying, "I did not suffer any blows. Those few ruffians were no match for me." He promptly flexed his muscles, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps, while he reveled in his blissful existence. Jiang Kading was far less fortunate. Although his father leveraged connections to prevent his expulsion, the incident spread like wildfire, leaving everyone aware of his failed scheme that cost his family $5 million. To make matters worse, his younger brother taunted him about it multiple times, while even their father regarded him with disdain, withholding his allowance. Particularly vexing was the sight of Chongqing driving around in his luxurious vehicle, which nearly drove him to the brink of biting his tongue in frustration. In a spacious apartment where several individuals had convened, Jiang Kading hurled his phone in exasperation. Tang Xian's expression mirrored her discomfort. The forum was rife with discussions about her, as it was evident that Jiang Kading had acted out of anger on her behalf. Yet, she was the true victim, having done nothing wrong. Why was she dragged into this? Li Tong had consoled her for quite some time, and she was astonished to learn that the young man had proven to be quite formidable, having sent all 4 ruffians to the police station. "Are you suggesting that he provided the police with evidence of your hired attack?" Mo Lingyu furrowed her brows in confusion for an extended period. Although he was a computer science major, this was quite remarkable. Did he manage to intercept communications or track transaction records? Or had he been monitoring their activities all along? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Shouldn't he possess such capabilities? Jiang Kading was equally skeptical about Chongqing's prowess, yet this information had come from his father, who was familiar with the police, making it difficult for him to dismiss it. "Why father mentioned it, and advised me to avoid provoking him." He sat down, seething with anger. Is it common for computer science students to be this skilled? The group fell silent for a moment. If that were the case, causing trouble online would be ill-advised. "I heard that he plays basketball at Dingxiao Park every weekend. Perhaps we should gather some people." Jiang Kading's eyes sparkled with a new idea. "We cannot." Tang Xian stood up anxiously to intervene but was halted by Li Tong's firm grip. Xian, this has escalated beyond mere retaliation for you. He has wronged Kading, and we cannot let this slide." Consequently, Chongqing learned that Mo Lingyu had personally visited a certain bar, hiring several individuals to stake out Dingxiao basketball court for a daily fee of 20,000. Goodness, how wealthy, he mused. Since she had the means, why not spend more? For several consecutive weeks, Chongqing refrained from visiting Dingxiao Park. A month later, he returned but, under the pretense of feeling unwell, did not participate, merely observing before departing. It's all just a game. Mo Lingyu spent over 200,000. He found it increasingly difficult to ignore the situation. Lianqing was not a large city. Despite his family's affluence, their wealth only amounted to several million, and his monthly allowance was merely a few thousand, primarily sourced from his personal savings. In the apartment, the group's faces appeared as though shrouded in frost. That fellow must have known about the plans in advance. Mo Lingyu stated coldly. Yet, only they were privy to this information, and there were no surveillance measures in place. How could he possibly be aware of their private discussions? Moreover, all transactions were conducted in person and offline. There is no rationale. Someone must have leaked the information. Her gaze swept over the others. Jiang Kading had just sustained a significant loss and would wish for that man's downfall, so he was out of the question. Li Tong had previously clashed with him and even disparaged him online, so it was unlikely to be her either. Xian, you didn't happen to share our discussions with him, did you? In an attempt to gain his favor? At this moment, Mo Lingyu recalled a quote from Conan. Once all impossible factors have been eliminated, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Furthermore, Tang Xian had consistently urged everyone to refrain from taking action. I didn't. Tang Xian, now genuinely distressed, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Mo Lingyu, how could you accuse Xian? Li Tong and Jiang Kading also exhibited expressions of disbelief. She is the most likely candidate, Mo Lingyu asserted, convinced of her own intellectual superiority. She harbors feelings for that guy, does she not? She has been advising us not to intervene, which is also true. Given how confidential our conversations were, and considering I did not even reach out through online contacts, it is remarkable that he knew in advance, causing me to incur a loss of 20,000. The only possibility is that someone informed him. And you too, her eyes flitted between Jiang Kading and Li Tong. You have both previously engaged with that fellow, so you certainly wouldn't leak information. Hence, the most probable culprit is Xian. Her analysis, albeit somewhat reasonable, left the two in shock. Even Kading, your chat logs and transaction records might have been provided to him by someone. Mo Lingyu's voice suddenly exploded in Jiang Kading's ears. A revelation he found utterly unacceptable to know, that's impossible. His eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze on Tang Xian, murmuring, "No, it can't be true." Almost simultaneously, Tang Xian exclaimed, her tears finally escaping in torrents. "I never liked that guy. I only wanted to verify my charm after hearing he rejected many suitors." She bit her lip, divulging this explosive news. There was no other option. She had to clear her name. If her friends believed she had feelings for Fang Chongqing, it would provide a motive for betrayal, and that simply could not happen. As soon as her words left her lips, she lowered her head. Unable to bear the weight of their gazes, silence enveloped the room for what felt like an eternity until she heard Jiang Kading curse, "Damn it," before standing up and walking away. "Kading!" She yearned to call out and retain him but felt a lump in her throat. Unsure of how to express herself, Mo Lingyu and Li Tong were equally astounded. Zhao Yinshan was renowned in Lianqing as a prominent young talent, having graduated a few years prior and now thriving in the family business. But what was this? After all their efforts to support her, she was secretly dating someone. Both felt a sense of betrayal wash over them. Moreover, they fully understood Jiang Kading's feelings. Who didn't he know he had harbored affections for Tang Xian? To learn she intended to confess to Fang Chongqing, only to be rejected, while he had spent a night drinking and then offered his assistance, only for her to turn around and start dating someone else. It was utterly outrageous. Xian, this is truly unacceptable. I must go talk to Kading." After a lengthy pause, Mo Lingyu sighed and stood up to leave. She realized that after this incident, the group's relationships would likely never return to their former state. Has the little group encountered discord? Chongqing nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the system's message. It seemed the bonds within this little faction were not as robust as they had presumed. In that case, it was time to report to the authorities once more. Thus, he once again entered the police station. "You say someone else has hired someone to harm you?" The officer widened his eyes in disbelief at the absurdity of the claim. Had this young man truly stirred up trouble? It was the same group again. They were a small gang. Chongqing recounted the incident involving the rejection of his confession, emphasizing the group dynamics among them. He even presented photographs of Mo Lingyu and others engaging in transactions with several burly men in a bar corner, handing over stacks of cash, which left the officers astounded. These wealthy kids sure know how to stir up trouble. However, upon reviewing the photos, the officers recognized the individuals as regulars at the station and promptly invited them in for questioning. After a thorough interrogation, they all confessed, showing a nonchalant attitude since their money had already run out. Indeed, there's truth to this matter. The police regarded Chongqing with sympathetic eyes. They decided to summon the group for a stern talking to. In a society governed by laws, one cannot act with such impunity. Consequently, several police vehicles entered the campus, directly apprehending the four individuals, leaving no one, not even Tang Xian, unscathed. Instantly, the discourse at Lianqing University erupted into chaos. The forum was inundated with posts discussing the incident, for the police had made no effort to keep a low profile this time, blaring their sirens throughout. Photos of the individuals being led into police cars circulated widely, creating a sensational stir. What could possibly be the issue? It's just them behaving like mad dogs towards Fang Chongqing. They were nearly apprehended previously and showed no remorse, and now they've all been caught. I mean, it was merely a rejection of a confession. Is it worth such fury? They're only harming themselves. People speculated about how much compensation Fang Chongqing might seek this time, considering he had splurged on a car previously. Why aren't they targeting me? I want to buy a car too. A chorus of lamentations echoed throughout the forum. Unbeknownst to anyone, the incident had been shared on Weibo, swiftly igniting a fervent wave of discussions. Some individuals meticulously chronicled the entire affair, enumerating the timeline with precision. In an instant, a throng of onlookers flocked in. Such pampered young ladies and heirs of wealthy families truly exhibit a reckless disregard for the law. Was it merely a rejection that prompted such malevolence? To the extent of hiring an assassin? Such individuals deserve to face the iron fist of justice. It appears this little clique is no stranger to such behavior. They have grown accustomed to their own tyranny. I suggest a thorough investigation into their backgrounds. Who knows what new revelations might emerge? Kudos to classmate Fong for his remarkable resilience. He emerged unscathed and even profited from this debacle. I found it utterly amusing to see them lament on the campus forum, expressing their desire to endure a beating. Hilarious, indeed. I have witnessed it myself. It is true, I heard he even purchased a car. Truly? The former serfs are singing their praises. The internet is rife with comments, and the overwhelming public sentiment has placed immense pressure on the police to act. However, it is not a particularly complex case. After several rounds of interrogations, the truth soon became clear. I did not participate. I even advised them against such actions, Tang Xian declared, her face pale. Neither did I. I was merely comforting Xian. Li Tong quickly defended himself. Mo Lingyu and Jiang Kading wore equally grim expressions. What did Tang Xian and Li Tong mean? Were they insinuating that the misdeeds were solely their doing? Tang Xian, if you weren't involved, why lament to us? Jiang Kading and I hold no grudge against that fellow. What need have we to confront him? Was it not you who continually hinted at such actions? And you, Li Tong, were you not the one who posted those messages, even slandering him as a homosexual? Are you truly innocent? Mo Lingyu, furious to the point of exasperation, overturned the table in indignation. The consequence of this act was that all involved were sentenced to punishment. There was no choice, as public sentiment was overwhelming and their families could no longer intervene. The sentences were not severe, mostly a few months of detention, but the record would remain, and the repercussions would linger. This punishment could be deemed effective. Upon learning the outcome, Chongqing felt a sense of relief. With the sentence handed down, it seems expulsion from school is imminent. No longer would he have to encounter these individuals. His life would surely become much simpler. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the school swiftly issued a notice, expelling all involved. Naturally, the internet erupted in praise, but by this time, Chongqing had ceased to pay attention. Shortly after arriving in this world, he had begun to devote himself to his own endeavors. The original owner had excelled in his studies, even attempting to develop small programs. With Chongqing assimilating the original owner's memories, these tasks became trivial, and he surpassed the original owner's achievements. After selling several small programs, coupled with previous compensation, he found himself with some capital and subsequently registered a computer network company, focusing on the development of mini-games and small programs. In the original narrative, he had been ostracized by his roommates, leaving his dormitory in despair. Now, however, he chose to vacate voluntarily, as the demands of the company were numerous, and as the primary technical officer, he had to oversee operations closely. Fortunately, he was now in his senior year and not overly burdened with academic commitments. By the time Tang Xian and the others were released, Chongqing's company had already found its footing and had even sold several products, establishing a presence in Lianqing. Their release dates varied, but he visited on the day Tang Xian stepped out. Beneath a towering sycamore, a young man leaned casually against the hood of his car, exuding an air of leisure. The moment Tang Xian emerged, she was struck by a wave of nostalgia, as if time had reverted to that day beneath the dormitory building. She had just begun to utter something when the young man let out a light chuckle and cleanly slipped into his car. Departing with greater swiftness than before, Tang Xian pulled out her phone. "Hello, Yinshen. This is Tang Xian. Did you not say you would come to pick me up? Why haven't I seen you?" She felt a pang of grievance. Her family had indeed promised to come, but she had declined, wishing to reserve the time for Zhao Yinshen, only to find him absent. "I am in a meeting," came the deep voice from the other end, and tears instantly welled in Tang Xian's eyes. "All right, you carry on." She forced herself to act as a sensible girl, even as she faintly heard the sounds of music and laughter in the background. Feigning ignorance of them, the distance to the main road spanned several kilometers, making it particularly difficult to hail a taxi. Left with no choice, she walked for a considerable time in her high heels before finally managing to secure a ride. At which moment she felt as if her heart were shattering. Was she not an immensely proud young woman? How had she fallen to such depths? Was it solely due to that confession? Or the subsequent turn of events? Images flashed through her mind until she was reduced to silent tears. "Hey, miss, are you unable to pay the fare? Why are you crying? If you can't pay, get out." The driver, witnessing the scene through the rearview mirror, spoke with irritation. Tang Xian's sobs immediately halted. At this point, all she had left was Zhao Yanshun. As long as he was willing to help her, everything would surely be all right. Her eyes gradually regained clarity. When Tang's mother saw her daughter returning alone by taxi, she was taken aback. "Why, daughter? Did you not say Yanshun was coming to pick you up? Why did you take a taxi?" He's in a meeting," Tang Xian replied, her heart constricting. Fortunately, her family did not dwell on this. Instead, they expressed concern for her hardships. "My daughter, I've prepared a feast for you." Tang's father comforted with a smile, causing Tang Xian's tears to flow once more. "Dad, it was all that Feng Changqing's fault." She could not help but voice her grievances, only to find her parents falling silent. Xian, the police have already reached a verdict on this matter, so let us not dwell on it further." Tang's father shook his head. "It's not a significant issue. Our family is not lacking in resources. So why stir up trouble? That boy, I have heard of him. His prospects seem quite promising now." Tang Xian was momentarily stunned. Her father's word held great weight in family matters, though she was headstrong. She understood this and refrained from arguing further. The following day, she made inquiries and discovered that Feng Changqing had established his own business and developed several small programs, which were performing well. Some estimated his assets might have surpassed 10 million. This was indeed quite impressive in Liancheng. No wonder her father held such an attitude. Tang Xian slumped down in despair. Yet, she felt an intense hatred. At this moment, she even forgot why she had confessed in the first place, only remembering how that person had publicly rejected her, causing her humiliation and even leading to her imprisonment. "I must find Yanshun." She packed her belongings and set out, eventually locating Zhao Yanshun at a club, where he was engaged in business discussions. The man had an attractive countenance, his chiseled features adorned with a smile, accompanied by a strikingly dressed woman. "What brings you here?" Zhao Yanshun's first words ignited her anger. "Am I not allowed to come?" she retorted, pursing her lips. Zhao Yanshun frowned slightly, but the woman beside him stood up gracefully, her exaggerated smile gracing her features. "Oh, President Zhao, is this not your girlfriend who just got out of prison? She's been released?" Her tone was decidedly unkind. However, Zhao Yanshun's reaction left Tang Xian profoundly disappointed. His expression remained unchanged as he merely nodded. "Yes, she was just released a few days ago." The sultry woman's smile widened, and she extended her hand for an introduction. "Shunjia, Shin Lining." Tang Xian's pupils constricted in shock. The Shin family was indeed a prominent clan in Liancheng, arguably on par with the Zhao family. Yet, this young lady of the Shin family was known for her rebellious nature, having numerous suitors, and her reputation within aristocratic circles was far from stellar. Yanshun had previously expressed disdain for the Shin family's daughter. How then could he be associating with her today? "Please leave. We have business to discuss," Zhao Yanshun said, narrowing his eyes and issuing an unmistakable dismissal before Tang Xian could respond. "You?" Tang Xian could no longer maintain her composure. She was the rightful girlfriend, and they had not broken up. She boldly strode forward and plopped down on the sofa. Her high heels echoed against the floor. The room fell into an awkward silence. How could business discussions proceed now? "President Zhao, perhaps you should resolve your personal matters first? We can discuss the details later," a slightly portly man suggested hesitantly as he stood at its fine. "We shall continue," Zhao Yanshun replied, his impatience evident. He stepped forward, grasped Tang Xian's hand, and pulled her out the door. "Tang Xian, are you finished? I am conducting serious business. Why are you causing a scene?" "Listen, is that how one speaks? I'm causing a scene." Tang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Zhao Yanshun, What is your relationship with that young lady from the Shin family? We have not broken up yet. Unless you clarify this, I will not leave today. It appeared she had activated her inquisitive nature, becoming stubborn to the point of exasperation. Tang Xian. Zhao Yin Shan's patience waned, his tone turning severe. What do you think you are? Someone just released from prison. Do not concern yourself with my affairs with Shen Lining. I will tell you now. We have broken up. Get out of my way and do not jeopardize my business. Upon finishing his words, he summoned the waiter, and before Tang Xian could fully comprehend the situation, she was dragged away as the system recounted that night's events to Chongqing. It nearly choked with laughter. Host, it seems Tang Xian has unwittingly stumbled into a predicament. Zhao Yinshan has been quite troubled lately, and with her causing such a commotion, she is bound to face consequences. Chongqing chuckled as well. Isn't Zhao Yinshan busy with his own affairs? He certainly has a hand in this. The Zhao family, being large and prosperous, has many competitors. Although Zhao Yinshan is formidable, he is by no means without rivals. Among them, the most significant adversary is his 5 or 6 years older uncle, Zhao Lianen. Zhao Lianen studied abroad and ventured into entrepreneurship. In the original storyline, due to the substantial age gap between him and his elder brother, the company was handed over to the elder brother at an early stage, though the shares were still controlled by their father. Tragically, when Zhao's elder brother perished in a plane crash, Zhao Lianen was still in university, forcing their father to intervene once more to stabilize the situation. Zhao Lianen had ambitions for the family business, yet their father favored his grandson, Zhao Yinshan, who had grown up by his side. He kept this preference hidden, and by the time Zhao Lianen returned with the news, the Zhao family had already fallen entirely into Zhao Yinshan's hands. This is precisely why he could act against the original owner with such ease. He held all the power, wealth, and connections, making it as simple as crushing an ant. Presently, Zhao Lianen had received news from Chongqing early and returned in advance. Being a Zhao family member, Zhao Lianen had established a significant business abroad. Proving his capabilities, Chongqing heard that the majority of the shareholders in the Zhao family supported him. Thus, Zhao Yinshan was no longer preoccupied with romance. Instead, he sought to form an alliance with the Shun family to bolster his leverage. Chongqing pondered, if that is the case, let us lend a hand. He directed his gaze towards the project proposal on the table and made a mark with his pen. The rivalry between the Zhao uncles and nephews persisted for over a year, ultimately reaching a conclusion that surprised no one. After all, Zhao Lianen was older and more experienced, having garnered more support from shareholders from the outset. The onlookers were taken aback when Zhao Yinshan, during this tumultuous period, formed a union with the Shin family by marrying the disreputable young lady from the Shun household. Although his conduct during the wedding raised eyebrows, marriage is marriage. What astonished them further was that upon returning to the country, Zhao Lianen received substantial backing from the newly affluent Feng Chongqing, who collaborated on several projects at a significant discount, allowing him to quickly solidify his position. Many speculated on Feng Chongqing's motivations for such actions. At the Shun family residence, Zhao Yinshan sat despondently on the sofa, incredulously staring at the paternity test before him, his eyes ablaze with fury. Mom and Dad, how could you treat me like this? How am I supposed to continue living? His voice dripped with profound resentment. Marrying Shin Lino was a desperate choice, a gamble he had taken, yet he found himself defeated. Now, he resembled a son-in-law living under the Shin roof, treading carefully at every step, only to discover that even his child was not truly his. His clenched fists began to turn pale, and he glared at the two elders before him, the bitterness in his gaze palpable. If it's not mine, then it's not mine. Regardless, my daughter is indeed my granddaughter. Mr. Shun cast a dismissive glance at him. If you wish to divorce, I support that. Leave immediately, but do not expect to take anything from the Shin family. Pack your things and go. If you choose not to divorce, then do not bring this matter up again. Your parents will continue to support your career. This statement was undeniably blunt. Zhao Yinshan was momentarily taken aback. Sinking deeper into the sofa, the light in his eyes began to fade. Eventually, Chongqing learned that Zhao Yinshan had indeed divorced, moving out of the Shun household like a stray dog. It seems he still retains a modicum of pride. Yet it is of no use. Without the protection of the Shin family, Zhao Lianen will not spare him. That fellow is ruthless as he had anticipated. It was not long before Zhao Yinshan's corpse was discovered in a narrow alley behind a bar. followed by an investigation that led to the arrest of several drunken thugs involved in the robbery. Upon hearing this news, Chongqing merely smiled, and no one has yet grasped the reality of the situation. Chongqing never encountered Tang Xian and the others again. Rumors suggested that their families were aware of their offense against him and had sent them away. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to the matter. These individuals had once been prominent figures poised to inherit family fortunes. Now, however, they found themselves marginalized and idle, which was likely a torment in itself. At the alumni reunion 10 years later, he delivered a speech as an esteemed alumnus. There, he encountered Tang Xian and the others again, who had been waiting outside to apologize to him. Chongqing, we were overly impulsive back then. We apologize and are truly sorry. Chongqing regarded the visibly aged and diminished individuals before him, struggling to recognize them. Their families had evidently fallen on hard times over the years. Although he had not overtly struck against them, he had discreetly taken numerous actions. It was likely that these individuals had been coerced by their families to come. I accept your apology, but I am in no position to forgive you. With that, he entered his vehicle and departed. Chapter 42. The Instrument of the Era, 1. Upon arriving, Chongqing was immediately struck by the sound of a woman weeping softly. The child is not for outsiders. Would her aunt treat her niece harshly? What are you worried about? Mother Miao felt a deep aversion as she witnessed her eldest daughter-in-law sobbing. She's just a little girl. Keeping her here is a waste of resources. If it weren't for her aunt being married for 5 years without any progress, we wouldn't have this opportunity. However, the second girl is only 4 years old. Yu Xiuqin, cradling a little girl in her left arm, continued to weep. That little girl is also flesh from my body. How could I bear to give my daughter away? Yet in this household, her in-laws were domineering, her husband obedient to his parents, and she, being an orphan without family support, found her words rendered meaningless. Seeing that her eldest daughter-in-law remained obstinate, Mother Miao adopted a reasoning stance. You know the family situation. There are many mouths to feed and not enough labor. Pong Pong is about to start school, which is another expense. Keeping the second girl at home would only lead to hardship. Her aunt's family is in the city. What kind of conditions do they have? They have white rice and meat at every meal. Sending the second girl to her family would be like falling into a nest of blessings. After much persuasion, seeing that Yu Xiuqin still disagreed, Mother Miao's temper flared. She slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming, "You have no say in this. Her grandfather and I have already made arrangements." This sudden action startled Yu Xiuqin, causing her to tremble and the child in her arms to burst into tears. Why Yu Xiuqin hastily embraced her, flustered as she attempted to comfort her. Mother Miao seemed accustomed to such scenes. She turned to her silent eldest son sitting nearby. "And your father agrees to this, right?" Yu Xiuqin, with reddened eyes, gazed over, her look pleading. Chongqing had been engrossed in sorting through the original owner's memories. And at this moment, he snapped back to reality. Agree? I would never agree. It's not a matter a father can consent to. My little sister cannot bear children, which indicates her fate is devoid of offspring. As the old saying goes, what is not meant to be should not be forced. Forcing it may lead to harm. We cannot endanger the second girl, nor can we jeopardize my little sister. Chongqing, though never a father before, understood that a father who relinquishes his child is undoubtedly a failure. Mother Miao and Yu Xiuqin were both taken aback by his unexpected words, rendered speechless. After a moment, Mother Miao regained her composure and reached out to strike him. "You unfilial son, are you cursing your sister?" Chongqing would not passively endure the blows like his predecessor. He tilted his body and retreated a couple of steps, causing Miao Mu's slap to miss its mark. With her center of gravity compromised, she plopped down onto the cold ground. Enraged, Miao Mu scrambled to find a stick. Chongqing hastily instructed Yu Xiuqin to take Arya back to their room. As the stick came crashing down before him, he swiftly reached out, caught it, and gently pushed it, sending Miao Mu back to the ground once more. It was then that she recognized the disparity in strength between herself and her son. However, realizing she could not overpower him, she resorted to another tactic. She lifted her head and immediately began to wail, cursing her son for his ingratitude. Historically, such a scene would leave her son flustered. hastily admitting his faults and apologizing. Yet, Changqing paid her no mind, as he was exceedingly hungry. Thus, he allowed Miao Mu to lament and scold in the courtyard while he made his way to the kitchen in search of food. He filled a bowl with sweet potato porridge from the pot, retrieved a small piece of cured meat from the firebed, washed it, sliced it, and then added half a pot of rice. Placing the cured meat inside to cook over a fierce flame, before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the pot. Miao Mu's cries and curses attracted numerous neighbors, and when they inquired about the commotion, she dragged her eldest son into the fray, accusing him of disobedience and disrespect. Changqing, keenly aware, heard every word from the kitchen but remained unfazed. Once the cured meat rice was ready, he ladled it into 2 large bowls and, without hesitation, bypassed the front courtyard and entered his room. Yu Shuqin opened the door. She was greeted by the savory scent of cured meat, and there stood her husband, carrying 2 generous bowls of rice. Dia and Arya were also in the room, their mouths watering at the enticing aroma. Hadn't they just finished dinner? Why was he cooking again? Yu Shuqin found her husband's behavior peculiar today. He had boldly confronted his mother-in-law and even prepared a meal. I knew you all hadn't eaten enough, so I made a little more, Changqing said casually as he took a seat, inviting his 2 daughters to share one bowl while he and Yu Shuqin shared another. The daughters sensed something was off about their father, yet their hunger was undeniable, and the scent of the cured meat stirred their appetites, compelling them to grab their spoons and dig in. Yu Shuqin felt slightly embarrassed to share a bowl with her husband, but Changqing was unceremonious, quickly devouring half the bowl before handing her the utensils. After consuming half a bowl, Changqing finally felt a slight sense of fullness. He surveyed the modest room, which contained 2 beds, one large for him and his wife, and a smaller one for their daughters, along with a tall cabinet and little else in terms of furniture. Life was indeed arduous. Outside, Miao Mu appeared relentless, continuing her cries and curses, while the 4 of them inside were enjoying their meal, their mouths greasy with food. If you cook the cured meat like this, your parents will be furious, Yu Shuqin expressed her concern. After all, during these times, meat and eggs were scarce commodities, and Miao Mu controlled the household's supply, occasionally allowing a small portion for her cherished grandchildren while denying others. We work hard every day, earning our share, and most of what's in the house is what we've earned. What's wrong with us having some? Changqing retorted without a care. Seeing the incredulous look on Yu Shuqin's face, he elaborated, I've come to realize that they never regarded me as their son. In this household, I am worth less than a laborer. Today they may send away our youngest daughter, and tomorrow they could do the same with the eldest. For the sake of the children, I can no longer continue as I have in the past. Dia, hearing for the first time that they might send away her sister, panicked. She set down her chopsticks and rushed to hug Changqing's leg, pleading, Daddy, please don't send away my sister. I can eat less and share my food with her. Yu Shuqin, feeling her heart ache, embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her face. Arya, only 4 years old and not fully grasping the meaning of being sent away, instinctively sensed that it was not a good thing upon hearing her sister's words, and she too stopped eating, bursting into tears. Changqing stepped forward and lifted Arya into his arms, assuring them, You are both my precious children. I will never send either of you away. He gently stroked Arya's sparse hair. He would never part with his children, for that was one of the original owner's wishes. This world was akin to a narrative of familial relationships in a bygone era. The Miao family was one of the most ordinary households in the Hongyan Brigade. Miao Fu and Miao Mu had 3 children, the eldest son, Miao Changqing, the second son, Miao Guodong, and their youngest, a daughter, Miao Qiaoyan. The eldest son, the original owner, was deemed to have brought misfortune upon his parents due to his father's broken leg before his birth and his mother's near-fatal childbirth experience, leading to his lowly status within the family. By the age of 5, he was already cooking on a small stool, gathering pig grass at 7, and earning work points in the fields by his teenage years. Yet he remained the most poorly fed and clothed member of the household. From a young age, he was indoctrinated with the belief that he must yield to his younger siblings and obey his parents, resulting in a character that was both foolishly filial and dull-witted. He selflessly contributed not only his own efforts, but also those of his wife and children. When his sister married without having children, He obeyed his parents and adopted his daughter to give her a chance at life. When his brother caused trouble and harmed others, he took the blame and served time in prison. Upon his release, he discovered that his wife and eldest daughter had drowned themselves in the river. Although the original owner was foolishly filial, he certainly had affection for his wife and daughter. And upon hearing the news, he was lost in despair for quite some time. Eventually, it was Miao Mu who suggested he raise his nephew, with the hope that the boy would support him in his old age, thus reigniting his sense of purpose. The reason he was needed to help raise his nephew was that in the years following the restoration of the college entrance examination, his sister-in-law had enrolled in university, abandoning her husband and children, which left his brother devastated and consumed by gambling, neglecting his home life. Consequently, he pulled himself together, working at a construction site, forgoing his own needs, and sending all his earnings back home to support his nephew. Later, when his nephew graduated from college and wished to buy a house and marry in the city, he even went so far as to orchestrate a car accident, using the compensation to help his nephew purchase a home. However, he never anticipated that his sacrifices would not yield the desired outcome. When he truly became incapable of working and required support, he was informed that his nephew had no obligation to care for him. He sought to reclaim the money he had given over the years, only to be driven out by his nephew. In a days, he was struck by a large truck, ending his life. The original owner's wish was to protect his small family and avoid the tragedies of his past life. Overall, this world resembled a civilized society, free from safety concerns, thus presenting no significant challenges for Chongqing. After reviewing the narrative, he felt a deep sense of melancholy. The original owner was undoubtedly the primary architect of his own tragedy. Yet his issues were also tied to the brainwashing and emotional manipulation he endured since childhood, so it would not be entirely fair to blame him for his lack of awakening. However, Chongqing was not influenced by such factors. In fact, he felt little moral constraint, viewing this as merely a vacation world. As long as I possess no moral compass, no one can hold me hostage. At that moment, instead of rushing outside, he comforted the three women, encouraging his daughters to finish their meal. Finally, the neighbors, who had gathered to observe the spectacle, began to disperse. After all, Miao Mu was merely lamenting to herself. With no one to engage in a counter-dialogue, it was hardly compelling, and who truly cared about the affairs of another family? Once the crowd had cleared, Miao Mu remembered that her eldest son had not emerged from the kitchen. She ventured inside to investigate, only to discover that a piece of cured meat was missing from the fire bed. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma from the pot, everything fell into place. In an instant, she felt her authority had been further challenged, a surge of fury boiling within her. She stormed to Chongqing's door, banging on it furiously. "You wretched child! That meat was meant for your little nephew's birthday. How dare you, an adult, compete with a child for food? You might as well go die." When Chongqing opened the door, Miao Mu nearly stumbled inside. Regaining her balance with some effort, she reached out to strike him, but upon meeting his cold gaze, her hand faltered. "Where's the rest of the meat? Bring it here." "It was meant for your nephew," she demanded sharply, though to Chongqing, her demeanor seemed somewhat blustery yet timid. Miao Mu had always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong. She had previously been domineering over her eldest son, but after suffering a couple of setbacks, she now appeared somewhat hesitant. "I've already eaten," Chongqing replied, leaning casually against the doorframe, his tone languid. "Would you look at that? After eating a little, I actually feel a bit drowsy. You just wait until your father comes back to deal with you." Miao Mu ultimately spat out this threat before storming off in a huff. It was then that Chongqing remembered his father, Miao Zhengwo, had gone to visit relatives with his brother's family. The mere thought of Miao Zhengwo made him chuckle coldly. His father typically maintained a facade of fairness at home, rarely involving himself in family matters, with most discussions initiated by his mother. However, today, when the subject of sending Arya to Miao Chaoyan arose, he had conveniently gone to visit relatives. What a duplicitous character! Chongqing was curious to see what antics they would conjure upon their return. Having had his fill, he decided to lounge in the room with his family, even preventing Yu Xiuqin from going out to chop pig grass. "We need to put our feet up and let everyone know who truly handles the household chores. Let us turn in early tonight." At this moment, Yu Xiuqin was merely in her 20s, yet her skin was coarse, and her face bore an expression of hardship, clearly indicating that she toiled in the fields daily. She was not a particularly opinionated person, and the original owner of her life was one who heeded her parents' wishes, which was why their lives were so fraught with difficulties. When she heard Chongqing express his desire to abandon his responsibilities, she felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart but did not voice any opposition. Chongqing, already weary in body, had no desire to engage with the external clamor. He lay down fully clothed and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 43. The Tools of the Era, 2. The following morning at breakfast, Chongqing finally encountered the other members of his family. His father, Miao Zhengwo, in his 50s, appeared significantly older than most men of that age in later generations. Perpetually clutching a pipe during meals, in stark contrast to his own family, his younger brother's family seemed to fare much better. Although they wore the typical attire of rural folk, their complexions and overall health were markedly superior. Particularly his nephew, Miao Peng, who was chubby and fair-skinned, reminiscent of a young master from a bygone era. On the large square table, 6 or 7 dishes were laid out. Upon closer inspection, aside from the usual radishes and cabbages, there was a plate of fried small fish, a dish of scrambled eggs, and a serving of cured meat. Come, come, the eldest is awake. Everyone sit down. Let us commence our meal, Miao Mu said with a beaming smile. As if yesterday's discord had never transpired. The same old trick, Chongqing scoffed silently. The original owner had also thrown tantrums and attempted to shirk his responsibilities, only for the family to prepare a lavish meal. Followed by recounting the difficulties their parents faced, sharing stories of past sacrifices, and highlighting how others were dutiful to their parents, which would invariably quell his ire. Tio Chongqing. This was nothing short of emotional manipulation. The original owner may have been susceptible to such tactics, but he was not. Nonetheless, given the delectable dishes before him, he could not forego the meal. He motioned for his wife and daughters to sit down and directly serve them each a small portion of the sumptuous food before taking his own seat to eat. The 3 of them dared not glance at the expressions of others, merely bowing their heads to consume their rice. When Miao Peng saw that a significant portion of the fish, meat, and eggs had vanished from his bowl, he pouted and began to wail, "Grandma, Mom, do not let them eat. I want fish, I want meat, I want eggs." His mother, Li Ying, noticed that Chongqing had allocated 2/3 of the good dishes to his family, and her expression soured. She hurriedly placed a few pieces of food into her son's bowl, urging, "There's still plenty left. Eat quickly. It's all yours." However, Miao Peng was the sole male descendant of the Miao family's 3rd generation and was thus very much pampered. Usually, others would only serve him a single piece of choice food, while the rest would be for him. This time, however, having received so much less, he was unwilling to relent, continuing his cries in such a situation. The original owner would undoubtedly have felt too embarrassed to reach for the food, but Chongqing was not the original owner. He reached out, grabbed 2 slices of cured meat, and stuffed them into his mouth, followed by a fried egg onto his own plate. Well, now Miao Peng was even more incensed, collapsing onto the floor in a fit of howls. Miao Guodong, his younger brother, wore a displeased expression. He had always looked down upon his elder brother, who was uneducated and only knew how to toil in the fields, and had never seen him clean. Now, he was squabbling with a child over food. How uncouth! Miao Mu had never witnessed her eldest son behave in such a manner, and was about to scold him when Miao father silenced her with a glance. He understood that his eldest son was still upset and realized that gentler persuasion was necessary at this moment. Clearing his throat, he addressed Chongqing, "Eldest son, your mother and I worked hard to raise you both when you were young." But before he could finish his thought, Chongqing seized a piece of dried fish and crunched loudly. "What a spectacle!" Miao Peng's wails crescendoed. Miao Mu hurriedly emptied the remaining dried fish into Miao Peng's bowl. "The fish is gone, but there's still cured meat." Chongqing swiftly snatched up 5 pieces, leaving only 2 forlorn slices at the bottom of the bowl. At this point, Miao Guodong could no longer contain himself and quickly grabbed the last 2 pieces for his own bowl. As for the eggs, they had long been consumed. They hadn't even broached the main topic, and all the hearty dishes had vanished. This diversion rendered Miao father's words unsaid, hanging awkwardly in the air. Miao Peng, now disregarding his tears, scrambled to eat, fearing that if he delayed, his uncle would snatch away the food from his bowl. Noticing that Chongqing was distributing the food he had taken to Yu Xiuqin and their 2 daughters, Miao Mu finally could no longer suppress her irritation. She muttered under her breath, "A couple of worthless individuals. Do they truly deserve such delicacies?" Yu Xiuqin and her daughters were accustomed to Miao Mu's attitude and remained silent, merely focusing on their meal. While they could endure, Chongqing could not. "Mother, your bias has reached an extreme. Is it not Bigya who feeds the chickens daily? Is it not Bigya who gathers fodder for the pigs? Xiuqin and I labor diligently every day, and the majority of the grain we consume is earned through our toil. What is wrong with enjoying a bit of food?" His words struck a nerve, and Miao Guodong's face flushed with embarrassment. "Eldest brother, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that my wife and I earn less in labor points than you and your sister-in-law?" Miao Guodong, a high school graduate, had married a city-bred, educated youth, and it was only natural that they could not match the labor of someone who had worked the field since childhood. Besides, they had not split from the family, so why was it necessary to draw such clear distinctions? You know full well how little you earn. With what you bring in, how could you possibly raise your son to be so plump and healthy? Chongqing stood up, pointing at Miao Pong. Miao father could no longer sit idly by and interrupted, "Eldest son, you have no sons of your own. Who knows, your wife may one day rely on Pong Pong for support. How can you speak so harshly? That little ingrate, and you expect him to provide for you in your old age? Dad, what kind of society are we living in now? Women can bear half the sky. I have 2 daughters, and they can care for me just as well." Chongqing spoke openly about life and death, while the original owner had hoped for his nephew to provide for him in his old age. Yet, what had happened? He had been killed in an accident, and no one had cared, with the village pooling together to hastily bury him. Thus, Chongqing had no interest in spending money to raise a nephew. He would rather invest in his own daughter's futures. As the conversation veered further off course, Miao Mu finally brought up the main issue. "Eldest son, your 2 daughters. One is enough for supporting you in your old age. Your sister and brother-in-law have been married for years without children. Please help by letting Arya be adopted by them." Miao father chimed in, "Your brother-in-law's family is much better off than ours. She would be well taken care of, and besides, they live in the county. You and your wife can visit her." They all took turns speaking, determined to send Arya away. While Dia and Arya enjoyed the fine dishes, they were oblivious to the discussions around them. Yu Xiuqin, however, was filled with trepidation, for she knew her husband was not one to withstand persuasion and feared he might agree to their proposal in a moment of hesitation. Would Chongqing acquiesce? Certainly not. The more he listened, the angrier he became. When he saw that Yu Xiuqin and the girls had finished eating, he instructed them to return to their room. Once they had left, he changed his demeanor entirely. "Send Arya away? I think it would be better to send Miao Peng away. He is a son, and I'm sure your sister and brother-in-law would be delighted to have him enjoy the city life." Turning to Miao Peng, he asked, "Pong Pong, how would you like to go to your aunt's house and eat meat every day?" Miao Peng, who had always held a favorable impression of his aunt, who returned home dressed splendidly, immediately began to salivate at the thought of eating meat daily. "Great! Let us go to Auntie's house for meat." He set down his bowl and appeared eager to leave. Now, Miao Guodong and Li Ying's expressions darkened, their gazes toward Chongqing filled with fury. "You, uncle, Pong Pong is our lifeline. No one can take him away." Li Ying's voice dripped with reproach. Miao Guodong stood up, grabbing Chongqing by the collar. "You call yourself my elder brother, yet you dare to think you can send my son away?" Chongqing was bewildered by their outrage. "You can agree to send someone else's daughter away, yet no one can suggest sending your son. What kind of logic is that?" He seized Miao Guodong's hand and squeezed it tightly. Miao Guodong yelped in pain, and as he attempted to retaliate, Chongqing gently pushed him away, causing him to stumble back and fall to the ground. Miao Guodong's face turned crimson, feeling as if his wrist was ablaze from Chongqing's grip. He struggled to rise multiple times, but failed until Li Ying came over to assist him. Miao Peng, witnessing his father fall, burst into laughter, clapping his hands in delight as if witnessing a rare spectacle. Meanwhile, Miao Mu began to wail anew, "Oh heavens! What sin have I committed to bear such an unfilial child?" Chongqing listened to her repetitive and tiresome remarks and found them utterly uninteresting. He could not comprehend that regardless of the situation, any act that defied parental wishes would inevitably lead to accusations of being unfilial. Let them scold. It would not cost him a single piece of flesh, and Chongqing chose to pretend he had not heard. After a breakfast filled with discontent, the entire family had to head off to work. There was no alternative. The system still operated on work points, and the amount of food one could receive depended on how many points one earned. No work meant no food. The original couple were diligent workers, never shirking their responsibilities, and typically earned a full day's worth of points. However, Miao's father and mother, being older, could only manage 5 or 6 points after a long day's labor. Conversely, Miao Guodong and his spouse, burdened and unwilling to work hard, also managed a mere 5 or 6 points a day, often slacking off. Thus, when Chongqing remarked that the family's primary income came from the hard work of his parents, it was indeed a valid observation. While laboring, several neighbors inquired about the family's recent affairs. In rural areas devoid of entertainment facilities, gossiping about neighbors became one of the few forms of amusement, and the continuous scolding from Miao's mother had piqued everyone's curiosity. Chongqing harbored no embarrassment about family troubles and openly divulged the matter regarding Yang's parents insisting on adopting Arya despite the couple's objections. Explaining that the recent turmoil at home stemmed from his refusal to comply to it, was then that people learned of Miao Qiaoyan's childless status after several years of marriage. Miao Qiaoyan had been wed to the Wang family for 5 years without conceiving a child. The revelation astonished all, primarily, since Miao Qiaoyan rarely returned to the village after her marriage. Her infrequent visits were always grand and adorned, presenting an image of bliss that made it hard to believe she had not borne children in 5 years. Moreover, Miao's mother was a woman who valued her reputation greatly. Her daughter's marriage to the city was one of her few sources of pride, and she would never disclose the matter of her daughter's childlessness to the villagers. In later years, being childless for 4 or 5 years after marriage was deemed quite normal, but in this era, it would lead to disdain from in-laws and gossip from neighbors. With this understanding, the crowd began to grasp why Miao's mother was intent on adopting her granddaughter to her own daughter. Miao Qiaoyan was indeed a source of pride for Miao's mother. Not only had she graduated from middle school, but she had also married into the city and was rumored to be a temporary worker at the sugar factory, a unique achievement within the commune, bringing much honor to Miao's mother. However, adopting a child required the consent of the child's parents, a rule of rural society. The villagers whispered among themselves, acknowledging that such a decision could not be made without parental agreement. Who would force someone to adopt a child? Nevertheless, no one doubted Chongqing's words. The original character had always been seen as honest and straightforward, so the villagers naturally believed what he said to be true. Their perception of Miao's father and mother plummeted. One young man, frequently seen in the outside world, remarked that the state had long established laws against giving away children, which was a crime punishable by imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Chongqing frowned, wearing a troubled expression. Alas, we certainly do not agree. But my younger brother and his wife only earn 5 or 6 work points a day, and with Peng Peng needing to attend school, our household expenses are substantial. My mother simply wishes to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Chongqing spoke candidly, reasoning that since they were already trying to persuade them to send their daughter away, the Miao family had no face left to uphold. Your younger brother and sister-in-law are adults, and they only earn 5 or 6 work points a day, exclaimed Aunt Sue in astonishment. While everyone else wore expressions of disbelief. 5 or 6 work points were woefully insufficient for a young adult. It was known that rural youths often earned a full day's points by the age of 15 or 16, whereas 5 or 6 points represented the daily labor of a child or an elderly person. They were all high school graduates, educated and fastidious about cleanliness, unwilling to undertake dirty or laborious tasks. What could be done? Chongqing defended his brother's reputation. The villagers were displeased by this statement, for they toiled in the fields, enduring the elements. Who among them could claim superiority? So what if one was educated? Even the educated youth had to undergo re-education by the poor and lower middle-class farmers. How could one be selective about work and still expect to be educated? A disagreement arose with one villager stating, in my opinion, you two are far too honest. If you earned a full day's work points, supporting 2 daughters would pose no problem. If you were to send one away, it certainly would not be your second daughter. Others recalled Chongqing's upbringing, remarking that the Miao family's favoritism was too blatant. The younger son was educated while the elder labored, and now they sought to exploit the elder son. It was truly unkind. Ultimately, someone proposed that they simply split the household. The parents, being able-bodied, no longer needed to be supported, and living independently would be far more comfortable. Chongqing wore a pained expression, feigning humility to absorb their criticisms. The Miao family's reputation in the village had always been commendable. The original couple were diligent and earnest individuals, while Miao Guodong and his spouse were educated people. Miao's father and mother maintained good relations within the commune. Having raised a high school graduate and married an educated daughter-in-law, with their eldest son being dutiful, Chongqing's intention was to strip away the facade of their family's image, revealing how the Miao family favored the younger son while undermining the elder. Aunt Su had long held a grudge against Miao's mother, stemming from years past when Miao's mother had mocked her daughter-in-law for being akin to a barren hen, leading to a confrontation. Now, it seemed, Miao's daughter not only remained childless, but was also embroiled in a conflict over the adoption of her granddaughter. Aunt Su resolved to expose Miao's mother's misdeeds. Miao's mother gradually noticed the change in the way neighbors regarded her. Her once friendly circle of gossiping sisters dwindled, occasionally replaced by a few adversaries who would deliver veiled jabs in her presence. Miao's father also faced inquiries about whether he favored the younger son and daughter, and if he intended to adopt his granddaughter to his daughter. Miao Guodong and his wife began to feel the weight of public scrutiny, with some openly ridiculing him for earning only 5 or 6 points a day, leaving him infuriated and unable to refute it, as it was indeed the truth. Even Miao Peng faced questions about whether he was taking food from his elder sisters, as they appeared so thin and small while he was plump and fair. It was certainly his elder brother spreading rumors, and now the entire commune knew he only earned 5 or 6 work points a day. Miao Guodong was so enraged he kicked over a stool. Li Ying was equally incensed, questioning why family matters could not remain private and had to be broadcasted for all to know, thus tarnishing their family's reputation. Mom and Dad, please contact my younger sister and help us get jobs in the city. Miao Guodong could no longer tolerate the peculiar gazes from the commune. As a woman and a city-educated youth, Li Ying's lower work points were somewhat understandable. However, Miao Guodong, being a native rural man and a young adult, earning so little was naturally looked down upon. But could he be blamed? He had spent his youth in school, rarely engaging in farm work. It was only natural for him to be less efficient. Miao's mother began to suspect that it was her eldest son who had leaked this information. This unfilial child had been reckless with his words, recently behaving as though he had lost his mind, insisting on having the best food and not sparing even his nephews. Had she known, she would never have given birth to him. Miao's father sighed, reminiscing that his eldest had once been the most worry-free. How had he changed so drastically? After much contemplation, he felt his eldest was indeed a source of misfortune for them. Nevertheless, the fact that the younger son and his wife only earned 5 or 6 work points a day filled him with shame. Contacting Xiaoyan to work in the city required addressing the issue of the child she mentioned, which his elder brother adamantly opposed. Miao's father took a deep drag from his cigarette, his expression darkening. His eldest son was truly ignorant. A girl was such a treasure, and adopting her to the younger sister could alleviate the pressure of childlessness while allowing his brother to work in the city. What a splendid arrangement! Chongqing was indifferent to how others perceived him, focused instead on gaining a deeper understanding of the world through observation. The village of Zhongwan, where they currently resided, was one of 9 villages under the Hongqi commune. Although the communal kitchen had vanished, they still operated under a system of collective labor measured by work points, determining food rations accordingly. According to the narrative, college entrance examinations would resume in 2 years. However, this bore little relevance to him, as the original character had not even graduated elementary school before entering the workforce. Attempting to sit for the exams would likely result in him being treated as an anomaly. Yet, he was aware that someone in the family would be taking the exams in the story. Both Miao Guodong and his wife were preparing for examinations, leaving all household chores to the original couple, who toiled from dawn until dusk, eventually exhausting Yu Xiuqin to the point of illness. Therefore, it was essential to split the household before the resumption of college entrance examinations. Chongqing mused, lost in thought. A pair of small hands suddenly covered his eyes. "Daddy, Guess who I am? Changqing couldn't help but smile. Is it Daya? Daddy, you're so clever. You guessed it right at once. The child calling him daddy was undoubtedly his daughter. Changqing turned and lifted Daya onto his lap. It just over 7 years old. She felt as light as a feather, weighing less than 30 pounds. This child was simply too pitiful. The original master was not particularly close to his children. He was busy in the fields during the day, and upon returning home, he was constantly summoned for various tasks, leaving him with no moments of respite. Coupled with his taciturn nature, his concern for the children was minimal, resulting in a certain distance between them. However, after Changqing's arrival, the situation improved significantly. He diligently attended to his responsibilities while refraining from taking on tasks that were not his own. During mealtimes, he assertively ensured that the children, Daya and Arya, received their share of the delicious dishes. Over time, the two children grew much closer to him. Recently, Daya had become enamored with a game of guessing who was behind a mask. One evening, after dinner, she stealthily approached him while he sat on a large stone outside and covered his eyes. Changqing reached into his pocket and produced a piece of fruit candy, placing it in her mouth. Daya, would you like to go to school? The question took a moment to register, and as the rich sweetness melted on her tongue, she found herself momentarily speechless. Changqing noticed the dimples on her cheeks becoming pronounced as her eyes squinted into crescent shapes. Children in this era were easily pleased. Daddy, what is this? It's so delicious, Daya exclaimed, her words slightly slurred with excitement. This is peanut candy. Just chew it with your teeth, and it will be particularly fragrant. The candy was something he had unearthed from his personal space. He had been surprised to find a large bag of sweets there from his previous life, and hadn't he anticipated using it to delight the children here. I won't chew it. If I do, it will be gone. I want to savor it a little longer. Changqing understood her sentiment and remained silent, allowing her to enjoy the sweet flavor in peace. After a while, Daya remembered her father's question about attending school. Dad, is what you said about school still valid? She asked hesitantly. Changqing couldn't help but chuckled out. Of course, it stands. As long as you and Arya wish to attend school, your father will undoubtedly support you. If you don't believe me, we can make a pinky promise. After pondering for a moment, Daya decided to trust her father's words. I'll tell Arya, she exclaimed, jumping down. Wait! Changqing called out to her, pulling another piece of candy from his pocket. This is for Arya. You must give it to her quietly and keep it a secret from others. Watching her bounce away joyfully, Changqing couldn't help but smile with a paternal warmth. The experience of raising children was truly delightful. Chapter 45. The Tools of the Era, 4. That night, as she lay in bed, Yu Xiuqin found herself curious about why both girls seemed particularly attached to their father today. She pondered this and decided to ask him. Changqing smiled and unwrapped a piece of candy for her. As the milky sweetness filled her mouth, everything became clear. Where did you get this candy? Yu Xiuqin felt that her husband had undergone considerable change lately, although these changes were ones she welcomed, such as his increased attentiveness to their small family and his growing closeness to the children. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern when she saw him casually pull out candy. I exchanged it with the educated youth in return for helping them with some labor. Upon seeing Daya and Arya sit up, staring at him intently, he tossed each of them a piece of candy. Don't spoil them, Yu Xiuqin playfully admonished as she lightly slapped his arm. After doing so, she was momentarily taken aback, realizing how the atmosphere between her and her husband had become so much more relaxed over time. Yu Xiuqin was a typical traditional woman, diligent, simple, and somewhat timid, often deferring to her husband and unable to stand up to her mother-in-law, embodying a role that was easily manipulated in the original storyline. She had mustered the courage to oppose the adoption of Arya, but resigned herself once her husband agreed. She had possessed the traits of a woman from that era, one who endured without complaint. Recently, Changqing had been very protective of their two daughters and had shown her much more consideration than before, resulting in a more casual relationship between them. I believe Daya is now of school age. Changqing initiated the conversation, noting that aside from discussing the children, they had little else to talk about. If Daya goes to school, Mother will definitely not agree. Why Yu Xiuqin had never truly considered sending Daya to school, as deep down, she believed it was implausible. Firstly, few girls in rural areas received an education. Most families only sent their sons to school for a couple of years. Secondly, the Miao family was not well off. And with Miao Peng reaching school age, it was clear that Miao Mu would prioritize sending her grandson to school. I will handle things with my mother. Chongqing replied thoughtfully. In this technological era, the importance of knowledge was indisputable. If Chongqing wished to cultivate his daughters, he must ensure they received an education. Meanwhile, Miao Guodong and Li Ying were also discussing their children's schooling. Hey, have you talked to mother about Peng Peng going to school? Li Ying nudged her husband, who was sleeping beside her. Since they had not divided the family assets, such significant matters regarding schooling required the head of the household's approval. Is there any need to discuss it? My mother supported both my sister and me in our education. Of course, our family's only grandson must go to school, Miao Guodong mumbled as he turned over. I'm just worried that your elder brother might have objections, Li Ying said, her tone slightly exasperated. Previously, she had been unconcerned, but recently, it seemed that her elder brother had become more assertive, even taking issue with the division of labor among the second generation, which caused her some anxiety. Elder brother? This family is not under his control. Miao Guodong's voice grew louder at the mention of Chongqing. In the past, he wouldn't have spoken up, but lately, he had been outspoken, arguing without hesitation. And yet his points were often valid, leaving Miao Guodong unable to counter them. Oh, how I wish we could work in the city. Then Peng Peng could attend school there without worrying about elder brother's opinions. Li Ying said after a moment of silence. Miao Guodong also longed to work in the city, even if it meant stoking a boiler. Anything would be better than farming. However, getting into the city required connections, and his family only had a younger sister living there. Nonetheless, it was still early spring, and the start of school was some time away. Chongqing shared this sentiment. With the autumn school season still distant and a school available in the brigade, it was more pragmatic to focus on earning work points during the busy farming season. That day, while he was weeding in the fields, Daya came running breathlessly. Dad, Mom, Area is missing. Missing? Yu Xiuqin dropped her hoe and rushed home. Chongqing promptly requested leave from the brigade leader and hurried back with Daya. On the way, he learned that Daya had gone out to gather pigweed in the morning and returned home by noon, only to find that Area was nowhere to be seen. After searching the surroundings, she still couldn't find her. It's likely something is amiss at the Miao household, Chongqing thought to himself. By the time he reached home, Yu Xiuqin had already scoured the house inside and out, but found no trace of Area. She's not at home, Yu Xiuqin said, her eyes reddened with worry. Don't worry. We will definitely find her, Chongqing reassured her. In this era, the population was relatively stable, and the incidence of human trafficking was not as prevalent as in later generations. Area was sensible and never wandered off, so Chongqing was not overly concerned for her safety. You and Daya stay here. I'll go look for her. After saying this to Yu Xiuqin, he set off down the village road. Along the way, when he asked around, he discovered that Miao Chaoyan had indeed been seen in the village. As I suspected. Do they think I would simply accept this as fait accompli? How naive, if it were the original master. He might have reluctantly acquiesced, but Chongqing was resolute. He not only left the village, but also went to the commune to file a report at the police station. When he returned, 2 police officers followed him. By this time, it was getting late, and villagers were returning from work. When asked about the matter, he explained that he suspected Area had been abducted, prompting him to involve the police. Abducted? The villagers found it hard to believe. In this era, population mobility was limited, and incidents of human trafficking were rare. They only occasionally read about such cases in the newspapers. If there were indeed traffickers, wouldn't that mean their own children were at risk as well? Chongqing clarified that it was merely his suspicion, as Area was usually well-behaved, playing only around the house and never straying far. Hearing this, the villagers became even more skeptical and began to follow him to the Miao household. Along the way, they encountered more onlookers who joined the growing crowd, and by the time they reached the Miao household, they were accompanied by dozens of people. Chapter 46. The Tools of the Era, 5, at Home. Yu Xiuqin had searched the area around the house several times with Daya and had even inquired among the nearby villagers, but Area was nowhere to be found. With no other options left, she began to cry, and by the time Miao Mu and the others returned from work, her eyes were swollen from tears. Mother, Area is missing. We've searched everywhere. Upon seeing the family enter, she hurriedly explained the situation. A flicker of unease crossed Miao Mu's face, while Miao Fu and Miao Guodong remained silent behind her. Where is the eldest? Where has he gone? Miao Mu noticed that her eldest son was not home and felt a sense of anxiety. He went out to look for the children in the afternoon and hasn't he returned yet? Yu Shuqin replied, honestly, don't know. This will delay earning work points. Miao Mu exclaimed, slapping her thigh. The child hasn't he gone missing? It's just that her aunt came to take her away. This revelation struck Yu Shuqin like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Xiaoyan, why did she take Arya away? She was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it previously mentioned that Arya was to be adopted by Xiaoyan? Let her proceed first. Before Miao Mu could finish her sentence, Chongqing's voice rang out from the doorway. When did we agree to adopt Arya? I, as her father, was completely unaware. Miao Mu turned around and was startled, for standing at the entrance was a group of people, including 2 police officers. Witnessing the complex expressions on everyone's faces, one thought echoed in her mind. It's over. It's over, now everyone knows. Miao Fu and Miao Guodong's expressions shifted dramatically, as none had anticipated that Chongqing would report to the police and bring such a large crowd. Only Yu Shuqin was delighted to see Chongqing. She hurriedly stepped forward and recounted the situation. Why now? Even those who had been standing at the back and hadn't caught the details were clued in. It turned out that the Miao family had taken advantage of the couple going to work to directly adopt Arya. Miao Laodi, what you did is simply wrong. How can you send a child away without the consent of her parents? An elder reprimanded Miao Fu. Others chimed in sarcastically, questioning how the Miao family, with 6 able-bodied members, could not even support their own granddaughter. This is unacceptable. Miao Mu struggled to find her voice, her body swaying as if she might faint, yet her robust health betrayed any signs of collapse. The 2 police officers, who had been standing behind Chongqing, naturally heard Miao Mu's words and found them unbelievable. Children are not mere possessions. Even parents cannot simply give them away, let alone others. The state has stringent regulations regarding adoption, requiring various procedures. How could one just take a child without due process? Strictly speaking, this indeed contravened the law. Fortunately, the child was sent to her aunt's home, which prevented serious consequences, since they were present. The officers decided to enlighten everyone on the law. They entered the house and settled in, commencing a thorough inquiry. Be frank and you'll receive leniency. Resist and face severity. Explain why you sent the child away, how it was done, and who was involved. The police's stern voices intimidated everyone present into silence. Miao Mu had never encountered such a scene. She trembled and struggled to articulate a single word. Ultimately, it was Miao Fu, shaking with trepidation, who recounted the events in detail. The situation was not overly complicated. Miao Xiaoyan had been married for several years without children, and thus sought to adopt a child to save face. She had discussed this with Miao Fu and Miao Mu, promising to help Arya's second uncle find a job in the city. Consequently, Miao Fu and Miao Mu considered adopting Arya from the eldest family. But to their surprise, the eldest couple disapproved. At Miao Guodong's suggestion, they decided to act unilaterally and allowed Miao Xiaoyan to take the child. Well, that aligns somewhat with Chongqing's assumptions, though the instigation by Miao Guodong was unexpected. After hearing the explanation, the police officer's expression turned grave. You realize this is against the law. His piercing gaze swept over the Miao family, causing them to lower their heads. How are we to know that adopting a child to one's own aunt was illegal? Miao Guodong muttered under his breath, genuinely unaware, as rural areas often had instances of children being adopted by relatives without issue. Chongqing could not bear his feigned ignorance and stepped forward, raising his voice. Even according to rural customs, shouldn't the child's parents give their consent for adoption? This was indeed correct, and many nodded in agreement. When you first brought this matter up, I explicitly stated my disapproval, yet you took it upon yourselves to send Arya away while I was absent. His face bore the weight of indignation, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Turning to Miao Fu and Miao Mu, he continued, Father, Mother, your actions are wrong, whether viewed through the lens of village customs or legal statutes. I must ask, have you ever regarded me as your son? Have you treated Dia and Arya as your granddaughters? Of course Miao Fu began, but Chongqing interrupted. Throughout my life, I have never quarreled over anything with my younger siblings. When they studied, I toiled at home. When they wore new clothes, I donned the old. When they ate fine grains, I shared coarse grains with you. I have never complained about these things. However, he paused, his voice choking with emotion. But children are my lifeblood. You knew I opposed sending Arya away, yet you covertly proceeded to do so. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Seeing his distress, Yu Shuqin began to sob softly as well. The onlookers, moved by the scene, expressed their sympathy. Many elder villagers had watched Chongqing grow up and were accustomed to mutual support in times of need. Miao Laodi is truly confused. With only 3 children in the family, why not treat them all equally? Some remarked. Your eldest son, whom I've watched grow up, is a decent and hardworking man. What you are doing is hurting the child's feelings, and if this continues, it will create a rift between you. At this moment, Miao Mu realized that, unbeknownst to her, neighbors had gathered around, with no fewer than 20 people now crowding the yard, including several elders from the clan, and even the village chief was present. Chapter 47. The Tool of the Era, 6. Chongqing silently surveyed the gathering, noting that most had arrived and the atmosphere had reached its peak. He then declared, I must take my daughter back. Furthermore, I no longer wish to remain in this household. As the saying goes, when trees grow large, branches split. When sons grow up, families separate. Father, mother, since both my brother and I have established our own families, let us part ways and live our own lives. Upon hearing this, the Miao family members changed their expressions, while the villagers appeared to understand the situation. The Miao elders had behaved inappropriately. Favoring the younger child was one thing, but attempting to send their granddaughter away was entirely unacceptable. Thus, it was reasonable for the eldest son to seek separation from the family. Some onlookers, relishing the drama, internally urged, let it escalate, let it escalate. No. Miao Mu instinctively objected at the mention of separation. Not possible. Chongqing scoffed. You all believe I bring misfortune upon you, yet you wish to keep me around? Or do you intend to continue using my daughter to secure a city job for your younger son? His words were heavy, showing no regard for his parents' dignity. Miao Fu and Miao Mu's faces shifted between shades of green and white. They had long believed that their eldest son was a source of misfortune, which had led them to treat him poorly during his childhood. As he grew, they realized that such beliefs were mere superstition. There was no such thing as bringing misfortune, but their habitual treatment of him had persisted. Before Miao Mu could speak again, Miao Fu seized her arm to silence her. Let it be. If separation is what he desires, then let it be. He had come to understand that the eldest son had emotionally distanced himself from them and was resolute in his decision to separate. Furthermore, with the police present, it would be wise to acquiesce to the eldest son's wishes and bring matters to a close swiftly. Dad. Miao Guodong attempted to interject, only to be silenced by a glare from his father. Consequently, Chongqing invited the village chief and all present to witness the separation, proceeding to finalize it on the spot. The division of assets was to be executed swiftly to avoid lingering complications. Miao Mu insisted that there were no savings to speak of, but Chongqing chose not to contest this. The main concern was the distribution of grain. To expedite the process, he did not insist on dividing according to last year's work points. Sufficient provisions for the second half of the year would suffice. They divided a set of pots, pans, and 6 chickens, of which 2 went to him. As for the pig, it was meant for sale to the commune. So it was left out of the division. Personal belongings, such as quilts, would be taken by individuals. At present, Miao Fu and Miao Mu were only in their 50s, so discussions about their retirement were unnecessary for the time being. As for the house, Chongqing did not claim it. He had already applied to rent a set of 2 rooms on the eastern side of the village. Miao Mu watched Chongqing call people in to begin moving their belongings. She realized that her eldest son had been planning this separation for quite some time. The 2 police officers, having clarified the situation, bid farewell to Chongqing and departed. Chongqing had no intention of insisting on the arrest of the Miao family members. After all, it was quite rare during this era for children to sue their parents, and since Arya had merely been sent to her aunt's home, there was little justification for claiming it was an abduction. However, as long as he could seize this opportunity for separation, he was quite satisfied. Once everyone had left, the Miao household felt abruptly empty. Miao Mu, still in disbelief, murmured, Is it really over? Miao Fu sighed heavily and retreated into the house. Eldest brother has already made arrangements for his housing. He has long wished for this separation. Miao Guodong felt a pang of discomfort upon witnessing Qiangqing pilfer such a substantial amount of grain. He turned back to his mother, Miao Mu, intending to voice his grievances. However, Miao Mu was preoccupied with her own thoughts. With the eldest son's family having departed, she was left contemplating who would prepare the meals and gather fodder for the pigs. Realizing she faced a plethora of troublesome tasks. After a flurry of activities, it was already past 7 o'clock, and both Miao Guodong and his wife were famished, with Miao Peng crying and demanding sustenance. Reluctantly, Miao Mu made her way into the kitchen to cook. Previously, meals had been prepared by Yu Xiuqin, and since marrying off her eldest daughter-in-law, Miao Mu had rarely cooked, making her somewhat out of practice. She toiled until 10 o'clock before the family finally sat down to eat. The meal was particularly stifling for her, with Miao Fu adopting a grim countenance, and the atmosphere felt oppressive and sultry. Miao Guodong began to reflect on the disadvantages of the division of the family. His and his wife's work points were scant, and the grain they received each year barely sufficed to feed the family. With their son's educational expenses looming, this year they could sell some grain to make ends meet, but by next year, there would be nothing left to sell. Contemplating this, a cloud of worry cast a shadow over his face. He sensed that the leisurely days of their lives were slipping away. The only glimmer of joy came from Li Ying, who was pleased that her elder brother had not claimed the house, thus allowing an additional room for their son, alleviating the burden of the entire family cramped into a small space. Meanwhile, Qiangqing had finally arrived at the new home with Yu Xiuqin and Daya. He expressed his gratitude to the young people who had assisted them, handing out sunflower seeds and candies, and as they departed, a smile finally graced his face. They had finally separated. After all, only through this division could what they earned be considered truly theirs. Upon returning to the room, he found Yu Xiuqin already organizing their belongings. Her face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. "I never imagined we would have a day of separation," she exclaimed, at why Yu Xiuqin felt elated. After all, Dia was safe, and they could simply bring her back. Moreover, with the separation, they were now a kilometer away from the Miao family's old house, no longer needing to live in close quarters. What filled her with confidence for the future was that her husband was now genuinely considering and planning for their little family, and he was doing quite well at it. This house was one that had been abandoned. The original owner's family had relocated 2 years prior, and thus it had been reclaimed by the collective for management. It was a row of 2-room wooden houses, containing a bed, a wardrobe, and other furniture that was cumbersome to move. Due to neglect, dust had settled everywhere. When Qiangqing initially contemplated the separation, he had thought of this house and had approached the team leader to explain the situation. The team leader was more than willing, for while the house had been reclaimed, there were no funds for regular maintenance. Without any residents, the wooden structure would eventually collapse. Having someone willing to live there and pay a nominal annual rent was an ideal situation. Qiangqing rented it for 12 yuan a year, a price he found quite acceptable. In fact, there were several other abandoned houses in the village, and this one was not the best preserved. However, Qiangqing chose it primarily for its relatively convenient transportation. Being not far from the main road leading out of the village, as evening fell, Qiangqing lit a fire and boiled a few sweet potatoes, and the 3 of them managed a makeshift meal. Although Dia was still young, she was already quite sensible, not crying or causing a fuss, and quietly helping to tidy up. They arranged the bed in the inner room, laid out blankets for Dia to sleep on, and moved another bed from a different room into the outer area. By the time everything was sorted out and they lay down, it was already midnight. "Let us take a couple of days off. I'll go fetch area and tidy up the house." Qiangqing sighed in relief as he lay down. Yu Xiuqin replied. Indeed, the house required time to organize, but since they had accrued ample work points, they were not pressed for time. When Miao Qiaoyan opened the door to find her elder brother, she was momentarily taken aback. It was also the first time Qiangqing had met the original owner's sister. She had slightly curled hair and fair skin, presenting as a rather fashionable woman. However, Qiangqing held no favorable impression of her in the original narrative. Although Miao Qiaoyan had adopted Arya, her kindness had only lasted during the initial period. After a couple of years, when her own child was born, Arya's life in her household became akin to that of the original owner during her childhood. akin to a little spinning top performing household chores and assisting in caring for her newborn brother. Even more infuriating was that despite the Wang family's good fortune, they had not sent Arya to school. Instead, they utilized her as a domestic worker, and when she came of age, arranged for her to marry a limping man with violent tendencies for a mere 200 yuan, thus condemning her to a life devoid of happiness. Meanwhile, Wang Ji and Miao Qiaoyan thrived as a harmonious family, embarking on entrepreneurial ventures post-reform and establishing a significant fortune. They were truly a selfish and despicable couple. Changqing could not fathom how such individuals could be deserving of a happy ending. He had no intention of allowing Arya to remain in such a household. Arya, Daddy has come to take you home, Changqing called out even before entering the house. The door swung open, and a small girl with red-rimmed eyes emerged, bursting into tears upon seeing Changqing. Elder brother, didn't mother tell you about Arya? Mom and Dad both agreed. You cannot take her away. Miao Qiaoyan protested upon realizing Changqing's intentions. Arya is my daughter. What Mom and Dad say holds no weight, Changqing retorted as he swiftly approached and scooped up Arya at a tea. That moment, a tall, thin man emerged from another room. It was Miao Qiaoyan's husband, Wang Ji. What are you doing? He exclaimed, rushing to obstruct Changqing, only to be pushed aside with a single hand, crashing into the door behind him, gasping for breath. Elder brother, what are you doing? Miao Qiaoyan shrieked as she helped Wang Ji back up. I've said it. I am here to take Arya home. Changqing's voice was icy. Miao Qiaoyan had never feared her elder brother growing up, and she was not intimidated now. Hearing him insist on taking Arya, her temper flared. Mother agreed to let me adopt Arya. On what grounds do you think you can take her away? Seeing her so brazenly assert her claim made Changqing want to laugh in disbelief. Arya is my daughter. Without my consent, no one has the right to adopt her. Furthermore, Yu Xiuqin and I have separated, so our parents have no authority over me. This declaration left Miao Qiaoyan momentarily stunned. You mean you've separated? Indeed. So don't you dare use our parents to pressure me, Changqing stated, unwilling to engage further as he headed for the door. However, he was taken aback to find two police officers already waiting at the entrance. It turned out that Wang Ji's mother had surreptitiously called the police upon witnessing the commotion outside. Changqing chuckled. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, for he had not intended to involve the authorities, but since they had arrived, he might as well report the situation. Which Ms. Wang reported this? The police inquired upon entering. Wang's mother emerged from the kitchen, stating, I reported it. He barged into my home to steal my child. Well, that's quite the case of the villain crying out first. Changqing observed, unperturbed as he recounted how Miao Qiaoyan had taken the child without his consent. It was they who took my child without permission. I reported this matter to the Hongqi commune yesterday. There is a record, and you can verify it by phone. The two officers exchanged glances, with one using Wang's phone to verify the situation with the Hongqi commune police station. The other directly asked Arya, Little one, is he your father? Upon receiving an affirmative response, he was nearly convinced of Changqing's claims. Not long after, the police from the Hongqi commune confirmed the details. Even relatives cannot take another's child without permission. The officer's expression turned stern as he reprimanded Miao Qiaoyan. Such behavior can lead to imprisonment if pursued legally, do you understand? The other officer added in a severe tone, the state has long established laws. Yet the rural custom of illegal adoption persists. This act of taking a child without parental consent is utterly intolerable. I am the child's aunt. I just wanted to take her home to play. Miao Qiaoyan's defense sounded feeble. If you were not the child's aunt, we would have already taken you into custody, one officer remarked. The other officer gestured for Changqing to proceed. You may take your child. They must remain behind to educate this family on legal matters, as the nation is currently fervently promoting legal awareness. For families devoid of any legal consciousness, it is imperative to focus on legal education. Chapter 49. The Tools of the Era, 8. Thus, Changqing left amidst the resentful gazes of Miao Qiaoyan and the Wang family. The town of Lushan is modest in size, with a single main street stretching from south to north. Having arrived, Changqing intended to leisurely explore the town and observe the state of the world. However, he was utterly disheartened, for at this time, nearly all industries were state-owned or collective, and individual businesses had yet to emerge. This signified that even if one possessed goods, they could not engage in open exchanges or transactions without the risk of arrest. He first ventured into the supply and marketing cooperative, AT this time. The cooperative bore resemblance to a modern supermarket, offering a variety of essential goods. Upon entering, he encountered a long row of counters divided into numerous sections, with shelves behind them displaying an array of items. Chongqing examined each section without uttering a word, opting instead to gauge prices by observing the purchases of others. A salesperson, noticing him holding a child, attempted to sell him milk powder and brown sugar, to which he candidly replied that he lacked the funds, eliciting a round of disdainful looks. He spent considerable time scrutinizing the clothing counter. The fashion of this era was starkly different from that of his previous life. The colors and styles were predominantly somber, favoring dark hues. Even children's clothing rarely featured vibrant colors, and the designs prioritized warmth and practicality, reflecting the austere characteristics of this challenging time. He wished to continue his previous venture in the clothing business, but such endeavors were entirely prohibited now, leaving him only to observe. The salesperson, having heard his earlier admission of poverty, ignored him, allowing him to stand there and look. After gaining a general understanding of the market conditions, he exited the cooperative. That moment, Arya expressed her hunger, prompting him to retrieve a biscuit from his space and place it in her hand. It was not that he did not wish to purchase steaming buns from the state-run restaurant. Rather, he genuinely had not a single cent to spare. The streets were devoid of stalls or rows of shops, and after a circuit, he found it all rather uninspiring. Arya, however, was quite intrigued, munching on her biscuit while her eyes roamed curiously around. "Host, if you wish to purchase items, you might consider visiting the black market," the system reminded him. At last, this external aid had proven its worth. He resolved to venture into the fabled black market. Following the system's guidance, he wandered beneath the Eastgate Bridge. This place hardly qualified as a market, as the people present were generally devoid of goods, primarily exchanging information and conducting transactions at agreed times and locations. He observed that the individuals here were exceedingly wary. Some feigned casual strolls, while others gathered in clusters to converse. Holding a child made him feel somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, carrying a child seemed to garner trust more readily. And before long, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face approached him. "Brother, do you need a radio? Shanghai brand, no tickets required." With not a penny to his name, Chongqing could certainly not afford a radio. So he shook his head. "Do you have anything to sell?" The man, seeing Chongqing empty-handed and only with a child, assumed he was a market inspector looking to resell goods. Chongqing considered this. He indeed had some items in his space, but mostly foodstuffs, and items not from this era could not be produced. Even rice and flour would not be suitable for trade due to their inferior quality compared to that of this time. So he decided to mention, "I have a friend who has some apples and asked me to inquire, but he only needs cash." Apples. The man's eyes lit up at this. In this era, fruits were even scarcer than white sugar, especially in the South, where apples were not cultivated. Given the limited logistics and preservation capabilities, seasonal fruits were exceedingly rare, making it quite challenging for even affluent families to obtain them. "Can you ensure a stable supply?" he asked, pulling Chongqing aside and speaking cautiously. "What are you thinking? This isn't something that can be stably supplied. I'm merely helping someone out," Chongqing replied in a hushed tone, gesturing towards the sky. "Oh," the middle-aged man understood, surmising that Chongqing was assisting a leader or a relative of a leader in handling goods. "For the apples, I can offer this price," he said, extending his hand to indicate 50 cents per pound. Given that a large meat bun at the state-run restaurant cost only 10 cents, Chongqing estimated that this price was acceptable. They agreed to meet in the evening at the west entrance of the town for the transaction. "Everyone calls me Zhang Matzi. I'll see you tonight." As he departed, the man introduced himself and handed Arya a piece of candy. On the return journey, Chongqing carried Arya on his back. "Arya, are you not afraid of strangers?" he inquired curiously, having seen many people along the way. Yet Arya remained quiet, her expression one of intrigue. "Not afraid. Daddy is here," she mumbled, her voice betraying her fatigue. Chongqing couldn't help but chuckle. The emotions of children are indeed peculiar. Despite having been distant just moments ago, A slight kindness from him had fostered such a profound sense of trust and closeness within her. By the time he arrived home, it was already noon. Yu Xiuqin had tidied up the room inside and out and was currently trimming the weeds at the door with a curved knife. "You back. There's rice in the pot." Upon seeing Changqing return with area on his back, Yu Xiuqin's anxious heart finally settled, and a smile graced her face. Dia was also overjoyed and eagerly went to the kitchen to help serve the rice. After placing the sleeping area on the bed, Changqing finally sat down to enjoy his first meal in the new home. Although it was still sweet potato rice, the rice content was significantly higher, making it much more palatable. However, the wild vegetables were a bit tough. It then struck him that, in the haste of dividing the family, they had not divided the vegetables from the small piece of land. There was space in front and behind the house to cultivate a small garden, but even if they planted now, it would be several months before they could reap any harvest. At this moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about his wood-based abilities from the apocalypse, which allowed for the instant growth of vegetables. How convenient. This morning, I asked Aunt Sue for some vegetable seeds. We should have vegetables in a month, Yu Xiuqin said, sitting down to pour herself a glass of water. She didn't find eating wild vegetables to be a hardship, as long as there was staple food to fill their stomachs. She felt content. Changqing was also not overly concerned about not having vegetables for a month or two. The brigade relied on the mountains and rivers for sustenance. The river offered fish, and the mountains provided mushrooms, wild chickens, hares, and wild vegetables. If necessary, they could simply work a few fewer points and ponder over these options. In the afternoon, he borrowed a ladder and used mud to patch the leaky roof with straw, blocking the holes in the wooden walls with boards. An area helped pass tools and fetch water, and by the end of the workday, the area around the house was clean and tidy, no longer resembling the desolate place it had been before. Chapter 50. The Tools of the Era. 9. After dinner, Changqing returned to the county town. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Zhang Matzi was already waiting for him. Seeing him carrying a basket, Zhang Matzi hurried over. "Brother, you finally arrived. I was worried you might hesitate to part with the goods." "The goods are not mine, so I naturally have no reluctance," Changqing replied succinctly, handing the basket to Zhang Matzi. "Good stuff," Zhang Matzi exclaimed as he lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing round, crimson fruits adorned with delicate stripes. As he leaned in, a distinct fragrance wafted toward him. Changqing had specifically selected smaller apples for sale, but even these were of top quality in this era, having been preserved in excellent condition without any signs of drying. Zhang Matzi noticed this too, remarking, "Your apples look fresh and well-preserved. They can't be specially supplied, can they?" It was well known that apples on the market, having undergone long-distance transport, often arrived here dehydrated, if not shriveled, certainly lacking the plumpness and appearance of these. Changqing, of course, would not divulge that these apples were preserved in his space, merely smiling knowingly. This revelation only deepened Zhang Matzi's respect for him, and considering the superior quality compared to market offerings, he willingly added an extra yuan. Changqing, naturally, did not refuse, and thus, when he returned home, he found himself in possession of a hefty sum of 6 yuan. This day had proven to be quite fruitful indeed. However, the Miao family did not fare as well. Upon rising in the morning, Miao Mu found the kitchen eerily quiet. She had just begun to scold her eldest daughter-in-law for not preparing breakfast when it suddenly dawned on her that the family had already split and moved away. As for the youngest daughter-in-law, the young daughter-in-law only rises when mealtime approaches. There's no alternative. She must prepare the meal herself. At that moment, she realizes that her standing in the household seems to be slightly higher than that of her eldest son's family. With their departure, the responsibility of cooking has fallen upon her shoulders. She sets about boiling a pot of mixed grain rice and stir-frying a large batch of radishes and cabbage. Then, from a small drawer in her room, she retrieves an egg to make egg soup. Initially, she had intended to use 2 eggs, but recalling that 2 of the family's chickens had been taken away, she decides to conserve one. As she tends to the fire and watches over the pot, she genuinely feels the strain on her back after preparing the meal. When it comes time to eat, everyone frowns. "Mom, this cabbage is overcooked. It's like chewing on dried vegetables," remarks Miao Guodong, as he picks up a piece of cabbage with his chopsticks. "Grandma, I want a fried egg. I want a fried egg," Miao Peng cries, having discovered that the eggs in the soup are all broken and that there's too much water, making the eggs virtually invisible. After taking a sip, he bursts into tears. All right, Grandma will fry you another egg. As her precious grandson throws a tantrum, Meow Moo naturally indulges him, retreating to the kitchen to fry another egg. By the time she returns, the dishes on the table have grown somewhat cold. Meow Fu remarks that the sweet potatoes are cut too large and are not fully cooked. I've been relying on Xiuqin to cook all this time. I'm a bit out of practice, she explains, her expression stiff. Once the family finishes their meal and tidies up, new issues arise. Who will go gather pig fodder? The adults must go to work, and previously, it was always Dia who fetched the pig fodder, but now she has been divided among her parents. The pigs must be fed, as they are to be sold to the commune. It is a task that cannot be neglected. Meow Moo turns her gaze toward Meow Pong. The little boy instinctively shrinks back while eating his egg. Pong Pong is still so small. Li Ying's voice lacks conviction. He is only 2 months younger than Daya. She began gathering pig fodder last year. Meow Fu sees no issue with it. Meow Pong appears much sturdier than Daya, so he should be able to handle the task. However, since he has never had to work before, will he be willing to do so now? Of course, he will not. Grandma, I don't want to gather pig fodder. I want to go catch fish with De Zhuang and the others. He pouts and begins to cry. Meow Moo, feeling sympathy for her grandson, tries to soothe him, saying that gathering pig fodder is easy and that he can play afterward, just like Dia did in the morning. Meow Pong merely sobs and refuses to comply. Ultimately, it is Meow Fu who slaps the table, declaring that if he doesn't work, he won't be fed, which settles the matter. However, when they return home at noon to find the pile of pig fodder in the yard, the doting Meow Moo can't help but curse, little rascal. Is this meager amount enough for 2 pigs to eat? And the fodder should be soft leaves. He pulled it up with the roots and soil still attached. Meow Pong. Where is Meow Pong? Meow Guodong, unable to bear it any longer, believes this isn't a matter of not knowing how to do it, but rather a matter of attitude being improper from the start. Yet, all he receives in return is the stifling heat and the cacophony of cicadas. Pong Pong must have gone off to play with his friends, Li Ying explains. That night, Meow Pong receives a scolding, and Meow Moo does not fry him an egg. When the system informs Chongqing of the Meow family's situation, he has just finished his meal. Only when the sparks land on my feet do I recognize the pain. Chongqing scoffs coldly. Just wait. The Meow family's exciting days are yet to come. Before dawn the next day, Chongqing ventures into the back mountain. Upon his return, not only does he carry a large bundle of wild vegetables, but he also brings along a dead wild rabbit. Wow, Dad, did you catch this on the mountain? You're amazing. Dia and Arya drool at the sight of the rabbit, showering Chongqing with praise. At this time of year, when meat is a rare luxury, no one has the heart to think of the rabbit as anything but food. Chongqing swiftly skins the rabbit and cleans out its innards before handing it to Yu Xiuqin. Let us add this to the meal this morning. Make sure to put in plenty of chili. All right. Yu Xiuqin's voice is filled with cheer. Although it has only been a day since they separated, she already feels this is the happiest time of her 20-plus years. No worries about scolding, no concerns about her daughter being sent away, and even the rice can be more plentiful with less sweet potato. Such a life was once unimaginable. When a plate of spicy stir-fried rabbit meat is brought to the table, everyone's mouths are watering in anticipation. Yesterday, the hen laid 2 eggs, so Yu Xiuqin prepares a large bowl of wild vegetable egg soup, alongside a bowl of fried duck feet and a bowl of cold fish mint salad. Chongqing feels this is the most sumptuous meal he has ever had in this world. The happiest are Dia and Arya, who not only enjoy delicious egg soup but also get to eat meat. Fearing they might find the dish too spicy, Chongqing serves them a bowl of soup, suggesting they roll the meat in it before eating. Dia tries it and exclaims that eating the meat directly is much tastier, while Arya finds it too spicy and needs to roll it in the soup. Dad, can we eat meat every day from now on? Dia asks, her mouth smeared with oil, her eyes narrowing with delight. Even city folks can't eat meat every day. Do you still want it every day? Yu Xiuqin chuckles at her innocent remark. In the future, let us aim for once a week, Chongqing replies solemnly. Really? That would be fantastic. Arya beams with joy Yu Xiuqin. While eating, watches Chongqing banter with their daughters, and in a moment, Her nose tingles with emotion as she instinctively reaches up to wipe her eyes. How wonderful it would be if such days could last. Changqing, having noticed her mood, turns to Deya and Arya, saying, "Come on, let's serve Mom some dishes. She worked hard to cook for us." They eagerly pick up a piece of meat and place it in her bowl, and soon, the atmosphere around the dining table becomes warm and cheerful. Chapter 51. The Tools of the Era in Literature, 10. Yu Shuqin initially thought Changqing was boasting about eating meat once a week. Yet to her surprise, he truly possesses some skill. In the days that follow, aside from working, he continually finds ways to procure food to improve their meals. Today, he catches a few fish in the river, and in a few days, he forages for wild chicken eggs in the mountains, or he might bring back a wild rabbit. Not only does the family have meat once a week, but they also manage to sell some in the city. One evening, when Changqing hands her 20 yuan, she feels as though the world has become somewhat surreal. 20 yuan for a rabbit. That's unbelievable, she thinks. What nonsense. A rabbit can't possibly be worth that much. This includes the money from selling wild chickens and fish, as well as the initial apple sales, he reassures himself. Moreover, the black market tends to be pricier. Changqing adds, "Will the black market get you caught?" Yu Shuqin, thinking he sold it to the grain station, feels a twinge of anxiety upon hearing it's the black market and instinctively grips his sleeve. "I'm being cautious, and restrictions are gradually easing." Changqing replies calmly, "But don't go spreading it around, I understand," Yu Shuqin says, tucking the money away at the bottom of the box. "When autumn comes and school starts, we'll send you to the village primary school." Changqing shifts the topic to education. If the idea of sending their child to school had been mentioned before, Yu Shuqin would have likely opposed it, but now, with over 20 yuan in hand, it's entirely feasible, and she nods in agreement. However, before they can send Deya to school, they are visited by Miao Mu. One evening, while the family is having dinner, Miao Mu pushes the door open and steps inside. Before Changqing can speak, Yu Shuqin hurriedly pulls out a stool and serves Miao Mu a bowl of rice. "You all have quite the spread," Miao Mu remarks, noticing the small plate of dried fish on the table. Unable to suppress a huff, upon seeing Deya and Arya enjoying their egg custard, her displeasure grows. "Have you all gone mute? Don't you know to call someone?" She glares at her two granddaughters. "What are you girls doing eating eggs? Don't you know you could save the eggs to sell? If you don't sell them, bring them to me, and I'll pay you later." Had the original owner heard such words from her mother, she would have scolded her daughters for their lack of manners. However, Changqing understands why the two girls are distant from their grandmother. She has never regarded them as her granddaughters, so how can they be close to her? "Mom, Shuqin and I are counting on Deya and Arya to support us in our old age. So of course, they should eat the eggs," Changqing states. "Besides, in your eyes, there is only your precious grandson Miao Peng. You have never shown affection toward them, so why expect them to feel close to you? Just because I'm their grandmother and your mother." Miao Mu's face darkens with anger at Changqing's words. Changqing scoffs inwardly. Some people believe that a mere blood relation grants them eternal moral superiority, oblivious to the fact that blood ties are among the least binding forms of affection. Without mutual respect and effort, blood relations can become distant, even leading to mutual hatred. He has no desire to continue arguing with Miao Mu. So he resumes his meal. Miao Mu, having eaten at home before coming, finds the food here much more appetizing and ends up consuming 2 more bowls of rice before finally putting down her chopsticks. Tomorrow, let Deya go to the old house to gather pig fodder. With a slight parting of her lips, she finally revealed her intentions. Deya had been reveling in happiness at home recently, but upon hearing that she was to fetch pig grass, she abandoned her meal, her eyes fixed intently on her father. Changqing was utterly disgusted by Miao Mu's brazen audacity in making such unreasonable demands. "We have already separated our households. The pigs you raise are no concern of ours. Why should Deya still be obliged to gather pig grass?" His voice grew increasingly harsh, even after the separation. "You still expect to command my daughter? How naive. Are you not eating meat during the new year? We can share some with you then." Miao Mu, sensing the absurdity of her own words, promised to share the meat. She was at her wit's end. Miao Peng had already stopped fetching pig grass for several days, and now he outright refused to work, preferring to go hungry rather than labor. The family was powerless against him. After all, they could not truly let him starve. Chongqing had no faith that they would actually receive any meat in these times. Pigs were not fed with grain. They relied solely on grass, which could hardly yield any substantial flesh. After a year, the total weight would only amount to around 100 jin, with one pig required to be handed over to the commune and most of the rest sold for money. Being left with just a few dozen jin for the new year would be considered fortunate. A couple of jin of meat for 6 months of fetching pig grass, that would be a complete loss. Thus, he remarked, our family has already separated. What business does Dia have in working at the old house? Can you even assign her work points or pay her? Miao Mu, upon hearing this, grew displeased. Eldest, why are you so obsessed with money? Dia can at least be fed while fetching pig grass. I do not wish to eat your food, Dia blurted out. She had no desire to return to the old house for meals. All the good food was reserved for Miao Peng, while she was left to eat coarse grains and vegetables lacking in oil and salt. How could that compare to home? Miao Mu, incensed by her words, pointed at Dia and scolded, Eldest, what a good job you've done raising her. Just a few days after the separation, she refuses to call anyone and even defies her grandmother. She reached out to hit her, but Dia, placing her bowl down, swiftly fled into the house. Helplessly, she turned back to Chongqing and pleaded, Eldest, say something. Should Dia be allowed to fetch pig grass or not? Chongqing would certainly not acquiesce. I will not permit Dia to fetch pig grass, mother. You favor Miao Peng, unwilling to let him suffer, while I am equally concerned for my daughter. Besides, Dia will be starting school in the autumn. She cannot possibly go fetch pig grass. School? Miao Mu's attention was completely captured by those two syllables. You intend to send that girl to school? Is this how you plan to live? Peng Peng has nothing to do with me. I do not expect him to support me in my old age, so stop using him as a point of reference. Chongqing interrupted, aware of the original owner's biases favoring males, always believing that only sons could provide for their parents in their twilight years. And where did that lead? To a dismal fate. Spending money on that ungrateful wretch was less beneficial than nurturing my 2 daughters. Well, fine. You can rely on your 2 daughters for your old age. You will reap the consequences of your choices. Miao Mu trembled with anger, perplexed as to why the eldest was so obstinate. That girl was meant to be married off, belonging to another family. How could she provide for her parents in their old age? Ignoring the wisdom of elders, she would surely suffer greatly in the future. Whether or not he would indeed suffer in the future was uncertain. But for now, Chongqing was unwilling to endure any apparent loss. After Miao Mu departed, a heavy silence enveloped the dining table. After a considerable time, Dia emerged from the room, timidly inquiring, Dad, Mom, can I really go to school? It was no wonder she felt apprehensive. All her friends helped their families with chores, and only boys went to school. Previously, Grandma had insisted that girls did not need an education, and her parents had always agreed. Chongqing, unaware of her lingering thoughts, responded, of course, not only you will go to school, but Arya will as well. Seeing her still skeptical, he extended his right hand. Let us make a promise. Dia recalled her father's previous promise not to send Arya away, which he had kept, and nodded in agreement. Their fingers intertwined, a solemn vow exchanged. A promise is a promise. Though Arya did not fully understand, she mimicked her sister in making the promise with their father. Yu Xiuqin, observing from the side, felt a surge of emotion. Earlier, she too had found it unjust for Dia to fetch pig grass, but had been at a loss for how to oppose it. Thankfully, the head of the family had stood firm, determined to protect his 2 daughters. Chapter 52. The Instrument of the Times, 11. After receiving her father's confirmation, Dia began counting down the days until school commenced. Fortunately, time flew by, and soon autumn arrived, bringing the start of the school year. On that morning, before dawn, she found herself unable to sleep. When Chongqing opened his eyes, he discovered that his eldest daughter had already donned the new clothes he had purchased for her, even slinging the military green shoulder bag he had prepared. Miao Xian, why are you up so early? Aren't you tired? Chongqing couldn't help but chuckle. Recently, to facilitate her schooling, he had named her Miao Xian and her sister Miaoing. Much to their delight, they were no longer referred to as Dia and Arya. They preferred their given names. I'm not tired at all. Today is registration day. Hurry and help me braid my hair. Mama. Miao Xian was all dressed up, save for her hair. Why Yu Xiuqin, barely awake? promptly got up and led her daughter to the courtyard to style her hair. By the time Changqing arose, Yu Shuqin was already preparing breakfast. Miao Xian was spinning around, showcasing her new clothes and bag to her sister, even reading out loud the words serving the people inscribed on the bag. This left Miaoing envious. She longed to attend school as well. But she was still too young. Daddy, I want to go to school too. I want a bag that says serving the people. When she saw Changqing emerge, she rushed over to cling to his leg and plead. You're barely 4. You need to be at least 6 to start school. Changqing lifted Miaoing into his arms. After several months, both sisters had gained a bit of weight, and holding them felt pleasantly hefty. He wished he could take her to school, yet in this era, there were no kindergartens or daycare centers. Entering school meant starting from the 1st grade, and one had to be at least 6 years old. If you want to learn, you can have your sister teach you when she returns. She will be your teacher. Changqing thought it was about time to set up a small desk for the two sisters, allowing them to study together. During this period, he had also acquired a dictionary, pretending to self-study each day. He had no ambitions of taking the college entrance examination. He merely desired a reasonable explanation for learning to read. After breakfast, the family set out to take Miao Xian to the village elementary school. Yu Shuqin initially expressed reluctance to go but was persuaded by Changqing, who wanted the entire family to accompany their child on her first day of school. Miao Ying was also excited about the opportunity to see the school, chattering incessantly with her sister along the way. The school for the Zhongwan Brigade was situated next to the brigade headquarters, comprising 3 adjoining rooms, 2 designated as classrooms and 1 for the teacher's office. This establishment only catered to grades 1 through 3. Students in grade 4 and above had to attend the commune school. Upon arriving at the school gate, they found many parents and children already gathered. As they were all from the same village, it felt natural for them to chat together. Upon seeing Changqing's family approach, and noticing Dia dressed in brand new attire with her little bag, the others understood they were there to enroll their eldest daughter. Oh my, your Dia looks absolutely splendid, someone exclaimed. I am now called Miao Xian, Dia corrected them with utmost seriousness. Miao Xian, that's a lovely name. Did your dad come up with it, or your mom? The person inquired with a smile. Dad named me. My sister is called Miao Ying, and that S also Dad's choice. She transformed into a little chatterbox, even introducing her sister beside her. Over the past few months, her personality had blossomed considerably, perhaps due to her naturally cheerful disposition that had been suppressed in the Miao household. Changqing mused, just as he spotted Miao Mu and Liang approaching with Miao Pong, likely because Miao Guodong had yet to wake up. They had evidently seen them too and walked directly over. It had been quite a while since Changqing had seen Miao Pong, who today wore a new outfit as well, head held high. Yet his face was noticeably darker than before. Changqing surmised he had been forced to fetch pig grass again during this period. Upon seeing his granddaughter dressed so nicely, Miao Mu huffed in disdain. You don't know how to live properly, you'll surely suffer later, she muttered. Changqing, ever attentive, caught her words but chose to ignore them, not wishing to engage in an argument, instead focusing on smoothly enrolling his child. However, things were evidently not going to go that easily. Upon spotting Miao Xian's military green bag, Miao Pong grew restless. Grandma, Dia has a bag. I want a bag too. I want a bag. He tugged at his grandmother's hand, shaking it wildly, leaving Miao Mu dizzy. I'm not called Dia anymore. I'm Miao Xian. Dia lifted her chin, feeling quite proud. With her parents beside her, she was no longer afraid of Miao Pong. Miao Xian? Liang expressed surprise. Big brother and sister-in-law aren't educated. I didn't expect the name change to be so fitting. Indeed, for ease of schooling, I named both sisters, Miao Xian for the eldest and Miao Ying for the youngest. Changqing explained with a smile. Meanwhile, Miao Mu, having finally regained her composure, noticed Miao Pong still whining for a bag and comforted him. Be good, Pong Pong. When we get home, I'll have your mother sew you a bag. Liang quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll make you a beautiful blue bag. She pondered the fabric left over from her last sewing project at home, which should suffice to stitch a backpack. However, Miao Pong did not share this sentiment. I don't want a homemade backpack. I want the one she has, the one with a 5-pointed star, he exclaimed, pointing at Miao Xian's bag. Miao's mother stepped forward and said, Daya, you're the older sister. Let Pong Pong borrow your backpack for a few days. At this moment, Changqing naturally had to intervene and refuse. Pong Pong did not regard Miao Xian as a sister. having just called her Dia. Thus Miao Xian had no such younger brother. With that, she turned and walked away with her family. Furious, Miao's mother stomped her foot, lamenting, "This ungrateful child. An entire family of ungratefulness." Chongqing could easily guess what his biased mother would say, and he was too weary to engage with them, opting instead for a clean exit. Behind him, Miao Peng had begun to wail, prompting Liang to strike him on the cheek and declare, "If you don't want to study, then go back to herding pigs." This silenced him. After registering for classes, Chongqing specifically approached the teacher to inform them that Miao Xian and Miao Peng did not have a good relationship and insisted they be seated apart. He left only after receiving the teacher's assurance that in truth, he did not believe Miao Peng could bully Miao Xian. First, Miao Xian was accustomed to hard work, and during this period, her diet had improved significantly, making her quite robust. Second, he had observed that Miao Xian's temperament differed from her mother's. She was not one to endure grievances and had become considerably bolder recently. However, the anticipated conflict did not materialize. Perhaps Miao Peng had received specific warnings from his mother, or maybe the teacher's management was stringent, as the classroom remained peaceful. Chapter 53. The Tools of the Era, 12. Dad, I scored 100. First place. Chongqing, chopping wood at the door, heard Miao Xian's jubilant voice echoing from a distance. He lifted his head to see her small figure still some way off on the road. "Be careful, the road is slippery," he called out just as Miao Xian dashed to the entrance. Her face, flushed either from excitement or the cold, was glowing as she waved a report card in her hand, exclaiming, "Look, 100. Chongqing smiled, taking the paper to examine it. Indeed, both subjects had perfect scores. Nowadays, elementary schools only taught Chinese and mathematics, and with one teacher for both subjects, it was far less complicated than the myriad of subjects and extracurricular classes of later years. At this moment, Miaoing emerged, holding a roasted sweet potato. "Sister, come in quickly." Mom baked several sweet potatoes. "They're soft and sweet." Consequently, Miao Xian disregarded the report card she had just handed to her father and scampered into the house. With a swift chop, Chongqing split a piece of dry wood on the stump before him, and beside him, a neat pile of firewood stood as tall as a person. It was already early December on the lunar calendar. And although it hadn't snowed yet, the weather had turned quite cold. Miao Xian had spent a semester at school and had adapted well to school life, making numerous friends and consistently achieving excellent grades. Earning her teacher's favor. Miao Peng had initially tried to provoke her, but after suffering a few setbacks and being summoned by the teacher, he no longer dared to bother her. In October, the collective distributed grain based on work points, alleviating their worries about food, and they had also sold some wild game on the black market, saving up 50 to 60 yuan. Yu Xiuqin had expressed more than once how they could finally enjoy a prosperous year. Chongqing wiped the sweat from his brow as he entered the house, immediately enveloped by a warm breeze. The firewood in the stove crackled vigorously, and the three women huddled around, peeling the roasted sweet potatoes, their faces illuminated with a rosy glow from the flickering flames. The cold wind that swept in with the open door made the flames quiver, causing them to instinctively look up. "Dad, come eat some sweet potato. It's delicious." Miao Ying was the first to speak. Chongqing sat down and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Dad, want to eat? Tonight we're having stir-fried meat, so I must save room." Miao Ying's sweet potato suddenly seemed far less appealing. Miao Xian, on the other hand, erupted in cheers. Noticing Yu Xiuqin's puzzled expression, Chongqing waved the report card, saying, "Your daughter scored 100 in both subjects and came in first. You said we'd celebrate with a meat feast if she took first place." Yu Xiuqin was overjoyed, quickly washing her hands and wiping them dry before eagerly taking the report card to scrutinize it. While her literacy was limited, she could recognize the two 100s, and a wave of indescribable warmth surged through her heart. When she looked up again, her eyes were slightly red. "Chongqing, our Xian is truly remarkable." She pulled Miao Xian close, declaring, "Tonight, we'll have meat and also make you some steamed egg custard." "What about the sweet potatoes?" Miao Xian hesitated, glancing at the half-peeled sweet potato. Though sweet and sticky, she preferred to save her appetite for meat. After all, sweet potatoes could be eaten every day, but meat could not. "The sweet potatoes are for your dad. I'll go boil water for the meat," Yu Xiuqin announced, rising. Chongqing was left speechless. He understood Yu Shuqin's excitement. Lately, due to sending their daughter to school, the villagers had not been shy in their gossip. Some claimed the couple was wasting money, while others remarked that girls were destined for marriage, merely being raised for others, and still more believed girls' intellects could not compare to boys. In this era, when everyone struggled for basic necessities, families with limited means seldom considered sending their children to school. Those somewhat better off typically only sent their sons for a few years, making Chongqing and his wife's approach rather unconventional. They not only vowed to send both daughters to school but also stated that they would rely on their daughters for their old age. Challenging many traditional values, it was inevitable that they would be the subject of gossip. Chongqing could easily guess where such comments originated. He did not mind the chatter, particularly since the Qing dynasty had long fallen and the state now advocated gender equality. However, Yu Shuqin was heavily influenced by old ideologies, and hearing such remarks while working always left her feeling unsettled. So Miao Xian's excellent grades genuinely provided her with some comfort. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Miao household was far from pleasant. 73 in Chinese, 57 in math. How are you studying at school? As the family gathered around the fire, Miao Guodong slammed a bamboo cup down in anger upon seeing Miao Peng's report card. Li Ying took the report card to glance at it, her expression also darkening. Noticing the discontent on their parents' faces, Miao Peng instinctively inched closer to his grandmother. Peng, tell mommy, what was your rank? Li Ying tried to soften her voice. Perhaps the first-grade exam papers were particularly challenging, leading to lower scores for everyone. She could not help but entertain such thoughts. Miao Guodong recalled this too, his gaze shifting to his son, who was hunched over like a quail. The 11th place. Miao Peng's voice was barely a whisper. In this era, there was no practice of withholding rankings. Teachers informed students of their standings when distributing report cards. Out of 12 students, you placed 11th. Miao Guodong felt a surge of fury rising within him, and he stood up, ready to grab a bamboo rod for a beating. Miao Peng attempted to escape, but being so young, he was unable to flee far, and after receiving a couple of blows, he immediately began to wail, "Grandma, Dad is going to kill me. Mom, it hurts." Li Ying felt embarrassed by the score and refrained from intervening. Watching as Miao Peng ran around the yard crying, Miao's mother felt sympathy for her grandson but was equally distressed about the money. It costs 2 yuan for a semester of tuition, and you only managed to come in 11th. This child needed a lesson. Chapter 54. The Tools of the Era, 13. It was at this moment that Chongqing entered. "Hey, Guodong, what on earth are you doing? Chasing a child around in the dead of winter?" Chongqing remarked, but he made no move to intervene. Instead, he pulled up a stool and sat down by the fire, appearing to enjoy the spectacle. This caused Miao Guodong to lose his motivation to continue the chase and come over to sit down with a huff. "Are you here to watch this show?" he grumbled as he settled down. Still slightly panting from the chase, No. While my Miao Xian scored 100 in both subjects and took first place, I truly did not come to gloat, Chongqing said, his expression inviting a punch. First place? Chongqing did not miss the complex expressions on the faces of those present. He silently commiserated with Miao Peng, anticipating that once he left, the boy would receive another beating. However, he genuinely was not there to boast. According to local customs, as long as the parents were alive, even sons who had split from the family would still celebrate the new year together. He had come to discuss this matter. "Oh, so you still remember you have parents?" Miao's mother retorted sarcastically. "You can come for the New Year's Eve dinner, but everyone must contribute 1 yuan for the food," Miao's mother continued. She was well aware that the grain distributed to the eldest family this year was not less than what the 4 laborers received. And given that they had only 2 adults to feed while the old house had 4, they had been cooking with a much higher proportion of coarse grains lately, worried that there wouldn't be enough food for the coming year. Moreover, she observed that the eldest brother's family had become considerably more plump than before, their faces adorned with flesh, and the 2 young girls had even purchased new clothes, indicating that the household was not in want of food or clothing. Reflecting on this, she felt that the division of the family should not have occurred. How wonderful it would have been to have those bags of grain in her own hands, this unfilial son. Even with food at his disposal, fails to show filial piety towards his parents, wanting to partake in the New Year's Eve dinner without contributing. He ought to suffer some consequence for this. Chongqing had never harbored any hopes for his parents and siblings. It was merely the local custom that dictated if he did not dine with his parents during the new year in this village. Others would surely gossip and criticize him for being unfilial. In this era, a tarnished reputation could spell disaster, especially as both children still needed to attend the elementary school in the commune. He did not wish for them to face such societal pressures. 4 yuan was not an exorbitant sum for him, yet he could not simply acquiesce without hesitation. Thus, he wore a look of disbelief on his face and exclaimed, "Mother, I must pay to eat the New Year's Eve dinner at my own home. 4 yuan is enough for our entire family to have a feast at a state-run restaurant. If you are unbothered by others calling you unfilial, then go eat at the state-run restaurant," Miao Mu retorted confidently, lifting her chin. If the eldest dared not show up, she would make sure to publicize the behavior of this unfilial son who would not celebrate the new year with his parents. And see if he had the audacity to remain here or if Miao Xian had the face to attend school. Chongqing smirked. If my family is to contribute 4 yuan, what about the Guodong family? They are also dining at home. Should they not pay as well? Miao Guodong was secretly delighted that his parents were extracting money from the eldest brother, for ultimately, their funds were destined for his son. And rounding it off, it was essentially his money. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chongqing would suddenly redirect the spotlight onto him. "I live with my parents. Why should I pay anything?" His face fell. "Your work points may not even exceed what mother earns. Parents do not require our support. Am I the only one expected to contribute? Father, do you find this fair?" Chongqing turned his gaze toward Miao Father, his voice laden with sorrow. Miao Father, feeling somewhat uneasy, averted his gaze and cleared his throat. "Eldest, do not blame your mother too harshly. Your family is in a better condition now." Before he could finish his sentence, Chongqing stood up. "Fine. I shall consider this 4 yuan as a gesture of filial piety, but we will come to eat, and do not expect me to assist with cooking or washing vegetables." Disappointment etched across his face. He loudly addressed Miao Father and Miao Mother before striding out, leaving the others in a state of shock. After a considerable pause, Miao Father sighed. "The eldest has truly distanced himself from us. And what of it? Does he dare to refuse to support us in our old age?" Miao Mother remained indifferent. However, she recalled that the eldest daughter, Miao Xian, had remarkably placed first in her studies. Thus, she fixed her gaze on Miao Peng and insisted, "You must improve your grades next time. Do not allow yourself to fall behind that girl." This served as a reminder for Miao Guodong, who then picked up a bamboo stick to give him a beating, but it was ultimately Li Ying who intervened, suggesting they could take advantage of the winter at home to catch up on lessons, thus concluding the matter. As for how Miao Guodong and his wife were raising their children, Chongqing remained oblivious. He had no intention of supplementing their education, as the original owner lacked the necessary education himself. Hence, such scenes unfolded. While Miao Peng was scolded by his mother for his slow reading, Miao Xian and her sister were engaged in a snowball fight with their friends. When Miao Peng was beaten by his father for his reluctance to study, the sisters were playing hide and seek with their companions. As Miao Guodong and his wife lamented the lack of academic intelligence in their children, Chongqing was busy taking Miao Xian and her sister to shop for New Year's goods. "Ah, the peach crisp is simply delightful." Miaoing held a small box in one hand and a half-eaten piece of peach crisp in the other, her eyes squinting with delight. Xian, do you wish to buy some peach crisp?" Chongqing asked, amused, as he noticed his eldest daughter salivating beside him. Having persuaded Yu Xiuqin to give each daughter 50 cents for their purchases, he found it fitting to allow them the freedom to choose. Earlier at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, after buying some oil, rice, and candy, Miao Ying, drawn by the enticing aroma of the peach crisp, spent 20 cents on a small box. "I won tea by any." Miao Xian shook her head, resisting the temptation of the delicacy. "I only have 30 cents left, while I still have 50 cents to buy something else." Miao Ying, thoroughly enjoying her treat, felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing her sister's words. The peach crisp suddenly seemed less appealing. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, becoming enraptured once more by the rich fragrance. Noticing that her eldest daughter was also struggling to resist the allure of the treat, Yu Xiuqin advised Miao Ying, "Your box contains 3 or 4 pieces. Why not share one with your sister?" Miao Xian's eyes brightened, but dimmed just as quickly upon witnessing her sister clutching the peach crisp box tightly. refusing to share. "No, I bought it with my own money, and I still have 50 cents. Despite not yet being of school age, she was nearly 5 and could count to 20 without difficulty. Possessing a basic understanding of money, humph, greedy little thing. Miao Xian stomped her foot in frustration. Chongqing had given them money with the intention of instilling a fundamental understanding of its value. Seeing this scene, he felt both amused and inclined to guide them. Thus, he remarked, Xian, you could spend 10 cents to buy 2 pieces of peach crisp. Look, Yinging spent 20 cents on a box containing 4 pieces. Doesn't that equate to 10 cents for 2? Yes. Miao Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I spend money, buying 2 pieces should be acceptable, right? After a moment's thought, Miaoing nodded in agreement. This way, she would only spend 10 cents to enjoy the peach crisp, leaving her with 40 cents, which felt quite fair. A conflict dissipated without a trace. Chongqing could not help but commend himself. The family then proceeded to the meat stall, purchasing 2 jin of meat before embarking on their journey home. Upon reaching the doorstep, they discovered Miao Mother awaiting them with red-rimmed eyes. Your sister has divorced. She will come over tonight to discuss matters. With that, Miao Mother turned and left. Chapter 55. The Tools of the Era, 14. Miao Xiaoyan has divorced. Even after settling into a seat inside, Chongqing still felt somewhat dazed. However, he harbored no fondness for the couple, as they were the primary culprits behind the misfortunes of the second daughter in the storyline. Upon further reflection, he began to understand. Miao Xiaoyan had been married to Wang for over 5 years without having any children. While this did not definitively indicate whether the fault lay with the male or female, in an era where scientific understanding was still rudimentary, it was common for the male's family to place blame on the female. In the narrative, Wang Zhi's father had passed away early, leaving behind only a compensation sum. Upon reaching adulthood, he took over his mother's position at the steel factory and secured formal employment. The Wang family, not particularly well off in the city, found it challenging to marry a city girl, leading them to arrange a marriage for Wang Xiaoyan through a matchmaker. While Wang Zhi found Miao Xiaoyan attractive, his mother was less impressed with her rural daughter-in-law, and the absence of children over the years only intensified her disappointment. Consequently, she urged her son to divorce and seek another partner. Wang Zhi, unwilling to part ways, had visited a hospital for an examination, where the doctor informed him that his sperm motility was insufficient, making conception difficult. However, he had not disclosed this information to Miao Xiaoyan or his mother. On one hand, he was secretly taking medication to improve his condition, and on the other, he maintained the facade of a good husband, asserting that their lack of children did not hinder their lives and expressing a willingness to adopt. Miao Xiaoyan, as a woman, undoubtedly felt the pressure. Yet she was deeply moved by Wang Zhi's words and contemplated adopting her elder brother's daughter as a solution. It was not that she did not wish to adopt a boy. Rather, boys were treasures in every family, and the process of adopting a boy was considerably more challenging. Additionally, should she eventually bear children, a girl would be more attentive and easier to care for younger siblings. In the original plot, they adopted the second daughter, which prolonged their marriage by another year, after which she herself became pregnant, alleviating the crisis. Now, due to Chongqing's arrival, the plan to adopt the second daughter fell through. And after a reprimand from the Public Security Bureau, it was likely that Wang's mother intensified her pressure on her son to divorce. Wang Zhi probably could not withstand his mother's demands, ultimately leading to the divorce. However, during this festive season, Miao Xiaoyan would likely feel quite resentful about the divorce, wouldn't she? You mentioned that Xiaoyan is divorced. Will she be returning to live here? During dinner, Yu Shuqin could not help but inquire. She was no fool and had considered the possibility that Miao Xiaoyan's divorce might be linked to the failed adoption of the second daughter. Feeling somewhat apprehensive that Xiaoyan's divorce could disrupt their current peaceful existence, "We have already separated and live independently. Even if she returns, it will be to the old house," Chongqing reassured, unperturbed. Miao Xiaoyan had no job in the city, and her household registration and grain allocation had not been transferred there during their marriage, so her return to her hometown post-divorce was inevitable. Yet, Chongqing felt a sense of relief. Their family had wisely distanced themselves in time, ensuring that Miao Xiaoyan would not be residing with him. The old house will certainly be lively now. Chongqing stuffed a large mouthful of rice into his mouth. Upon arriving at the old house, he found the entire family gathered around the stove. This was his second encounter with Miao Xiaoyan, and she appeared significantly more haggard than the last time. Her eyes reddened, clearly having recently cried. It's all your fault for insisting on bringing the second daughter back. Now you've caused your sister to divorce. Are you satisfied? Miao mother did not greet Chongqing kindly, her tone sharp. The Public Security Bureau has stated that what you did was illegal. I brought back my own daughter, which prevented you from going to jail. That not a good deed. To reiterate, their divorce ultimately concerns only the couple themselves, and it is unjust to place blame on others. Chongqing would not tolerate this and retorted immediately, "Look at your good son. For every word I say, he is 10 ready to throw back at me." Miao's mother, unable to contend with Chongqing, instead directed her frustration at Miao's father. What could he do? He could only silently smoke and endure. He secretly harbored some resentment towards Miao's mother and others for pressuring the eldest son too harshly, insisting on sending Arya away without prior discussion, resulting in a rift and separation. Now, the family's yearly work share barely sufficed for meals, and their lives were far more constrained than before. Of course, he had also consented to sending Arya away, a fact he conveniently chose to overlook. Miao's mother felt a pang of regret as well. She now had to cook daily, manage numerous household chores, and work during the day, leaving her with aching back and fatigue that was increasingly unbearable. Even Miao Peng, after school, had to gather pig grass. There was simply no one else to help. Thus, seeing Miao Xian frolicking after school filled him with envy. Miao Xiaoyan, upon hearing her elder brother mention the division, was initially incredulous, but upon returning home, she learned that the separation had indeed happened long ago. Hearing her brother speak just now astonished her even further. Her memories of him were of a slouched, taciturn figure, one who could hardly muster a word. Now, he stood upright, radiating a completely different vigor, and had become quite the sharp-tongued individual. Could it be that Arya's situation had spurred such a transformation? "Brother, I have divorced and only returned to stay." She initiated the conversation. Upon noticing her gaze drift towards the room she once occupied, Chongqing understood her intent. "Ah, so she wishes to reside in that room." He had no objections. "When I separated, I did not claim this house. If you wish to stay there, feel free. I have no qualms." Chongqing declared generously, though he quickly added, "You should also consult Guodong and Liang's opinions." Given the context, Miao Xiaoyan and Miao Guodong had not been kind to the original owner, so Chongqing was curious to witness their reactions. "And why staying in your room has nothing to do with ergo." Miao Xiaoyan had initially feared her brother's attitude had shifted and that he might be difficult, but his prompt agreement pleasantly surprised her in her understanding. The old house was not hers by right. But since her brother was willing to relinquish his room, others would have no grounds to oppose. However, Miao Guodong had already claimed the room for himself, having stored numerous belongings within, preparing to move his son in after the new year. With their younger sister returning to stay indefinitely, he was hardly pleased. "That has nothing to do with me. Why should it concern you? A married woman?" Miao Guodong snapped, his expression darkening. Liang also chimed in. "Mom, Peng Peng is growing up. Sharing a room with us is inconvenient. Didn't we say he would move in after the new year?" Miao Xiaoyan had not anticipated this development, but she had no way out. Grasping her mother's hand, she implored, "Mom, I have nowhere to go after the divorce. Ergu and the others are pushing me to the brink." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chongqing observed Miao's mother, caught in a dilemma, with a detached expression. Truly, both sides of the familial coin were equally cherished. Yet, in the eyes of the elderly matriarch, the original owner was merely a burden, one she wished she could cast aside. Chapter 56, The Tools of the Era, 15. He did not mind fanning the flames at this moment. "Mom, didn't you say that Xiao Yin and Guodong had a close bond as twins? Both are educated. How can this situation put you in such a bind?" As soon as he finished speaking, the individuals he mentioned shot him glances that could kill, seemingly oblivious to their murderous glares. Chongqing waved his hand and continued, "I see this house was built by you, Mom and Dad. Why not collect rent from those living here? This way, it would be fair for everyone." Miao's mother's eyes lit up. She found this suggestion rather appealing. Miao Guodong and Miao Xiaoyan, however, turned pale. "Brother, did you ever pay rent when you lived here?" Miao Xiaoyan questioned. She believed her brother was deliberately stirring trouble. Who charges their own children rent? Furthermore, no such practice had ever been established before. Was she being targeted now? I pay rent now. I didn't before because there was no dispute. Now that there is, and since this house belongs to mom and dad, why not pay rent? Chongqing reasoned. Besides, you all live with mom and dad, and if you pay rent, won't you still be using it together? The more Miao's mother listened, the more she felt this plan was feasible. After all, the house still belonged to the elderly couple. What was wrong with collecting a bit of rent? Quite reasonable. Moreover, having money in hand would encourage filial piety among the children. Even Miao's father began to feel swayed. If the eldest could rent a place outside, the second and third should contribute something towards rent as well. Seeing that both parents seemed inclined to agree, Miao Guodong and Miao Xiaoyin grew anxious. Mom and dad, who in the village charges their own children rent, that would be ridiculous. Miao Xiaoyin forced a smile as she tried to reason with them. Exactly, if rent is to be charged, it should only be for the daughter living here. The sons should naturally receive their own rooms. Miao Guodong interjected. Upon hearing him insist that only the daughter's rent be collected, Miao Xiaoyin was naturally displeased. I haven't changed my household registration. I should have a share in this house, Gu. How can you forget that the chairman has declared gender equality? She waved the banner of equality to argue her case. The siblings argued passionately, leaving Miao's mother with a buzzing head. For once, she felt her eldest was the least troublesome. He simply wanted to move out. Ultimately, it was Miao's father who made the final decision, declaring that Miao Xiaoyin could stay without paying rent, but in addition to working to earn her own keep, she would also be responsible for cooking for the family. Thus, the matter was settled. Although neither party was entirely satisfied, there was little choice. In this household, Miao's father's word was law. Subsequently, they discussed the specifics of the divorce. Upon learning that Miao Xiaoyin had only received 100 yuan, Chongqing slapped his thigh in frustration. Little sister, you've been shortchanged. His tone was filled with righteous indignation, resembling a brother advocating for his sister's justice. How could that be a short change? Miao Xiaoyin asked. Puzzled, as the others expressed curiosity, do you know how much savings the Wang family has? Chongqing inquired. Miao Xiaoyin shook her head. The Wang family had kept her in the dark, and she had no idea of their financial standing. You know how much they spend monthly, right? Chongqing pressed on. Miao Xiaoyin was well aware of this, realizing her brother was about to tally the figures. The Wang family, both Wang Ji and his mother, had urban household registrations, received a fixed ration, and with no children to support, their expenses were quite frugal, about 15 yuan a month. She estimated. Miao's parents were taken aback. 15 yuan a month. What kind of life was that? After all, in the countryside, one might not even save that much in a year. Chongqing, however, was not surprised. City life demands expenses, and 15 yuan hardly allows for a comfortable existence. Wang Ji had started as a primary-level mechanic, earning 32 yuan, and later advanced to a secondary-level mechanic, making 42 yuan. If we calculate it this way, he could easily save over 10 yuan a month. Chongqing calculated on his fingers. Miao Xiaoyin nodded. Wang Ji's earnings went directly to his mother, who was extremely frugal, so saving over 10 yuan seemed plausible. Let us assume they saved 10 yuan a month. You've been married for 5 years? Meaning they should have saved at least 600 yuan. It's unreasonable that you only received 100. A look of confusion crossed Chongqing's face. At this moment, Miao Guodong began to comprehend. Initially, he thought 100 yuan was a fair amount, but upon reflection, it was indeed negligible. 600 or 700 yuan in savings, and only 100 given. What a miserly act. Miao Guodong slammed his hand on the table. But, I haven't been working to earn money. Miao Xiaoyin's voice trailed off. You don't understand. The state mandates equal ownership and rights to family property for both spouses. In addition, your work at home, cooking and caring for his mother, counts as labor too? Chongqing explained patiently. Exactly. Little sister has toiled for 5 years at home. Even 300 yuan would be a meager share. This matter cannot end here. Miao Guodong was becoming increasingly incensed. Miao Xiaoyin, too, felt a surge of indignation. If she could receive 300 yuan, it would be fantastic, perhaps enough to secure a job placement in the city. Yet, thinking of the stingy Wang Ji and his mother, her spirits sank. Having already divorced, what could she do now? She sighed. Miao's mother also felt disheartened. Indeed, having returned home after the divorce, she felt it was an unjust circumstance. "You little brat, you should have told us beforehand if you were going to divorce." She lightly smacked Miao Xiaoyan. Miao Guodong felt as though he had lost a fortune, unable to accept it. In his eyes, the money Miao Xiaoyan brought home was effectively for the family. Losing a few hundred felt like a piece of his flesh being cut away. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "We could make a scene at the Wang family's place, or go to his workplace. City folks are all about face, and they'll surely cough up some money for you." He felt he had struck upon a brilliant idea. "It's unfair. Your sister, didn't he have any children?" Miao Mu, being seasoned and astute, understood the necessity of a justified cause. In this day and age, the absence of children renders one defenseless, an argument that holds no merit in any discourse. Miao Guodong found himself at a loss. To be fair, if he were to marry a woman who bore no children after 5 years, he might very well cast her aside without a penny to her name. Hence, the rationale behind this situation appeared rather untenable. As the assembly seemed poised to disperse, Chongqing hastily stoked the flames of discussion. "The inability to conceive is not solely a woman's dilemma. I observe that Xiaoyan possesses ample vigor, her health robust. While Wang Ji appears frail and emaciated, it is plausible that the issue lies with him. Xiaoyan, have you not undergone any medical examinations?" Naturally, Miao Xiaoyan had not sought medical advice, nor had it ever crossed her mind that the matter could be attributed to the man. She had long been consumed by self-reproach for not bearing a son or daughter. Nevertheless, she conceded that her elder brother had a point. Her strength was undeniable, capable of carrying and lifting, certainly not indicative of poor health. Could it truly be that Wang Ji was the one at fault? This thought ignited a spark of indignation within her. If Wang Ji were indeed the issue, what justification could his mother possibly have for seeking a divorce? Should a divorce occur, it would be only fair for them to compensate her, as she bore no fault in the matter. "I have not consulted a doctor, yet I feel confident in my health," she asserted with a hint of certainty. Miao Mu expressed her doubts, pondering how childbirth could be a woman's burden, while also being entwined with a man's condition. In stark contrast to Miao Mu's uncertainty, Miao Guodong swiftly embraced this advantageous narrative. His sister was undoubtedly in good health, and Wang Ji, by all appearances, was weak. Thus, the fault must lie with him. "Tomorrow, we shall visit the hospital for a checkup. If it is indeed Wang Ji's issue, he must pay." He gritted his teeth in frustration. Wang Ji's cunning was too much to bear. In his mind, he had already condemned Wang Ji. Miao Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Miao Mu simply suggested that Xiaoyan pay for the examination herself, which posed no concern for her. She had 100 yuan on hand, more than enough for the medical expenses. Chongqing, being aware of the plot, knew that Miao Xiaoyan was, in fact, healthy, but that alone was insufficient. The last time he was at Wang's residence, he had noticed a considerable amount of metallic materials in the room, likely pilfered by Wang Ji from the factory. Over the years, they must have fetched a good sum. Chongqing was not merely speculating. In the narrative, Wang Ji had boasted of his past misdeeds of stealing factory materials to sell for profit, claiming that it was this very endeavor that afforded him the capital to venture into business after being laid off. Miao Xiaoyan was aware of these transgressions. She simply lacked knowledge of the amount generated. Upon hearing her brother mention the matter, clarity dawned upon her. This was indeed akin to undermining the socialist structure. If substantiated, it could lead to imprisonment. She couldn't fathom Wang Ji being unafraid of such consequences. Miao Guodong appeared to grasp this notion as well. Wang Ji was audacious to pilfer from the factory. "Sister, should he refuse to pay, we shall report him to the factory and see if he can still retain his job." He envisioned the colorful banknotes dancing before his eyes, his heart racing with excitement. "This divorce is fortuitous. Sister, the Miao family shall not suffer this loss. Rest assured, your second brother will stand by you." Miao Guodong spoke with fervor, intentionally excluding Chongqing from the conversation, wary that he might wish to partake in the spoils. Miao Xiaoyan understood the complexity of the situation. She knew that alone she could not instigate a proper confrontation. "Thus," she stated, "once we receive compensation, I shall allocate funds as a form of lost income." She was astute enough to recognize that no amount of justification would prompt the Wang family to willingly part with money. Conflict was inevitable, necessitating familial support, for a woman alone would surely be at a disadvantage in a dispute. However, should it be true that Wang Ji was unable to conceive, she would certainly have a word with Wang Mu regarding the matter. Chongqing, noticing the glimmer of determination in Miao Qiaoyan's eyes, understood that she had made her decision. He then stood up, declaring, "I shall refrain from further involvement in this matter. You may deliberate amongst yourselves." He had no intention of entangling himself in this melodrama. Was it not preferable to stay home and enjoy roasted sweet potatoes? Miao Qiaoyan opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Miao Guodong. "Brother, allow me to see you off." He rose, wearing a beaming smile, his address to Chongqing imbued with sincerity. Chongqing was well aware of his intentions. He feared that Chongqing might wish to stake a claim to the financial gains, which held no allure for him in the ensuing days. As the weather grew colder, Chongqing remained indoors. When the system informed him of Wang Ji's arrest, he was entirely unfazed. The events unfolded much as he had anticipated. Miao Qiaoyan first underwent a health examination at the county hospital, the results confirming her robust health. Thus, the family proceeded to confront the Wang household. Faced with the medical report, Wang Ji had no choice but to concede that the fault lay within himself. Wang Mu attempted to cling to the situation, but Miao Guodong threatened to publicize her son's infertility at his workplace, compelling the prideful Wang Mu to relent and compensate them with 200 yuan. However, the Wang family was caught off guard when, just days later, the Miao family returned. This time, they accused Wang Ji of stealing materials from the factory, demanding a hefty sum of 400 yuan. Such avarice threatened to deplete the Wang family's resources, prompting Chongqing to shake his head. Indeed, the system also seemed to express exasperation. Miao Guodong threatened to report Wang Ji, leading to an altercation that resulted in Wang Ji stabbing Miao Guodong in the arm with a fruit knife, which drew the attention of neighbors who alerted the authorities. The police took both parties to the station for interrogation, and the facts of the matter became glaringly clear. In this era, individuals were petrified at the prospect of police involvement. Even before the authorities could search the Wang residence, Wang Ji confessed to everything. Consequently, he was sentenced to 20 years for undermining the socialist framework, while the Miao family ultimately received no further compensation, incurring additional medical expenses instead. By your reasoning, the Miao family has still profited, having acquired 200 yuan while spending merely a fraction on medical expenses, Chongqing remarked to the system. Financially, perhaps, but the injury will undoubtedly affect their quality of life. Moreover, the Miao household has become quite the spectacle, embroiled in disputes over how to divide the money. The system's tone was somewhat mocking, suggesting it had enjoyed the unfolding drama. In this society, the concept of quality of life was virtually non-existent. Mere sustenance constituted the pinnacle of happiness. Chongqing believed that as long as Miao Guodong was not incapacitated, he would not mind enduring a few injuries for the sake of monetary gain. However, given the injuries sustained, it was certain that expenses for medical care, lost wages, and nutritional needs would arise, and Miao Qiaoyan would likely have to part with some of her own funds. Regardless, Chongqing held no favorable impressions of them. They could squabble as they pleased, for it would not affect him. Thus, the days passed until the arrival of the new year. During this time, Chongqing not only grew accustomed to the sporadic quarrels erupting from the old house, but the villagers were also well aware of the unfolding saga. The report of the former son-in-law's imprisonment and the siblings' relentless disputes over divorce compensation became the talk of the town. Opinions varied widely. Some criticized Miao's parents for their inability to manage their household, while others condemned Miao Guodong for seeking monetary gain at the expense of familial bonds. Some claimed the Miao family was insatiable, willing to bring ruin upon their son-in-law's family for the sake of wealth. Yet, there were those who praised the eldest Miao for his sobriety, refraining from involvement in the sordid affairs, while others accused Chongqing of living solely for himself, neglecting his family's welfare. The Miao family's reputation in the village plummeted, yet Chongqing managed to maintain a somewhat positive image. "Mom, are we really going to spend the new year at the old house?" Miaoing suddenly inquired. Yu Shuqin paused in her task of styling her hair, responding, "Of course. Without your grandparents, there would be no father. You must show filial piety, if you wish to avoid lingering at the old house." "We can leave right after dinner," Chongqing interjected. He did not want to cultivate a sense of blind obligation in his children. In his view, relationships, whether between grandparents or parents and children, required mutual nurturing and could not be dictated solely by blood ties. "Dad, will we be cooking for ourselves when we return tonight?" Meow Xen poked her head out from the room to ask. "Certainly. We have prepared an abundance of dishes. We shall enjoy our own reunion dinner." Chongqing responded, "During the new year, we typically rise early to begin preparing meals, with feasting commencing around noon or in the afternoon. Despite everyone's limited circumstances, this festive meal is often quite sumptuous, featuring staples such as meat, eggs, and tofu. Families with greater means may even slaughter chickens or purchase fish, striving to present a table with 10 different dishes, epitomizing perfection. On this day, children are also treated to sweets, and the abundance of delightful dishes ensures they are well fed. Hence the adage that adults yearn for cultivation while children eagerly anticipate the new year. This morning, Yu Xiuqin also prepared a handful of seeds and candies for Miao Xian and Miaoing. She has always had a fondness for children, and with her family's improved circumstances, she is even less inclined to skimp on them. Since Chongqing had already provided the family with meal allowances a few days prior, they did not intend to lend a hand. They figured they would appear at the old house just around mealtime. By that time, some dishes had already graced the table, and Miao Xiaoyan was emerging from the kitchen with a platter of steamed meat. "Big brother, big sister-in-law, come in and sit. Miao Xian, Miaoing, hurry in. There are peanut candies on the small table," she called out, exuding the demeanor of a gracious hostess, causing both Miao Mu and Li Ying, who were similarly bringing out dishes, to involuntarily twitch their lips. Given that money had been contributed, Chongqing naturally refrained from being overly polite, taking his 2 daughters to sit at the dining table. When Yu Xiuqin attempted to assist in the kitchen, he firmly held her back, insisting that if she chose not to help, then she ought to stick to her word. Seeing his demeanor, Miao Mu couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Does he really think he is dining in a state-run restaurant?" Chongqing feigned ignorance, casually grabbing a handful of seeds and munching contentedly. During the meal, he noticed that Miao Guodong's hands were still somewhat clumsy, suggesting he had yet to fully recover. Observing Miao Xiaoyan and Miao Guodong exchanging glances filled with silent daggers, Chongqing understood that a consensus regarding the distribution of money had yet to be reached. Fortunately, it was New Year's, and no one broached any unpleasant topics, engaging instead in light-hearted conversation until the meal concluded. Miao Xian and Miaoing remained rather silent during their meal, earning numerous disapproving glances from Miao Mu. Yet, due to the festive occasion, they were spared any reprimands. Chongqing had previously heard that during the new year, a simple phrase like "what a joyous new year" could temporarily dissolve all conflicts. At that moment, he found himself a believer in that sentiment. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the family returned home to prepare another meal in their own abode. The 2 daughters were much more animated, peppering him with questions, chattering excitedly, which made Chongqing feel that raising children was not such a burdensome endeavor after all. That evening, he recounted to Yu Xiuqin the events surrounding Miao Xiaoyan's divorce and everything that transpired thereafter. Since Miao Xiaoyan intended to stay long-term, it was necessary for the sister-in-law to be familiar with her basic circumstances to avoid any misunderstandings in their interactions. So, Wang Ji was imprisoned even before the new year. Yu Xiuqin's heart sank at the news of Wang Ji's incarceration within the Miao family. He had brought this upon himself. If he refrained from engaging in illegal activities, no amount of chaos would affect him. In this era, the thought of imprisonment invariably instilled fear, and Chongqing could only analyze the reasons behind Wang Ji's situation for her. "Furthermore, I do not plan to sell those items any longer," he added, knowing that Yu Xiuqin had been concerned about his potential arrest for selling goods on the black market, thus sharing his intentions. This was the truth. He had never been a risk-taker. Had he not been in dire need of money and resources at the beginning, he would not have resorted to the black market. With over 60 yuan in hand and no concerns regarding food supplies, he believed in progressing steadily without the necessity of taking great risks for a meager profit. Of course, the system could assist in mitigating dangers. However, he preferred to rely on the experiences he had accumulated from the cultivation world, which taught him that being cautious was invariably wise. Thus, he persevered through to October of the following year. When news arrived regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, the entire village buzzed with excitement. The educated youth eagerly spread the word, and young individuals who had previously attended school were also considering taking the plunge. Miao Guodong made a special trip to the city, scavenging for textbooks at a recycling station and contacting a distant relative who taught there. Spending a significant sum on exercise books, in the end, Miao Qiaoyan begrudgingly parted with 100 yuan to support him, ensuring he had ample funds for purchasing books and materials, compiling resources that surpassed those of many educated youths. Mom, Li Ying and I plan to register for the college entrance exam, so we won't be doing farm work during this period, they announced. The examination was set for December, leaving little time and a heavy workload. Having graduated high school 7 or 8 years ago, they had nearly forgotten their previous knowledge and clearly needed time to review. 3 people in your family eat. Are you all going to take a collective holiday? Before Miao Mu could voice her thoughts, Miao Qiaoyan erupted in frustration. Throughout the year, she had come to see through her second brother. His work ethic was lackluster, always prioritizing money, and despite laboring all day, his work points didn't even surpass hers, failing to earn enough for the family's rations. Having seen Miao Guodong return with a pile of books just a few days prior, she realized he must have used the 100 yuan she had reluctantly given him. 100 yuan! The mere thought of it sent pangs to her heart. She had been reluctant to give it, but feeling isolated without support from her parents, she felt utterly oppressed. Now, they intended to prepare for exams and refrain from work? How could that be acceptable? We'll only be taking off for these 2 months. Li Ying attempted to explain. 2 months. Can you go without eating for 2 months? The grain you earned with your work points throughout the year isn't enough to feed your family of 3? Miao Qiaoyan declared emphatically, slamming the wooden bucket she held onto the ground. We'll buy our own food if necessary. Miao Guodong was equally incensed. All he wanted was a quiet space to study. Why was that so difficult? Buy your own? Isn't that still using my money? Miao Qiaoyan shot back. I injured my hand helping you secure funds. This is my compensation for nourishment. The siblings argued passionately, their faces flushed. Miao Mu, wishing to interject, found herself unable to get a word in. With her daughter back home, she relished the lighter workload of not having to cook. However, throughout the year, the couple had only earned a meager amount of work points. And with their eldest grandson, Pong Pong, growing older and consuming more, 2 laborers halting work for 2 to 3 months meant they would genuinely need to purchase food next year. The crux was that buying food was not merely a matter of money. They also required rations. Second son, let us wait until your father returns tonight to discuss this. If you all stop working, the pressure at home will intensify. Ultimately, Miao Mu maintained her opposing stance. Regardless, I do not consent. Miao Qiaoyan retorted angrily. If they can cease work to prepare for exams, then I shall study as well. I am also a middle school graduate and can register for the college entrance examination. Naturally, after much deliberation that evening, the wishes of Miao Guodong could not be fulfilled. In the end, Miao father decisively declared that they would work half a day and devote the remaining time to studying. In light of this half-day arrangement, Miao Qiaoyan insisted that she too would only work half a day, dedicating the rest of her time to revision. Chongqing had not been particularly attentive to the college entrance examination and was unclear about its commencement. It was only upon receiving an invitation to the graduation banquet of the brigade leader's son that he realized the examination had concluded some time ago. Isn't my second brother about to be abandoned? He inquired of the system. He recalled that in the storyline, Li Ying had successfully enrolled in a normal college in her first year, never to return, while Miao Guodong had subsequently attempted the examination for several years without success, ultimately descending into despair. Not for now, as none of your family members have passed, the system replied monotonously. 3. Did Miao Qiaoyan also sit for the college entrance examination? Chongqing queried, puzzled. Upon learning the reasoning from the system, he couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing! In the narrative, Miao Qiaoyan had adopted area, and with the original family working diligently to earn work points, Miao Guodong and his spouse could study in peace. During that period, aside from gathering pig fodder, Ye was often summoned to collect cow dung and gather straw, earning merely 1 or 2 work points each day, leading to a noticeable decline in her health over a few months. Even so, after Miao Guodong's failure in the college entrance examination, he had still blamed Yu Xiuqin for washing clothes at night and chopping pig fodder too noisily, disrupting his study efficiency. Now, with the original family no longer contributing their diligent efforts, not only had Miao Guodong failed to pass, but even Li Ying, who had succeeded in the storyline, had also met with failure. Thus, Chongqing reflected, It seemed that if the cannon fodder ceased to function, it became exceedingly challenging for others to navigate their paths. The graduation banquet of the brigade leader's family. Nearly all the villagers arrived with their families in tow. This was partly due to the brigade leader's considerable prestige, and partly because everyone wished to partake in the meat. Just as Changqing's family settled in, someone nearby inquired, "Eldest of the Miao family, I heard someone from your household participated in the college entrance examination. How did it go?" The first reinstatement of the college entrance examination had not released any results. It was merely a blind filling of preferences, with acceptance dependent on notification letters. Thus, aside from the brigade leader and the examinees themselves, no one else truly knew the outcomes. Given the inquiry, Changqing naturally responded honestly, "I only know that Guodong, his wife, and Xiaoyan all registered. I'm not too sure about the specific results." "Wow, 3 people from one family registered for the examination?" The crowd exclaimed in amazement. Consequently, when Miao father and Miao mother arrived, someone immediately asked, "Miao Laudi, how did your 3 family members fare in the college entrance examination this year?" Miao father and Miao mother's expressions darkened at the question. They needed to support their family and work. How could they all succeed at once? Miao father attempted to salvage his dignity. Upon hearing his words, everyone understood that they had likely not passed. Aunt Su, who had always had a contentious relationship with Miao Mu, chimed in, "Miao Posey, how come your 3 middle and high school students aren't here to enjoy the feast? The 2 of you are unlikely to recover the gift money you spent on the occasion." Miao Mu has boasted to Aunt Su on more than one occasion about her children's high educational achievements. Aside from the eldest, they are all well-educated individuals. Who would have thought that this time Aunt Su would gain the upper hand? She silently cursed a few of her children for their lack of ambition. Upon seeing the Changqing family seated nearby, she shifted her blame to the eldest son's family. If they had not split the household, there would have been sufficient labor force at home, and the second child would not have faced a shortage of study time, thus avoiding failure in the exams. She fully accepted Miao Guodong's excuse of insufficient time for preparation. Yet she failed to reflect on why she did not insist they dedicate a few months solely to studying. Instead, she laid the blame on her already estranged eldest son. Changqing noticed Miao Mu's resentful glances directed at him and realized that he was likely to bear the brunt of their frustrations. He silently scoffed at the irony. In the original narrative, Miao Guodong had dedicated several years to full-time exam preparation without success. He truly lacked the aptitude for studies. This time, not being able to prepare full-time had, in fact, salvaged his marriage. Otherwise, his wife would have been planning her escape by now. Ignoring Miao Mu's glances, Changqing enjoyed his meal heartily. The captain's family boasted unparalleled conditions in the village, and the banquet was lavishly arranged, featuring not only cured meats and chicken soup, but also plates of diced apples at each table, a rarity at rural feasts where ordinary folk seldom enjoyed fruit throughout the year. Consequently, Changqing indulged himself to his heart's content. In contrast, Miao father and Miao mother found little pleasure in the delicacies, as the conversation at the table constantly revolved around the college entrance examinations. Discussing who had succeeded in gaining admission, their ears were met with unwelcome chatter, yet they had no grounds to object, for it was indeed a celebration of educational advancement. The meal became a convoluted experience fraught with tension. Changqing observed many educated youths attending the feast, some exuberantly animated with glimmering eyes, while others sat in silence, heads bowed over their food. The college entrance examination was a source of joy for some and sorrow for others. In this era, the examination served as a direct pathway for many to alter their destinies, transitioning from rural life to urban opportunities, from farmers to officials. A single exam could transform an individual's fate and even redirect a family's future. Its significance could not be overstated. However, this bore no relevance to him, as he was merely an uneducated peasant. When Miao Xian was in the 3rd grade, Changqing sent Miao Ying to school as well. This decision sparked considerable discussion within the village, although Miao Mu was too preoccupied to pay attention. After Miao Guodong and his peers failed to pass the college entrance exams 3 times, Miao Xiaoyan appeared to be at odds with her second brother, consistently enrolling for the exams herself. "Miao Xiaoyan, can't you refrain from joining in every time there's an exam as a mere middle school student?" Miao Guodong questioned in frustration. He could not comprehend why Miao Xiaoyan, who had never attended high school, could not simply focus on her tasks at home to earn work points instead of following them to sign up for examinations. Oh, what if I'm a middle school student? You high school students haven't passed either, right? Miao Qiaoyan retorted defiantly. She was not foolish. If they were to take exams, she would join them. If they were to study, she would study too. She refused to be relegated to working to support their family. Miao Guodong, feeling squeezed by his younger sister's remarks, wore a grim expression. With each failed attempt, his anxiety grew, and his scores began to decline, which only deepened his distress. Miao Qiaoyan's use of you evidently included Li Ying as well. Meanwhile, Li Ying, who was busy washing clothes for Miao Peng, frowned. She longed to escape the confines of the countryside. Yet, what could she do? There were countless chores at home and outside, and as the children grew, so did the worries that plagued her mind, making it increasingly difficult to focus on her studies. Listening to her husband argue with Miao Qiaoyan only heightened her frustration. She feared she might truly never break free from this rural existence. Miao Mu had also faced hardships over the years. In an effort to afford her children more study time, and for her own pride, she had taken on more work. However, despite their toil, no tangible results had emerged. After 3 attempts, none had succeeded in passing. This left both her and Miao father feeling unable to hold their heads high in the village, leading to a diminished attitude toward their aspiring children. What are you arguing about? I see none of you possess the intellect for studying. You might as well learn from your eldest brother and earn your full work points so the family won't have to worry about food and drink. Indeed, at that moment, she even considered the eldest son to be commendable, diligent, and unafraid of hardship. At least he would not bring her shame in front of others. I've discussed it with your father. We'll attempt the exams one more time this year. If you fail again, you'll focus on working peacefully. Miao Mu's words sparked an uproar, with Miao Guodong being the first to react. Mom, I'm a high school student. Should I really follow in the footsteps of my brother and toil in the fields every day? He had always looked down upon his elder brother. As the educated one in the family, what meaning would life hold if he ended up like the eldest, toiling for sustenance? Hearing his words, Miao Mu sighed. Peng Peng will be entering the 4th grade at the commune's primary school next year. You all need to study. Our food supply is running low, and we've already spent nearly all our money on grains. The family simply cannot afford to support your studies any longer. With that, Miao Mu wiped away a tear. She wished for her children to succeed, but what could be done if they lacked ambition? For the past 2 years, they had managed to scrape by only thanks to Qiaoyan's divorce settlement. But money was finite, and it was nearly depleted, making it impossible to continue funding their education. After hearing Miao Mu's words, the siblings fell into a heavy silence. In truth, what Miao Mu did not say was that both she and Miao father now felt that their children were incapable of accomplishing anything. While the eldest son, having split from the family, seemed to be living a stable life and appeared more reliable than any of them. Unbeknownst to Chongqing, his lack of involvement had inadvertently improved his parents' perception of him. Even if he were to learn of this, he would likely only sigh at the irony of distant fragrance and nearby stench. After all, he led a life of routine, occasionally catching fish in the river or foraging for bird eggs and mushrooms. Embodying a serene existence hidden within the mountains. One day, just as he emerged from the mountains, the system's voice rang out. Host, trouble has arisen. Miao Guodong has injured someone. Having not heard the system's voice for quite some time, Chongqing felt a moment of disorientation. Was there still a plot to unfold? He had assumed the narrative had long since deviated beyond recognition, yet here was a new development. Indeed, the system confirmed, proceeding to recount the details. It turned out that today, Miao Guodong had gone to the county to seek the latest examination materials, and on his return, he encountered a former suitor of Li Ying's, who mocked him for failing the exams thrice. In a fit of anger, a scuffle broke out, during which Miao Guodong accidentally shoved the other man, causing him to fall and hit his head against a large rock, losing consciousness on the spot. Miao Guodong assumed the man was dead and, in a panic, hurried home. Chongqing, having read the narrative, knew the man was not actually dead and had not sustained serious injuries. He was merely pretending to be severely hurt to extort money. Unexpectedly, someone reported the incident to the police, who promptly apprehended Miao Guodong, leaving him with no choice but to continue playing his part. In less than a year, the man would recover without needing medical treatment. This was why, later on, when Miao Guodong learned that someone had taken the blame, He remained silent, fearing that the police would uncover the truth behind the feigned injuries. Thus, the original protagonist had inadvertently served 2 years in prison. How dramatic! Chongqing clenched his fists in indignation. However, it was impossible for him to take his place in prison, not even for a single day. When he returned home, Miao Mu had been waiting anxiously. "Eldest son, you're back. We need to discuss something important in the old house." Upon seeing Chongqing, she stood up eagerly. "All right," Chongqing replied readily. The two made their way to the old house, and as soon as they entered, Miao Guodong suddenly dropped to his knees before him. His hair was disheveled, his face bore several bruises, and his eyes were red and swollen, presenting a pitiful sight. "What is this? Why such a grand display?" Chongqing did not offer to help him up but scanned the room, his gaze landing on Miao father and Miao mother, confusion etched on his face. "Eldest brother, please save me. Only you can help me now." Miao Guodong cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. "What on earth happened?" Chongqing turned his attention to Miao Mu. After a moment's hesitation, Miao Mu avoided Chongqing's gaze and said, "Eldest son, your younger brother has accidentally killed someone. He is set to take the college entrance exam this year and has children to care for. Could you possibly save him?" "What? Killed someone?" Chongqing's face registered shock. This was a serious matter that could lead to severe consequences. What could he possibly do to help? "It was an accident. He didn't mean to do it. He won't face serious repercussions. When the police come, just say it was you." Miao father rasped, "It seems you all have colluded on this," Chongqing remarked with a sardonic smile. Although he had never held high hopes for this family, witnessing such a scene stirred a sense of injustice on behalf of the original protagonist within him. How can you be so certain the person is dead? If they were only injured, it would merely result in a few years in prison. Your brother must not have a criminal record before taking the college entrance exam, otherwise, he won't pass the political review. Miao father insisted. Miao Fu furrowed his brow as he explained. Miao Guodong noticed a shift in Chongqing's tone and immediately wrapped one arm around his leg, while with the other hand, he struck himself several sharp slaps. "Brother, I am truly sorry. Please save my younger brother this time. Once I get into university, I will repay you handsomely. I will cover the tuition and living expenses for both Dia and Arya." He raised his hand in a solemn vow. "Heh, it might take you a lifetime to get into university," Chongqing thought bitterly to himself. His cold gaze swept over the crowd. "If you want me to take the blame, it is not out of the question." Seeing the joy on Miao Guodong's face, he continued, "However, I will require 300 yuan in cash, and regardless of whether I serve 1 day, 10 days, or 10 years in prison, I shall not repay this money. You must provide me with a written agreement." His tone left no room for dispute. Miao Mu felt displeased with his incessant talk of money. "Eldest, have you become obsessed with wealth? Why do you need so much money from your own brother? Your father and I are still here. We would never neglect our 2 children." Miao Fu also frowned, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Miao Guodong. All right, I agree," Miao Guodong hastily replied. How could he not be anxious? As the crucial college entrance examination approached, he could not afford to get entangled with the police, especially considering that the other party had been struck by a car and had not regained consciousness, likely suffering at least a serious injury that could lead to years in prison. He hurried back to his room to fetch paper and pen, just as he was about to begin writing. Chongqing spoke again. "Write as I dictate." Thus, he recited a line while Miao Guodong wrote it down, and soon the written agreement was completed. Chongqing took a look. Miao Guodong had indeed written truthfully. Chongqing then instructed him to summon all the adults in the household to sign as witnesses. Consequently, Li Ying and Miao Chaoyan were called out from their rooms, each signing the document, while Miao Fu, being able to write, also put his name down. Miao Mu, unable to write, had Miao Guodong write on her behalf. "I want to see the cash by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I will not acknowledge this matter," Chongqing said, carefully folding the document, emphasizing each word to Miao Guodong. This sum was not arbitrary. It likely represented the entirety of the Miao family's savings, depending on whether Miao Guodong could gather it from others. After returning home, Chongqing informed Yu Xiuqin that he needed to cooperate with the police investigation and requested that she send the children to school early. This caused Yu Xiuqin to burst into tears, but ultimately, after he repeatedly assured her he would return in 2 days, she reluctantly calmed down. The next day, Upon arriving at the old house, he found several people sporting dark circles under their eyes. Miao Guodong shoved a wad of cash into his hands, half pleading, half threatening, "Brother, taking the blame is still a crime, so please don't let the truth slip. Otherwise, we might all be arrested. Who will take care of the family? Oh, now you know that taking the blame is a crime. It's a pity you grasp only a bit of the law," Chongqing retorted coldly. Currently, this can only be considered cooperating with the investigation. It hardly amounts to taking the blame. Besides, the injured party only has some superficial injuries and is merely feigning unconsciousness, so it hardly constitutes a crime. I am well aware of the situation. Miao Mu soon brought out a large bowl of noodles, and upon seeing it, Chongqing was surprised to find an egg added. "Eldest, have your breakfast," Miao Mu said, her voice somewhat hoarse. Chongqing did not hold back. Finishing the meal in just a few bites, it might have been the best breakfast he had ever had at the Miao household. "Mother, is this a farewell meal you prepared for me?" he said with a hint of sarcasm. Miao Mu averted her gaze, busying herself with cleaning the dishes. Before long, footsteps were heard outside, causing Miao Guodong's hands to tremble. The door swung open, revealing 2 police officers, followed by a number of curious villagers trailing behind. Without waiting for the officers to speak, Chongqing stood up. "I will go with you." The police, too, did not engage in lengthy explanations. After all, they were not entirely certain who was involved. If someone voluntarily accepted responsibility, it was clear they were the perpetrator. Typically, only those guilty would admit to wrongdoing. The villagers, seeing the police escort Chongqing away, were astonished. "Hey, the eldest of the Miao family is a good person. You must have made a mistake." Good people committing crimes are something the police had seen many times before, so they would not release someone simply because they were deemed a good person. "Step aside. We will not wrongfully detain an innocent person. We are taking him for investigation purposes. If everything is in order, he will be released." The common folk dared not obstruct the police, but some still couldn't help but ask, "What crime has the eldest of the Miao family committed?" "Assault. On the 21st, he injured someone in the city, and that person is still unconscious in the hospital. Surely you did not see him in the village on the 21st? The officer replied. Chongqing had gone into the mountains early that morning, so indeed no one had seen him in the village, leaving the crowd exchanging glances in silence. Once the police had taken Chongqing away, the villagers recalled the events and began to question the Miao family. "I say, Miao Laodi, did your Chongqing really hurt someone?" They had watched him grow up, knowing him to be a person who never retaliated against insults. So they found it hard to believe he would resort to violence. Miao Fu stepped forward, tapping his tobacco pipe, his voice heavy as he explained, "It was merely an accident. The eldest went to the city to buy something and encountered someone mocking him for not having children. So he pushed the person. Who would have thought that individual would fall and be struck by a car?" This explanation seemed to resonate with the crowd. After all, insulting someone about their children was a sensitive topic, and even the most composed person might react in anger. "Indeed, my brother did not commit a crime. It was simply an unfortunate incident. We have gathered the money for compensation, and he should be back home in a few days," Miao Guodong declared loudly. Miao Chaoyin shot a sidelong glance at her second brother, surprised to see he possessed a modicum of acting skill, yet she resolved that the money he owed her must be returned, and she would keep a vigilant eye on him to ensure he did not evade repayment. "Everyone disperse, please. With such an incident at home, we need to discuss our next steps." Miao Fu waved his hand to dismiss the crowd and turned to enter the house. Miao Guodong hurriedly closed the door behind him and returned to his seat, exhaling a long breath. "What now?" He looked at his father. "Get to work. Pay back the money," Miao Fu bellowed, startling everyone. "At your age, how can you not have a sense of responsibility? You've even borrowed from your parents' savings, and you still ask what to do." Miao Fu genuinely felt that his second son was hopeless. At the age of 7 or 8, he was still causing trouble for his parents. Yet, what could he do? After all, this was his beloved youngest son, and he could not bear to see him imprisoned. Meanwhile, the eldest son being taken away by the police was completely overlooked by him. Chongqing cooperatively followed the police to the county seat, where he learned more about the situation through the 2 officers. The injured party, Zhuokuan, was the only son of factory workers, and his parents were frantic with worry as he lay in a coma. Having caused quite a scene at the police station, demanding that the person responsible for their son's injury be punished. So, Zhuo is still unconscious, right? Chongqing inquired. The officer with a square face glanced at him with some sympathy. Yes, the doctor said there are no external injuries. It's likely a concussion. The police felt that the young man was rather unfortunate. After all, he had only pushed someone in anger after being provoked. And it was unfortunate that the person happened to fall in such a way. May I see him? I would like to apologize to his family, Chongqing pleaded. This was certainly permissible. If he could gain the victim's forgiveness, it would be taken into account during sentencing. However, Zhuo parents had been quite distressed and might not be inclined to forgive. In no matter, I still wish to express my apologies. Chongqing smiled. The two officers exchanged glances. It was rather peculiar how calm he was, as if he were simply going out to run an errand, which piqued their curiosity about the potential meeting with the victim's family. Did he perhaps know them? Or was he able to offer substantial compensation for forgiveness? As the nurse led them to the hospital room, low sobs and murmurs of comfort could be heard from within. Surely, Zhuo's parents were present. The officers instructed him to enter and apologize while they waited outside. Chongqing pushed the door open and found a young man with thick brows and large eyes lying in bed. Connected to an-4 drip, he knew Zhuo was feigning unconsciousness and would soon awaken, continuing to pretend to have sustained a brain injury and amnesia. Uncle, Auntie, I am Zhuo classmate. I came to speak with him privately, Chongqing announced abruptly, without any gifts in hand. However, Zhuo's parents, lost in their sorrow, did not notice anything amiss. Their son had been accepted into a teacher training college last year, and given the age range of students due to the 10-year gap in college entrance exams, they had no reason to doubt Chongqing's words. Furthermore, the young man stood tall and upright, with a clear gaze, which made him appear trustworthy. They assumed he was simply a good friend of their son wanting to talk privately. And so they rose to step out. Take your time. We will go fetch some water. After the departure of Zhou's father and mother, Chongqing took a seat. I am the elder brother of Miao Guodong. His gaze fixed intently on Zhou, his voice low and somber. Upon finishing his statement, Chongqing noticed Zhou's eyelids twitch slightly. I know you are pretending. If you awaken now, nothing will have occurred between us. Zhou felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. After just 2 sentences, sweat began to bead on his back. If you do not awaken now, do you believe you may never awaken again? As these words left Chongqing's lips, Zhou sensed a palpable drop in the room's temperature, causing his face to involuntarily tremble. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Brother Miao, you shall explain yourself to your parents. Chongqing stood up upon hearing the sound of the door opening from outside. Akun, you're awake. The woman's voice rang out in delight. Zhou's parents rushed over to grasp their son's hand. Hardly noticing how Chongqing had exited, he has awakened. Chongqing calmly informed the 2 police officers. Why does it feel so surreal, as if he simply woke up upon command? One officer remarked. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Chongqing went to the police station to provide a statement. However, since Zhou had regained consciousness and the hospital's examination revealed only minor injuries, coupled with Zhou's insistence that he had instigated the confrontation and was willing to settle the matter, an agreement was swiftly reached, thereby resolving the incident. That afternoon, Chongqing returned to Zhongwan village. The villagers working by the roadside were naturally curious upon his return. Elder Miao, weren't you taken away by the police? How have you returned? I was merely assisting in an investigation. Since it turned out I was not involved, they released me. Chongqing replied with a smile. Some were skeptical. Your father said you severely injured someone, causing them to faint. Is that true? If it were true, would I be back here? Chongqing retorted. Another inquired. Guodong mentioned he gathered money for compensation. How much did you pay? Is that something I can disclose? Chongqing responded with a toss of his head, continuing on his way as he stepped through the doorway. Yu Shuqin returned home. Her shoes were caked in dirt, her eyes were red and her forehead glistened with sweat, indicating she had hurried back upon hearing the news. I told you there was nothing to worry about. Chongqing stood up, preparing to cook, yet, in the next moment, Yu Shuqin rushed in, enveloping him in a tight embrace. She buried her head in his chest and began to weep openly. Chongqing stood rigid. Though they shared a bed every night, He was not accustomed to such overt displays of emotion. After a while, he tentatively patted her back and said softly, "I am hungry." Why Yu Xiuqin paused her crying, lifted her head to wipe her eyes. "I will heat up some food for you. Let us cook a couple of extra dishes to celebrate." Chongqing cheerfully pulled out the 300 yuan and placed it in her hands before recounting the events that transpired. "Aren't you afraid Zhou Kuan might truly remain in a coma? Wouldn't that mean you would end up in prison?" Yu Xiuqin expressed her lingering fear. Having heard Chongqing speak of her worries for him the previous day, she had been deeply troubled but dared not oppose her husband's decision. This morning, after dropping their daughter off at school, she learned he had been taken away, which prompted her to cry. However, remembering their two daughters who needed support, she quickly composed herself and returned to work. Unwilling to delay earning her share of labor points, I acted with careful consideration. "Oh, and here, you should keep this." Chongqing handed her the written acknowledgement left by Miao's family. Watching Yu Xiuqin hastily enter the house, Chongqing felt content with his wife in this lifetime. She was diligent, sincere, and possessed a resilient spirit, wholly devoted to their daughters. Though their communication was limited, he could genuinely feel her care and concern. Nonetheless, life remained rather arduous. At that moment, Miao Guodong, who had been weeding, learned of Chongqing's return. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, he was enveloped by a wave of heartache and fury, lamenting the loss of the 300 yuan while simultaneously feeling deceived by his elder brother, which ignited his rage. He hoisted his hoe and headed home, only to be intercepted by his father en route. "Where are you going?" Miao's father's voice lacked its usual warmth. "I'm going to confront Miao Chongqing and demand my money back." Miao Guodong exclaimed vehemently, "He has deceived me." "Elder brother deceived your money?" Miao's father was incredulous. "Didn't you bring trouble upon yourself, which attracted the police? Isn't it you who needed help to prepare for the college entrance examination, thus causing your elder brother to intervene? Did you not write that acknowledgement?" A barrage of questions struck Miao Guodong, jolting him back to reality. Yet, he stubbornly persisted, but he didn't serve time, so why should he owe so much money? 300 yuan is no small amount. You've incurred serious debts, Miao's father replied coldly. He may not have been imprisoned, but he did go to the police station. Do you believe if you confront them, you won't end up in jail? Miao's father articulated. He had come to understand that his elder brother either had a plan or was simply fortunate, but in any case, this indeed shielded his younger brother from calamity. At this moment, he feared that pursuing money would only bring misfortune back upon them. Furthermore, he observed that his younger brother and his wife tended to shy away from challenges, failing at work and struggling with exams. He doubted he could rely on them for support in their later years. If you wish to continue your studies and maintain a good reputation, you must diligently focus on your work. Upon hearing that Miao Guodong had been thwarted by his father while attempting to retrieve money, Chongqing chuckled to himself. It was apparent why Miao Guodong had failed his college entrance examination. He lacked discernment. Not only would he be unable to retrieve any funds, but the scandal would also jeopardize his eligibility for the examination. This time, the political review process placed considerable emphasis on an individual's character and reputation. Any history of wrongdoing or being a scapegoat would cast doubt on one's reliability. Naturally, this would also impact Chongqing. Yet since he wasn't taking the college entrance examination, how significant could it be? Even if given the opportunity to take the exam, Chongqing held little faith in his ability to succeed. Indeed, as he had anticipated, in the ensuing years, the three members of the Miao family repeatedly clashed and faltered, becoming the subject of ridicule in the village. After Chongqing and his family relocated to the county seat, they still occasionally overheard gossip about their examination experiences. "Dad, this time my sister and I both achieved first place. What about the reward you promised us, the tape recorder?" As Chongqing drove into the courtyard, he was greeted by Miao Xian's exuberant voice. Upon entering the house, the two report cards were eagerly thrust into his hands. Both daughters watching him with excitement. "I scored a perfect 100 in math," Miaoing exclaimed, quickly highlighting her academic achievement as Chongqing glanced at her report card. "You both did remarkably well, but could you first pour your father a glass of water? I'm parched." Leaning back in his chair, Chongqing half closed his eyes. "I'll do it right away." Miao Xian dashed into the house. "Let me give you a shoulder rub." Miaoing, unwilling to be outdone, stepped behind her father and gently began to massage his shoulders. After taking a sip of warm water, Chongqing finally spoke. "Well done. Both of you have performed excellently." He propped himself up, and the two heads leaned in closer. From his bag, he produced two identical tape recorders, one for each of them, saying, "Here, this is the battery." "Yay, Dad, you're the best." Miao Xian and Miaoing exclaimed joyfully, immediately scurrying off to tinker with the boxes. Just then, Yu Shuqin returned from grocery shopping. Hearing the cheerful voices of the two girls from afar, she knew their father had returned. "Mom, look, Dad bought us tape recorders." Upon the return of Yu Shuqin, the two individuals eagerly lifted the items in their hands to showcase them to her. Chongqing leaned against the edge of the table, observing the cheerful banter among the women, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. At this juncture, Miao Xian was already in the second year of junior high. While Miaoing had progressed to the 6th grade, both sisters excelled academically, sparing their parents from any worries regarding their studies. Following the reform and opening up, Chongqing resumed his clothing business, sourcing goods from Guangzhou to sell locally, and swiftly accumulated a substantial fortune. Consequently, he purchased a house in the county town, and the entire family relocated to live there. However, his business continued to expand, culminating in the establishment of a trading company in the provincial capital. This return was also motivated by his desire to bring his family to live in the provincial city. During dinner, he broached the subject of moving to the provincial capital, and Yu Shuqin naturally expressed her support. Aware of her limitations in assisting with business matters, she had always ensured that she did not impede other affairs. Although the Miao sisters felt some reluctance to part with their friends, their resistance waned upon hearing that the provincial capital boasted a zoo, where they could finally see the majestic tigers they had longed for. In the ensuing days, Chongqing busied himself with contacting potential buyers for their house, assisting his daughters with their transfer applications, and preparing to sell off items that could not be easily transported, truly immersed in the flurry of activity. Since the family was set to move to the provincial capital, they decided to make one last visit to their hometown. The house they once lived in had already been purchased by him, not for any other reason, but to retain a cherished connection to their roots. As they journeyed, gazing out at the familiar scenery from the car window and listening to the excited chatter of the two girls in the back seat, Chongqing felt a deep sense of fulfillment in this life. Yu Shuqin, seated in the front passenger seat, shared a similar sentiment, reminiscing about the early days after marrying into the Miao family, the near loss of their youngest daughter, and the subsequent division of the family and move to the city. Each moment felt like a fleeting dream. As the car entered the village, it caught the attention of the locals. By this time, the land had been allocated to households, and villagers were laboring on their own plots, no longer burdened by concerns over meals. "Brother Miao, your eldest has returned," someone informed Miao Fu. "I know." Miao Fu paused in his wheat harvesting. "Eldest brother has come back?" Miao Qiaoyan also looked up, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Miao Mu, upon hearing the news, ceased her work, declaring, "I shall go prepare dinner." Since the land allocation, the Miao family's life had improved significantly, alleviating worries about food. Miao Guodong and his siblings had attempted the college entrance examination multiple times without success and ultimately resigned themselves to working at home. Miao Qiaoyan, having a tarnished reputation due to her husband's imprisonment for reporting him, chose not to remarry. Despite facing some gossip, she remained unfazed. Miao Fu and Miao Mu, nearing 60, were still in good health and continued to toil in the fields year-round. Miao Peng, having graduated from elementary school, ceased his studies, and the family's indulgence had led to a decline in his academic performance. When his parents urged him to study diligently, he retorted, "You've failed the exams for years." Our family simply lacks the brains for studying, which infuriated Miao Guodong and his wife, leading them to relinquish their oversight. After Chongqing's family tidied both the interior and exterior of the house, the sky had nearly darkened when Miao Mu arrived. "Dinner is ready at the old house," she announced. Eldest has become quite successful over the years, yet the bond with the family remains distant. She understands that past family dynamics may have caused this estrangement, and now, facing such a son, she feels a pang of regret. "All right, I'll fetch the items," Chongqing nodded. The family retrieved several gift boxes from the trunk and followed Miao Mu to the old house. Over the years, he had maintained a rather indifferent relationship with the Miao family in a nation that places immense value on filial piety. Complete severance from one's parents was implausible. However, he had not fostered a closer bond either. Each time he returned, he adhered to the customary niceties, leaving no room for criticism, bringing gifts, dining at the old house, and even promising to send monthly remittances for their retirement after his parents turned 60. Yet, beyond this, there was little else. Upon their arrival at the old house, the table was already laden with food. Cured meat, dried tofu, eggs, and all the delightful dishes one would expect in the countryside. Eldest brother, you've come, and you've brought so much. Miao Guodong beamed as he stepped forward to accept the gift boxes from Chongqing. Xian and Yinging have grown so tall. Come, sit beside your aunt. Miao Qiaoyan greeted the two children with a smile. It's always the daughters who are considerate. That little rascal Pong Pong has no idea where he's run off with his friends. Missing dinner at home, Li Ying remarked with a chuckle. Her sentiment was sincere. Over the past few years, she had fretted over her son, striving to provide him with the best of everything, only to be met with misunderstanding and emotional distance. Observing Chongqing's daughters, who excelled in their studies and were dutiful, her sense of superiority as a mother began to wane. Pong Pong has been spoiled by you all. This child lacks proper discipline. Miao Fu chimed in. I see, second brother. You two truly lack the ability to educate your children. Look at how well the eldest brother's children are raised. Indeed, it's clear that the eldest and his wife know how to educate their children. Miao Mu added, smiling as she served dishes to her granddaughters. Chongqing remained focused on his meal, not engaging in the conversation. He genuinely felt uncertain about how to respond, for it was Yu Xiuqin who primarily managed their children. While he believed he had set a good example, thereby contributing to their upbringing. Eldest, since you need assistance with your business, why not take your nephew along? He can read, and you wouldn't have to pay him. Just oversee his education, Miao Fu suggested after a while. Are you hoping for me to nurture the third generation of the Miao family? Chongqing chuckled softly. I cannot take him. Chongqing replied firmly. First, his unruly nature is difficult to manage, as even his parents cannot control him. How could I? Second, we are moving to the provincial capital, making it challenging for you to see him. I would not wish to witness you separated from your beloved grandson. Are you all moving to the provincial capital? Miao Guodong's eyes lit up. What about the house in the county? However, Chongqing's next statement shattered his hopes. We have sold the things in the county house. This visit is essentially a farewell. It may be a long while before we return. As these words fell, a stunned silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with unspoken emotions. After a prolonged pause, Miao Fu exhaled deeply and slowly remarked, moving to the provincial capital is indeed a good idea. Your business is flourishing thereafter. No one broached the subject of Pong Pong again. After dinner, Chongqing handed 2 bankbooks to Miao Fu and Miao Mu, promising to send them money after they turned 60 next year. Miao Mu, filled with urgency, grasped his hand and inquired, Eldest, will you return? At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of impending loss, a desperate fear enveloping her. Return? Chongqing mused, realizing that the original owner of this identity likely had no intention of coming back. He probably did not wish for his family to return to this place either. I will come back to visit when I have the chance. Chongqing offered a vague response. That night, Miao Mu lay in bed, tears streaming down her face. Old man, why did we treat our eldest so poorly in the past? He has always been the most dutiful and obedient child in this family. Miao Fu sighed, remaining silent. Now, their eldest had grown distant, and the 2 granddaughters were entirely unconnected to them, while the second and third children failed to bring any pride, only causing distress. He too felt regret. Yet what could be done? Initially, there may have been some superstition, a belief that he was a burden on his parents, and later, favoritism became a habit that proved impossible to reverse. Who could they blame? One can only blame oneself. After Chapter 65, The Tool of the Era, 24, Chongqing ceased to pay attention to the affairs of Zhongwan village. His career flourished, expanding into a multitude of fields, transforming his company from a mere clothing trade enterprise into a comprehensive conglomerate encompassing fashion, luxury goods, real estate, and entertainment. He had anticipated that Miao Xian would take an interest in business management, but to his surprise, She favored the freedom of travel, choosing to major in photography in university, ultimately becoming a photographer upon graduation. Conversely, Miao Ying, who had been gentle and soft-spoken in her youth, developed a keen interest in business management as she matured. She pursued a degree in business administration and was brought into the company for an internship early on, actively participating in its operations right after graduation, making notable contributions. As she became more adept, Chongqing did not hesitate to delegate authority to her, allowing himself to indulge in a life of travel. No one at home mentioned Zhongwan village, and he had not returned there in many years. In the Miao household, Miao Peng sat vacantly on the sofa. He recalled graduating from university and remaining in the provincial capital, purchasing a home, marrying and raising children, living a life of great satisfaction. Had he not succumbed to cancer in his 60s, it would have undoubtedly been a perfect life. He remembered being wheeled into the operating room, only to awaken back in Zhongwan village. At first, he believed he had been reborn to his younger self, which filled him with immense joy. However, he soon realized that everything was different from his previous life. His mother had not abandoned her family, nor had his father spiraled into aimless alcoholism. The family's circumstances were even better than they had been at that time in his past. Yet, he found himself deeply unhappy, for he discovered that he had dropped out of school before completing junior high. How could he possibly remain in the provincial capital and marry the same woman from his former life? Thus, he dismissed the notion of rebirth, concluding that he had traversed into a parallel universe. Yet, he could not fathom why this version of Miao Peng was so lacking, unable even to pass the high school entrance exam. "Peng Peng, dinner is ready," his mother called from outside. He stepped out, not following his usual routine of simply sitting down to eat. Instead, he scrutinized his mother intently for a while, making her somewhat uncomfortable. "Mother, why didn't you abandon your family and go to the city for university?" he suddenly asked her. He had come to understand that the reason this parallel world's Miao Peng had turned out so ineffectual was precisely because his mother had not left her family, thus sparing him the impetus to strive for success in his studies. It was all her fault. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? At your age, not working the fields or seeking employment, just lazing about, we should never have raised you." Miao Guodong was incensed by his son's words. What kind of talk was this about abandoning family? Miao Peng, stung by his father's rebuke, kicked a chair in frustration. "What do you know? I should have graduated from university and remained in the provincial capital. It's all your fault. It's all your fault." He clutched his hair in a frenzied that moment. Miao's father and mother entered, frowning at the sight of him in such a state. "Miao Guodong, you ought to manage your useless son," Miao's mother admonished. "You can't blame your parents for your own failure to study. If you wish to go to the provincial capital, you can do so now. Stop idling at home. Your uncle is more educated than you and is thriving in his career." Miao's father scolded his disappointing grandson. "Uncle is in the provincial capital?" Miao Peng's eyes lit up. Over the next few days, he sought information about this uncle through various channels, discovering that his uncle's life had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to his previous existence. Not only had he avoided familial ruin, but he had also built a vast enterprise. Realizing that his uncle still had no children in this life, he resolved, "I will go to the provincial capital. You must provide me with travel expenses." In the ensuing days, Miao Peng persistently clamored to go to the provincial capital, and ultimately, his parents, unable to withstand his determination, relented and gave him the fare to set him on his way. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Miao Peng discovered that Chongqing had long since embarked on his travels, residing in no fixed location, while the company had been entrusted to Miao Ying. "Miao Ying? Are you Arya?" Upon encountering the elegantly attired and commanding Miao Ying, he was momentarily dazed, taking a considerable time to recall that she was indeed the Arya from his previous life. He remembered that she had once come to the provincial capital for work, and he had encountered her while dining at a restaurant with his wife and child, where she had worked as a waitress. Meekly dressed in worn clothing, he had tipped her a few dozen yuan out of respect for his late uncle. "I am your cousin. Miao Peng, you remember me?" He stood to grasp Miao Ying's hand, only to be intercepted by those beside her. Miao Ying had initially intended to remain upstairs, occupied as she was, but the commotion below, claiming it was her cousin from her hometown, compelled her to come down. "Miao Peng, Meowing recalled, her memory jogging slightly. She did have a faint impression of him. However, she remembered that her father had always had a lukewarm relationship with the Meow family and had not returned in many years. Given their tenuous connection, she decided to keep matters strictly professional.